Chapter 1. A single sword rendered the junior disciple useless. Your fortune has run out, surrender. This voice emanated from Jiang Wu's spiritual consciousness, existing for an entire year. Throughout this time, it incessantly brainwashed her, narrating tales of her tragic fate, and she came to refer to it as her inner demon. Now, she found herself confirming the future foretold by this inner demon. With her golden core shattered and her spiritual roots excavated, she was left with nothing but the unremovable crystal-clear sword bone, rendering her almost indistinguishable from an invalid. Senior sister, events have transpired, yet you remain the disciple of our master, the esteemed senior sister of the sword-leaning sect. As long as you do not hold the junior sister accountable, I shall take good care of you in the days to come. A deep male voice lingered in her ears, imbued with an air of entitlement. Jiang Wu lifted her heavy eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at the youth by her bedside, her second junior brother, Su Wui. Su Wui had been pursued by enemies during his childhood, and it was she who had rescued him during her own descent for training, returning him after kneeling before their master for 3 days and nights, pleading for his acceptance as a disciple. Since then, Su Wui had become an inescapable shadow at her heels. But now, the chronic poison within me was inflicted by you, wasn't it? Jiang Wu's voice resembled the decay of withered branches, expressing a melancholic twilight. She struggled to articulate the words before succumbing to a violent cough. Su Wui's innate talent was meager, and his thoughts seldom dwelled upon the sword path. He had always clung to her, a dependency born from her act of rescuing him. Thus, Jiang Wu had let her guard down. This very trust had led to her collapse of spiritual energy in the face of a peak nascent soul beast, nearly costing her life. You. Su Wui instinctively looked up, disbelief and intense guilt flashing in his eyes. Witnessing this, a glimmer of cold irony crossed Jiang Wu's clear, frigid gaze, piercing through Su Wui's own. He stared at the immobile figure of Jiang Wu on the bed, her frailty suggesting that without his intervention, she lacked the strength to even rise. Su Wui's twisted satisfaction began to swell within him. Senior sister, if blame is to be cast, it should be upon your exceptional talent. The junior sister's frail constitution could hardly thrive in your brilliance. I had not anticipated that you would challenge the peak nascent soul beast for the sake of our master. Had you not done so, the poison would not have manifested. Huh? Jiang Wu suddenly chuckled coldly. Though she found herself trapped in shallow waters, not a trace of despair or despondency marred her countenance, only a gaze filled with scorn. Meanwhile, second senior brother, has the senior sister awakened? The junior sister and I have come to express our gratitude for her extraordinary lightning spiritual root. Jiang Wu's expression darkened slightly. That frivolous voice belonged unmistakably to her third junior brother, Zhuo Sibai. Hailing from a mortal royal family, he was endowed with remarkable talent, yet his character left much to be desired. During his initial entry, it was Jiang Wu who had guided him through the arduous stages of marrow cleansing and foundational establishment, personally teaching him sword techniques and compelling him to refine his innate abilities to their utmost, solidifying his mental state. After the junior sister's initiation, he remarked, "What talents does the elder sister possess that could possibly compare to those of the junior sister? In my view, her innate gifts are better off bestowed upon the junior sister." Thus, in her moment of grave injury, teetering on the brink of death, he proposed to extract the spiritual roots from her, now rendered a cripple, and present them to the junior sister. Su Wui was taken aback. Zhuo Sibai's actions were far from an expression of gratitude. They were a blatant display of arrogance. Catching a glimpse of the hatred reflected in Jiang Wu's eyes, his once tumultuous heart gradually settled into calmness. After all, the elder sister had already been reduced to a state of helplessness. She would never rise again. Rest well, elder sister. Su Wui exited the room. Jiang Wu paid him no heed. Once revered as the esteemed elder sister of the sword-leaning sect, her status had irrevocably changed since the junior sister's arrival. For the sake of the junior sister, their usually stern and aloof master had repeatedly taken risks. Her second junior brother had secretly poisoned her. The third junior brother, who once looked up to her, now scavenged for treasures and humiliated her, declaring her worthless aside from her cultivation. Your fortune has run dry, all is in vain. The voice of her inner demon echoed once more within her spiritual sea. What will become of you after my death? This was Jiang Wu's first response to the voice. The inner demon seemed taken aback by her initiative, falling into a prolonged silence. I do not know. Perhaps it will descend upon the true child of destiny. Jiang Wu suddenly laughed. She was merely a supporting character. Her life, naturally, mattered little to anyone. Her gaze fell upon her life sword resting beside the pillow, containing the last remnants of her sword intent. What do you intend to do? Noticing Jiang Wu, frail and burdened by illness, rise to her feet and grasp her life sword, the inner demon's calm tone was tinged with astonishment. Jiang Wu hoisted herself up, her bones colliding with the ground, immediately staining it with crimson. Unfazed, she steadied herself against the door, trembling as she stood. Does your prophecy mention how I am to perish? The inner demon fell silent. With a smile, Jiang Wu pushed open the door. It seems I can choose my own manner of death, she murmured to herself, her gaze meeting the three individuals in the courtyard, who appeared ready to depart, but halted in disbelief upon her emergence. Elder sister? The junior sister, Mu Shuling, paused, taken aback by Jiang Wu's frail appearance, while feeling the potent surge of her powerful thunder spiritual root within. A fleeting expression of triumph crossed her face. What the unparalleled genius sword cultivator of the age? Was she not merely a stepping stone for the junior sister? Beside her stood the elegantly dressed Zhuo Sibai, who upon seeing Jiang Wu, narrowed his eyes, a glint of mockery flickering within. Second senior brother, did you not say the elder sister had yet to awaken? It seems she can still rise indeed. Even with her spiritual roots extracted, it means little to her. Su Wuyo pressed his lips together and gently urged, Elder sister, your body is not yet recovered. You should return inside to rest. Jiang Wu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the junior sister, Mu Shuling. M. Yu Xuanning, possessing exquisite beauty and a gentle, endearing temperament, was favored by the elders and disciples of the sect, especially given her frail health. In contrast to the aggressive demeanor of others, she garnered affection and admiration. However, she should not have set her sights on her. As Mu Xuanning felt the piercing gaze of Jiang Wu upon her, an inexplicable chill crept up her spine, intensifying the heat radiating from her still unstable spiritual roots. Cough cough. Suddenly pale, Mu Xuanning bent down, biting her lip in a pitiful manner as she gazed at Zhuo Bai. Third senior brother, it hurts. Little junior sister? Zhuo Bai's expression shifted dramatically, and he shot a fierce glare at Jiang Wu. Have you tampered with her spiritual roots? Jiang Wu approached, wielding her sword with deliberate slowness, her entire strength seemingly reliant on her life-bound blade. Su Wuya instinctively sought to support her, but was deftly evaded by Jiang Wu. A sense of confusion washed over him. He had always been the only one allowed to stand beside her, and she had never once rejected him. Jiang Wu halted before Mu Xuanning, softly inquiring, does it hurt? It's bearable. Mu Xuanning hesitated, nodding. Jiang Wu's behavior was exceedingly abnormal. If she was merely a cripple now, what threat could she possibly pose? With this thought, Mu Xuanning gradually regained her composure and tentatively asked, Sister, are you no longer angry? Jiang Wu offered no response, merely gazing at her with an unwavering calm. It will soon cease to hurt. Stop. Are you seeking your own demise? The voice of her inner demon echoed as Jiang Wu raised her life-bound sword, her expression cold and imbued with a sense of ruthless determination. The life-bound sword plunged mercilessly into Mu Xuanning's dantian. As she felt the familiar sword qi, the spiritual roots that had been born alongside Jiang Wu accomplished their final act self-destruction. Mu Xuanning was rendered utterly crippled by a single strike. Cultivation system, Qi Introduction Foundation Establishment Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Divine Transformation Tribulation, Crossing J-Balance Realm, Rotating Star Realm, Spiritual Illumination Realm, Nirvana Realm, Space, Shattering Sky. Treading each level is divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The female protagonist initially exists in the form of a sword spirit, with the narrative unfolding from the male protagonist perspective. This is not a typical female lead story. Refrain from reading comments during serialization. If this does not suit your taste, do not hesitate to depart. Chapter 1. A single sword rendered the junior disciple useless. Your fortune has run out. Surrender. This voice resonated from within Jiang Wu's spiritual consciousness. It had lingered for an entire year, incessantly brainwashing her, recounting her tragic fate, leading Jiang Wu to dub it her inner demon. Now, she found herself confirming the future foretold by this inner demon. Her golden core shattered, her spiritual roots excavated apart from the indelible glazed sword bone. She bore little distinction from a mere invalid. Senior sister, what has transpired has already occurred, yet you remain the disciple of our master, the eldest senior sister of the sword-relying sect. As long as you do not hold grievances against the junior disciple, I shall take good care of you in the future. The low, resonant voice lingered in her ears, imbued with an air of unwarranted assurance. Jiang Wu lifted her heavy eyelids, casting a glance at the young man beside her bed, her second junior brother, Su Wuyo. In his youth, Su Wuyo was pursued by enemies. She had rescued him during her own journey of cultivation and brought him back. She had knelt before their master's cave for 3 days and nights before he consented to accept him as a disciple. Since then, Su Wuyo had become an inseparable shadow behind her. But now, the chronic poison in my body was instigated by you, wasn't it? Jiang Wu's voice emerged like withered branches, suffused with the decay of twilight. Completing her statement, she was seized by a violent cough. Su Wuyo, lacking exceptional talent and with little inclination for the sword path, habitually clung to her. Given that he was the disciple she had personally rescued, she had let down her guard. It was precisely this trust that had led to her spiritual energy suddenly collapsing during a battle with a peak nascent soul beast, nearly costing her life. Su Wuyo instinctively looked up, disbelief and a profound sense of guilt flickering in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, a trace of icy sarcasm crossed Jiang Wu's clear, cold gaze, piercing directly into Su Wuyo's eyes. He gazed at the immobile Jiang Wu on the bed with reddened eyes, embodying a fragile vulnerability, as if she lacked the strength even to stand. Within Su Wuyo, a twisted satisfaction gradually found fulfillment. Senior sister, if you must assign blame, let it be for your exceptional talent. The junior disciple was inherently frail, and beneath your brilliance, where could she possibly find her place? I never anticipated that you would challenge a peak nascent soul beast for the sake of our master. Otherwise, this poison would not have manifested. Huh? Jiang Wu suddenly let out a cold laugh. It was she who was ensnared in shallow waters, yet she displayed no signs of despair or despondency, only an abundance of irony in her eyes. Meanwhile, second senior brother, has the eldest senior sister awakened? The junior disciple, and I wish to express our gratitude for her exceptional lightning spiritual root. Jiang Wu's eyes darkened slightly. This carefree voice belonged unmistakably to her third junior brother, Zhuji Bai. Hailing from a mortal royal lineage, Zhuji Bai possessed remarkable talent, yet his temperament was lacking. During his entry into the sect, it was Jiang Wu who had guided him through the arduous process of cleansing marrow and refining his essence, personally teaching him sword techniques and compelling him to hone his innate abilities to the utmost, thereby solidifying his mental fortitude. Upon the initiation of the junior sister, he remarked, "What talent does the senior sister possess that could ever rival the junior sister? In my view, her innate gifts would be better bestowed upon the junior sister." Thus, at the moment when she lay grievously wounded and on the brink of death, he proposed to extract the spiritual roots from her now incapacitated body to offer them to the junior sister. Su Wuyo was taken aback. Zhuji Bai's actions were not an expression of gratitude, rather, they were a blatant display of arrogance. Glancing at the animosity reflected in Jiang Wu's eyes, his previously tumultuous emotions began to settle. After all, the senior sister had already been rendered powerless. She would no longer have the opportunity to rise again. "Senior sister, please rest well." Su Wuyo stepped outside. Jiang Wu paid him no heed. Once revered as the esteemed senior sister of the Yijian Sect, everything had changed since the junior sister's admission. In her favor, the traditionally stern and distant master had repeatedly taken risks. Her second junior brother, who had always been by her side, had begun to poison her slowly, and her third junior brother, who once aimed to surpass her, now scavenged for rare treasures while belittling her, declaring her worthless apart from her cultivation. "Because your fortune has run dry, all is in vain." The voice of the inner demon echoed once more within her spiritual consciousness. "After my death, where will you go?" This was Jiang Wu's first response to the inner demon. The inner demon seemed taken aback by her initiative, falling into silence for a considerable time. "But I do not know." Perhaps I shall descend upon the true child of fortune. Jiang Wu suddenly burst into laughter. She was merely a backdrop, and thus, her life was of no concern to anyone. Her gaze fell upon the sword of destiny resting beside her pillow, where the last remnants of her sword intent lay preserved. What do you intend to do? Noticing Jiang Wu, with her frail body, struggling to rise and grasp her sword, the inner demon's calm tone was tinged with surprise. Jiang Wu managed to pull herself up, the sound of her bones striking the floor resulting in a crimson stain. Her expression remained unchanged as she trembled against the door to stand. Did your prophecy mention how I would die? The inner demon fell silent. Jiang Wu then smiled as she pushed open the door. It seems I can choose my own manner of death, she murmured to herself, her gaze meeting the three individuals standing in the courtyard, who appeared to be preparing to depart. Upon seeing her, they halted in disbelief. Senior sister? The junior sister, Mu Shuling, was momentarily stunned as she beheld Jiang Wu in her current feeble state, yet felt the surging power of her formidable thunder spirit root within. A flicker of triumph crossed her face. What the unparalleled genius sword cultivator of this age? Was she not merely a stepping stone for her? Beside her stood the elegantly dressed Zhuozhibai. Upon witnessing Jiang Wu's appearance, narrowed his eyes, a gleam of sharp mockery flashing within them. Second junior brother, did you not say the senior sister was still unconscious? It appears she can still rise indeed. Even having her spiritual roots extracted matters little to her. Su Wuyo pressed his lips together and gently urged, Senior sister, your body is yet to recover. It would be best to return to your room and rest. Jiang Wu remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the junior sister. Mu Shuling and Yu Xuanning possessed a striking beauty and a gentle, endearing disposition. Coupled with her frail health, she garnered far more affection from the elders and disciples of the sect than the aggressive demeanor of her counterpart. However, she ought not to have set her sights on her. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Jiang Wu, an inexplicable chill crawled up Mu Xuanning's spine, intensifying the heat within her still unstable spiritual roots. Cough cough. Her complexion turned suddenly pale as she bent over, lightly biting her lip and casting a pitiful glance at Zhuozhibai. Third senior brother, it hurts. Junior sister? Zhuozhibai's expression shifted dramatically. He shot a fierce glare at Jiang Wu, demanding, did you meddle with her spiritual roots? Jiang Wu approached, her sword in hand, moving slowly as if supported entirely by her life-bound weapon. Su Wuyo instinctively reached out to assist her, but was deftly evaded by Jiang Wu. A sense of confusion washed over him. He had always been the one standing by his senior sister's side, and she had never rejected him before. As Jiang Wu came to a halt before Mu Xuanning, she softly inquired, does it hurt? Thought it's bearable. Mu Xuanning hesitantly nodded. Jiang Wu's behavior was exceedingly unusual, yet now she was but a shell of her former self, posing little threat. Contemplating this, Mu Xuanning gradually regained her composure and tentatively asked, Senior sister is no longer angry? Jiang Wu offered no response, merely gazing at her with a calm demeanor. It will soon cease to hurt. Stop. Are you seeking death? The voice of her inner demon echoed as Jiang Wu raised her life-bound sword, her expression cold and resolute. The sword plunged mercilessly into Mu Xuanning's dantian. Feeling the familiar sword energy, her spiritual roots, born alongside Jiang Wu, accomplished one final act self-destruction. Mu Xuanning was irrevocably crippled by her sword. Cultivation system. Chi Induction Foundation Establishment Golden Core Nascent Soul Transformation of Spirit Tribulation Jade Balance Realm Celestial Sphere Realm Spiritual Illumination Realm Nirvana Realm Fragmented Space and Sky. Each level is divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The female protagonist exists in the form of a sword spirit during the early stages, with a narrative perspective unfolding from a male lead. It is not a grand female lead story. Do not read comments during serialization if it does not suit you. Feel free to depart. Chapter 2. The vast song sword. Mu Shuling cried out in anguish, her voice piercing the air. Her once gentle visage twisted in horror. My spirit root, no. My spirit root. Jiang Wu observed her coldly, noting the terror etched on Mu Shuling's face as she collapsed into a pool of blood. The light of her spirit root extinguished within her dantian. A chilling smile crept across Jiang Wu's face, her eyes glistening with frost. Even if my spirit root is taken from me, extinguishing you is a trivial matter. Damn it. Jiang Wu, have you lost your mind? Zhuosi Bai hurriedly lifted Mu Shuling, not sparing a glance at the gravely injured Jiang Wu as he rushed to find a healer. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Su Wuya, slow to comprehend, realized that even though Jiang Wu had been rendered powerless, she remained an insurmountable obstacle for them. Sister Jiang Wu of the Leaning Sword Sect, who had inflicted harm upon her fellow disciples, had been sentenced to 10 years in the penitence cliff. This secluded and desolate place was perpetually shrouded in unmelting frost and snow, a chill that even ordinary cultivators struggled to endure. What hope did someone like Jiang Wu, now a mere shell of her former self, possess? She lay motionless on the penitence platform, as if bereft of life. This woman truly has 9 lives. Zhuosi Bai's disdainful voice broke the silence. Glaring at Jiang Wu's retreating figure, the spirit root that little junior sister had just acquired was utterly destroyed by her. The situation had worsened beyond measure, and their master had merely sentenced her to 10 years of reflection. Well, I refuse to believe she can withstand this cold. Su Wuya paid him no heed. Approaching Jiang Wu and draping a thick cloak over her, Zhuosi Bai frowned in discontent. Second senior brother, why do you even care about her life or death? This is the master's decree. Su Wuya shot him a glance, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Zhuosi Bai fell silent, knowing better than to question their master. Yet he was repulsed by the way Su Wuya gazed at Jiang Wu with such tender concern. Su Wuya, spare me the charade. With Jiang Wu's pride, do you believe you still stand a chance? When it comes to ruthlessness, I cannot compete with you. This does not concern you. Su Wuya knelt, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Wu's tranquil yet fragile face, a hint of obsessive madness igniting in his eyes. He murmured, Sister, we shall have ample time together in the future. As Su Wuya and Zhuosi Bai departed, the penitence cliff succumbed to an eerie silence. Jiang Wu's sea of consciousness lay shattered, her awareness muddled, yet the voice of her inner demon resonated with clarity. Is it worth it? You could have lived for several more months, but now that you have crippled Mu Shuling, you may only last a few days. Jiang Wu responded resolutely. What I have done holds no value in itself, only her willingness matters. The inner demon seemed momentarily subdued by her words, vanishing for several days. Jiang Wu existed like a wretched specter, allowing the biting cold to gnaw at her already fragile form. Finally, 3 days later, she awaited the arrival of the one she had longed for, her master. The very same who had unearthed her from the mass grave, brought her back to the sect, and nurtured her with utmost care. He was also the sole sword sovereign of the Leaning Sword Sect, a pinnacle existence of transformation, Shaoqi, whose essence is fire, draws near, enveloping Jiang Wu in a warm embrace of flames, effectively shielding her from the biting cold. Oh, he speaks, his voice as gentle and deep as ever. Jiang Wu once regarded Shaoqi as the closest person to her in this world. Yet it was he who, after she risked her life to retrieve the sacred healing herb for him, personally opened her dantian and extracted her spiritual root. Compared to others, it was Shaoqi who cast her into the abyss. If the Liuli sword bone could not be extracted, would you have sent it to Mu Xuanning as well? A hint of sorrow glimmers in Jiang Wu's typically calm and rational gaze. In her early years of budding affection, she had harbored feelings for Shaoqi. But as he was her mentor and she devoted herself to the path of swordsmanship, those feelings gradually faded. It was only when he personally severed her dantian and placed her spiritual root within another woman that she comprehended the lingering vestiges of her emotions. Oh, Shaoqi's breath falters, as he seems reluctant to meet her gaze, averting his eyes. You need not worry about Mu Xuanning. As long as you remain here for 10 years, all will come to an end. In due time, I will personally come to fetch you. Over a decade has passed, yet his appearance remains unchanged, still embodying the gentle and powerful sword master that Jiang Wu had once idolized. However, now this very image churns her stomach. How dare he, after committing such an act of betrayal, appear before her as if nothing had transpired? It seems your wounds have healed, Shaoqi remarks, his expression momentarily taken aback. He expected Jiang Wu to confront him about his treatment of her, yet she does not. Instead, she inquires about his injuries as she always has. For a fleeting moment, he believes she has forgiven him. But the next instant, her words shatter that illusion mercilessly. Our bond as master and disciple is irrevocably severed. I owe you nothing now. Shaoqi stands frozen, his visage suddenly paling. Jiang Wu wishes to completely cut ties with him. A violent turbulence erupts within his mental realm, and the heart demon escapes, attempting to seize control with greater ferocity than before. Xiaoqi coughs up blood. He lifts his head, expecting to find Jiang Wu's concern reflected in her eyes, for she has always been the one most attuned to his well-being, noticing even the slightest deviation from the norm. Yet now, in her gaze, there is nothing but indifference. Xiaoqi, in utter disarray, retreats hastily. You will not survive tonight. The heart demon, having disappeared for several days, reemerges. The sorrow in Jiang Wu's eyes gradually subsides, leaving only a cold, tranquil emptiness. I know. Why are you not curious? With your unparalleled talent, why must you remain a mere background character, a pawn? I am not curious. The heart demon feels an inexplicable sense of frustration at her uncooperative demeanor. You are about to perish. Cannot you indulge me for once? Very well, speak. Jiang Wu sighs. For in this world, the child of fortune is not you, but the reincarnation of the divine sovereign. Jiang Wu felt a stirring in her brow and inquired, the reincarnation of the divine sovereign? A millennium ago, the divine sovereign forged the Hengsong sword from his rib, carving a chasm in the heavens and driving the demonic race beyond the realms. Exhausted of his divine power, the sovereign fell to the mortal realm, enduring countless lifetimes to traverse the calamities of existence. This lifetime is his final one. However, the trials he faced were always merciless. In this lifetime, he shall slay immortals who oppose him and demons who threaten his path, paving a bloody road to ascend the heavenly ladder and complete his tribulation. Immortals slaying immortals? Although the inner demon did not articulate anything, Jiang Wu keenly sensed the profound implications within. The reincarnation of the divine sovereign is related to the Sword Sect? Indeed, he slaughtered the Sword Sect under the guise of one of its disciples. I see. Jiang Wu could not help but smile. The inner demon, sensing her sudden uplifted mood, inquired, do you wish to witness that day? Chapter 3. With my body, forge the sword spirit. The smile on Jiang Wu's lips faded. The inner demon continued, lost in its own thoughts. When the divine sovereign fell to the mortal realm, the Hengsong sword accompanied him. You imply that. Jiang Wu instinctively gazed towards the swirling mists of the unfathomable abyss below. Indeed, the Hengsong sword lies dormant beneath this mountain, and the fortune of the Sword Sect flourishes due to its presence. It is said that the Hengsong sword harbors the power of the divine sovereign. Perhaps it can aid you in reconstructing your spiritual roots. Thank you. Jiang Wu rose and crawled towards the edge of the cliff. The inner demon was taken aback by her swift movements. Wait, shouldn't we devise a plan first? In your current state, you may perish before finding the Hengsong sword. I will not. Jiang Wu rationally regarded the flames swirling around her, remnants of the divine power left by a transcendent being, sufficient to facilitate many endeavors. After half an hour, Jiang Wu secured vines around her waist, then took a deep breath and leaped from the cliff's edge. Her frail form, with garments billowing like a kite severed from its string, rushed towards a sacrificial flame, swiftly fading into the air. Wake up! Hurry! If you don't awaken now, there will be no opportunity left. The inner demon frantically called out to Jiang Wu within the depths of her consciousness. Jiang Wu, after plummeting, lost awareness and was unresponsive to its pleas. The inner demon nearly lost its voice, unable to rouse her consciousness. Finally, at a loss, it took a deep breath. Do you not wish to witness the massacre of the Sword Sect? I do not. Jiang Wu unexpectedly replied, I merely wish to survive. Not all within the Sword Sect are guilty. The inner demon fell silent. Moments later, it observed Jiang Wu crawling upon the ground, driven solely by her will. Her body scraping against the jagged stones at the cliff's base, leaving a multitude of bloody trails in her wake. With her own blood, she forged a path to survival. The inner demon had always understood that Jiang Wu's talent was unparalleled. Yet, what was even more exceptional was her indomitable spirit. She would never allow herself to become lost. Suddenly, the inner demon spoke up, providing her with direction. The Hengsong sword lies just ahead. Thank you. Jiang Wu expressed her gratitude once more, suddenly inquiring, aren't you going to seek the reincarnation of the divine sovereign? The heart demon faltered momentarily. Jiang Wu finally ascended before the horizontally raining sword. This was a dimly lit stone chamber, where, apart from the majestic horizontally raining sword standing unmoved in the center, the surrounding stone walls were adorned with intricate murals. The murals vividly depicted the scene from 10,000 years ago. where the divine sovereign wielded the horizontally reigning sword to cleave the chasm, thereby affirming the sword's identity. Could it be that these murals were crafted by the ancestors of the sword-leaning sect? It appeared they had long discovered this place. Yet they were unable to awaken the horizontally reigning sword and chose to let it remain in silence, seemingly placing their hopes on future generations, without even setting any mechanisms. Alas, the unparalleled divine weapon that had once split the chasm now lay in decay, resembling an ordinary iron sword, devoid of vitality. It is over, the heart demon sighed. The sword spirit within the horizontally reigning sword has perished. You can no longer obtain the power of the divine sovereign contained within. Jiang Wu murmured, sword spirit. Can one truly acquire the power of the divine sovereign? Of course, the heart demon replied, observing Jiang Wu thoughtfully caressing the horizontally reigning sword. A foreboding sense creeping into its heart. You wouldn't be contemplating. Then let me become this sword spirit. Both the heart demon and Jiang Wu spoke in unison. The indelible glazed sword bone had now become her final trump card. You are mad. The heart demon's voice resonated with even greater horror than before. Even if you possess the glazed sword bone and may attempt it, there has never been such a precedent. Should you fail, your soul will be shattered. And even if by some stroke of luck you succeed, your physical form will be destroyed. If I win, it shall be rebirth. The heart demon screamed desperately within the sea of consciousness, but Jiang Wu's expression grew ever more serene. She glanced at the flames beside her, placing a hand upon the horizontally reigning sword. With my flesh as the guide, and my sword bone as the offering. As her words fell, the flames erupted fiercely. Each flicker of fire invaded Jiang Wu's body, utterly dismantling her weary form, as if intent on incinerating her entirely. Ugh! Jiang Wu collapsed before the horizontally reigning sword. The flames consumed her body, and amidst the charred haze, the blood within her flowed entirely towards the horizontally reigning sword, until her corporeal form was obliterated. Only the indestructible glazed sword bone remained, radiating a translucent and resplendent glow. Buzz! The horizontally reigning sword drank deeply of Jiang Wu's blood and fused with the glazed sword bone, giving birth to a new sword spirit and releasing the divine sovereign's power contained within the sword. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the earth trembled and mountains quaked. The cliff of reflection collapsed instantaneously, leaving only a sky filled with swirling dust and the ruins beneath. An overwhelming chill diffused, startling the birds and beasts into flight. What transpired? That was towards the direction of the cliff of reflection, where the master sister was imprisoned. The disciples of the sword-leaning sect turned their gazes towards the cliff of reflection. The moment Xiaoqi, who had just subdued the heart demon, emerged from seclusion. He sensed something amiss at the cliff of reflection. Ignoring his own condition, he immediately soared towards it on his sword. Yet, by the time he arrived, he could perceive no trace of any living beings, left only to watch helplessly as a sword, having broken free from its shackles, swiftly vanished from sight. A sword? When did an unknown sword conceal itself beneath the cliff of reflection? A flicker of confusion crossed the usually composed visage of Xiaoqi, as he sensed an utter absence of any living presence in the vicinity. Instead, he was acutely aware of the flame he had ignited, still lingering with the essence of Jiang Wu. Had his flame extinguished Jiang Wu's life? In that moment, Xiaoqi's mind blanked, and the taut string of his heart snapped with a resounding crack. With a violent cough, the formidable sword sovereign expelled a copious amount of blood, and an ominous black mist erupted around him, the once vibrant crimson flames gradually transforming into a sinister black-red hue. The true heart demon seized the opportunity to invade. Simultaneously, the once surging fortune inherent within the sword-leaning sect abruptly vanished, leaving the feeble Mu Xuanning lying on her bed, wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be possible? In this remote realm, someone else had mastered the art of fortune theft? A decade later, is this a sword? Observing the slightly rusted blade, it seemed capable of chopping wood as well. The recently awakened Jiang Wu heard the earnest musings of a young boy. She was oblivious to how long she had slumbered within the Hung Tsang sword, only recalling the moment she transcended her shackles and fled from the sword-leaning sect. Now, she found herself in an unknown realm. The Hung Tsang sword had been tossed into a basket behind the boy, where she lay, attuned to her surroundings. The one who had discovered her was a strikingly handsome youth, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, his eyes shimmering like the sun, radiant and bright, perpetually adorned with a smile. Despite his youthful appearance, Hints of his future exquisite charm were already discernible. Yet, he was clad in coarse linen attire, clearly not of noble lineage. The spiritual energy in this realm was exceedingly scarce. Could it be that she had fallen into the mortal world? You have finally awakened. The voice of the heart demon abruptly echoed in Jiang Wu's mind, catching her off guard. She had thought it vanished. You have been asleep for a decade. No, no. Initially calm, the heart demon's tone shifted abruptly, erupting into a deafening shriek as it sensed something amiss. Jiang Wu furrowed her brows, perplexed. This was an unprecedented display of disarray from the heart demon. How could you be found by the reincarnation of the divine sovereign? The reincarnation of the divine sovereign? Jiang Wu was taken aback. This radiant, sun-kissed youth was the future incarnation of the darkened divine sovereign? Legends of the divine sovereign had long pervaded the cultivation world. He was the only true deity from ancient times, the one who cleaved the celestial chasm, initiating humanity's path to cultivation. He was, without a doubt, the venerated ancestral figure of the cultivation realm. Jiang Wu replied candidly. He unearthed me from the ground, as if I were a mere axe for chopping wood. The heart demon was rendered speechless. After a moment, it seemed to accept this reality, letting out a sigh. Perhaps this is the fortuitous opportunity you have acquired after defying fate, remaining by the side of the reincarnated divine sovereign. You might truly be able to reshape your corporeal form. Jiang Wu cut to the chase, but he currently possesses no spiritual power. It seems he is yet to embark on the path of immortality. Relying on him is no better than relying on myself. Though the divine sovereign is undergoing the tribulations of mortality, he is, after all, a child of the heavenly Tao, endowed with a fortune beyond your imagination. Jiang Wu understood. She nodded. So you mean, I should seize his fortune for my own benefit? The heart's demon would never acknowledge such blasphemous thoughts. Chapter 4. You wish for a sword spirit to raise a child? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the young boy emerged from the forest and made his way to the village nestled amidst the mountains. This village, a quaint collection of homes interspersed among the peaks, exuded warmth with wisps of smoke curling into the sky, embodying the essence of earthly life. Upon entering the village, the residents greeted him with enthusiasm. Is Xinshang back? You've gathered quite a bit of firewood today. You're becoming increasingly capable. Donkey boy, you should learn from Xinshang. All you do is chase after chickens. Mother, I can't possibly learn his skills. Xinshang? Jiang Wu pondered this name. Shi Xinshang, the name of the deity in this life. The heart's demon interjected at the opportune moment. Jiang Wu responded directly. Your appearances are becoming more frequent, and you are revealing information concerning the reincarnation of the deity. What do you wish for me to do? The heart's demon was taken aback. Jiang Wu's intuition had always been sharp, and it surprised him that she had sensed it before he even mentioned it. Reflecting on Jiang Wu's harshness towards others, and even more so towards herself, the heart's demon gradually regained composure. Even when faced with the searing flames of the peak of transformation that could obliterate her body, she remained steadfast and composed. Such resilience made the heart's demon realize why he had chosen to bind himself to her in the first place. I wish for you to nurture the reincarnation of the deity, assisting him in overcoming the tribulations of mortal life. Oh, to nurture, Jiang Wu instinctively nodded. But suddenly she realized the implications. The sword spirit was intrinsically linked to her soul, and she was struck with a sudden clarity. Wait, you want a sword spirit to raise a child? What is the issue? The heart's demon was perplexed by Jiang Wu's strong reaction. Jiang Wu replied calmly. There is a significant problem. The children I raised have turned against me. The heart's demon fell silent, recalling the disloyal disciples of the sword-leaning sect. Shaoqi, the foremost warrior of the sect, often secluded himself for cultivation, and apart from Jiang Wu, he had entrusted the other disciples to her guidance. The outcome was painfully evident. She had raised a brood of ungrateful wolves. Shi Xinshang will not be like that. He is the reincarnation of an ancient, true deity. Jiang Wu remained noncommittal. Whether he would or would not, that was not something they could definitively ascertain. Shi Xinshang responded to the villagers all the while, until he reached a house at the edge of the village, where he entered and placed the basket he carried down. Grandfather village chief, I have returned. Xinshang is back. Inside, a sprightly elder with a joyful demeanor emerged, though he was hindered by his frail legs and relied on a cane. Shi Xinshang gently halted the village chief's efforts, guiding him back inside to rest. Grandfather, do not move. I can take care of things. After speaking, he stepped into the courtyard, eager to try out the sword he had found that day. The heart's demon's voice echoed softly. If you do not wish to nurture him, so be it, but you cannot truly allow yourself to become merely a tool for chopping wood. After all, she was the spirit of the Hang Tsang sword, and they were one and the same. Jiang Wu remained unmoved by the heart's demon's provocations. It is far better than being used as a laborer, toiling under the burden of celestial and demonic forces. The heart's demon conceded. It became apparent that Jiang Wu's mood was far from splendid, prompting a considerate silence from the entity. Shi Qianshang rinsed the blade of his sword with clear water, observing the specks of rust upon its surface, contemplating whether he could eradicate the blemishes. Do not move. A chilling female voice suddenly pierced the air. Who? Shi Qianshang's expression shifted to one of alertness, his body tensing as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. No one. Jiang Wu spoke again. By your head. This time, Shi Qianshang finally grasped the situation, his gaze falling upon the sword in his hand, his lips quivering slightly. Is it not even dark, and already I encounter a ghost? Jiang Wu turned to consult with her inner demon. How could a reincarnated deity be such a simpleton? Haha, you possess quite the sense of humor, the inner demon replied, at a loss for words, forcing a laugh. Just as Shi Qianshang prepared to discard the Hung Tsang sword, Jiang Wu intervened with a hint of exasperation. I am the sword spirit. Shi Qianshang, momentarily taken aback, retracted his hand. Are you a fairy sister? Jiang Wu corrected him. Sword spirit. Shi Qianshang obediently nodded. Fairy sister. Jiang Wu remarked. You are obedient but stubborn in your ways, I see. Realizing a fairy resided within the sword, Shi Qianshang hesitated for a moment before sheathing the sword. Observing him place the Hang Tsang sword carefully into the basket while she chopped firewood, Jiang Wu could not help but inquire. Do you wish to embark on the path of immortality? Given Shi Qianshang's age, he seemed to have missed the prime age for cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, children typically began their enlightenment at 3 and underwent aptitude testing at 5 to embark on their journeys. Nonetheless, given his status as a reincarnated deity, his innate talent must surely be remarkable. Shi Qianshang continued chopping wood, his resolve unwavering. No, he replied, his refusal crisp and decisive. Jiang Wu then directed her skepticism towards the inner demon. Is he truly a reincarnated deity? He appears to be merely an ordinary youth with no desire for cultivation. The inner demon hesitated, stammering a response. There will, inevitably, be a turning point. A turning point? What could possibly transform a simpleton into a madman who would one day forge a ladder to ascend to the heavens with blood? Jiang Wu scoffed internally, choosing to remain silent thereafter. During dinner, Shi Qianshang placed the Hung Tsang sword beside him, prompting the village chief to finally notice it. Qianshang, where did you find this sword? Shi Qianshang replied gently. I felt a connection and brought it back. The village chief nodded, no further questions arising. They toiled until nightfall blanketed the village, extinguishing the candles, before the youth retreated to his chamber. Lighting a candle, he quietly asked, Fairy sister, are you still there? Yes. Can you see what is happening outside? Indeed. Jiang Wu found it peculiar that Shi Qianshang posed such a question until she beheld him shedding his upper garments, revealing his slender torso. Jiang Wu chuckled softly. Rest assured, I have no interest in children. Shi Qianshang's face flushed crimson. He seemed somewhat embarrassed. Turning away from Jiang Wu, hesitating on how to position the Hung Tsang sword. Fairy sister, please do not call me that. Jiang Wu interrupted him. As the esteemed senior sister of the Yijian Sect, Jiang Wu was known for her cold and stern demeanor, her judgments clear-cut, instilling a sense of trepidation in her junior disciples, who often whispered about her merciless nature in private. Such a character hardly resembled that of a celestial maiden. When Shi Qianshang's words were interrupted, he displayed no sign of anger, seamlessly shifting his inquiry. What is the name of that celestial sister? Call me Jiang Wu, she replied, momentarily pausing as an image of a fractured jade pendant from her childhood surfaced in her mind. You may call me Fu Shi. Fu Shi, her original name. However, when Shao Qi rescued her, the jade pendant had already been broken into 2 halves. Shao Qi urged her to sever ties with the past, hence bestowing upon her a new name. From now on, you shall be known as Jiang Wu. Wu, a place where grasses and trees flourish, signifies that you will find your place to thrive anywhere in the world. In hindsight, this proclamation bore a bitter irony. Fu Shi, Shi Qianshang echoed, his eyes gleaming as they fell upon the Hung Tsang sword. It turned out that this sword was named Fu Shi. Jiang Wu suddenly realized that the deity had renamed the Hung Tsang sword. She inquired of her inner demon. Is it all right that the Hung Tsang sword has been renamed? It's perfectly fine, truly, as long as the deity is pleased. Jiang Wu detected a hint of suppressed resentment in her inner demon's tone. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. After a brief pause, her inner demon unexpectedly remarked, Fu Shi sounds more melodious than Jiang Wu. Is that so? Jiang Wu couldn't help but laugh. Then I shall henceforth be known as Fu Shi. After all, Jiang Wu had perished a decade ago. The being reborn now was merely Fu Shi, a soul emerging from the graveyard, unaware of her origins. Chapter 5. The sword is the sharpest weapon in the world thus. Fu Shi remained by Shi Xuanshang's side. This village was known as Luoyu Village, where Shi Xuanshang, an orphan, was discovered by the village chief amidst the mountains. Without children of his own, the chief raised him as his own. Whenever Shi Xuanshang ventured out, he would wrap the Heng Tsang sword in cloth and carry it on his back. This peculiar behavior drew the attention of the villagers, yet he, displaying wisdom, refrained from revealing Fu Shi's existence to anyone. Xuanshang, take me with you to the mountain today. Otherwise, my mother will keep nagging me. The speaker was the donkey boy. The child referred to as Donkey Y yesterday, accompanied by the lively and spirited girl, Chuning. Both were Shi Xuanshang's playmates. Shi Xuanshang shook his head in refusal. No, you lack the strength. The donkey boy's spirit deflated at his words. Chuning tilted her head, bouncing with enthusiasm. I have enough strength. I can go into the mountains with Brother Shang. The donkey boy, suddenly anxious, protested. That's not fair. If you go, then I must go too. We three cannot be separated. In the end, after their relentless bickering, he had no choice but to take them along into the mountains. Each day, Shi Xuanshang ventured into the mountains, not only to gather firewood, but also to forage for medicinal herbs, which he would sell at the market during market days. He provided each of them with a small hoe. The donkey boy, excited, seized the hoe and, without waiting for Shi Xuanshang's guidance, eagerly set off in search of nearby herbs. This is my first time going into the mountains without an adult. Can you identify the medicinal herbs? Don't bring back a pile of weeds. Spring Cherry did not recklessly charge forward. Instead, she chose to stay by Shi Xuanshang's side, observing and learning. As she watched the donkey's awkward attempts at crawling ahead, she could not help but roll her eyes. Suddenly, the donkey seemed to come to a realization and trotted back, saying, Then I shall learn from Xuanshang first. Shi Xuanshang surveyed their surroundings, noting the absence of herbs nearby, indicating the need to venture deeper into the woods. With a hint of hesitation, he remarked, There may be wild beasts in the mountains. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to remain nearby and try our luck. Oh, the donkey scratched its head. Xuanshang, are we holding you back? Not at all, Shi Xuanshang replied, shaking his head, and silently moved aside to search for herbs. Spring Cherry could not resist giving the donkey a playful jab. The donkey, wincing in pain, clutched its belly as Spring Cherry exclaimed, Xiangu, let us go together. My father often ventures into the mountains and has never encountered wild beasts. Indeed, the villagers frequently traverse this mountain, and I have never heard of anyone encountering beasts. The donkey quickly nodded in agreement this time. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Xuanshang acquiesced, and the three of them ventured into the depths of the forest. The interior of the mountains became increasingly damp and dim, with trees and underbrush thriving all around them. As Shi Xuanshang reminded them to watch their footing, he also taught them to identify the medicinal herbs in the woods. The donkey and Spring Cherry quickly grasped the knowledge. After several demonstrations, they could recognize a few common herbs. The donkey proudly patted its chest, declaring, Let us gather herbs right here. We won't wander aimlessly anymore. Spring Cherry nodded in agreement. Shi Xuanshang, noting their desire to alleviate his concerns, subtly nodded in response. I shall not venture far. I will remain close by. The herbs growing in the forest were predominantly common varieties. To find rarer specimens, one would need to brave the marshes or cliffs, perilous places indeed. Shi Xuanshang recalled spotting a promising herb near the edge of a cliff during his previous visit, and he believed it might have flourished by now. That particular herb was rare and could fetch a handsome price. He made his way toward the cliff's edge. Upon arrival, he confirmed that the herb had indeed grown, although its location was perilously close to the cliff's base, rendering harvesting from the top virtually impossible. Undeterred, Shi Xuanshang secured several vines around himself and cautiously descended toward the cliff's base. The inner voice of his demon remarked, Look at the caution and care exhibited by the Divine One. Fu Shi understood this was a subtle jab at her earlier reckless leap from the cliff of reflection. After successfully collecting the herb, Shi Qianshang began to ascend once more. To his surprise, just as he reached the top, he spotted a wild leopard leaping down from a nearby rock, blocking his path. With a low growl, the leopard issued a warning, poised and waiting for the opportune moment. Shi Qianshang tightened his grip on the hoe in his hand. Just then, a voice pierced the tension. "Beast, leave Qianshang alone." The donkey and spring cherry called out from ahead, instantly capturing the leopard's attention. It glanced at Shi Qianshang before decisively turning to charge at the two. Shi Qianshang's eyes widened in shock as he swung the hoe with all his might. The hoe struck the hind leg of the wild leopard, which let out a roar and paused, hesitating over which side to pursue first. The donkey, trembling, raised the hoe high and shouted, "Qianshang, pay us no mind. We are swift. You should flee as well." This seemed to incite the wild leopard, which charged towards them. Terrified, the donkey quickly pulled Chun-Ing and ran around the woods. Qianshang gritted his teeth, dashed over to retrieve the hoe, and was about to give chase when Fu Shi's calm voice echoed in his ears. "Fool, the sword is the most formidable weapon." "A sword?" Qianshang was momentarily stunned. Gripping the sword in his hand, he instinctively complied. He unwrapped the cloth, holding the long sword in his palm. Despite its rusted spots, its inherent sharpness still shimmered faintly. "Do not resist, leave the rest to me." The cool female voice seemed to whisper against his ear, and soon after, Qianshang felt as if a hand was guiding his own grip on the sword. His eyes widened as he beheld the ensuing spectacle. The long sword in his grasp appeared to come alive, and in an instant he flashed several meters forward, swiftly catching up to the wild leopard. Just as the leopard was about to open its gaping maw to bite the donkey, Qianshang shouted, "Beast, turn back." As the leopard turned, it was met with the sword's sharp tip piercing through its throat. The impact numbed Qianshang's hand, and he instinctively wanted to let go, but Fu Shi restrained him, saying, "Remember, even if your arm is severed, you must not relinquish the sword." Qianshang nodded obediently, despite the numbing pain in his hand. He still clutched the Xiongtsang sword tightly. With a howl, the wild leopard fell to the ground in agony. "Qianshang, how did you do that?" The donkey and Chun-Ing stared at him in disbelief. At that moment, Qianshang, expressionless and holding the long sword, was drenched in the leopard's blood, resembling a cold and powerful sword cultivator. Chun-Ing exclaimed, "Brother Shang, you were so impressive just now." Noticing Fu Shi retracting her power, Qianshang bashfully shook his head. He glanced at the lifeless leopard beside him and said, "Let us carry this leopard back together." "All right." The donkey and Chun-Ing responded in unison. News of their triumph over the wild leopard spread throughout Luoyu village, leaving the adults astonished and concerned. Upon returning home, Qianshang began to meticulously clean the Xiongtsang sword, the fragrance of the soapberry quickly dispelling the scent of blood. The village chief observed his actions and sighed. "Qianshang, I know you are not an ordinary person. If you could embark on the path of immortality, it would be a great fortune." "Grandpa village chief, I do not wish to cultivate immortality," Qianshang replied, puzzled as he turned back. The chief merely smiled and shook his head, retreating into the house. Qianshang silently lowered his gaze to the now clean long sword and softly asked, "Fu Shi, can you teach me some techniques?" Fu Shi let out a light scoff. "You wish for me to teach you without pursuing immortality?" Qianshang fell silent. Just as he prepared to enter the house, Fu Shi suddenly spoke, "After dinner, come to the courtyard. I will teach you without holding back, so prepare yourself." He paused for a moment, then visibly brightened with joy. "Yes. Thank you, fairy sister." The inner demon was utterly perplexed by this. "Didn't you say you wouldn't raise any?" Fu Shi calmly replied, "I have never seen a sword spirit raise a child. I intend to experience it myself." The inner demon. Chapter 6. Spiritual Root Test 2 years later. Fu Shi had been by Shi Xuanshang's side for 2 years. While absorbing the divine power to mend her soul, she observed Shi Xuanshang. He indeed possessed remarkable talent. Even without undergoing the cleansing of bones and marrow, he could effortlessly slay beasts with his mortal frame. Yet, when exactly would the opportunity spoken of by the inner demon arise? "Do not attempt to pry information from me again. I cannot disclose or interfere with matters pertaining to the divine tribulation." "Then what use are you?" Fu Shi displayed her disdain. The inner demon immediately expressed its discontent. "We can chat. I can keep you company." Fu Shi coolly remarked, "That is even less useful." The inner demon sulked in silence. On that day, After gathering herbs from the mountains, Shi Xuanshang made his way toward Luoyu village. 2 years had passed, and the youthful features of his face had become increasingly defined and striking. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, with thin, rosy lips, resembled a young master from a prestigious family, radiating unparalleled charm. Fushi, it seems quite lively in the village today. Before they even stepped into the village, they noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, bustling with curiosity over something. Intrigued by his words, Fushi extended her senses for investigation and unexpectedly detected the presence of a cultivator. However, this aura stirred feelings of nausea within her. She quickly withdrew her senses. Hide your sword and refrain from speaking to me from here on. Understood. Shi Xuanshang promptly concealed his sword within a basket, covering it with other herbs. Xuanshang, hurry. A wandering celestial master has passed through our Luoyu village, claiming our village has auspicious feng shui, and perhaps a few gifted cultivators will emerge from here. Indeed, our Luoyu village is truly fortunate. The celestial master said they would test the children's aptitude. Xuanshang appears to be quite talented. Surely his aptitude cannot be lacking. As soon as Shi Xuanshang entered the village, he was surrounded by villagers, all chattering about the happenings in the village. He politely declined their offers. Thank you, uncles and aunts, but I am already 12. The path of immortality is not meant for me. Alas, do not say that. The celestial master stated that anyone under 15 can participate in the test. Why not give it a try? Despite their encouragement, Shi Xuanshang still smiled and declined. Upon returning home, he found the village chief waiting for him at the door with his cane, seemingly anticipating his return. Grandpa, village chief. The chief nodded. You saw the situation at the village entrance, did you not? You should go for the test tomorrow. While Shi Xuanshang could easily refuse the other villagers, he found it difficult to say no to the village chief who had raised him. Very well. Ultimately, he acquiesced. After all, it was merely a test. Perhaps he would find himself lacking in aptitude for cultivation, and then Fushi might abandon the idea of him pursuing immortality. Yet, the thought of Fushi possibly forsaking him brought an unsettling anxiety to the young man's heart. In the depths of her consciousness, Fushi conversed with her inner demon. The celestial master who appeared in Luoyu village was, in fact, a practitioner of dark arts, the very catalyst that propelled the male protagonist onto the path of immortality. The inner demon remained silent, yet Fushi was nearly certain. In the realm of cultivation, there existed a faction of practitioners who deviated from the righteous path, engaging in nefarious techniques that disrupted the natural order to expedite their progress, known as evil cultivators. In her past ventures, Fushi had encountered several such practitioners, whose methods were ruthless and merciless, viewing human lives as mere fodder. If the villagers of Luoyu fell into his clutches, they would undoubtedly become his prey. Fushi hesitated, pondering whether thwarting the plans of the evil cultivator would alter the fate that allowed Shi Xuanshang to embark on his journey to immortality. Indeed, the inner demon replied, no longer feigning silence. By altering his fate, you must also bear the consequences. Fushi fell into contemplation. The following day, she refrained from conversing with Shi Xuanshang throughout the night. Concerned that the so-called celestial master might detect her presence, he intended to leave her behind. Just as he was about to depart, Fushi spoke up, urging him to take the sword with him. However, Shi Xuanshang hesitated. Understanding his thoughts, Fushi calmly reassured him, fear not, a foundation-building practitioner cannot harm me. Over the past 2 years, she had absorbed a significant portion of the divine power. And though she could not yet manifest a spiritual body, she was capable of wielding the power of the Hengsong sword. Reassured, Shi Xuanshang placed the sword into a basket, concealing it with other items. The village entrance bustled with the same lively atmosphere as the previous day, with the children of Luoyu village meticulously dressed by their parents, who eagerly pushed them to the forefront. Donkey and Chunying were among them. Xuanshang, over here, Donkey exclaimed, waving at Shi Xuanshang. As he approached, Donkey eagerly inquired, I heard the celestial master is going to test us on something today? Fool, it's the spiritual root test. Chunying rolled her eyes at him. Oh right, the spiritual root. Donkey slapped his forehead, recalling that one needed a spiritual root to absorb spiritual energy. Shi Xuanshang nodded calmly. Fushi had already explained this to him. The celestial master appeared amidst the crowd's anticipation, adorned in an ethereal white robe that indeed bestowed upon him a semblance of immortality, particularly as he arrived wielding a magical artifact, provoking a wave of admiration from the villagers. The evil cultivator clearly relished the attention, settling himself at the center of the villagers with satisfaction. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Esteemed villagers, I am a true Taoist cultivator, passing through this place on my journey." He proceeded to deliver an elaborate discourse filled with esoteric jargon, eliciting reverence from the villagers. From his possession, he produced a specialized artifact for testing spiritual roots, the spirit testing stone. The intricate stone gradually expanded in his palm, standing tall at the center and prompting another round of gasps from the crowd. With a sense of pride, he instructed, "Children, step forward one by one. Place your hands upon it, cast aside distracting thoughts, and meditate earnestly." The children of Luoyu village were nudged forward by their parents, and Shi Xuanshang found himself at the end of the line, with Donkey and Chunying following closely behind. The children tested earlier had failed to ignite the spirit stone, and Daozhen's previously calm demeanor began to show signs of fracture. A flicker of concealed impatience crossed his eyes. How could it be that in this village, which faintly exuded a purple aura, not a single individual possessed spiritual roots? With only 3 people remaining in line, the malevolence in Daozhen's gaze threatened to spill over. If none were qualified, he would resort to utilizing the villagers for alchemical purposes. When it was Chunying's turn, she approached with a sense of trepidation. Being naturally sensitive to emotions, she sensed Daozhen's growing displeasure, causing her palm to tremble as it made contact with the spirit stone. Yet, in the next moment, the stone surprisingly emitted a faint green light. "Wow, the stone is glowing," exclaimed the crowd in astonishment, and Daozhen turned his gaze with delight. However, the green light flickered briefly before extinguishing, and his expression shifted to one of impassivity. "Do not rejoice too soon. Though you possess spiritual roots, they are regrettably incomplete, rendering you unable to become a cultivator." The villagers of Luoyu could not help but display looks of disappointment. "Chunying, let me give it a try." The donkey eagerly stepped forward. Chunying, unfazed, felt no inclination towards cultivation and stepped aside for the donkey. The result was similar to Chunying's. The spirit stone glimmered momentarily before fading. Daozhen scoffed coldly, his mood fluctuating as he turned his gaze to the final tester. "If you too lack spiritual roots, then your village has no hope whatsoever." At his words, the villagers of Luoyu cast their hopeful eyes upon Shi Xianshang. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Shi Xianshang advanced. His gaze swept over Daozhen before he placed his palm upon the spirit stone, casting aside all distractions and focusing his thoughts. Suddenly, the spirit stone erupted in a dark purple glow, brilliant and intense, with hints of fierce lightning flickering within. Daozhen's mocking smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Lightning, lightning, bang." Before he could finish his sentence, the spirit stone shattered into a fine powder. Daozhen gasped in astonishment. A premium mutated lightning spiritual root. Chapter 7. The true face of the evil cultivator. The villagers of Luoyu were all astir. Though they were unfamiliar with the concept of a premium lightning spiritual root, Daozhen's reaction indicated its extraordinary power. However, Fushi sensed something amiss. She unearthed the inner demon from the recesses of her consciousness. This is not right. It is said that the divine sovereign possesses a unique and formless spiritual root. Yet how could Shi Xianshang be a lightning root? The formless spiritual root can encompass all things in the world, thus the spirit stone could not detect it. This lightning root may be connected to you. It seems that from the moment he found you, the fate between you two has been intertwined. Fushi fell silent. Daozhen, elated by Shi Xianshang's qualifications, was unbothered by the destruction of the spirit stone. Suppressing his wild joy, he amiably draped an arm over Shi Xianshang's shoulder, enthusiastically spinning grand visions for him. The villagers of Luoyu flocked forward, congratulating Shi Xianshang. Shi Xuanshang skillfully navigated the situation, merely replying that he needed to consult his elders when the sinister cultivator inquired if he wished to join him in entering the immortal sect. Daozhen did not harbor any doubts and nodded with a benevolent expression, firmly believing that no mortal could resist the allure of transcending to immortality. Upon returning to the village chief's home, Shi Xuanshang conveyed the results of the test. Noticing his indifferent reaction, the village chief reined in his excitement and asked, "Do you not wish to pursue immortality?" This time, Shi Xuanshang hesitated before finally shaking his head. He gazed calmly at the elderly man before him, whose white hair and frail limbs bore testament to the passage of time. Although his spirit remained vibrant, the weight of his years was palpable. Mortals' lifespans are all too fleeting. With a resigned sigh, The village chief lamented. It is this old man who has burdened you. Grandfather, do not say such things, Shi Xuanshang replied, supporting him as they entered the house. This is my own decision. The village chief settled down by the bedside, his voice, aged and distant, resonating softly. Xuanshang, you are destined for greatness. If I were to impede your rightful path, I would find no peace in my rest. Returning to his bedroom, Shi Xuanshang placed the Hengcong sword beside the bed. Fu Shi, do you wish for me to pursue immortality? Of course. Fu Shi hesitated briefly between deception and honesty, ultimately choosing the latter. Shi Xuanshang gently inquired, why? Only by embarking on the path of immortality can you fulfill my purpose. As for the nature of that purpose, Shi Xuanshang did not press for details, nor did Fu Shi intend to divulge them. In the dead of night, an unusual rustling noise abruptly echoed through the courtyard, prompting Shi Xuanshang to become instantly alert and venture outside. Alas, Xuanshang, you startled me. The intruder was Donkey, whom Shi Xuanshang apprehended from behind. Confounded by his sudden appearance at such an hour, Shi Xuanshang furrowed his brow. What brings you here at this ungodly hour? Something's gone awry. Spring Cherry has been taken by the immortal master. Taken? Shi Xuanshang's expression froze in shock. Indeed, Donkey nodded. The immortal master claimed to have a way to restore Spring Cherry's spiritual root, and her parents gladly sent her off, but I felt something was amiss. So I hurried to find you. Let us go. Sensing the ominous nature of this immortal master, Shi Xuanshang retrieved the Hengcong sword from his room and departed with Donkey. Fu Shi observed his decisive actions and could not help but shake her head. Your approach will only serve to add more heads to the tally, yielding no substantial outcome. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together, gripping the Hengcong sword tightly. Noticing the subtle shift in his demeanor, Fu Shi scoffed lightly. The adversary is a genuine cultivator. Do you truly believe that with the basic sword techniques I have taught you, you can triumph over him as a mere mortal? Then I shall endeavor to try. Shi Xuanshang retorted sharply. Donkey, bewildered, asked, Xuanshang, who are you speaking to? Shi Xuanshang calmly shook his head. The abode of Dao Zhen was nestled within an ancient temple atop a hillside. As they stepped into this domain, Fu Shi immediately sensed a thick aura of malevolence and a faint scent of blood emanating from the temple. Simultaneously, Dao Zhen became aware of their arrival. He cast a glance at the altar's center, where the bloodied and barely alive Chunning lay, and scoffed disdainfully, his sleeves sweeping to restore his ethereal, white-clad appearance. What brings you here? Dao Zhen appeared before the two unexpectedly, startling the donkey. Yet, at Shi Xuanshang's signal, he feigned composure and stammered, Immortal, Master. I have heard you can help Chunning restore her spiritual roots. Might it be possible for me as well? Oh. Dao Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had initially intended to proceed gradually, transforming Luoyu village into a grand altar, but to his surprise, they had come to him willingly. A benevolent smile graced Dao Zhen's face. Of course, it is possible. His gaze shifted to Shi Xuanshang, a rare hint of hesitation crossing his features. A supreme spiritual root, especially a variant thunder spiritual root, was a treasure even among the grand sects of the cultivation realm. This was the first time Dao Zhen encountered such promising talent. He was reluctant to see him swiftly turned into mere fodder for his alchemical endeavors. At the very least, he should be allowed to flourish a bit first. Master, my grandfather was particularly delighted to hear that I could ascend to immortality and urged me to seek your guidance in cultivation. Shi Xuanshang maintained an impassive facade as he fabricated an excuse. Dao Zhen glanced at the sword in his hand, sensing no waves of spiritual energy. It was likely just an ordinary iron sword, and thus he accepted his words. After all, no mortal could resist the allure of immortality. Yet the time was clearly not right for instructing this lad. He gestured towards a side room adjacent to the ancient temple. You may rest there for a while. I will come find you once I am finished. Very well. Shi Xuanshang glanced at the donkey and proceeded towards the side room. Dao Zhen led the donkey into the ancient temple. Upon entering the side room, Shi Xuanshang untied the cloth from his sword, preparing to circumvent the temple and head to the backyard. Do not be cautious. Fu Shi's cool voice resonated beside him. Dao Zhen had already set up his altar, his consciousness enveloping the entirety of Luoyu village, every movement within it visible to him. Should you delay any longer, your friend may soon meet a grim fate. Shi Xuanshang's pupils dilated in shock as he swiftly vaulted through the window and dashed into the ancient temple. The inner demon, having observed Fu Shi's leniency towards Shi Xuanshang, could not help but inquire, are you truly intent on intervening in this matter? At this point, Fu Shi had surmised the opportunity for Shi Xianshang's transformation and chose to disclose no further secrets. The massacre of Luoyu village has awakened the divine bloodline within Shi Xianshang, igniting a deep-seated hatred that compelled him to slay the malevolent cultivators, thereby sowing the seeds of distrust towards all practitioners. Thus, once he enters the realm of cultivation, any evildoers he encounters shall face even more ruthless retribution. Fu Shi offered no response to the demon, her gaze fixed upon Shi Xianshang, who gripped the Hung Song sword and appeared in the ancient temple's backyard, interrupting Dao Zhan's act of draining the donkey's blood. The backyard had long been transformed by Dao Zhan, the corners of the room dominated by ominous cauldrons emitting a ghastly green mist. Chunning lay sprawled on the altar in the center, her blood flowing through surrounding conduits into the cauldrons. Dao Zhan wore an expression of astonishment. In the next moment, a sinister smile crept across his face. Initially, he had intended to keep you around a little longer, but since you chose to intrude upon me so thoughtlessly, you shall instead serve as my ingredient. He cast the donkey aside and approached Shi Xianshang. The donkey, undeterred, scrambled to its feet and hurried to Chunying's side, its voice quivering with a hint of tears. Chunying, please don't frighten me. Chunying, barely clinging to life when rescued, fainted upon hearing his words. Shi Xianshang blocked Dao Zhan's outstretched hand with his sword. Huh. Dao Zhan's malevolent, triumphant expression froze as he stared at the long sword that obstructed his emerald green poison, disbelief flashing across his face. How could this be? Isn't this merely an ordinary iron sword? Shi Xianshang ignored him, using the sword techniques that Fu Shi had taught him over the past 2 years to thwart Dao Zhan's advance. He turned and called out, quickly, take Chunying and leave. What about you? The donkey, having just lifted Chunying, looked up upon hearing this, only to see Shi Xianshang elegantly wielding his sword, gliding swiftly across the ground like a bolt of lightning. He immediately altered his tone. Xuanshang, hold on. I will go to the village for help. Chapter 8. The contract of the life sword. You shall not escape. By the time the sun rises, everyone will be reduced to ashes in my furnace. Ha ha ha. Dao Zhan let out a bizarre, sinister laugh. The donkey, with red-rimmed eyes, shouted furiously, what kind of immortal master are you? You are nothing but a wicked villain. At that moment, the Hung Song sword grazed Dao Zhan's arm, leaving a vivid crimson mark. Dao Zhan stepped back, his patience completely exhausted. This boy possesses far too many peculiarities. Shi Xianshang faltered, his neck suddenly gripped by a large hand shrouded in emerald green mist. His face flushed as he struggled in vain. Dao Zhan leisurely reveled in Shi Xianshang's agony. Heh, who taught you those sword techniques? You possess some skill, yet alas, you lack spiritual power. Villain, release Xuanshang. The donkey picked up a dagger from the ground, his eyes filled with dread, yet he did not retreat. Fool. Dao Zhan waved his sleeve, unleashing a wave of emerald green poison that sent the donkey crashing against the wall, a pained, purplish hue spreading across his face. Dao Zhan restrained Shi Xianshang, binding him to the altar. A glint of intense greed flickered in his eyes, a top-grade thunder spiritual root, surely a precious tonic. Perhaps my cultivation can break through to the golden core stage in one fell swoop. Just as Dao Zhan prepared to strike, a sudden burst of firelight erupted outside the ancient temple, accompanied by the cacophony of a crowd. Donkey, are you sure the children are coming this way? Isn't this the immortal master's abode? The village chief mentioned that Xuanshang was also missing. Villagers brandished torches, chattering excitedly. Everyone inside froze momentarily. Cough, cough. It's the adults coming to rescue us. The donkey struggled to rise from the ground, shouting out the window. Father, mother, come save us. This immortal master is a wicked villain. What? Upon hearing the commotion in the backyard, the villagers of Luoyu rushed over. Their expressions turned to fury as they beheld the scene within the house and the state of the altar. It is indeed a villain, intent on harming the children. A deceitful charlatan. The villagers' vehement denunciations incensed Dao Zhan. Silence. He barked, his countenance twisted with malice, enveloped in a swirling mist of deep green. In an instant, that mist surged forth, encircling the villagers of Luoyu. I had intended to wait until dawn to rid the world of you. Yet here you are, so eagerly presenting yourselves. With that, the mist ensnared the group, gripping their necks and suspending them in midair. Dao Zhan sneered. Then let us commence with you. Shi Xuanshang's gaze fell upon the village chief, ensnared in the mist, and his composed demeanor shattered in an instant. "Cease," he commanded. "A mere child dares to issue orders to me?" Daozhen regarded Shi Xuanshang with disdain. He opened a furnace, preparing to cast the villagers within, when a sudden, chilling sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere. With a sharp thrust, the tip of a sword pierced Daozhen's flesh. The Hung Tsang sword managed to penetrate only his right arm, eliciting a pained scream and releasing the villagers from their bonds. "How dare you?" he roared, his fury ignited by the sight of blood seeping from his arm. The oppressive green mist surged toward Shi Xuanshang. With a violent cough, Shi Xuanshang spat blood. Collapsing to one knee, his pallor stark, he braced himself against the sword, his face calm, yet his dark eyes gleamed with an intense sharpness, akin to a sword freshly unsheathed. The toxic mist invaded his body, causing his complexion to turn a sickly shade, the veins on his forehead bulging with suppressed strain. Dao Zhen laughed cruelly. "Since you care so much for the lives of these mortals, I shall ensure they perish before your very eyes." The village chief, supported by other villagers, looked weakly towards him. "Xuanshang, it is we who have burdened you." "No." Sensing the chief's desire for sacrifice, Shi Xuanshang shook his head in alarm. The brave donkey gritted his teeth and declared, "Xuanshang, I fear not death." "Indeed, we fear not." The villagers echoed, their faces alight with righteous fury. "Do they truly think us easy prey?" Dao Zhen, infuriated yet amused, retorted, "Ah, a rabble of lowly mortals, yet you possess such spirit. I shall consider allowing you to meet a more agonizing demise." "Do not." The toxic mist tightened around Shi Xuanshang's neck, voraciously siphoning his vitality. His consciousness grew heavy, and blurred figures danced before his eyes. Fushi, are you still there? Are you angry?" His voice was weak, struggling against the ground. Yet he clutched the sword tightly, gripping it even more resolutely. Just as Shi Xuanshang despaired of a response from Fushi, a sigh echoed in his ear. "What is it? Can you save them?" A glimmer of hope ignited in Shi Xuanshang's eyes. "I will accept any condition." "Any condition? Do you truly wish to forge a fateful bond with me, thus entering the realm of cultivation?" Fushi repeated the question, without a moment's hesitation. Shi Xuanshang nodded affirmatively. "I do." A light laugh escaped Fushi's lips. "Then leave the rest to me." The heart demon questioned furiously. "Are you truly prepared to bear the consequences of his actions? To alter the calamity of the divine sovereign? What a heavy price that would entail." Fushi responded softly. "Yet perhaps this could alleviate his sins, guiding him towards a more righteous path, wouldn't it?" The heart demon fell silent in disbelief. "Now, draw a drop of blood from your heart, and let it fall upon the sword," Fushi commanded. Shi Xuanshang complied immediately. At the moment his heart's blood was drawn, his body trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse, nearly losing his grip on the sword. That drop of blood fell into the Hung Tsang sword. "Recite with me. With my blood, I nurture your sword spirit, the sword and my life, bound in life and death. Heaven and earth bear witness, the sword's oath shall endure." With his mind on the verge of shattering, Shi Xuanshang gritted his teeth and recited each word with fervor. As his heart's blood merged into Fushi's divine essence, she was suddenly met with an overwhelming resistance. Deep within Shi Xuanshang's consciousness, a profound and terrifying presence obstructed her soul's entry. What is happening? Has the divine sovereign placed a seal within his own reincarnation? Fushi questioned through clenched teeth. The heart demon, equally perplexed, exclaimed, "This is impossible." The contract had progressed too far for Fushi to abandon it. Fortunately, her divine essence was formidable. She infused the entirety of her remaining power into Shi Xuanshang's consciousness to shatter the seal. Boom! Her soul forcefully collided within, causing Shi Xuanshang to grunt in sudden discomfort. In that fleeting moment, their souls intertwined. Fushi beheld a vast, intricate, and mysterious pattern of seals imprinted at the center of his consciousness. In an instant, a colossal wave surged forth, sweeping away the enveloping mist like Moses parting the sea, cleaving Shi Xuanshang's consciousness in twain and isolating Fushi beyond. At the moment the contract was established, a blinding radiance erupted. A golden heavenly thunder split the thick clouds, striking down fiercely into the array of the fateful contract. Boom! In that instant, the Hung Tsang sword, as if liberated from all constraints, returned to its true master. The rust and blemishes vanished from its blade, now gleaming with a chilling silver light. Under the purifying wrath of the heavenly thunder, All of Shi Xuanshang's injuries were erased. How can this be? Who are you? Dao Zhen's eyes brimmed with terror. Why could this mortal summon the golden thunder that only manifests during the tribulations of transcendent beings? Shi Xuanshang raised his head. Once he lost consciousness, Fu Shi seized control of his body, wielding the Hengsong sword, pulsating with spiritual energy, her gaze icy. I shall take your life. The sword's aura swept forth, carrying the lingering might of the heavenly thunder, pressing down with terrifying force towards Dao Zhen. Ah! Dao Zhen let out a piercing scream of sheer horror. Under the ominous rumble of thunder, Dao Zhen, who had resorted to dark sorcery for his cultivation, was swiftly reduced to a pile of ashes, his soul dissipated. Fu Shi cast a glance at the villagers of Luoyu, who were rendered speechless by the spectacle, and relinquished control of her body. The inner demon incessantly chattered within Fu Shi's consciousness. The highest form of the heavenly oath, life and death intertwined, destinies irrevocably bound. I have yet to witness any sword cultivator establish such a contract with their life sword. Is this not a ruse for children? Fu Shi calmly responded. When raising a child, one must employ a little deception. The inner demon chattered even more fervently. I never imagined that the cold-hearted, single-minded senior sister of the Yijian Sect possessed such a vivid side. The few charlatans in Yijian Sect are truly unworthy of your presence. Tsk. Fu Shi suddenly spoke. Question mark. The inner demon appeared bewildered. Are you mimicking me? A subtle smile seemed to grace Fu Shi's lips. No. Is this your new name? Or do you prefer the title inner demon? The inner demon protested. Tsk. Tsk wore an expression of indignation and disbelief. Such an ugly name. Not at all. It sounds lovely. Fu Shi coaxed it. Tsk. Tisk finally acquiesced. Chapter 9. Embarking on the path to immortality 3 days later. The villagers of Luoyu gathered at the village entrance to bid farewell to Shi Xuanshang. Xuanshang, do be careful on your journey. This is a dry cake made by my aunt. Take it with you on the road. Do not worry, village chief. We shall take good care of him. You can rest assured and pursue your path to immortality. Shi Xuanshang responded to each of them in turn. When it came time for Donkey and Chunying, both had tears brimming in their eyes. Unable to contain himself, Donkey burst into tears as Shi Xuanshang's gaze fell upon them. Wow, Xuanshang, I shall never forget you for the rest of my life. Brother Shang, you must become powerful. Indeed, I will. Shi Xuanshang solemnly assured them. The village chief did not approach. He stood at the back, gazing at Shi Xuanshang from afar, and then smiled, waving his hand. A relieved smile unconsciously appeared on Shi Xuanshang's face. He departed from the place where he had grown up amidst the reluctant gazes of the villagers of Luoyu, embarking on the path of seeking immortality. The nearest city for cultivation to Luoyu village was called Yinqing. They traveled by day and sought a concealed place to rest at night. Given Shi Xuanshang's pace, it would take them at least a month to reach their destination. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Shi took the time to enlighten him about the world of cultivation. Since she had forged a contract with Shi Xuanshang, her absorption of divine power had accelerated significantly. In the cave at night, a campfire crackled to life. Shi Xuanshang leaned against the stone wall as Fu Shi's voice resonated beside him. Having covered the basics, today you shall attempt to guide the qi into your body. Only by successfully drawing in qi and opening your spiritual orifices can you truly harness the spiritual energy for your own use. All right. Shi Xuanshang nodded obediently. Observing him enter a meditative state, Fu Shi sighed in exasperation. She remarked to Tsk. I never anticipated that even Hengsong's sword would be constrained by the contract. The strength it can currently exert is linked to Shi Xuanshang, compelling him to diligently cultivate. Ah, the misfortune of others brings you delight, the voice remarked. The divine bloodline within Shi Xuanshang has yet to awaken, thus the true power of the Hengsong sword cannot be fully unleashed. Fortunately, you are not a true spirit born from the Hengsong sword, which alleviates many restrictions. Fu Shi nodded in acknowledgement. However, she could only temporarily lift the constraints. Her endurance was limited, and should they encounter a high-ranking cultivator, Shi Xuanshang would be left vulnerable. She sighed inwardly, contemplating, from now on, we must act with discretion. Little did she anticipate that as soon as her words fell, Shi Xuanshang opened his eyes and informed her, Fu Shi, I have drawn in the qi. Fu Shi, taken aback, responded with a mere, Upon using her spiritual sense to probe Shi Xuanshang's condition, She discovered that he had not only drawn in the qi, but was also unconsciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Truly, with his formless spiritual root, the already sparse spiritual power in the vicinity surged towards him as if eager to be consumed. Well done. Continue your meditation, she encouraged. Indeed, motivated by her praise, Shi Xuanshang immediately settled down to cultivate. Fu Shi continued to converse. The reincarnation of a divine being is indeed extraordinary. It has barely been a short time. And what of you? Me? Fu Shi replied calmly. When Shaoqi found me, I was already a foundational cultivator. You must have been but a child then, came the incredulous response. In light of its astonishment, a hint of confusion crossed Fu Shi's features. Are you not well acquainted with my origins? The latter part of her statement carried a note of probing. When Shaoqi discovered Fu Shi, she possessed nothing but a broken jade pendant and had lost even her most vital memories. The tone of the voice became somewhat hesitant. You were merely a backdrop. A pawn. How detailed could your story be? I see, Fu Shi responded with a nonchalant smile. In the ensuing days, as Shi Xuanshang journeyed and cultivated, they gradually distanced themselves from the realm of mortals, entering more perilous mountainous forests. The lands inhabited by mortals and cultivators are often separated by treacherous terrains, leaving the vast majority of mortals to live their lives in obscurity, let alone encounter an immortal. Fu Shi stated, once we enter the forest, we must first find a secure location. I wish to impart a sword technique to you. A sword technique? Shi Xuanshang inquired with curiosity. Did you not already teach me? Fu Shi chuckled lightly. That was merely a foundational technique. True sword cultivators possess their own unique styles, and in the future, you too may derive new techniques from your own insights. Ah, I understand now. Shi Xuanshang nodded in comprehension. As dusk descended, the sky was enveloped in a somber hue. Standing amidst the level ground of the woods, Shi Xuanshang held the Hengtsang sword in his palm, attentively listening to Fu Shi's instructions as if her words were a soft whisper in his ear. Your grip on the sword must remain firm. Yes, release it swiftly. Your left leg lacks strength. Concentrate all your spiritual energy at the sword's tip. With focused determination, Shi Xuanshang began to accelerate the speed of his strikes, gradually entering a state of transcendence. Time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly, the Hengtsang sword unleashed a surge of sword qi, sweeping through a stout tree ahead with the ferocity of a thunderclap, cleaving a path of pale violet light through the deepening night. Bang! The great tree was abruptly severed in two, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. He instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, raising his gaze in astonishment, murmuring, "Is this the essence of the sword?" Indeed, Fu Shi's tone was laced with complexity. Ever since Shi Xuanshang had successfully drawn energy into his body in such a short span, he had now comprehended the essence of the sword within just a few hours. Although her instruction in swordsmanship contributed to this achievement, he had only been practicing for a brief period. It seemed that before long, he would grasp the sword's aura as well. Fu Shi mused, the bloodline of a divine being truly harbors boundless potential. Having learned my sword technique, can I not consider myself half his master? Are you no longer content with being merely a sword spirit? A voice interjected. Fu Shi narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing on her lips as she remained silent. Shi Xuanshang, regaining his senses, eagerly inquired, Fu Shi, does this sword technique have a name? Indeed. Fu Shi affirmed with a nod. This sword technique is called Surprising Spring Rain, and it is most suited to your thunderous spirit root. As the saying goes, spring rain startles the thunder, bringing life to all. This technique was originally conceived by Fu Shi after her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, and she had wielded it only once, during a battle against a peak nascent soul beast. Surprising Spring Rain, Shi Xuanshang murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a beautiful name. Fu Shi couldn't help but smile. Surprising Spring Rain consists of 7 levels. For now, you are still at the first level. Cultivate diligently. I will, Shi Xuanshang declared. Chapter 10. The Sword of Destiny is like your wife. Half a month later, they had traversed much of the forest and could faintly discern the silhouette of a distant city. However, the closer they approached the immortal city, the greater the likelihood of encountering ferocious beasts. Fu Shi instructed Shi Xuanshang to remain vigilant. Suddenly, a noise arose. Shi Xuanshang swiftly leaped back, his toes barely touching the ground. A beast had deftly descended from the trees, its gaze fixed menacingly upon him. Fu Shi sensed the spiritual energy coursing through the beast, and her expression darkened. This creature possessed the cultivation of a peak foundation establishment. You are no match for it. Flee. At that moment, Shi Xuanshang was merely a novice at energy cultivation, and his first adversary happened to be a peak foundation establishment beast. Without hesitation, he darted aside. Assisted by his thunderous spirit root, his speed was remarkable, and he soon vanished into the depths of the forest. Yet, the peak foundation establishment beast, clearly reliant on speed, quickly closed the distance. Shi Xuanshang ceased his flight, instead brandishing his sword, the horizontal Tsang sword. With a clash, the sword's tip met the beast's hardened flesh, only to be repelled by the creature's spiritual energy. Shi Xuanshang was taken aback, his caution heightened. The horizontal Tsang sword swept across the ground, momentarily revealing flashes of lightning. Thunder arise. The sudden surge of lightning struck the beast with an unexpected ferocity. Roar. The beast roared in fury as its hind legs were struck by the lightning. Seizing the exposed weakness, Shi Xuanshang lunged forward with his sword. Just as he prepared to strike the beast, it, which had seemed immobilized, suddenly vanished from his sight. Shi Xuanshang froze in shock. Not good. Fushi exclaimed urgently. This peak foundation establishment beast was evidently beyond Shi Xuanshang's current capabilities to confront. A sudden sound of air being pierced erupted behind, as sharp claws tore through the fabric of Shi Xuanshang's back. The imminent danger of death stirred every ounce of spiritual power within him. At that moment, Fushi broke through the restraints and seized control of the Hung Tsang sword. With a resounding crash, the Hung Tsang sword thwarted the most lethal strike and counterattacked. A thunderous roar, more potent than Shi Xuanshang's lightning, erupted through the mountains and forests, sealing off any escape routes for the beast. Beneath the crackling purple lightning, only the charred remains of the beast remained. Fushi's voice faded into silence. Fushi. Shi Xuanshang's lips trembled slightly, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. What is the most crucial element for a sword cultivator? Undoubtedly, it is their life sword. A life sword is akin to one's spouse, requiring meticulous care. I perceive that the radiance of your life sword has dimmed. It desperately needs a specialized maintenance package for sword cultivators. I humbly offer my services as a weapon cultivator, and I believe we share a connection, allowing me to present you with the most favorable price. What do you say? Does it not entice you? Just as Fushi regained consciousness, she heard a strange youth chattering beside her, his sales pitch impressively persuasive. You weapon cultivators truly possess a knack for business. Just as Fushi was about to speak, she caught Shi Xuanshang's inquiry. Spouse? Indeed. The weapon cultivator, noticing his astonishment, hurriedly explained. Don't you sword cultivators all think this way? While you typically scrimp and save, when it comes to your life sword, you are willing to spend lavishly. Of course, I do not mean to offend. Shi Xuanshang pondered for a moment, and then raised his gaze with intensity. Provide my sword with the best maintenance package. The weapon cultivator instantly broke into a radiant smile. Excellent. Esteemed friend, the finest maintenance package is merely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fushi, having frequently ventured out for training, she was no stranger to life sword maintenance, but this was her first experience enjoying it in the form of a sword spirit. However, where would Shi Xuanshang procure spirit stones, having just arrived in Yin City? Unfazed, Shi Xuanshang produced the spirit stones, preparing to hand them to the weapon cultivator when, unexpectedly, a sword cultivator in green attire entered, delivering a swift slap to the back of the weapon cultivator's head. Zayu, he just embarked on the path of immortality. Do not take advantage of him. Sister, I did not. I noticed him cradling his life sword all alone and, sensing its injury, initiated a conversation. Yin Zayu's cheeks puffed slightly. His sword appears to possess remarkable quality. Likely, ordinary maintenance methods will not suffice. Fushi was somewhat astonished. The Hung Tsang sword had become indistinguishable from an ordinary magic tool. Even Shao-Chi might not discern anything extraordinary about it. How did this weapon cultivator possess such keen perception? The green-clad sword cultivator furrowed his brow, disapproving. Are you planning to take him back to the sect? Indeed. Yin Zayu shot a meaningful glance at Shi Xuanshang, affirming, I truly share a bond with this esteemed friend. Shi Xuanshang understood and clasped his hands in greeting. It is an honor. I am Shi Xuanshang, having just arrived in Yin City from the mortal realm. Yin Lu, this is my younger brother, Yin Zayu. We both hail from Yijian Sect. The agile sword cultivator girl nodded in acknowledgement. She hesitated as her gaze swept over the modest attire and composed demeanor of Shi Xuanshang, ultimately resting on the hopeful eyes of Yun Ziyu. and let out a sigh. Let us go? Yay. Thank you, sister. Yun Ziyu, a gregarious and forthright individual, immediately embraced Shi Xuanshang's shoulders and led him outside after receiving Yun Lu's consent. Friend Shi, within our sect lies a dedicated refining pool that will undoubtedly cleanse your destined sword, ensuring your spirit stones yield exceptional value. Coughing slightly, Shi Xuanshang found himself momentarily choked by the last remark. His expression turned somewhat peculiar, yet he merely tightened his grip around his cherished sword and softly replied, You may call me Xuanshang, Yun Daoist. Then you should call me Ziyu. Yun Ziyu readily accepted. Yun Lu cast a knowing glance at her younger brother. Having grown up relying on one another, she understood well that despite Yun Ziyu's seemingly carefree demeanor, he possessed insightful discernment. Were it not for Shi Xuanshang's pure aura, he would not have initiated contact. After pondering for a moment, Yun Lu spoke, Friend Shi, the residence of our Yijian Sect is located on the outskirts of Yin City. So we would appreciate your company as we exit the city. Shi Xuanshang looked down at the quiet sword in his arms and nodded. As long as it benefits her, I am open to any conditions. Yun Ziyu immediately raised his eyebrows in amusement. I told you, sword cultivators would go to any lengths for their swords. Silence. Yun Lu retorted, aware that she was also a sword cultivator. As they made their way out of the city and into the countryside, they approached the Yijian Sect, which was situated on a hillside. The sect was modest in scale, comprised of only a few structures, resembling more the haven of solitary cultivators than a traditional sect. Yun Ziyu remarked, Our sect is small, with my master as the sect leader and only my sister and I as disciples. I believe you have fortuitously embarked on the path of immortality. Would you consider joining our sect? Ziyu. Yun Lu shot him a warning glance. Friend, she must have his own path to follow. Do not impede his cultivation journey. I understand. Yun Ziyu quickly clarified to Shi Xuanshang. Xuanshang, please do not take offense. I speak without thinking. It is of no consequence. Not at all. Shi Xuanshang smiled and shook his head. I truly will not linger in Yin City for long, as my aim is Xiantian City. Xiantian City? The mention of this place caught Yun Lu by surprise as well. The city of the Yijian Sect? That is a coveted destination for sword cultivators across the land. By the way, sister, didn't you? Yun Ziyu's lively tone faltered as he noticed the shift in Yun Lu's expression. Yun Lu quickly masked her emotions. She gently ruffled Yun Ziyu's hair, her tone softening for a rare moment. It is all right. I shall remain here to watch over you and the master. The siblings led Shi Xuanshang into the sect, and before Yun Ziyu could introduce the buildings and their master, the venerable Qingyang Zhenren appeared. Alu Ziyu. Qingyang Zhenren was a spirited, silver-haired cultivator who had reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Given Yin City's remote location and its meager spiritual resources, he was likely the most powerful cultivator in the area. Upon noticing that the siblings had returned with a stranger, Master Qingyang's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Shi Xuanshang. Shi Xuanshang neither flinched nor avoided the inspection, meeting Master Qingyang's appraisal with a composed demeanor. After a brief moment, Master Qingyang withdrew his probing consciousness. Yun Ziyu promptly spoke. Master, this is a friend I recently made. His life sword has encountered some issues, and I would like to assist him with my refining pool. Yun Lu nodded in agreement. Master Qingyang raised an eyebrow in surprise, but refrained from further comment, simply advising, the beasts in the nearby mountains have been causing disturbances lately. You should refrain from wandering about unnecessarily. Understood, the siblings replied in unison. At that moment, a celestial youth hurriedly approached, his expression tense as he addressed Master Qingyang. Master, the guests from the Yijian Sect have arrived. Chapter 11. Reunion with old friends. The mention of the Yijian Sect caused the siblings, who were about to depart, to halt in their tracks. Yun Lu cast a puzzled glance at Master Qingyang, her lips parting to inquire further, only to sense two unfamiliar presences approaching from behind, silencing her abruptly. Fu Shi, initially curious about Yun Ziyu's capabilities as a weapon cultivator, felt a subtle shift upon hearing the name Yijian Sect. Guess who it might be? She teased. Just as her words lingered in the air, a familiar voice echoed. We have come to pay our respects to Master Qingyang. As Su Wui, accompanied by his junior sister Mu Xianling, made their entrance. Su Wui appeared even more mature than before, over the span of 10 years. He had donned a flawless, gentle facade. Mu Xianling, unchanged in her demeanor, surprisingly had successfully established her foundation. Fu Shi was acutely aware of Mu Xuanling's shattered innate spiritual roots and her swift dissipation of spiritual energy, which had previously hindered her from solidifying her foundation. Could it be that Shaoqi had found her a new spiritual route? A wave of nausea washed over Fu Shi at this thought. This fleeting emotional turmoil did not escape Shi Xuanshang's notice. Their souls had briefly intertwined, and any significant fluctuation in Fu Shi's emotions would likely be detected by him. He silently inquired, "Fu Shi, are you awake?" "Yes," she replied. Hearing her voice once more, Shi Xuanshang subtly exhaled in relief. Fu Shi remained silent thereafter, leading Shi Xuanshang to assume her injuries had yet to heal, leaving her disinterested in the guests from the Yijian Sect, solely focused on the care of her life sword. He casually averted his gaze, only to feel a curious stare upon him. Soon after, Mu Xuanling's inquisitive voice rang out. "Master Qingyang, is he your disciple?" Master Qingyang paused for a moment before shaking his head. "This esteemed friend is a companion of my disciple and also a guest of Yijian Sect." Mu Xianling fixed her gaze on Shi Xuanshang, a peculiar confusion flickering in her eyes, unable to discern the strange fortune surrounding the youth. A sudden surge of killing intent emanated from Shi Xuanshang. Su Wui instinctively pulled Mu Xianling behind him, smoothly interjecting, "Please do not take offense. My junior sister has been coddled due to her frail constitution." Yun Ziyu scoffed. "She seems utterly glued to Xuanshang." "Ziyu?" Yun Lu cautioned with a glance, yet she refrained from disputing his remark. Master Qingyang waved his hand and said, "You may go about your business. I still have esteemed guests to attend to." "Yes, disciple takes his leave," responded Yun Ziyu. He promptly pulled Su Xuanshang away, while Yun Lu cast several lingering glances at the two members of the sword-leaning sect before following suit after a moment's contemplation. Mu Xuanning felt reluctant to let the mysteriously fated youth depart so soon. Ever since the upheaval a decade ago, she had found it increasingly difficult to navigate her circumstances. However, upon receiving a warning glance from Su Wui, she had no choice but to withdraw. Su Wui was indifferent to the departure of the three. He turned to Master Qingyang and inquired, "Master, I previously sent you a message. What have you decided?" Master Qingyang responded with indifference. The Yijian Sect was merely a minor faction, wary of entangling itself with the sword-leaning sect. Once they departed from the front mountain, Yun Ziyu could no longer contain his curiosity. "Sister, why would the sword-leaning sect suddenly come to us? Moreover, they sent a disciple of the sword sovereign. This is quite significant." "I do not know," replied Yun Lu, equally perplexed. "Never mind, our master will handle it properly." Yun Ziyu soon cast the matter from his mind, eagerly leading Su Xuanshang into his refining chamber. "This is my refining pool. By the way, what is the grade of your sword? Does it possess any conflicting spiritual minerals?" "I am unsure," Su Xuanshang replied after a brief pause, shaking his head. Yun Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. How can a sword cultivator not know the grade of their own sword? Sensing Yun Ziyu's complex gaze, Su Xuanshang explained nonchalantly, "I found her by chance. Her origins remain a mystery to me." "Is that so?" Yun Ziyu scratched the back of his head. "The first time I laid eyes on this sword, I felt an inexplicable intuition that it must possess a considerable grade." He spoke earnestly. "You must trust the instincts of a weapon cultivator, Xuanshang. You have stumbled upon a treasure." "Indeed." Su Xuanshang did not refute Yun Ziyu's assertion, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. "Place the sword into the pool. I will ignite the furnace," Yun Ziyu instructed. Su Xuanshang complied, setting the Hengtsong sword at the edge of the pool. As the sword submerged into the pool, Fu Shi quickly sensed the abundant spiritual energy flooding into the Hengtsong sword, her astonishment growing deeper. This refining pool not only housed ample spiritual energy, but also possessed remarkable purity. The Hengtsong sword, previously shrouded in a layer of gray, began to radiate brilliance anew, emanating a sharp silver gleam. Fu Shi mused, "This youth speaks the truth. The investment in these spirit stones is exceedingly worthwhile." Upon hearing this, Su Xuanshang directly presented the remaining spirit stones to Yun Ziyu, his expression earnest. "Here, take the remaining spirit stones. Can we allow her to soak a while longer?" Yun Ziyu observed him laying out all his possessions and inwardly marveled at how sword cultivators truly cherish their fate-bound swords as if they were wives. "Ahem. While I would love to accommodate your request, the effects of the refining pool are limited. Beyond a certain threshold, no matter how long you soak, it will be of no use. But rest assured, this pool contains cough." Yun Lu timely interrupted Yun Ziyu's subsequent words. "What is it?" Fu Shi pondered the pure spiritual energy while considering the potential motives behind the sword-leaning sect's approach to the Yijian Sect. perhaps related to the words Yunziyu had been interrupted from expressing. The sword-leaning sect is renowned as the foremost sword sect in the realm, a place where sword cultivators from all corners of the world yearn to belong. Clearly, a remote sect of loose cultivators would not suffice to warrant the personal involvement of a disciple from a sword master. There must be something within that captivates even the sword-leaning sect. Yunlu did not expect Shi Xianshang to be so candid. She nonchalantly probed, as a mortal, "How do you possess such a wealth of spirit stones?" Shi Xianshang replied, "Before entering Yin City, I slew a demon beast and exchanged its materials for this storage pouch and these spirit stones." "Wow, you managed to slay a demon beast before even establishing your foundation?" Yun Zheyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yun Lu cast a discreet glance at the pile of spirit stones. "With such a quantity, you must have slain a foundation-establishing demon beast, correct?" Shi Xianshang nodded calmly. At the peak of foundation establishment, Yun Zheyu's mouth fell agape, and he stammered, "Xianshang, are you truly that powerful?" Yun Lu was equally incredulous. This young man had yet to establish his foundation and could already defeat a peak foundation beast. A flicker of battle intent ignited within her, her palm resting on the hilt of her sword, eager to extend an invitation. "Fellow Shi, would you care to spar?" "Certainly." Shi Xianshang hesitated for but a moment before agreeing. He had never engaged in a contest with a sword cultivator before. Instead of reaching for his Hung Tsang sword, he glanced at a common iron sword in the refining room and turned to ask Yun Zheyu, "May I borrow your sword?" "Feel free," Yun Zheyu replied. Outside the refining room lay an expansive open area. Seeing this, Yun Lu also set aside her spiritual sword and picked up another iron sword. As a wood spirit root cultivator, her swordsmanship radiated with a vigorous and verdant brilliance. Faced with Shi Xianshang wielding the iron sword, which suddenly crackled with violet lightning, Yun Lu's eyes flickered with surprise and contemplation. She seemed to recall something. Letting out a sudden sigh, "Fellow Shi, you too possess a mutated lightning spirit root." "Indeed." A hint of faint curiosity crossed Shi Xianshang's eyes. "Please enlighten me." Yun Lu responded with action rather than words. In an instant, two beams of sword light erupted and clashed within the courtyard, exchanging several strikes in the blink of an eye. Fu Shi observed the situation outside with her spiritual sense. "Aren't you concerned about the two visitors from the sword-leaning sect?" she inquired. "Not at all," Fu Shi replied, her awareness focused on the two figures outside. Watching the sword cultivator maiden, who, under Shi Xianshang's overpowering lightning, still sought a glimmer of hope amidst adversity, a subtle appreciation blossomed in Fu Shi's eyes. This sword cultivator, named Yun Lu, has reached the peak of foundation establishment and possesses a commendable disposition. It is unfortunate that she is limited in her cultivation here. Such a young peak foundation cultivator would be regarded as an inner disciple even within the sword-leaning sect. Could it be that the sect had come for Yun Lu? Fu Shi quickly dismissed this notion. If that were the case, the esteemed Qin Yang would not have allowed Yun Lu to leave just moments ago. With the final thunderclap, the lightning surged forth, and the sounds of swords gradually faded into silence, only to be replaced by Yun Zheyu's incessant chatter. The two had enjoyed a spirited contest, yet they kept it restrained, avoiding any considerable disturbance. After the conclusion of the Great War, Yun Lu's vigilance had nearly dissipated. With a sword in hand, her eyes brimmed with admiration. She then inquired, "Taoist Shi, was that last sword technique your original creation?" "No," Shi Xuanshang replied, gracefully twirling his sword before sheathing it. The mere thought of the one who imparted swordsmanship to him, Fu Shi, brought a gentle smile to his eyes, an exceptionally unique individual who had bestowed such knowledge upon him. A flicker of understanding passed through Yun Lu's gaze. It seemed that Taoist Shi's path to immortality was indeed connected to this esteemed predecessor. Shi Xuanshang did not refute her observation. "Ah, the divine sovereign regards you as a being of distinction," remarked Fu Shi. "A dutiful child," came the teasing response. "That tone seems rather off, doesn't it?" Chapter 12. Trials and Tribulations. Yunziu hastily sheathed his sword, wrapping an arm around each of his companions, and eagerly proclaimed, "I procured a considerable amount of fine wine and delicacies in Yinqing today. Do stay for the night. Let us revel together." Yunlu reminded him, "We must first seek our master's permission." "Oh, right." Yunziu tapped his forehead, then urged Shi Xuanshang to sit on a nearby stone bench. "Xianshang, please wait for us a moment." Yunlu led Yunziu to seek out Qingyang Zhenren, while Shi Xuanshang ventured into the adjoining artifact forging room to check on the Hunsong sword. The sword stood quietly on the bank, having mysteriously left the refining pool. Though its rank was indiscernible, the silver light shimmering from its blade was enough to instill fear in many. Shi Xuanshang approached with delight. Fushi, have you recovered? Indeed, Fushi replied, a playful tone lacing her words. It has been but a brief time since entering the realm of cultivation, and you've already made friends. Feeling slightly bashful, Shi Xuanshang scratched the back of his head. Ziyu and Yunlu are both wonderful people. I wish to linger here a bit longer. Fushi responded with an affirmative sound. Just do not miss the recruitment in Xiantian City. Shi Xuanshang promptly assured her, I will not. Witnessing this exchange, someone nearby hesitated to speak. Do you truly regard him as a child and disciple? Let us not forget, he is the reincarnation of the divine sovereign. As long as he has yet to reclaim his divine identity, he remains Shi Xuanshang. When Yunlu and Yunziyu arrived at the courtyard where Qingyang Zhenren resided, the guests from the sword-leaning sect had already departed. Master, Yunziyu exclaimed excitedly as he rushed in, rapidly recounting the recent events to Qingyang Zhenren and expressing a desire for Shi Xuanshang to stay at Qingyang Gate. A cloud of concern shadowed Qingyang Zhenren's brow. Yet he listened attentively to Yunziyu's words. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. It appears this young Taoist has a connection with you two siblings. Let him stay. Thank you, Master. Yunziyu cheered. Yunlu cast him a sidelong glance. Ziyu, you return to find Taoist Shi. I have matters of importance to discuss with Master. Oh. Yunziyu was accustomed to this, and, scratching his head, left with a light-hearted step. Once she observed his figure vanish around the corner, Yunlu turned back to her master with a serious expression. Master, why did the guests from the sword-leaning sect visit us so unexpectedly? Qingyang Zhenren chuckled and shook his head. Do not overthink it. They have come to seek our allegiance. Allegiance? A look of incredulity crossed Yunlu's face. The foremost sword sect in the realm had personally come to seek allegiance from their modest little sect? The sect consists of a mere 5 individuals. Master Qingyang sighed faintly, refraining from elaboration, and suddenly inquired, do you recall that prodigy from the Yijian Sect who fell more than a decade ago? Without hesitation, Yunlu nodded, of course. During my stay in Xiantian City with my father, I often sensed her overwhelming sword intent passing through. Master Qingyang sighed again. In her generation, numerous talents emerged. We had anticipated they would usher in a remarkable era. Yet, after her demise, those seemingly illustrious clans began to reveal signs of decline. A hint of irony graced his lips. Now, they must resort to plunder. Yunlu's gaze flickered with surprise. Master. To those like them, the formidable sects and families loomed like colossal entities. They monopolized extraordinary conditions and abundant resources, gathering all the talents and dominating the discourse of the cultivation world. The scattered cultivators could only survive and cultivate in the crevices between them. Yunlu was taken aback by her usually composed and modest master's uncharacteristically rebellious sentiments. The emotion displayed by Master Qingyang quickly dissipated, and he smiled warmly, waving his hand. I have grown old and lack the desire to serve as a vassal of the Yijian Sect. However, you still possess a brilliant future ahead. During this period, you should venture out to experience the world. The Yijian Sect would hardly covet an old relic like me. Master, Yunlu hesitated, feeling that matters were not as simple as Master Qingyang suggested, yet she could not untangle the intricacies at that moment. Master Qingyang affectionately patted her head. You are still young. Do not wear such a solemn expression. Your parents entrusted you to me not for you to frown all day. Just as Yunlu was about to speak, she noticed something suddenly appearing in Master Qingyang's palm, causing her eyes to brighten. Sword tassel. Indeed. It is what I promised you, and it is timely to present it before your journey. Master Qingyang handed the sword tassel to Yunlu. He glanced at the sword at her waist, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his features. The Zhuxing sword is your mother's proud creation, and it gained fame in your father's hands. In the future, you too shall follow in your father's footsteps. Yes, Yunlu replied earnestly, attaching the sword tassel to the hilt. Her expression solemn. Master, rest assured. I will undoubtedly become a formidable and outstanding sword cultivator. Good child. Master Qingyang nodded with satisfaction. Shi Xuanshang resided within the Qingyang sect for 2 days before accepting the Yun siblings' invitation to venture into the forest behind the sect for training. Yunziyu was lively throughout, his demeanor resembling that of a leisurely outing rather than a training expedition. Ha, with 2 powerful sword cultivators by my side, I fear no beast that may cross our path. Yunlu scolded him, twisting his ear with a sense of exasperation, Do not assume that as a weapon cultivator, you are exempt from battle. Ouch, that hurts. Yunziyu winced, admitting his fault. I was wrong, sister. Xuanshang, come to my rescue. Shi Xuanshang, however, did not intervene. Instead, he stood by with his sword, observing the scene. Upon receiving Yunziyu's pleading glance, he innocently blinked. I wish to see how a weapon cultivator fights. Ultimately, Yunziyu, with a woeful expression, covered his ear and followed behind them into the forest. He couldn't help but murmur his complaints. With me here, you sword cultivators can charge into battle without worry. It makes no sense for me to be the one to lead the charge. If all the weapon cultivators of Lingshu Mountain Manor held such sentiments, they would hardly be worthy of being the foremost sect of weapon refiners. Yunlu shot him an irritable glare. Have you thoroughly comprehended the scroll your mother left you? As a weapon cultivator, if you do not understand how to wield the artifacts you forge, you are unworthy of the title. Chastened by Yunlu's reprimand, Yunziyu realized that this training experience was markedly different from the previous ones, and his playful demeanor diminished considerably. I understand, sister. I will train diligently. Shortly after venturing deeper into the forest, they encountered a beast, an early-stage foundation establishment creature. Yunlu assessed it with a glance and signaled to Yunziyu, you handle this beast. All right. Yunziyu forced a smile, observing the beast's characteristics and pondering which artifact would be most fitting. However, the beast would not grant him the luxury of time to contemplate. In an instant, it lunged at Yunziyu, watching her brother stand foolishly in place. Yunlu couldn't help but chime in. You fool, you don't have only one artifact. Treat this beast as another artifact you need to refine. Upon hearing this, Yunziyu experienced a moment of enlightenment. Fireball, Skyward Bow, Tremor Pearl. He unleashed the full force of every artifact in his storage pouch, channeling his spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the beast collapsed, dazed and disoriented. Shi Xuanshang remarked, most of Yunziyu's attacks were off-target, but with the sheer number of artifacts he possessed, he truly managed to subdue the beast. Chapter 13. Annihilation. Yunziyu never anticipated he would so effortlessly dispatch a beast, standing in stunned silence for a while. After a moment, he suddenly came to his senses, exclaiming in excitement, Sister, Xuanshang, I took down a beast all by myself. Shi Xuanshang offered enthusiastic praise. Impressive. Yunlu, however, doused his enthusiasm with cold water. You are also at the early stage of foundation establishment, yet you squandered so much spiritual energy. It indicates I have ample room for improvement. Undeterred by her critique, Yunziyu puffed out his chest proudly, his spirit alight with eagerness. I had no idea being a weapon cultivator was this exhilarating. I should have brought more artifacts. I'm going back to fetch mine. You all wait for me at the next resting point. With that, Yunziyu dashed back without giving Yunlu a chance to intervene. She could only shake her head in resignation. My friend, we still have half a day's journey to the next resting point. Let us search for nearby beasts while we make our way there. Understood, Shi Xuanshang replied. With Yunlu being at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, she was evidently an excellent sparring partner for Shi Xuanshang, who had yet to establish his foundation. Fu Shi simply suggested that he challenge Yunlu to a duel. Naturally, Yunlu did not refuse. By the way, my friend, your sword intent reminds me of a long-lost acquaintance. An acquaintance? Shi Xuanshang turned his sword, looking over curiously. Yunlu nodded. I have never laid eyes upon her, yet I have felt the essence of her sword intent. Much like you, she is a rare aberration among thunderous spiritual roots. As she spoke, a yearning glimmer danced in her eyes. She was once the most formidable prodigy of the sword-leaning sect, heralded as the heir to the title of Sword Sovereign. With a single sweep of her blade, she beckoned countless sword cultivators to seek enlightenment from her sword intent. Was she once? Shi Xuanshang seized upon the crux of her words. Yunlu lowered her head, her tone laced with regret. She fell over a decade ago. TSK, what does it feel like to hear your own story from another's lips? Fu Shi mused. It seems my role as a backdrop has borne fruit, she replied. TSK was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Fu Shi had learned to jest about herself. Shi Xuanshang was rendered speechless. Such an extraordinary genius had perished? Yunlu, regaining her composure, observed Shi Xuanshang's astonished demeanor and chuckled. Aren't you bound for Xiantian City? You might yet encounter the sword marks left by that esteemed predecessor. May I inquire the name of this predecessor? Shi Xuanshang asked. Jiang Wu, Yunlu replied. For the next 2 days, the two engaged in sparring while searching for demon beasts. Shi Xuanchang rapidly accumulated combat experience, and the spiritual energy within his dantian grew ever more abundant, nearing a potential breakthrough. Upon reaching their resting point, they paused for half a day, awaiting the arrival of Yunziyu to join them. Yet, as night enveloped the sky, Yunziyu remained absent. Yun Lu paced restlessly, her expression fraught with unease. It's strange. We have traveled at a leisurely pace, and by all accounts, Ziyu should have arrived here around the same time. As these words escaped her lips, Fu Shi sensed that something might have befallen the Yijian Sect. She instinctively glanced at the small white orb flickering in her consciousness. TSK, don't look at me. All I know is that the Divine Sovereign will eventually annihilate the major sections. Beyond that, I am unaware. TSK floated over languidly. Sighing, Fu Shi replied, indeed. You are of no use. TSK bristled. Who is here, keeping you company? Answer me. Fu Shi chose to ignore it. Once Yun Lu sensed the shift in circumstances, she suggested returning, to which Shi Xuanchang readily agreed. Thus, they retraced their steps through the night back to the Yijian Sect. On the following day, as dawn broke, they arrived at the outskirts of Yin City. Before they could approach the Yijian Sect, Yun Lu suddenly overheard passing travelers discussing something vaguely related to the sect's annihilation. Her pupils quivered, and she swiftly intercepted the group, urgently inquiring, "What did you just say? What has happened to the Yijian Sect?" The travelers were startled by her intensity, but quickly relayed the grim tidings. The Yijian Sect has been obliterated. It happened last night. The entire sect was destroyed, supposedly by a demon beast attack. Others are too afraid to leave Yin City. And what of the sect's people? She pressed. None have been reported alive, was the chilling reply. Stunned into silence, Yun Lu immediately sprinted towards the direction of the Yijian Sect. Shi Xuanchang, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried after her. Upon arriving outside the Yijian Sect, a desolate sight met their eyes. Buildings lay in ruins, and the ground bore the unmistakable signs of trampling by demon beasts. The Yijian Sect had, indeed, become a wasteland. Tears welled in Yun Lu's eyes as she desperately attempted to rush out, but was abruptly seized by Shi Xuanchang, who pulled her behind a tree. With a flash of anger, she turned her head and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Hush," Shi Xuanchang replied gravely, shaking his head. "I understand your fury, but you cannot go out now." The anger on Yun Lu's face faltered as she followed Shi Xuanchang's gaze, falling into silence. Su Yue and Mu Xuanning had mysteriously appeared before the ruins of Yijian Sect. Confused, Mu Xuanning asked, "Senior brother, how did Yijian Sect suddenly fall?" "I am uncertain," Su Yue replied, shaking his head. "The cultivators of Yin City said that a horde of demonic beasts erupted last night and laid waste to Yijian Sect." Mu Xuanning fell silent. If that were indeed the case, why did the demonic beasts not continue towards Yin City? They merely annihilated Yijian Sect and departed. Furthermore, the commotion caused by such a disturbance could not have gone unnoticed by the cultivators of Yin City. Su Yue carelessly glanced at the small sect before him. One easily seen through, his tone laced with indifference. "Let us return. The mission has failed." Mu Xuanning turned to follow him, muttering absently. "I truly do not understand why the sect leader would choose this small sect. Only that Peak Foundation Establishment Swordsman holds any value." They had not even entered, but merely cast a glance before leaving, a display of the grand sect's arrogance. Yun Lu clenched her fists at her side. Yijian Sect. Once Su Yue and Mu Xuanning departed, Yun Lu could no longer contain herself. She dashed into the ruins, using her hands to clear the debris. She held back her tears as she moved aside the shattered stones and wooden planks. When she discovered the bodies of the two celestial youths within the sect, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Silently, she relocated their lifeless forms to a nearby clearing, biting her lip fiercely to suppress the torrent of grief and rage that threatened to spill forth. Shi Xuanchang approached her, saying nothing, merely assisting her in clearing the collapsed rubble. "Fu Shi, it was not the demonic beasts causing chaos." "Zhe, how do you know?" Fu Shi calmly assessed. The rampage of demonic beasts would not have precisely destroyed Yijian Sect. The traces of beasts around here appear chaotic, yet they seem to have been deliberately fabricated. Having battled demonic beasts countless times, she was well acquainted with their markings. However, aside from this observation, Fu Shi could not find any further issues. It seemed the perpetrators had cleaned up after themselves efficiently. Su Yue and Mu Xuanning's previous reactions indicated they were seemingly unaware of the situation. But what powerful enemy could a scattered sect like Yijian Sect have provoked? Chapter 14. To drink again and fight once more, master. Yunlu's exclamation interrupted Fu Shi and Zhezhe's conversation. There, beneath the rubble, lay Qingyang Zhenren, his body trapped, with only one battered hand exposed, still gripping a sword. Unfortunately, the sword was broken, leaving only the hilt clutched tightly in his palm, as if he intended to inscribe something upon the ground, but was interrupted. The emotions Yunlu had long suppressed finally erupted. Master, please awaken, awaken. She frantically moved aside the weight that lay upon the body of the celestial master Qingyang, then knelt before him, gently calling out to him repeatedly. Yet, the celestial master Qingyang offered no response. As Yunlu's hand brushed against the sword-wielding hand, the sword, which he had steadfastly clutched, suddenly fell with a soft thud. In that instant, Yunlu felt as though the world had dimmed, devoid of color and life. She looked up, crying out in anguish. "Oh, master!" Shi Xuanshang did not disturb her, instead continuing his search through the ruins for any trace of Yunziyu. If they had managed to prevent his return, might he have escaped calamity? This thought stirred a sense of unease within Shi Xuanshang. Fu Shi spoke gently to him. As a cultivator, you must understand the interplay of cause and effect. This matter is not for you to bear. Shi Xuanshang's emotions faltered momentarily. After a brief pause, he nodded softly. I understand. Thank you, Fu Shi. Yet, Yunziyu was the first friend he had made since embarking on his path to immortality, and his heart remained heavy with sorrow. Yunlu, like a lifeless puppet, knelt blankly before the corpse of celestial master Qingyang, her eyes devoid of light. It was only when Shi Xuanshang informed her that Yunziyu's body was not among the ruins, suggesting he might still be alive, that the spark in her eyes began to rekindle. Really? Her parched voice resembled a withered branch, coarse and heavy. Shi Xuanshang nodded. Yeyu is clever. Perhaps he sensed danger and fled. Yunlu managed to force a bitter smile. She understood that Shi Xuanshang was merely trying to comfort her. And perhaps even he did not wholly believe it, for Yunziyu could not have abandoned celestial master Qingyang. It was far more likely that he had been taken by the true culprit behind this tragedy. The only solace for Yunlu was that being taken meant Yunziyu still had a chance at life. She rose to her feet once again, her sorrowful gaze feigning composure as it swept over the ruins of the Yijian Sect, which had been her home for many years. Master, I will find Yeyu and avenge you. 3 days later, atop the mountain at the back of the Yijian Sect, 3 graves stood amidst the wildflowers that flourished across the landscape. Yunlu and Shi Xuanshang stood resolutely before them. In these 3 days, they had searched far and wide for answers, yet found nothing. The cultivators of Yinqing staunchly asserted that the Yijian Sect had suffered due to a beast rampage, dismissing them as a mere small sect of scattered cultivators, with no other sect willing to intervene. Only the 2 of them remained unconvinced. Yunziyu had been taken, and the evidence that celestial master Qingyang had attempted to leave behind before his demise was irrefutable. There had to be foul play at work. Shi Xuanshang observed as she finished offering incense, then lifted the sword resting on the gravestone. The jade pendant, a vibrant green reminiscent of bamboo, swayed slightly, reflecting a glimmer of jade light in the sunlight. He could not help but inquire, "What about this tassel?" "What about the tassel?" Yunlu replied, picking up the sword and examining the tassel hanging from the hilt. To her astonishment, under the sunlight, the verdant hue gradually faded, revealing the original lighter jade beneath. She raised her eyes in surprise. "What is this?" Fu Shi also noticed the tassel revealing its true form, and a sudden realization flashed through her mind. "Yunlu jade?" Shi Xuanshang quickly asked her in his heart. "Fu Shi, do you recognize this item? The low-grade Earth-tier artifact takes a decade to nurture a single drop of celestial dew, which is beneficial for cultivation and devoid of side effects." Fu Shi nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly grasping why the refining pool of Yunziyu contained such pure spiritual energy, and also understanding the calamity that befell the Yijian Sect. In the realm of cultivation, artifacts are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with earth-tier artifacts being scarce even among prominent sections. It was astonishing to find one in this obscure sect. Innocent men can suffer for possessing treasures. Perhaps the esteemed Qingyang Zhenren was already aware of their predicament and thus transformed the dew jade into a sword tassel for Yunlu, encouraging them to venture out for training. Little did he anticipate Yunziyu's premature return. After listening to Fu Shi's explanation, Shi Xuanshang began to comprehend. Observing Yunlu's perplexed expression, he moved his lips and relayed Fu Shi's words to her. Low-grade earth tier? Yunlu was momentarily taken aback. While she knew her master possessed a formidable artifact, she had no idea it was of the earth tier. No wonder. Her figure trembled, and she suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes glistening with cold mockery. Master is right. Those who live in luxury and feign righteousness can now only resort to thievery. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together and inquired, "What are you contemplating, Taoist Yin?" Yin Lu turned to him. "I do not know how you recognize the Du Jade, but as a newcomer to the cultivation world, I must inform you that it has transformed. In recent years, a peculiar force has been subtly suppressing the emerging loose cultivators." She scoffed coldly. "My father met his end because of this. Shortly after his death, my mother succumbed to despair. And it was Qingyang Jinren who timely rescued my brother and me, establishing the Yijian Sect to protect us. Little did we expect that even the sects founded by loose cultivators would not be spared." Fu Shi was equally astonished that merely a decade had passed, revealing the twisted and pathological side of the cultivation world. During her time at the Yijian Sect, while incidents of murder and treasure snatching by rogue cultivators did occur, the situation for loose cultivators had not been as dire as it is now. No wonder Shi Xuanshang would eventually tread a path shaped not by his own choices, but by the demands of this era. Indeed, the Divine Lord is the one true deity, and his trials of the mortal realm are intrinsically linked to all living beings across the myriad worlds. He must rectify the order of cause and effect. Came a swift response. After laying to rest Qingyang Jinren and the two celestial children, Yin Lu prepared to bid farewell to Shi Xuanshang. She tucked the sword tassel away into her storage pouch. "Taoist Shi, let us part ways here. I hope that when we meet again, you will have embarked on a powerful path. And you, take care of yourself," he replied, uncertain of her next destination but aware that her sole aim now was to find Yun Ziyu and seek vengeance for the Qingyang Sect. "Of course," Yin Lu nodded. "Until we meet again." Shi Xuanshang tightened his grip on the sword, waved his hand, and turned to descend the hillside. "Taoist Shi," Yin Lu suddenly called out to him. Shi Xuanshang turned back, puzzled by her interruption. "You are likely visiting Xiantian City with the intention of seeking refuge under the banner of the Yijian Sect. Although I possess no concrete evidence, I would stake my sword on the assertion that these grand sects are fundamentally corrupt." Yin Lu's expression was grave as she implored you to safeguard yourself, assuring that upon my return with Ziyu, we shall raise a toast and resume our battle. "Indeed, that day will come," Shi Xuanshang solemnly acquiesced. The wind rose, causing the wildflowers on the hillside to sway gracefully in the breeze. The trio that had once shared joyous revelries now found themselves reduced to two, embarking on divergent paths. Chapter 15. Foundation laying. A month later, as Shi Xuanshang neared Xiantian City, he was summoned by Fu Shi, who instructed him to locate a secluded cave to prepare for the foundational laying of his cultivation. Inside the cave, the sound of crackling fire filled the air as Shi Xuanshang stepped in. Fu Shi commanded, "Retrieve the cleansing essence pill." Shi Xuanshang seated himself cross-legged and complied. Fu Shi observed him as he consumed the pill, the body of the Hengsong sword emanating a soft, luminous glow. "Let us commence." For a cultivator, laying the foundation signifies the formal initiation of their journey into the realm of immortality. Achieving this milestone necessitates a solid foundation. This process not only purges the mundane impurities from one's being, but also refines the body, fortifying its essence. Shortly after Shi Xuanshang entered a meditative state, his brow furrowed involuntarily due to the agony wrought by the internal upheaval. The cleansing essence pill would surge through his meridians, expanding them, while simultaneously cleansing the impurities within. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he bit his lip, refusing to allow his pain to escape. "You may vocalize your discomfort," Fu Shi sighed. Suddenly, she was reminded of Zhuo Zhibai's experience during his own foundational laying. Zhuo Zhibai, hailing from a mortal royal lineage, had exhibited a natural aptitude for cultivation from a young age, and his entire clan had spared no effort in providing him resources. Hence, prior to his foundational laying, he had relied solely on medicinal pills and magical artifacts, resulting in a rather feeble foundation. Yet, Zhuo Zhibai remained unfazed, desiring to achieve perfection in a single attempt. At that time, having already joined the Yijian Sect, he had been compelled by Fu Shi to refine his foundation for an entire year before being permitted to lay his foundation. As a prodigy, Zhuo Zhibai had never encountered such treatment, leading him to believe that Fu Shi was envious of his talent and deliberately stifling his cultivation speed. Observing the sudden gathering of ominous clouds in Fu Shi's sea of consciousness, A knowing look crossed Shi Xuanshang's face as he inquired. Could it be that you are thinking of that little char siu from the Yijian Sect? Fu Shi had grown accustomed to his playful jibes, offering a faint smile in response. Her consciousness remained fixated on Shi Xuanshang's resolute and handsome visage, despite her permission for him to express himself. He continued to endure in silence, exhibiting a stubbornness in certain respects. With a resigned sigh, Fu Shi chose to remain quietly by his side. As time drifted by, marked by the dwindling flames of the firewood, the light gradually faded, leaving only smoldering embers. Shi Xuanshang's spiritual power steadily crossed the threshold of foundational laying. Reflecting back onto the Hengsong sword, and Fu Shi likewise sensed her own progress in cultivation. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It appears that Shi Xuanshang's cultivation indeed nourishes my own. Ah, this is merely the beginning. Zhe is an unabashed admirer of the divine. He immediately began to extol, once he cultivates his golden core. Your spiritual form will likely manifest. A night passed. Shi Xuanshang awoke to the melodious chirping of birds outside the cave, slowly opening his eyes. Apart from the abundant spiritual energy within his dantian, he felt an unbearable layer of filth clinging to his skin, rendering him uncomfortable. Thus, he softly uttered, Fu Shi, I shall cleanse myself. Fu Shi did not respond, perhaps still in slumber. Shi Xuanshang exited the cave, seeking a pristine stream where he shed his upper garments and immersed himself to wash away the grime. What are you doing? Upon awakening, Fu Shi beheld the youth with his bare torso, his chest muscles subtly rising and falling. His ink-black hair stood tall, with the lower strands floating atop the water's surface, while a few wisps fell across his forehead, exuding youthful vigor. Fu Shi, startled by her voice, a fleeting look of panic crossed the boy's eyes, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. I am unclean, just washing. That is mere dust. You have successfully established your foundation. Fu Shi took a deep breath. It is my fault. I forgot to teach you the most fundamental spells for cultivators. Shi Xuanshang chuckled foolishly. It's all right. I am accustomed to washing this way. Fu Shi momentarily fell silent. In the presence of others, Shi Xuanshang exhibited a maturity that belied his appearance. Yet before her, he remained that bashful, sunny youth. Once Shi Xuanshang emerged from the water, Fu Shi seized the opportunity to impart some basic spells, such as the cleansing technique, to him. After Shi Xuanshang donned his attire anew and grasped the Hengsong sword, he set forth towards Xiantian City, which served as the stronghold of the sword-leaning sect, a place long coveted by sword cultivators. The city was vast, bustling with cultivators coming and going. In particular, in a few days, the sword-leaning sect would be recruiting disciples within Xiantian City. Consequently, many cultivators aspiring to join the sect had flooded into the city, filling the inns to capacity. After inquiring at several establishments, Shi Xuanshang finally found an inn with a solitary room available, though the price was steeper than others. He had little choice. Excuse me, I would like this room. Get lost. Who are you, a country bumpkin, to compete with me for a room? Before Shi Xuanshang could finish his words, a brute force shoulder-checked him aside. He subtly furrowed his brow, turning to face the sudden intruder. The man was adorned with an array of gaudy treasures, bedecked in gold and silver, eager to flaunt his wealth. He perceived Shi Xuanshang, dressed simply and alone, as an easy target. Yet Shi Xuanshang had no intention of relinquishing the room. A cold demeanor enveloped him as he replied, I shall take this room. You may seek elsewhere. How dare you speak such nonsense? This room is mine. Do you know who I am? The man, enraged by Shi Xuanshang's public rebuttal, seethed with indignation. I am Lu Renjia of the Lu family. Fu Shi, is that a passerby? Zhe, it appears so. Such a lackluster name suggests one destined for obscurity. Lu Renjia revealed his name, yet Shi Xuanshang did not even furrow his brow, directly handing over the spirit stones to the attendant behind him. Please wait a moment. The attendant appeared accustomed to such exchanges. After accepting the spirit stones, he prepared to provide Shi Xuanshang with a room key. Little did he know, Lu Renjia was both astonished that Shi Xuanshang did not recognize his name and angered by Shi Xuanshang's indifference. Enraged, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Seeking death, a fierce sword light surged towards Shi Xuanshang's back, but Shi Xuanshang did not even turn around, effortlessly blocking the attack with his sword. Lu Renjia was momentarily stunned. What? In the next instant, the Hengsong sword severed Lu Renjia's weapon. His expression shattered in disbelief. He bellowed, Impossible. This sword is a top-grade yellow-tier magical tool. Shi Xuanshang glanced at the broken sword on the ground and scoffed. You mean this worthless scrap? You. Lu Renjia's eyes turned crimson with rage. His sword lay in ruins, yet he still had other magical tools in his storage pouch. Without hesitation, Lu Renjia reached into his pouch to retrieve another weapon. However, before he could draw it, a commanding force pressed down on his shoulder, effortlessly halting his movement. Having your sword destroyed, if I were you, I would have too much shame to continue making a fool of myself here. Chapter 16. Calling each other brothers. Who are you? Lu Renjia turned to see a youth clad in a luxurious purple and gold robe, his features strikingly noble. The youth calmly waved a folding fan in his hand, which, despite its delicate appearance, was a magical artifact of considerable rank. Lu Renjia's anger instantly diminished. Rarely using his wits, he cautiously replied, "Friend, this is a matter between him and me." "Oh." The youth snapped the fan shut with a sharp sound, resting it in the palm of his hand, and smiled amiably. "What a coincidence. Observing the countenance of your little brother behind you, I feel we must be brothers of different parents." Lu Renjia's eyes widened in disbelief. Were it not for the magical artifact the youth wielded, he would have already erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What nonsense about being brothers of different parents." Even Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together in silence. He chose not to engage in this farce, took the room key from the attendant, and turned to ascend the stairs. "Wait for me, brother." The youth's clear and anxious voice suddenly rang out from behind, followed by Lu Renjia's frantic exclamations, You too." Suddenly, a slicing sound pierced the air. Shi Xuanshang's expression hardened, yet it dissipated in the next moment. Meanwhile, the astonished voices of other cultivators in the inn resounded. A top-grade mysterious tier magical artifact. The Thousand Mechanisms fan. Shi Xuanshang turned back in surprise. The youth had somehow caught up, and the folding fan in his hand now revealed its true form. Intercepting Lu Renjia's sneak attack. A top-grade mysterious tier artifact. Lu Renjia had not anticipated that this individual would possess such a weapon. After all, magical artifacts of mysterious tier and above were typically owned only by the scions of prominent families. Embarrassed, he sheepishly withdrew his hand and, amidst the astonishment surrounding the Thousand Mechanisms fan, made a hasty retreat, not forgetting to cast a disdainful glare at Shi Xuanshang before fleeing. The young man smiled warmly as he met Shi Xuanshang's inquisitive gaze, gently retracting the Thousand Mechanism fan and beginning to speak. "No need to thank me, dear brother. It is the duty of an elder sibling." Shi Xuanshang turned and began to walk away. Hey. The young man was taken aback by his abrupt dismissal and hurried after him to the guest room's entrance. He blocked Shi Xuanshang's path, casting a glance inside while saying, "Ahem, considering I have assisted you, shall we share this space?" Realizing the young man's intentions, Shi Xuanshang furrowed his brows and coldly declined under the other's expectant gaze. "No." "What?" The young man's smile faltered, and he watched as Shi Xuanshang entered the room, gasping in disbelief before following closely behind. "Let us not be so distant. We are all cultivators here for the Yijian Sect recruitment conference. I am Yijian. May I know your name?" Shi Xuanshang. A flicker of surprise crossed Shi Xuanshang's mind. Yijian's speed was astonishing, and he had not even noticed him entering. She felt a sense of familiarity with the name. After a moment's thought, she cautioned, "His cultivation level surpasses that of the average passerby. Proceed with caution." Shi Xuanshang silently acknowledged her warning. He calmly addressed Yijian, "I prefer solitude. You might want to seek elsewhere." Yijian blinked in confusion. Was it possible that this person showed no reaction upon hearing his name? A pitiful expression crossed Yijian's face as he exclaimed, "Brother, the recruitment conference is tomorrow, and every inn in the city is fully booked. This is the last available room. Have some pity on me. I am not your brother." Shi Xuanshang shot him a glance, unimpressed. Yijian, ever adaptable, immediately draped an arm around his shoulder, saying, "If you allow me to stay just one night, then you shall be my brother." Shi Xuanshang hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Yijian, sensing an opportunity, began to flaunt his wealth. "I won't stay for free. I have spirit stones and magical artifacts. What do you need? Do you require spirit liquid?" Yijian abruptly ceased his chatter, biting his lip in disbelief. "You perceive it as expensive. Yet you only seek the most trivial spirit liquid for artifact refinement. Spirit liquid is specifically designed to restore artifacts and dispel impurities, and the refining pool of Yunziyu contained a considerable amount of it." Having been educated by Yijian, Shi Xuanshang now understood how to maintain his cherished sword. He then inquired again, "You do not possess any?" I do. Yijian quickly produced a vial of spirit liquid, exclaiming, This has been extracted from over a dozen high-grade spiritual mines. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary spirit liquids by 100-fold. Hearing this, Shi Xuanshang's expression softened slightly as he accepted He Hanqing's payment for the room, choosing to disregard him afterward. However, He Hanqing's curiosity about him only grew. Despite Shi Xuanshang's indifference, He Hanqing had no qualms about pursuing him. Are you a rogue cultivator? You appear quite youthful. Have you just embarked on your path to immortality? Where do you reside? Do you have any siblings? Would you consider becoming sworn brothers with me? I assure you, you will not lack for good food and drink in the future. Speaking of food, let me treat you to a grand feast. Shi Xuanshang initially intended to ignore him, but to his surprise, He Hanqing was so forward that he grasped his arm and began to lead him outside. Shi Xuanshang maintained a stern expression. I need to cultivate. Don't become a foolish hermit. Eating is of utmost importance. The cuisine at this inn is among the finest in Xiantian City. He Hanqing shot him a sidelong glance, then assertively dragged Xianshang down the stairs. Fu Shi couldn't help but chuckle, remarking to himself, He Hanqing is indeed an amusing individual. Seeing that he could not resist, Xianshang resignedly replied, I understand. Let go of me. I can walk by myself. What if you slip away halfway? He Hanqing persisted, still holding on to him and firmly seating him at a table. He summoned the waiter, commanding, bring out your establishment's signature dishes. As he spoke, he placed a high-grade spirit stone on the table. This should suffice. Of course, esteemed guests, please wait a moment. The waiter's demeanor shifted to one of respect upon seeing the spirit stone. He Hanqing continued to attempt to engage the cold-faced Xianshang in conversation, but regrettably, Xianshang showed little interest in his trivial chatter, maintaining his silence. It was not until He Hanqing mentioned his sword that Xianshang's attention was piqued. Your sword must be at least in Xian tier artifact, for it could not have effortlessly severed Lu Rinjia's blade otherwise. It was merely coincidence. That person is but a facade. Oh, He Hanqing's eyes narrowed, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded him. Indeed, you sword cultivators cherish your life, swords above all. His tone was assertive, yet Xianshang remained unresponsive. He Hanqing only spoke half the truth. What truly mattered was the essence contained within the life sword. If Fu Shi were to manifest in another form, he would still hold significance. Suddenly, Fu Shi interjected, ask him why he came to the Yijian Sect's recruitment conference. Xianshang calmly looked up. You are an artifact cultivator. Is that not evident? He Hanqing waved his Qinji fan, partially concealing his face, revealing only his cunning fox-like eyes as he grinned at Xianshang. An artifact cultivator attending a sword cultivator's recruitment conference? He coughed lightly, momentarily taken aback. Because I am eager to improve. Xianshang raised an eyebrow. Fu Shi noted Xianshang's incredulous glance, and He Hanqing lifted his brow. There is no rule in the cultivation world that dictates I must follow a single path. This was indeed true. However, centuries of validation have shown that mastering a singular path to its utmost is evidently the answer. The prominent sects of today are all those that have reached the pinnacle within their respective domains. Fear not, He Hanqing said, casually draping his arm over Xianshang's shoulder, grinning broadly. Once we become fellow disciples, with me, an artifact cultivator, backing you, mastering the sword of the world will be within reach. His demeanor was playful, yet the words he spoke were audacious, as if he believed that even if Xianshang were merely an ordinary person, he could mold him into a formidable sword cultivator. Xianshang, however, did not display any surprise at He Hanqing's offered olive branch. He removed He Hanqing's arm from his shoulder and observed as the waiter presented the establishment's signature food and drink, saying, thank you for your kind offer. He Hanqing's previously cunning expression faltered. He began to doubt whether he had misjudged Xianshang. Could it be that he was truly just a rustic cultivator with little discernment? Otherwise, why would he remain unmoved despite all his attempts to entice him? After being rebuffed for the third time, He Hanqing transformed his frustration into appetite. Fu Shi could not help but ponder. Surname He. Master craftsman. She seemed to have surmised the identity of He Hanqing, the esteemed master craftsman of the world, the lord of Ling Su Mountain. Also bears the surname He and has a single son. Chapter 17. Inquiring the heart. The next day, as dawn broke, the scattered cultivators in Xiantian City began to stir, a multitude making their way to the expansive square. Shi Xuanshang was among them, surveying his surroundings, noting the youthful and inexperienced faces. Some were dressed in simple garb and ventured alone, while others were adorned in fine silks, accompanied by escorts. After being forcibly roused by Shi Xuanshang, He Hanqing trudged along, his eyes still glazed with sleep, nearly collapsing onto Shi Xuanshang. Just as he stifled his fifth yawn, Shi Xuanshang could no longer restrain himself. If you cannot even rise with the dawn, how do you aspire to be a sword cultivator? He Hanqing momentarily jolted awake from the provocation, but soon succumbed to lethargy once more. I'm far too tired, brother. Call me when we arrive, he mumbled. Shi Xuanshang sighed. No matter how much he resisted, He Hanqing had unilaterally determined that they were brothers by different mothers. Fu Shi, observing the sudden weight of years upon Shi Xuanshang, could not help but chuckle. In a certain light, He Hanqing might be your nemesis. At this, Shi Xuanshang felt even more exasperated. The square was now teeming with over 1,000 individuals, all gathered for the recruitment event of the Yijian Sect, comprising both scattered cultivators and scions of noble families. Upon arrival, Shi Xuanshang noted a stark division between the scattered cultivators and the noble descendants, akin to opposing sides in a game of chess. He pressed his lips together, guiding He Hanqing to the central boundary. Is it you? Just as he was about to rouse He Hanqing, a familiar voice called out. Turning to his right, he saw Lu Rinjiao, the one who had provoked him yesterday, flanked by 2 watchful guards. Was Lu Rinjiao a descendant of a noble family? Shi Xuanshang disregarded him with indifference. How infuriating! Lu Rinjiao clenched his fists, casting a wary glance at He Hanqing, suppressing his frustration. He refused to believe that the two could remain together indefinitely. Suddenly, a pale golden array descended from the heavens, enveloping a section of the square, followed by a commanding voice. Participants in the selection, enter the array. All others retreat 100 meters. Humph. Lu Rinjiao shot Shi Xuanshang a glare, hastily advancing past him. He was determined not to be outdone by a scattered cultivator devoid of connections or resources. The others began to move as well. TCH, the Lu family barely holds any standing before the noble families. They can only flaunt their power before scattered cultivators. Unbeknownst to them, He Hanqing had regained consciousness. Grabbing Shi Xuanshang's arm firmly, he strode forward, declaring, "Come, for you are under my protection." He led Shi Xuanshang into the array, positioning himself beside Lu Rinjiao. He Hanqing appraised Lu Rinjiao, and, under the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, slowly gestured at his throat, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, laden with veiled threats. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Rinjiao stammered, taken aback. Lu Rinjiao's face was flushed with anger, yet beneath it lay an unmistakable trace of fear. After all, this was the territory of the Yijian Sect. He Hanqing blinked innocently and asked, "My friend, what troubles you? Why the sudden outburst?" Lu Rinjiao, upon meeting the bewildered gazes of others, especially after noticing the appearance of disciples from the Yijian Sect, he felt his face grow hot and shamefully averted his eyes. A group of individuals descended from the mountain on their swords, all donned in the attire of the Yijian Sect, their identities unmistakable, with insignias hanging from their waists. Through the eyes of Shi Xuanshang, Fu Shi recognized a familiar group. Is that Zai Kashao accompanied by a demoness? Zizis also observed Fu Shi's revelations, curling its lip in disdain. Fu Shi furrowed her brow and inquired, "Demoness?" Zizis replied, "Humph, Mu Shuling's aura feels off. She may possess secret techniques. I failed to notice it before. Perhaps her techniques have gone awry in the past decade." Secret techniques? Fu Shi pondered. Compared to conventional practices, secret techniques were evidently more clandestine and extreme, as even Fu Shi had never encountered anyone wielding such abilities. Zizis cautioned her, "Be wary of this demoness. Do not fall into her schemes." Understood, Fu Shi acknowledged. Only those at the Golden Core stage could manipulate swords, while Mu Shuling was merely at the initial stage of foundation building. Thus, she was evidently reliant on Zhuoji Bai. Upon seeing familiar faces, He Hanqing instinctively hid behind Shi Xuanshang. How peculiar that an outer sect disciple selection would attract even the disciples of the Sword Sovereign. Shi Xuanshang glanced back at him. "What are you afraid of? If you intend to participate in the selection, you will inevitably encounter them." He Hanqing chuckled awkwardly. "It's better to meet them later." As the disciples of the Yijian Sect landed around the square, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue elder's robe emerged from a circular platform above. He spoke slowly. "Welcome, everyone, to the selection of the Yijian Sect. I am Elder Dai, the person in charge of this selection." Elder Dai? Fu Shi had some recollection of him. He was responsible for outer sect affairs, and although somewhat rigid, he was known for valuing talent. Elder Dai continued, "This selection consists of 4 stages. The first stage is the heart's inquiry. He lowered his gaze, his serious expression sweeping across the thousands gathered below, and abruptly stated, "Eliminate your opponents." At this proclamation, chaos erupted among the crowd. Eliminate those around them? What sort of assessment was this? He Hanqing, startled, leaped from behind Shi Xuanshang. Meeting Shi Xuanshang's contemplative gaze, he hurriedly proclaimed his innocence. "I would never harm my own brother." Shi Xuanshang's eyelid twitched. As the others remained confused and hesitant, Shi Xuanshang acted decisively. Summoning the Heng Tsang's sword into his palm and pressing it directly against Lu Renjia's neck. "You." The cold blade was mere inches from his skin. Lu Renjia gulped nervously, trembling as he spoke. "Let us discuss this calmly. I can offer you as many spirit stones or magical artifacts as you desire." He was certain that Shi Xuanshang would not refuse, for resources were the most scarce for Lu's cultivators. Unexpectedly, Shi Xuanshang, with an unwavering countenance, propelled him to the forefront, gazing at the disciple of the Yijian Sect standing tall before them, and coldly inquired, "Did you pass?" The disciple, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Shi Xuanshang and nodded, "Passed." He then turned to Lu Renjia, stating, "You are eliminated." Lu Renjia's expression was one of shock. What? He was eliminated without even passing the first round. A surge of resentment welled up within him, and he cast a venomous glare at Shi Xuanshang, only to be ejected by the formation the next moment. "Damn it, you will pay for this." Shi Xuanshang remained indifferent to Lu Renjia's ominous words as he stood sternly behind the disciple of the Yijian Sect. "What about me? Did I pass?" At the moment Shi Xuanshang took action, He Hanqing also comprehended the situation, seizing an unfortunate passerby and dragging him to the front. "Passed." He Hanqing joyfully positioned himself beside Shi Xuanshang. Chapter 18. Mirage and Moonlight. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform of the square, Elder Dai observed the live scene reflected in the water mirror. Upon seeing Shi Xuanshang, the first to pass, a satisfied expression crossed his face. Intelligent, decisive, composed, this young man's temperament seems quite commendable. Zhuo Zibai, self-proclaimed as a prodigy, held no interest in the outer door selection, yet he was the examiner for the third round. However, Mu Xuanning was quite intrigued. She obediently sat beside Elder Dai, eager to discern if there were any individuals among this group endowed with fortune, when unexpectedly, she caught sight of Shi Xuanshang. "It's him." Did Xuanning recognize this young man? Hearing this, Elder Dai turned to her in surprise. Mu Xuanning offered a sweet smile. "I encountered him previously when I went out with my second senior brother. We have had no interaction." "I see." Elder Dai did not pursue the matter further. Mu Xuanning's gaze was fixed intently on Shi Xuanshang in the water mirror, her mind already formulating plans. She still could not discern the young man's fortune, but if he could enter the Yijian Sect, it would be beneficial for her. After Shi Xuanshang and He Hanqing consecutively passed, the remaining participants began to react. Instantly, the arena erupted into various battles. Fortunately, the formation of Yijian Sect remained steadfast, sparing the onlooking crowd from harm. The number of individuals ejected from the formation increased, and within just an hour, only half remained on the field. As the last individual passed, Elder Dai stood and moved outside. He spoke aloud. "Congratulations to all for passing the first round. The second round, Mirage and Moonlight, will commence next." As his words fell, he suddenly flung a magical artifact downwards. The artifact expanded mid-air, gradually transforming into a bronze cauldron, within which a thick incense was burning. This item was called Dream Incense. After 3 breaths in a meditative state, you would fall into a dream guided by the Dream Incense, a realm both real and illusory, testing your heart's path. When the Dream Incense burns out, if you have not awakened from the dream, it will be considered an elimination. Now, everyone, please sit and enter a state of meditation. As Elder Dai's words concluded, the remaining participants eagerly sought a position to enter a meditative state. He Hanqing and Shi Xuanshang sat cross-legged. "Brother, are you all right?" He cast a worried glance at him. Generally, those who have just entered the realm of cultivation find it difficult to sever their ties to the mortal world, and the success rate for such trials is exceedingly low for them. "How about I lend you my magical artifact?" He Hanqing suggested, preparing to assist Shi Xuanshang in a rather dubious manner. "I possess a cleansing pearl, specifically designed to counter illusions." Fu Shi raised an eyebrow. "The cleansing pearl, a high-grade artifact of the Xian tier. Your generous brother is quite benevolent towards you." "He is not my brother." Shi Xuanshang promptly declined He Hanqing's proposal, asserting that it was unnecessary. With that, he entered into meditation. After a brief moment, Shi Xuanshang felt himself gliding over a misty, ethereal lake. The cold water awakening his senses. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Towering palatial structures loomed amidst the surrounding peaks, with white jade steps partially obscured by swirling clouds. This vista was clearly unlike any place he had ever known. As a few disciples soared by on their swords, Shi Xuanshang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of their disciple robes. The Sword Reliance Sect? Meanwhile, Fu Shi fell silent upon recognizing the unfolding scene. She murmured, "Why does he see my past?" Zhezhe pondered before replying, "Perhaps your obsession runs deeper than Shi Xuanshang's?" Their souls had briefly intertwined, binding them together, though they had not yet reached a profound connection, especially considering that Fu Shi currently resided in his consciousness as a sword spirit. Noticing Fu Shi's frown and silence, Zhezhe inquired, "Do you not wish for Shi Xuanshang to recognize you as Jiang Wu?" "No." Fu Shi denied it, but refrained from explaining why. Shi Xuanshang was witnessing the unfolding of her past perspective. "Fu Shi, can you see this scene?" "Yes." Fu Shi hesitated for a moment, but chose to respond. "This is not your obsession. You can shatter the illusion and leave at any time." Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together. "I wish to stay and observe. Is that permissible?" This illusion likely stemmed not from his own desires, but from his sword spirit. Had Fu Shi once been a disciple of the Sword Reliance Sect? Not all swords gave rise to sword spirits, and his spirit was evidently unique. Shortly after entering the realm of cultivation, Shi Xuanshang became aware of this distinction. Fu Shi fell silent once more. Shi Xuanshang's perspective began to shift. He soared into the air, standing aloft, enveloped by the wind, and then descended upon a peak among the mountains. The temperature here was warmer than elsewhere, and the majesty of the palace was more imposing, exuding an air of grandeur. He landed before the palace doors, deftly sheathing his sword, and strode purposefully into the hall. Eventually, he halted before a tightly closed cave entrance and, with a resounding thud, knelt down. "Disciple seeks an audience with the master. I earnestly request that the master take him as a disciple. I vow to shoulder the responsibilities of a senior and guide him well, never becoming a burden to the master." Having spoken, he gazed expectantly ahead. Yet, the occupant of the chamber offered no response, but he remained undeterred, calmly kneeling in silence. As the horizon darkened, the chill of the night seeped into the mountains. Yet he remained devoid of answers. On the second and third days, he resembled a numb, meditative ascetic, his expression neutral, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Even as his knees bled from wear, his back remained upright. It was not until the dawn of the fourth day that the cavern before him opened. Bowing his head, he knelt on the ground and called out, "Master." The figure approached him, seemingly intent on assisting him, yet their hand lingered suspended in the air. A voice, tinged with indecipherable emotions, resounded from above. "If I had not emerged, would you have chosen to leave?" "Yes." He nodded without a moment's hesitation. The enemies pursuing the young man were a faction of malevolent cultivators. Should he depart from the sword-leaning sect, he would undoubtedly face further peril. Having saved him, he had accepted this karmic bond. With a sigh, his master appeared to relent. "Very well, I shall take him as my disciple. But you must enter seclusion for a year, during which you cannot see him." "Agreed. Thank you, master," he responded without a hint of reluctance. For cultivators, seclusion was a common practice, ranging from a few months to several decades. Fu Shi had not anticipated that the obsession captured in the illusion would be this particular memory. In her determination to secure Su Wuyo's acceptance by Shaoqi, she had knelt at the cavernous entrance for 3 days and nights. Although Su Wuyo had little interest in sword practice, he was obedient, albeit excessively clingy. Guilt over their year-long separation led her to indulge him. Had she not rescued Su Wuyo, perhaps she would not have raised such a cunning and ambitious wolf in sheep's clothing. Chapter 19. Martial Trials. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, He Hanqing anxiously paced beside Shi Xuanshang, his gaze fixated on the dwindling dream incense. Presently, only a third of those present had awakened. The majority remained ensnared in the entanglements of mortal desires, unable to liberate themselves. He Hanqing muttered, "Brother, why do you insist on putting on a brave face? Time is running out." Elder Dai also observed Shi Xuanshang's condition through the water mirror. The longer one lingered in the illusion, the deeper the obsession, making the path of cultivation increasingly arduous. Elder Dai shook his head in disappointment. Alas, it seems this young man merely stumbled through the first trial by chance. Mu Shuling's eyes flickered with suspicion. If he were truly favored by destiny, how could he be ensnared by such a trivial illusion? Had she misjudged him? Within the illusion, Fushi sensed the situation outside and cautioned, "It is time to leave. The moment approaches." Understood. Shi Xuanshang nodded. The Hung Tsang sword appeared suddenly in his hand. He glanced at the scene before him and swung his sword to sever the illusion. Crack, crack, crack. The illusion shattered into countless fragments, collapsing in an instant. Excellent. As Shi Xuanshang opened his eyes, He Hanqing joyfully rushed towards him. Had you been a second later, this trial would have concluded. In the next moment, the dream incense was entirely consumed. Those who had not yet awakened were promptly expelled by the formation, eliminated from the trial. Only a little over 200 remained. Elder Dai reappeared, declaring, "Congratulations to all for passing the second trial and advancing to the third martial test." Martial test? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the prospect of sparring with the disciples of the sword-leaning sect. As soon as the words were spoken, a blazing long sword suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloped in a fierce aura, and plunged straight into the center of the square. Around the sword, a fiery arena gradually formed. Zhuo Zhibai stepped out from the pavilion, arms crossed over his chest, gazing down with an air of arrogance, languidly declaring, "Whoever can touch this swift fire sword shall pass this trial." Elder Dai hesitated, contemplating the temperament of this disciple of the sword master, ultimately acquiescing to his approach. The swift fire sword. He is the third disciple of the sword master, Zhuo Zhibai. He is indeed a golden core cultivator. The crowd below buzzed with speculation, as He Hanqing draped his arm over Shi Xuanshang's shoulder, rolling his eyes. Puffed. What a show. Shi Xuanshang refrained from immediate action, instead observing those eager to step forward. However, as soon as they approached the sword arena, they were repelled. Some even found their garments singed by the flames, frantically attempting to extinguish the fire. Fushi remarked, "Though this sword arena appears formidable, it is merely a fade." Shi Xuanshang promptly inquired, "Fushi?" Fushi continued, "Zhuo Zhibai is exceedingly proud, never considering his own weaknesses, yet there exists a flaw in this sword arena. One must simply identify it for the arena to dissipate." Understood. Shi Xuanshang mentally affirmed. Fushi seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of Zhuo Zhibai, indicating her previous affiliation with the sword-leaning sect. Observing the initially eager crowd, now stricken with trepidation after being harmed by the sword arena, Zhuo Zhibai disdainfully snorted. A bunch of useless fools. These individuals could never compare to the third senior brother. Mu Shuling stood beside him, beaming, as the third senior brother was merely fulfilling the second senior brother's instructions, lest the second brother misunderstand his idleness. Who cares about that fellow? A glint of darkness flickered in Zhuo Zhibai's eyes, yet he chose not to elaborate. The matters between him and Su Wui were not for Mu Shuling to know. While some faltered in fear, others were spurred to action. The majority dreaded the searing flames of the sword arena, yet a handful resolved to confront it directly, enduring burns and scars as they charged into the arena, reaching for the swift fire sword. Success. With the first example set, others followed suit. Progressively more individuals entered the arena, albeit all sustaining injuries. Elder Dai sighed. The single-mindedness of sword cultivators, determined to endure injuries. Just then, a figure burst into his vision. It was the young man he had initially favored. He stood before the sword arena, yet did not act immediately, instead pondering something. Elder Dai paused, deciding to observe his next move. Shi Xuanshang ignored those around him rushing into the sword arena, instead circling the arena. He Hanqing, uncertain of his intentions, followed suit. "Little brother, we've walked 3 laps now. What are you searching for?" "A flaw," Shi Xuanshang replied abruptly. Suddenly, under He Hanqing's puzzled gaze, he extended his hand and seized the fleeting gap amidst the flames where a flaw had materialized in an instant. He grasped that gap, channeling his spiritual energy. Boom. The enveloping flames instantly transformed into a cascade of glowing embers. The sword arena dissipated, leaving the would-be challenger utterly bewildered. What is happening? The sword arena has vanished. Could it be his doing? Impossible. Zhuo Zhibai sprang to his feet, his figure vanishing from the pavilion as he furiously brandished the flame sword, directing it towards Shi Xuanshang. How can a mere foundation establishment cultivator breach my sword arena? The onlookers were taken aback by Zhuo Zhibai's sudden aggression, instinctively retreating. Shi Xuanshang stood his ground, meeting Zhuo Zhibai's furious gaze, and calmly replied, "Once you discover your weakness, the sword arena will naturally fall." "Impossible," Zhuo Zhibai retorted with lightning speed. He bit his lip. The weakness of his sword arena was known to very few. So how could this obscure rogue have learned of it? I have shattered your sword arena. Which is proof enough. Presumptuous. Zhuo Bai, enraged and humiliated, was about to strike. Stop. Elder Dai's eyelids twitched violently. Astonished that Zhuo Bai would act so recklessly against a participant in the selection. Bang. The flame sword was intercepted by the 1000-mechanism fan as He Hanqing deflected the attack. For someone claiming to be a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, you truly lack martial virtue. You. Zhuo Bai gazed at the suddenly appearing He Hanqing in disbelief. He Hanqing, how could you be here? That's none of your concern. He Hanqing replied lazily. I am here to accompany my good brother and, incidentally, to participate in your Yijian Sect selection. Zhuo Bai's fury was far from abated. Are you out of your mind? Wait, He Hanqing. Elder Dai hurriedly approached the scene, his expression tense as he scrutinized He Hanqing, confirming his identity. Is this young man not the young master of Lingshu Mountain Manor? Ahem, yes, that's me. He Hanqing cautiously glanced at Shi Xuanshang, relieved to see that his surprise was fleeting, returning to an expressionless demeanor, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. A stoic face indeed. The renowned master of artifact refinement, Lingshu Mountain Manor. How could the young master participate in the Yijian Sect selection? Elder Dai was equally astonished that the young master of Lingshu Mountain Manor would join the festivities at their Yijian Sect. His eyelid twitched as he quickly said, Young master, once you tire of this, please return to Lingshu Mountain Manor promptly. Alas, Elder Dai, if I pass your assessment, would that not mean I could also become a disciple of the Yijian Sect? Elder Dai gasped in shock, fearful of accepting him. Young master, please do not jest. If you insist on this, I shall have no choice but to inform your father. Don't. At the mention of his father, He Hanqing's expression visibly panicked. He muttered, I won't join. Is that satisfactory? He then pointed at Shi Xuanshang, saying, Elder Dai, this is my sworn brother. He has breached Zhuo Bai's sword arena, showcasing remarkable talent. You must cultivate him well in the Yijian Sect. Chapter 20. Entangled in one's own web. Elder Dai looked at Shi Xuanshang in astonishment, surprised that this young man had garnered the favor of the young master of Lingshu Mountain Manor. Zhuo Bai scoffed, so? You assisted him in cheating to breach my sword arena? Does your sword arena even require cheating? He Hanqing promptly retorted. He smiled slyly, swaying the folding fan in his hand, and spoke in a tone that was infuriatingly provoking. I have heard that for 12 years. You have made no progress and have even regressed. Looking at you now, it is indeed true. You are courting death. Zhuo Bai was incensed by his words. A surge of blood rushing to his heart, and the blazing flames of the fire sword ignited in his palm. Oh dear, I am so frightened, He Hanqing said, feigning fear, yet he remained utterly still. One must understand that those who cultivate artifacts are never short of various magical tools, especially at the Lingshu Mountain Manor, renowned for its crafted artifacts. He was adorned with an assortment of them. However, before he could make a move, Shi Xianshang brandished the horizontal Tsang sword, blocking the strike from Zhuo Bai. The clash between the fire sword and the horizontal Tsang sword produced a tremor, as if the fire sword itself recoiled slightly. Fu Shi chuckled lightly. The horizontal Tsang sword is the king among swords. Even in its diminished state, it can still instill fear in others. He Hanqing was momentarily taken aback, then a joyful smile blossomed on his face. He quickly hid behind Shi Xianshang, peeking out with a provocative expression. Admit it. Zhuo Bai. Zhuo Bai gathered his spiritual power in his palm, glaring fiercely at Shi Xianshang. You have quite the audacity. Do you wish to be my enemy? Shi Xianshang's expression turned grave. Is the disciple of the sword master unable to accept defeat? I have not lost. Zhuo Bai ground his teeth, and for a fleeting moment, he saw the shadow of Jiang Wu before him. Jiang Wu had once looked down upon him from her lofty position, crushing his pride as a genius into dust. She had declared, what of the sword master's disciple? You must learn to accept defeat. To his astonishment, even 10 years after Jiang Wu's death, her influence still haunted him. Zhuo Bai's rage escalated, his sword intent surging. He wished to annihilate this person. Zhuo Bai, cease this at once. Third senior brother, do not act impulsively. Sensing Zhuo Bai's murderous intent, Elder Dai's expression shifted. And Mu Xuanning, too, sensed the danger and rushed to intervene. Yet at that moment, Zhuo Bai was beyond restraint. Mu Xuanning was inadvertently injured by the sudden outburst of his sword intent. Ah! Mu Xuanning exclaimed, her frail form paling further from the injury inflicted by the enraged Zhuo Bai. Third senior brother. Hearing her pained, weakened voice, Zhuji snapped back to reality. Junior sister? He turned and lifted Mu Xuanning. His face darkened as he threatened, if you truly enter the Yijian Sect, you had best pray you never cross my path again. He couldn't help but scoff. This little brat has made no progress whatsoever. If not for his status as a sword master's disciple, he would have perished long ago. Fuxi's eyes held a cold indifference. There was no need for her to intervene. Zhuji was already ensnaring himself. For this prodigy, a fall from grace is the greatest of torments. Elder Dai, is this the character of your disciples at Yijian Sect? This is a blatant threat. He Hanxing's expression hardened, his piercing gaze fixed on Elder Dai. Elder Dai, sensing the unusual scrutiny around him, was beaded with perspiration. He promptly declared his stance. Rest assured, young master, the Yijian Sect treats all equally. I will certainly report Zhuji Bai's actions to the swordmaster. Humph. He Hanxing let out a cold snort. Elder Dai, fearing further provocation, hastily organized the remaining disciples to escort those who had passed the trials onto the celestial vessel. Those who have passed, please follow me to the Yijian Sect for the final assessment. What? The third trial is over? We haven't even entered the sword arena. Indeed, discontented murmurs arose. But Elder Dai, exuding the oppressive aura of a peaked golden core cultivator, silenced them with fear. His gaze turned stern and frigid. For cultivators, opportunities are paramount. Those who hesitate and cower are unworthy of becoming disciples of the Yijian Sect. The remaining individuals who had not passed were forcibly expelled by the formation. Meanwhile, those who had succeeded boarded the celestial vessel prepared by the Yijian Sect, setting off towards their destination. He Hanxing, with audacious persistence, followed suit, claiming he wished to witness his good brother's selection. Elder Dai could not drive him away and was left with no choice but to turn a blind eye. The Yijian Sect was established amidst the peaks not far from Xiantian City. The towering mountains pierced the clouds, shrouded in layers of mist, with ethereal palaces rising majestically. And the surrounding spiritual energy was notably more abundant than in other areas. He Hanxing mused, Zhuji cultivation is stagnant. He will likely run amok everywhere. However, with my words as a safeguard, if anything happens to you within the Yijian Sect, it will undoubtedly be related to him. He leaned closer to Shi Xuanchang's ear, lowering his voice. The sword master has secluded himself for many years. If Zhuji seeks revenge, you should approach the law elder of the Yijian Sect. Thank you. Shi Xuanchang nodded, appreciating He Hanxing's goodwill. He Hanxing waved dismissively. I've told you, we are sworn brothers by different surnames, so why thank me? A faint smile graced Shi Xuanchang's lips, yet he refrained from responding. How long had it been since he first met He Hanxing? In this moment of vigilance, he completely forgot how he had unreservedly trusted Fu Shi during their first encounter. As the celestial vessel descended, the towering mountain gate of the Yijian Sect, reaching over 100 meters high, came into view. The gate extended into the sect, leading to a staircase that ascended to higher grounds. Elder Dai retracted the celestial vessel, standing firm on his life sword, and addressed the bewildered young crowd below. This staircase consists of 999 steps. If you reach the sect before sunset, you may proceed to the fourth trial. For cultivators, 999 steps were not particularly daunting, especially with ample time at their disposal. Just as they were about to rejoice, Elder Dai's next words shattered their hopes. Do not entertain any illusions. I will place a talisman on each of you. During your ascent, the use of spiritual power is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. What? The previously hopeful individuals now cried out in despair. Elder Dai hesitated for a moment while using the talisman, then bypassed He Hanxing. It was a calculated decision. After all, he would be observing through the water mirror, and He Hanxing was unlikely to interfere. Elder Dai and the disciples of the Yijian Sect soon departed, leaving the others to exchange glances before reluctantly beginning their climb. Let us go. Shi Xuanchang calmly stepped onto the staircase. He Hanxing walked beside him, his spiritual power unrestrained, allowing him to stride effortlessly compared to the others who were laboriously climbing. However, he could not remain idle, occasionally seeking to disturb Shi Xuanchang, and later began to incite him. Do you need your brother's assistance? No need, Shi Xuanchang sighed, just refrained from speaking. Before he had begun his cultivation, he traversed the mountains daily, navigating countless rugged paths, and now these steps posed no threat to him. It was merely that He Hanxing was rather too noisy. Chapter 21. Exceptional Thunder Root. He Hanxing was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted several times before he finally gave a thumbs up, with such determination. You shall succeed in whatever you undertake. He had lost count of how many times Shi Xuanshang had rejected his overtures. Nevertheless, this only ignited a genuine desire in He Huanqing to befriend him. As they progressed, many had already fallen behind, with several panting heavily, seated on the steps, gazing up at the seemingly endless ascent, letting out mournful cries. This step tested one's temperament and endurance. Shi Xuanshang maintained his composure throughout. Elder Dai, observing this scene through the water mirror, nodded in satisfaction. Even if the youth harbored obsessions, what of it? Ultimately, he had broken through the barrier. As long as his talent was not abysmal, his entry into the Yijian Sect was a foregone conclusion. The situation with Zhuji Bai, however, was less favorable. Before sunset, only a little over 50 individuals had reached the inner gate of the Yijian Sect. Elder Dai appeared just in time to guide them to the location of the fourth assessment. In the open space stood a spirit testing stone. Elder Dai proclaimed, "The final round will assess your qualifications. Those who qualify shall become outer disciples of the Yijian Sect." The last time Shi Xuanshang had seen a spirit testing stone was in Luoyu village. But this one was evidently of a much higher grade than that in the hands of the evil cultivators. At Elder Dai's gesture, individuals stepped forward one after another to undergo testing. With spirit root, age 15, alas only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, disqualified. Water and earth dual spirit roots. Age 15, 7th level of Qi refinement, qualified. Shi Xuanshang was astonished as he surveyed the downcast faces of those who had failed the qualification test. There were indeed so many who did not meet the requirements. Last one. Elder Dai's gaze fell upon Shi Xuanshang. He Huanqing cheered him on, and the others' eyes were fixed upon him, a mixture of curiosity and schadenfreude evident. Given that Shi Xuanshang had offended Zhuji Bai, regardless of whether he could pass the qualification test, his situation would not bode well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shi Xuanshang calmly approached and placed his hand on the spirit testing stone. Buzz. As he infused his spiritual energy, the stone erupted in a dazzling, deep purple light. Elder Dai's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone quivering with astonishment. Exceptional, mutated thunder root. Such a rich hue. I have only seen this in one person before. Moreover, you are merely 12 years old and already at the foundation establishment stage? Elder Dai gasped in astonishment. Shi Xuanshang displayed such maturity and composure, entirely unlike a mere 12-year-old boy. At this moment, he felt immensely relieved that he had not overlooked such a prodigy due to Zhuji Bai. Just his exceptional thunder root was enough for the Yijian Sect to retain him. Had Elder Dai known that Shi Xuanshang had accomplished foundation establishment within mere months, he would likely have fainted from shock. Exceptional spirit root? It is indeed the variant thunder spirit root. Astonishingly, he is a foundation establishment cultivator. What a marvel, especially considering he is merely 12 years old. This thunder spirit root evokes memories of the fallen senior sister of the sword-leaning sect. Upon hearing this, the previously astonished faces of those present were tinged with a hint of melancholy. Who could have foreseen that such a prodigious talent would meet an untimely demise at such a tender age? He Huanqing was equally astounded. Could it be that he has truly stumbled upon a treasure? In the next moment, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Indeed, he possesses a naturally fortunate disposition. Elder Dai's exuberance was abruptly tempered by thoughts of the inner sect, as if the air had been let out of a balloon. Alas, with your qualifications, you could have directly entered the inner sect, perhaps even apprenticed under the sword master or the sect leader. He shook his head, his tone laden with regret. Yet the sword master and sect leader have been in seclusion for many years, leaving outer sect disciples to enter the inner sect solely through martial competitions among themselves. After speaking, he sought to alleviate Shi Xuanshang's disappointment, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will report your situation to the sect. You shall not be treated unfairly." "Thank you, Elder Dai." Shi Xuanshang felt little disappointment. To him, there was little distinction between outer and inner sect disciples. Following the conclusion of the aptitude assessment, only a handful of individuals emerged successful, becoming outer sect disciples of the sword-leaning sect. Elder Dai summoned the disciples and distributed the outer sect tokens to them. "From this day forth, you are disciples of our sword-leaning sect's outer sect. Joining our sect entails adhering to the principles of the sword and abiding by the sect's regulations. The remaining matters will be conveyed to you by your senior brothers." As for the young master, Elder Dai glanced at He Huanqing, who was clinging to Shi Xuanshang. "You should return home promptly. Worry not, worry not. He Hanxing cheerfully waved him off. He pushed aside the disciple who had come to escort Shi Xuanshang, instructing him to wait. Before leading Shi Xuanshang to a corner for a private conversation. You are already aware of my identity. Yet I still wish for you to regard me simply as He Hanxing, your good elder brother. I must take my leave now. Upon hearing He Hanxing's whimsical tone, Shi Xuanshang turned to depart. Wait. He Hanxing's playful expression faltered as he hurriedly stopped him. I was merely jesting. You can consider me your brother. When Shi Xuanshang paused and turned back, He Hanxing unexpectedly displayed a serious demeanor, retrieving several magical artifacts from his storage pouch. Just in case, I shall leave you with a few artifacts. There is no need. Shi Xuanshang shook his head once more. While He Hanxing may have genuinely wished to help him, he felt incapable of reciprocating at the moment and thus chose to refuse. Rejection proved futile. He Hanxing seemed to have anticipated Shi Xuanshang's denial, insisting on pressing them upon him. This is a high-grade Xian-tier artifact, the ever-changing face, and this is a low-grade Xian-tier artifact, the calming cauldron. All of the artifacts He Hanxing left for Shi Xuanshang were of Xian-tier quality. Shi Xuanshang initially intended to return them amidst the commotion, but found He Hanxing suddenly bouncing several meters away, waving at him from the steps. Brother is leaving. Focus on your cultivation. Shi Xuanshang hesitated momentarily. Fu Shi chuckled softly. He means well. You should accept them. Shi Xianshang gazed at He Hanxing's silhouette as he departed from the sword-leaning sect. Before turning to approach the disciple who had just been pushed aside by He Hanxing, apologies for keeping you waiting, senior brother. No worries at all, the disciple replied, his tone imbued with envy upon noticing the close relationship between Shi Xianshang and He Hanxing. To think that you, junior brother, are acquainted with the young master of Ling Shu Mountain Manor. Your sword will undoubtedly enjoy a prosperous future. Shi Xianshang remained silent. The disciple, evidently a chatterbox, continued to express his admiration while lamenting his own sword. Unlike mine, which suffers due to my lack of diligence, I can only afford the most basic spiritual liquid for its upkeep. I can't even adorn it with tassels. Just looking at its dull appearance makes my heart ache. As he spoke, he clutched his sword and began to weep. Oh, a shui, I promised to get you better spiritual liquid this year. Shi Xianshang suddenly comprehended why sword cultivators often bear certain stereotypes. Chapter 22. Outer Sect Disciple. The Outer Sect disciple assigned to guide Shi Xianshang was named Tan Qi, who had been a member of the sword-leaning sect for 5 years. After weeping for a moment over his sword, he swiftly transitioned into the composed and mature demeanor of a senior brother. As he led Shi Xianshang towards the outer disciple area, he provided an introduction. Junior brother Shi, new disciples typically reside in the dormitory, but if you perform exceptionally in the monthly disciple assessment, you may apply for a single room. Disciple assessment? Shi Xianshang inquired. Tan Qi nodded. Outer disciples receive a medium-grade spirit stone and a bottle of basic spiritual liquid each month, contingent upon completing the monthly assessment. Noticing Shi Xianshang frowning, he offered reassurance. Rest assured, our assessments are mostly quite simple. As long as you remain within the sect, you will be safe. I understand. Thank you, senior brother, Shi Xianshang replied, his brow relaxing as he expressed his gratitude. He was acutely aware that remaining sheltered within the sect would hinder his progress. The vast world of cultivation compelled most cultivators to venture outside in search of opportunities and fortunes. There's no need to be so polite. Tan Qi waved his hand dismissively. He recalled the results of this young junior brother's aptitude test and felt a renewed sense of envy. And do not worry, with your talents, you are sure to qualify for the inner sect competition next year. You possess the rare and exceptional lightning spiritual root, and who knows, you might even become a disciple of the sword master. Have you heard of our senior sister from the sword-leaning sect? She is the sword master's foremost disciple, also boasting an exceptional lightning spiritual root. She broke through to the nascent soul stage at just 15, surpassing even the sword master's innate talent. Tan Qi chattered enthusiastically about the illustrious achievements of their senior sister, his face radiating admiration and reverence for his idol. However, this admiration dimmed when he recounted her tragic fall. Alas, the heavens are envious of talent. Had our senior sister survived, the sword-leaning sect would soon have another sword master. Shi Xianshang pressed his lips together. Even before entering the sword-leaning sect, he had heard tales of this senior sister's remarkable feats. What kind of unparalleled genius could evoke such sorrow in so many? A nascent soul at 15. He had 3 years left. Could he possibly catch up to her? Sensing Shi Xianshang's contemplations, Fu Shi raised an eyebrow. She seemed to nod in satisfaction. The little rascal has quite the ambition. Tisk. To be honest, she had already grown accustomed to Fu Shi's maternal tone. After bringing Shi Xuanshang to the disciples' quarters, Tan Shi hurriedly instructed him on a few matters before departing. Upon entering the quarters, Shi Xuanshang found that the more than 10 disciples who had passed the selection with him were already inside. Upon seeing him, their expressions became rather complex. On one hand, they were wary of offending Zhuo Bai and thus hesitant to befriend him. On the other hand, his exceptional talent suggested he might soon ascend to the inner sect. Ignoring their hesitant reactions, Shi Xuanshang directly sought out an empty bed and began making it up. The outer sect disciples enjoyed considerable freedom outside of the 4 scheduled teachings each month, with most choosing to head to the assessment hall to take on their monthly tasks. Reflecting on the timing Tan Shi had just mentioned, Shi Xuanshang contemplated his plans moving forward. Shortly after Zhuo Bai and Mu Shuling sought medical treatment, Elder Dai arrived at their door, contemplating that these two were disciples of the Sword Master and might be able to summon him. After all, with a supreme mutated thunder root and being a 12-year-old foundational genius, he could very well become the next Jiang Wu. The fall of Jiang Wu had remained a thorn in the hearts of many within the Sword-Reliant sect over the years. Elder Dai, what brings you here? Has the selection concluded? Zhuo Bai's expression soured at the sight of the old man, recalling how he had once defended Shi Xuanshang. Elder Dai replied, indeed. A total of 16 individuals have entered the outer sect this time. Humph, Zhuo Bai scoffed. Fewer and fewer. I imagine their qualifications are hardly remarkable. No. A sudden spark of astonishment flickered in Elder Dai's eyes as he shook his head with a smile. There is one exceptional talent among them. Perhaps even the Sword Master would be intrigued. At this, Mu Shuling, who had been weakly lying in bed, opened her eyes and looked over with a hint of urgency in her voice. What do you mean, Elder Dai? Zhuo Bai furrowed his brows. Elder Dai was known for his seriousness, especially in his respect for their master, and he would not jest about the Sword Master, so he must be speaking the truth. But who among that group could possess such potential? Could it be, as he thought of the boy who had disrupted his sword training? A surge of hostility erupted in Zhuo Bai's eyes. Is it that brat? Yes. Elder Dai noted Zhuo Bai's reaction and sighed inwardly. With the Sword Master in seclusion and Jiang Wu fallen, how many within the Sword-Reliant sect could restrain him now? Fearing that Zhuo Bai might harbor murderous intent towards the talent he favored, he quickly added, his name is Shi Xuanshang, a 12-year-old foundational cultivator, and more importantly, he possesses a supreme, mutated thunder root, just like your senior sister. What? Both Zhuo Bai and Mu Shuling were taken aback. Such a vibrant root color, one he had only seen in Jiang Wu, would truly squander his talent by keeping him in the outer sect. Elder Dai continued to speak excitedly, completely oblivious to the darkening expressions of the two before him, particularly Zhuo Bai, whose fists clenched tightly, his face darkened with rage, and his lower lip nearly bitten to the point of drawing blood. In that fleeting moment, he acutely realized that the shadow Jiang Wu cast upon him seemed to have never departed, eternally occupying a corner of his heart. Damn it! Is there truly such a promising talent in this outer sect selection? Zhuo Bai's furious words were abruptly interrupted by a clear and resonant voice. Su Wui entered from outside. Clad in a graceful azure robe, his ink-black hair loosely tied back with a white jade hairband. His dark, cool gaze swept over Zhuo Bai. I allowed you to serve as an assessment officer to cultivate your temperament, but I did not grant you the authority to bully others and injure our junior sister. Humph. Zhuo Bai's fury faltered, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. More than a decade ago, Su Wui had not been this formidable, yet now, a mere glance from him could instill an inexplicable dread. Ultimately, it was because this man was exceedingly ruthless, and his fear was quite natural. Elder Dai, witnessing Su Wui's ability to reign in Zhuo Bai, breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Wui did not possess much skill in swordsmanship, he was adept at managing the sect, and with his assistance, the sect leader could maintain order among the junior disciples. Elder Dai nodded eagerly, stating, indeed, it is fortunate that such a genius has joined our Yijian Sect. Upon hearing this, Su Wui offered a faint smile. Rest assured, Elder Dai. Since this young man shares the same spiritual root as our senior sister, I shall certainly report this to our master. However, our master has been in seclusion for many years, and I fear. This is something I am already aware of. Elder Dai achieved his objective. Even if Shi Xuanshang could not become the disciple of the Sword Master, other elders would surely be intrigued. Humph. Zhuo Zibai observed Elder Dai's satisfied departure with a gaze full of sarcasm, realizing how many had been deceived by Su Wuyi's gentle and perfect facade. Mu Xuanning had not anticipated that Shi Xuanshang would possess a mutated lightning spiritual root, akin to Jiang Wu. The mere thought of the exquisite spiritual root that Jiang Wu had personally destroyed, now dim and lifeless within her, rendered years of her scheming utterly futile, igniting a fierce hatred within her eyes. Before this hatred could dissipate, she sensed Su Wuyi's cold gaze directed towards her. She managed to force a sweet smile. Among so many fools in the Yijian Sect, only Su Wuyi could be considered an ally capable of collaborating with her. Though this individual had become increasingly uncontrollable since Jiang Wu's demise. Second senior brother, she weakly uttered that Shi Xuanshang is the same youth we encountered at Yijian Sect. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Wuyi's eyes. Chapter 23, the assessment task the following day. Before dawn, the newly admitted outer sect disciples were still lost in slumber within the dormitory, yet Shi Xuanshang had already risen, quietly slipping out. He sought a secluded corner to commence his customary sword practice. The outer sect disciples lacked specialized instruction, having only the foundational sword techniques of the Yijian Sect to practice. But fortunately, Shi Xuanshang no longer required such guidance. He possessed the finest teacher. After half an hour of swinging his sword, Fuxi awoke. Observing that Shi Xuanshang had not neglected his basic training upon entering the Yijian Sect, she nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done. One must not forsake the fundamentals." Shi Xuanshang's sword movements momentarily faltered before he regained his composure. His tone carried a hint of eagerness. "Fuxi, you're awake?" "Yes," with a languid acknowledgement. Fuxi proposed to communicate through divine consciousness henceforth, urging discretion regarding the sword's spirit. "Very well," Shi Xuanshang nodded, resuming his sword practice. Until the first rays of sunlight descended upon the peak, a wisp of violet mist gradually materialized, at which point Shi Xuanshang deftly sheathed his sword. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on his brow as he breathed lightly, standing still to absorb the essence of sunlight before decisively turning towards the disciples' quarters. As Shi Xuanshang approached the disciples' abode, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, seemingly engrossed in some matter. A barely perceptible frown crossed his brow as he moved closer. Upon nearing, he caught a voice emanating from the throng. "Is Shi Xuanshang truly absent? He has only just joined the Yijian Sect. Where could he possibly be? Surely, you are not concealing his whereabouts." "Zhuo Zibai?" Shi Xuanshang swiftly dismissed this thought, recognizing that the voice did not belong to Zhuo Zibai. Calmly, he navigated through the crowd. Spotting a group of men clad in dark blue outer sect disciple robes confronting the disciples at the entrance, demanding to know his whereabouts. Compared to these outer disciples, who had only recently joined, their garments were darker, akin to those worn by Tan Shi the previous day. The new disciples appeared distressed. "Senior Brother Chao, we truly do not know where Shi Xuanshang has gone. None of us saw him upon waking." Indeed. Silence. A flicker of suspicion crossed Chao Ran's eyes. Was it possible that these individuals genuinely had no knowledge of Shi Xuanshang's location? After such prolonged questioning, it was improbable they would yield no information. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind. "You were looking for me?" Chao Ran turned in surprise to see Shi Xuanshang emerging from the crowd, his demeanor notably aloof. Jealousy flickered in Chao Ran's gaze as he took in Shi Xuanshang's youthful, handsome visage, his lips a striking red against white teeth. "So, you are the one with the exceptional thunder spiritual root." "Indeed," Shi Xuanshang replied with a nod. "And you are?" Chao Ran clenched his teeth. Having taken 5 years to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while this newcomer had achieved it almost immediately. His plans to secure entry into the inner sect next year now seemed jeopardized by the unexpected emergence of Shi Xuanshang. He raised his chin defiantly. "I am the first among the outer sect," Chao Ran. With that, his sword suddenly materialized in his palm, and amidst the gasps of onlookers, he launched a strike imbued with 80% of his strength towards Shi Xuanshang. Bang! Shi Xuanshang merely lifted his sword, effortlessly dispelling the attack. The unremarkable long sword shone with a sharp silver light, reflecting the icy glint in Shi Xuanshang's eyes. "You!" Chao Ran's expression transformed into one of disbelief. How could a mere foundation establishment novice so easily deflect his assault? This was the strength of the outer sect's top disciple, an education indeed. Shi Xuanshang nonchalantly sheathed the horizontal Tsang sword, his words sounding like disdain in Chao Ran's ears. Clenching his fists, Chao Ran resolved that in next year's Outer Sect Disciples Tournament, Shi Xuanshang would pose his greatest threat. He could not allow him to grow stronger. Oblivious to the animosity in Chao Ran's gaze, Shi Xuanshang inquired calmly, "Does senior brother Chao have further business?" Chao Ran restrained the surging anger within him and, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, remarked, "To ensure that our junior brothers are well acquainted with their new surroundings, the senior brothers have graciously brought you all to the assessment hall to receive your tasks. The simpler tasks for this month have long been claimed by us, leaving only the more troublesome ones for this group of new disciples." Shi Xuanshang glanced at the group of outer disciples behind Chao Ran, who were evidently taken aback by his recent reaction, their eyes now betraying a hint of apprehension. "Then it seems we must trouble you, senior brother Chao. Let us proceed." With a wave of his hand, Chao Ran led the cluster of disciples clad in azure robes away. Tan Shi, one of the disciples responsible for the affairs of the assessment hall, recognized Shi Xuanshang among the throng and immediately understood. This was not Chao Ran's first time targeting the newly inducted disciples. Yet today's actions seemed to suggest that he had encountered some resistance from Shi Xuanshang. A subtle smirk of schadenfreude crossed Tan Shi's face. "Ahem, esteemed junior brothers. You have come to claim your assessment tasks, I presume? You may examine the task boards on either side, as long as there are task tokens available. It indicates that the tasks have yet to be claimed." As soon as he finished speaking, the newly arrived disciples eagerly surged forward, anxious that any delay might leave them with only the more arduous assignments. Shi Xuanshang, however, did not rush. He stood on the periphery, observing the tasks displayed on the boards. These tasks were to be conducted within the sect and merely outlined the content without providing clarity on their difficulty, making it all too easy for inexperienced disciples to fall into traps without the guidance of their seniors. Feigning concern, Chao Ran spoke, "Shi junior brother, would you like me to recommend a few easier tasks? Consider it an act of goodwill from your senior brother." Upon hearing this, the new disciples who had been hesitating in front turned their envious gazes towards Shi Xuanshang. However, Shi Xuanshang shook his head in refusal. "No need." Chao Ran's expression darkened momentarily. Observing Shi Xuanshang's dismissal, some of the new disciples began to stir with eagerness. After all, Chao Ran's reputation as the top outer disciple held little weight against Shi Xuanshang, but was quite influential over them. "Senior brother Chao, Shi Xuanshang does not require assistance." "But we do." Shi Xuanshang was taken aback by their eagerness to be misled. "Oh." A gleam of excitement appeared at the corners of Chao Ran's lips. "Since my junior brothers are in need, I shall not decline." He then exchanged glances with a few outer disciples behind him. Shi Xuanshang ignored them, continuing to scrutinize the tasks on the board. Upon noticing the task labeled Spirit Plant Garden Maintenance, he paused. "Spirit plants?" At that moment, Fu Shi's voice echoed in his mind, urging him, "This one is suitable." Thus, Shi Xuanshang stepped forward, intending to retrieve the token for this task, when Tan Shi, alarmed and nearly choking on his own saliva, hastily approached. "Shi junior brother, you cannot possibly be considering that task, can you? Is it not permissible?" Shi Xuanshang's hand froze mid-air as he turned to look at him. Tan Shi muttered under his breath, "What you do not know is that the spirit plant garden is overseen by Elder Dai. Shi junior brother, you have an excellent eye for tasks." Before he could finish, Chao Ran interrupted him. Chapter 24. The Care of Spiritual Plants. He strode forward, casting a warning glance at Tan Shi, and then eagerly remarked, "Elder Dai oversees all external affairs. As a junior under his guidance, you will undoubtedly reap numerous benefits. If the task were truly as advantageous as he suggested, it would not remain unaddressed, lingering in obscurity." A hint of sarcasm flickered in Shi Xuanshang's eyes, yet he accepted the task token. Tan Shi sighed, "Junior Shi, alas. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Chao." Shi Xuanshang clasped the task token in his palm, casting a glance at the gleeful Chao Ran before following Tan Shi to register the task. Chao Ran's expression faltered in disbelief. What did he mean by that? Elder Dai was known for his strictness and high expectations. Assigning a sword cultivator to tend to those delicate spiritual plants was akin to a tiger sniffing a rose, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Previously, several disciples had incurred years of debt to the sect for damaging numerous spiritual plants and were subsequently relegated to the most menial tasks by Elder Dai. After Tan Shi completed the registration, he couldn't help but offer additional caution. "Junior Shi, although Elder Dai may appear unforgiving, he possesses a compassionate side provided you treat the spiritual plants with care. Just be cautious not to let them perish. They are treasures to Elder Dai." Thank you. Senior Tan. Shi Xuanshang acknowledged his goodwill. After registering the task, he made his way to the spiritual plant garden, holding the task token. The garden was situated in a remote area of the outer sect, seldom visited by disciples, who feared Elder Dai's wrath should they inadvertently damage the spiritual flora within. As Shi Xuanshang approached, he beheld a flat expanse surrounded by wooden fences, lush with various spiritual plants thriving on the essence of heaven and earth. It was evident that the garden's owner cherished them deeply. Upon stepping into the garden, the formation at the entrance activated. A low hum resonated as the formation emitted a faint glow, momentarily immobilizing him. Shi Xuanshang halted, producing his disciple token and cupping his hands in salute. I am Shi Xuanshang, here to undertake the task of caring for the spiritual plant garden. Shi Xuanshang? Elder Dai emerged from the only wooden cabin in the garden, regarding the figure at the entrance with surprise, momentarily taken aback. It had been 2 or 3 years since any disciple dared to accept this task. He lifted the formation's restriction on Shi Xuanshang and cleared his throat. Come here. Yes. Shi Xuanshang walked forward with unwavering focus. Elder Dai regarded him sternly. Though your talent is exceptional, should you damage my spiritual plants, I will not spare you. I understand, Shi Xuanshang replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, which prompted Elder Dai to scrutinize him a moment longer. Follow me. Elder Dai led him behind the wooden cabin, where several plots of land had been cultivated. However, in contrast to the flourishing spiritual plants at the front, these appeared newly sprouted and were still tender and fragile. Elder Dai pointed to one plant that faintly shimmered with lightning and whose roots exhibited a deep purple hue. This is a year-old thundergrass. You are responsible for its care. Having spoken, he gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips and gently touched the center of Shi Xuanshang's brow. Do not resist. I shall impart to you the foundational care of the thundergrass. Shi Xuanshang remained motionless as images of the thundergrass's characteristics, preferences, and essential care instructions began to materialize in his mind. Once Elder Dai withdrew his hand, Shi Xuanshang responded, Disciple understands. Thank you, Elder Dai. Elder Dai cast a glance at him. Unlike his previous disciples, who eagerly sought more explanations, this one had not inquired at all. Shi Xuanshang's silence left Elder Dai feeling somewhat frustrated. He lingered in place for a while until Shi Xuanshang, puzzled, asked, Is there something else you wish to convey? Elder Dai? Elder Dai thought to himself, it is all his fault for being so talented. He shot Shi Xuanshang a disgruntled look and added with a slight smirk. Spirit plants and swords are two extremes. The sword is unyielding, relentless in its strike, while spirit plants possess inherent fragility. One must discover the delicate balance of firmness and softness. Realizing that Elder Dai was subtly guiding him, Shi Xuanshang clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Disciple will earnestly comprehend this. At last, Elder Dai ambled into the wooden hut. Seated cross-legged before the thundergrass, Shi Xuanshang contemplated the plant's growth state. Fu Shi reminded him, why not nurture this thundergrass as if it were your lifebound sword? After all, Shi Xuanshang had shown great care for the Hung Tsang sword, utilizing high-quality spirit liquid without hesitation, and even Fu Shi, the sword spirit, had thrived under such nurturing. Lifebound sword? Shi Xuanshang paused, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. Both the thundergrass and the lifebound sword required his meticulous care. The only difference lay in their respective directions. While the sword demanded an extreme hardness, the thundergrass required utmost gentleness. The harmonious blend of the two embodies the balance of strength and softness, sharing the same thunder attribute. Perhaps my spiritual energy could be beneficial? Shi Xuanshang murmured to himself, gathering a hint of purple spiritual energy at his fingertips. He cautiously controlled the energy, directing it towards the root of the thundergrass. With a sharp whoosh, the thundergrass seemed to sense the pure spiritual energy, eagerly absorbing it as if it had been starved for ages. Startled, Shi Xuanshang remained mindful of the energy's intensity, watching the thundergrass absorb his spiritual energy. He noticed it had grown slightly taller and that its curled leaves were unfurling. Shi Xuanshang exhaled in relief. He had succeeded. Meanwhile, within the wooden hut, Elder Dai, who had been passively observing Shi Xuanshang's actions from the window, was taken aback by his bold yet precise manipulation of spiritual energy. He has just begun his journey, and yet he can control his energy with such accuracy? How has he achieved this without guidance from any cultivator above the Golden Core stage? Elder Dai realized that Shi Xuanshang had provided him with numerous surprises, perhaps even more than he was aware of. Suppressing his excitement, he concealed himself, and continued to observe Shi Xuanshang. Although Fu Shi's physical form had been destroyed, her spirit had reached the Yuan Ying level, allowing her to sense Elder Dai's covert scrutiny. However, as Elder Dai bore no ill intent, Fu Shi chose not to alert Shi Xuanshang. Noticing that Shi Xuanshang was still experimenting with ways to nurture the thundergrass, Fu Shi established a private communication with Zhizha. The methods for the remaking of the physical form seemed to linger in my memory, as if I had encountered them within the lofty archives of the inner sect of the sword cultivation school. That particular tome had been neglected in a corner, shrouded in dust. Fu Shi had picked it up, glanced at it out of curiosity, and then returned it to its resting place. Even the most formidable of medical practitioners could only achieve a semblance of reconstruction, never fully recreating a corporeal body. The act of remaking one's flesh and housing the soul was akin to forbidden sorcery, demanding a monumental sacrifice. Consequently, some malevolent cultivators opted for the more expedient route of body snatching. Yet, this method was not without its own perils, as it often led to a backlash. TSK maintained an optimistic disposition, remarking, given that Shi Xuanshang possesses a passive mechanism for triggering fortuitous events, you shall undoubtedly be able to reconstruct your body within a decade. Chapter 25. Grant him an opportunity. Fu Shi remained unfazed, articulating coolly. The materials required for the remaking of the body are exceedingly rare. She had already repaid her debt of gratitude to Shao Qi with a foray into perilous territory. Yet Shi Xuanshang was expected to traverse treacherous depths countless times, risking life and limb. The debt she owed him evidently did not warrant such extreme measures on his part. With a sigh, she mused, once I restore my spiritual form, I shall seek out some materials. In an instant, Tisk shattered her aspirations without mercy. What are you thinking? It began to cluck again. You are now a sword spirit, and having sworn a heavenly oath with Shi Xuanshang, you cannot leave the Hongtsong sword until your body is remade. Fu Shi had forgotten this particular constraint. With a deep sigh, she expressed her hopes. May Shi Xuanshang reach the nascent soul stage within 3 years. TSK retorted, you geniuses truly know how to provoke irritation. In the ensuing days, before dawn, Shi Xuanshang would practice his swordsmanship at the previous location, and upon the sun's ascent, he would tend to the thunderous herbs in the spiritual plantation. As daylight broke, he sheathed the Hongtsong sword and turned towards the plantation. However, before he could reach the entrance, he was confronted by an unexpected visitor, Chao Ran, the foremost challenger from the outer sect who had previously provoked him. Chao Ran had been observing Shi Xuanshang for several days, and seeing that he had not yet been expelled from the spiritual plantation by Elder Dai only deepened his suspicions. Regrettably, the plantation was protected by formations, preventing his entry. Upon the appearance of Shi Xuanshang, he instinctively tightened his grip on his sword and tentatively inquired, Junior Brother Shi, how fares your spiritual cultivation? Would you care to switch tasks? Senior Brother Chao, I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary, Shi Xuanshang replied, content with his current responsibilities in the plantation. Through numerous experiments, he had mastered the precise nurturing of the thunderous herbs, which thrived under the purest thunderous spiritual energy, growing stronger than the surrounding flora. Furthermore, he discovered that as he nourished the herbs with his spiritual power, his own cultivation was also advancing, suggesting that this particular herb could reciprocate his efforts. Is that so? Chao Ran's expression darkened, filled with resentment as he observed Shi Xuanshang's calm demeanor. Was Elder Dai truly favoring him? Otherwise, how could only Shi Xuanshang remain? Determined to test his junior brother's progress over the past few days, Chao Ran hastily made his move. They were separated by a realm, and previously, he had underestimated his opponent. He refused to believe that this fellow could easily thwart his attack. With a sudden movement, Shi Xuanshang deftly evaded the thrust of the sword, observing as Chao Ran's blade embedded itself into the tree trunk behind him. His gaze was contemplative. In that fleeting moment, his spiritual energy had repelled the oncoming sword light. Akin to how he nurtured the thunderous grass with his essence, just a flicker of spiritual force was sufficient for him to sidestep Chao Ran's ferocious assault. To validate the answer that lingered in his mind, he continued to evade Chao Ran's attacks. Shi Xuanshang, frustrated after multiple failed attempts to touch him. Chao Ran seethed with anger. Is dodging your only skill? Thank you, Senior Brother Chao, Shi Xuanshang replied, a rare genuine smile illuminating his face, confirming the doubts he had harbored. Spiritual energy resembled countless tangled threads. If he could master them all, he could maximize his power with minimal loss. As it stood, his mastery was still far from adequate. Chao Ran, realizing he had unwittingly become Shi Xuanshang's practice target. Chao Ran's face flushed with embarrassment and rage as he raised his sword. Shi Xuanshang, how dare you? Stop. A voice, urgent yet delicate, interrupted him. He turned to see the newcomer, his expression tightening with anxiety. Sister Mu, what brings you here? Mu Xuanning was the most cherished disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Despite her lack of formidable skills, her position within the inner sect had never been questioned over the years, and she was held in high regard by all. Approaching, Mu Xuanning gently inquired of Shi Xuanshang, Junior brother Shi, are you unharmed? Rest assured, Yijian Sect will not tolerate disciples who bully others. I will certainly report this for appropriate punishment. Her words were imbued with righteous resolve. In her eyes, sacrificing a Chao Ran in exchange for Shi Xuanshang's favor was more than worthwhile. Upon hearing Mu Xuanning's intent to report him, Chao Ran dropped his sword in fright. Cold sweat trickling down his brow as he stammered, Sister Mu, I didn't mean to. Fear mingled with jealousy swirled within him. How could a mere novice garner such protection from Mu Xuanning? He cast a resentful glance at Shi Xuanshang. It must be due to his face. Shi Xuanshang, feigning ignorance to Chao Ran's envious glare, met Mu Xuanning's concerned gaze, feeling somewhat nauseated, as if he were something precious she desired. Fu Shi observed this scene. Realizing Mu Xuanning had taken an interest in Shi Xuanshang, she was curious whether Shi Xuanshang would find himself ensnared in the gentle trap she had laid. If he turns out like those others, I shall risk my very soul to dissolve the heavenly oath. A chilling resolve permeated Fu Shi's eyes. Stay calm, she urged. The reincarnation of the Divine Sovereign will surely see through the little green tea's schemes. Give him a chance. Senior sister, there's been a misunderstanding. Brother Chao and I were merely sparring. Shi Xuanshang interjected suddenly, startling both Mu Xuanning and Chao Ran with his unexpected defense. Could it be that junior brother she has unspoken troubles? Mu Xuanning pressed, her lips pursed. You need not fear, as a disciple of the Sword Sovereign. I can advocate for you. Chao Ran's fleeting hope was once again dashed by Mu Xuanning's words. Mu Xuanning had assured him so, that Shi Xuanshang would no longer offer his assistance. Yet, contrary to expectations, this was not the case. I indeed engaged in a spar with Brother Chao, but Shi Xuanshang remained steadfast in his convictions. He cast a glance towards the entrance of the spirit planting garden, clasped his hands in farewell, and addressed them. Senior brothers and sisters, I must fulfill the task assigned by Elder Dai and take my leave. With that, he gracefully bypassed them and entered the garden. Mu Xuanning was utterly taken aback by Shi Xuanshang's response. She had conducted her inquiries into him. Shi Xuanshang was once an ordinary mortal, and it was unclear what fortuitous opportunity had led him to tread the path of immortality. Such an entity should have been easily manageable. Chao Ran, surprised to have narrowly escaped a calamity, cautiously observed Mu Xuanning. Sister Mu, may I also take my leave? Mu Xuanning concealed her astonishment, replacing it with a resigned smile. Brother Chao, please do not resent me for being harsh earlier. I too wish for you to venture further and not to target Brother Shi any longer. Thank you, sister. I understand, Chao Ran replied, lowering his head. His eyes filled with irony. How could Shi Xuanshang be worthy of Mu Xuanning's defense, especially after he had shown such ingratitude? Chapter 26. Shi lacks weakness. Upon entering the spirit planting garden, the array sealed off those behind him. Elder Dai was not always present in the garden. Having seen that Shi Xuanshang had not perished the thundergrass, he felt assured to attend to other matters. As usual, Shi Xuanshang inspected the growth of the spiritual plants in the fields, and finding no anomalies, returned to the area behind the wooden house to observe his thundergrass. Fu Shi remained silent, while the deity, Zhe, continued to express astonishment. I never expected Shi Xuanshang's approach would be to simply evade. Leaving the little green tea with no room to maneuver. Now you can rest easy. Shi Xuanshang is your steadfast ally. He would never betray you. Fu Shi retorted. Be quiet. Having just finished feeding the thundergrass with today's spiritual energy, Shi Xuanshang suddenly froze, his eyes reflecting confusion and innocence. Fu Shi. I did not speak. Fu Shi was momentarily silent, having forgotten to encrypt her thoughts. Zhe promptly retreated into the depths of her consciousness, prompting Fu Shi to sigh and manipulate the Hung Tsang sword to carve a path of sword energy in the air. Buzz, this sword energy brimmed with a vigorous and formidable intent, capable of igniting the fervor for battle in one's heart, as if the next sovereign of the world were to be oneself. Yet now, the wielder of the sword tempered their earlier ferocity, leaving only tranquility in its wake. Watch closely, Fushi instructed. As her words fell, the sword energy suddenly emitted a faint explosion, instantaneously dispersing into countless strands of spiritual energy. Each of these strands, interconnected, formed the powerful sword energy, yet could exist independently. Under Fushi's control, each strand precisely descended into the 3 plots of spiritual fields below, perfectly absorbed by the spiritual plants therein. Fushi softly stated, "This is called spirit control technique, an essential skill for every cultivator." Shi Xianshang's pupils widened in astonishment. How powerful must Fushi have been to possess such an astonishing degree of control? He felt a surge of excitement. "Fushi, will I be able to achieve this level in the future?" Fushi replied lazily, "Yes." "Great. I will work even harder." Su Xianshang was so diligent that he hardly required Fushi's supervision. Occasionally, a mere hint from Fushi was sufficient for him to operate independently. Half a month later, while practicing the control of spiritual energy threads, Su Xianshang had also successfully cultivated the thundergrass. When Elder Dai entered the spiritual plantation after a fortnight, he nearly failed to recognize the 3 plots of spiritual fields behind the wooden house. Although they had yet to fully mature, their growth was visibly robust. Notably, the thundergrass he had entrusted to Su Xianshang had already taken shape. What had transpired? A flicker of intense joy flashed in Elder Dai's eyes, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet Su Xianshang. "Elder Dai, you've arrived." The thought barely crossed his mind when Su Xianshang appeared behind him. Elder Dai turned around eagerly. "Cough, you've cultivated the thundergrass in just half a month?" "Indeed," Su Xianshang admitted without hesitation, elaborating on his achievements over the past fortnight. "I have learned to control the spiritual energy threads. Albeit I can currently manage only 5 strands. You mastered the control of spiritual energy threads in just half a month." Elder Dai gasped in astonishment. Having comprehended the most challenging step, the extent of his control over the strands would now depend solely on his proficiency in spiritual energy. A prodigy. Such a hidden talent had been uncovered. Were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of an elder, Elder Dai might have leaped for joy. "You possess a calm disposition and exceptional comprehension, having independently grasped the art of controlling spiritual energy, which is truly remarkable." Elder Dai sighed, his tone imbued with a sense of regret. "If only your senior sister, Jiang Wu, were still here, she would undoubtedly have been the perfect mentor for you. Her mastery over the spiritual thread surpasses even that of the sword sovereign." Upon hearing Elder Dai's words, Fushi thought to herself, "In truth, she has already become Su Xianshang's mentor." For the second time, Su Xianshang heard Jiang Wu's name from another's lips. Is senior sister truly formidable? More than formidable. Elder Dai's words were filled with admiration for Jiang Wu. "Do you know that cultivators often concentrate their most potent strike in a single point, leading to diminished follow-through? Initially, even I focused solely on the root of this thundergrass, neglecting its other parts. However, Jiang Wu was different. Her mastery over the spiritual threads genuinely embodied the essence of thunderous might, each bolt of lightning containing an equally terrifying force." Elder Dai smiled at Su Xianshang, who displayed a look of astonishment, noting that, in many respects, she possessed no weaknesses. Elder Dai's extensive discussion was undoubtedly an aspiration for Su Xianshang to become a second prodigy akin to Jiang Wu. He patted Su Xianshang's shoulder and said gently, "Now that you have successfully cultivated the spiritual plants, I can rest assured in handing over the management of the plantation to you." With that, he removed the elder's insignia from his waist and presented it to him. "In the future, you may freely enter and exit the spirit plant garden. And if you wish to reside here directly, you may do so." Shi Xuanshang, recalling how the other disciples had been deceived by Chao Ran and did not blame him, but instead cast him glances filled with veiled resentment, gracefully accepted Elder Dai's kind offer. "Thank you, Elder Dai. I shall not disappoint your trust." A rare smile graced Elder Dai's face. "Your talent is exceptional. Do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. The more dire the circumstances, the more composed you must remain." "Yes, I will remember," Shi Xuanshang replied respectfully. Fushi had not anticipated that an elder from the outer sect could possess such insight. Given his seniority at the sword-leaning sect, he could have long since entered the inner sect. Why had he remained in the outer sect? Once Shi Xuanshang received permission, he settled in the spirit plant garden. The garden was protected by formations, so even if others sought him out, they could not enter without authorization. Moreover, The abundance of spiritual plants here meant that the spiritual energy was more plentiful than in other places. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Xuanshang dedicated himself to research, simultaneously practicing spirit control techniques while cultivating the spiritual plants. 3 months later, seated cross-legged at the center of the spirit field, he absorbed the essence of the surrounding heavens and earth. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from him, signifying his breakthrough. Overflowing spiritual energy emanated from his body, nourishing the surrounding spiritual plants. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Looking down at the swirling thunder and lightning within his palm, a smile flickered in his eyes. Indeed, this was a splendid place. He gazed at the spirit fields ahead, letting out a sigh. This method could only be gradual. If he were to harvest them all at once, Elder Dai would likely contend with him fiercely. Shi Xuanshang resolved in his heart. Fu Shi, I wish to venture out for training. Go ahead. Chapter 27. Calling home within Shi Xuanshang's sea of consciousness, Fu Shi opened her eyes. Most of the time, she was engaged in cultivation. After all, although her physical body was lost, her spirit remained, and Shi Xuanshang's sea of consciousness was the perfect place for her spiritual training. She glanced toward another boundary shrouded in mist. Since the formation of their contract, there had been no movement from the other side. Fu Shi speculated that it might conceal secrets regarding Shi Xuanshang's origins. Shi Xuanshang approached Elder Dai, explaining his intention to venture out for training. Elder Dai furrowed his brow, seeming somewhat disapproving. You have just established your foundation. Before he could finish, he stopped abruptly, sensing the powerful aura of spiritual energy emanating from Shi Xuanshang. Elder Dai, seemingly unable to believe it, exclaimed, You have broken through to mid-stage foundation establishment? I just broke through this morning, Shi Xuanshang replied. It has been less than 4 months. Elder Dai's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement, his face glowing as he repeatedly echoed this statement. Only when Shi Xuanshang's complex gaze fell upon him did he realize he had lost composure, and a hint of awkwardness crossed his face. Cough. Elder Dai restrained his overwhelming emotions. In that case, you may go. Just be sure to return before the outer sect disciples competition. Understood, Shi Xuanshang agreed. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Elder Dai suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Shi Xuanshang paused, turning back in confusion. Elder Dai sighed softly and retrieved a box from his storage pouch. This item had never been of use to me. However, now that you possess it, it may prove beneficial, perhaps even save your life in a critical moment. As Shi Xuanshang opened the box, he discovered a solitary scarlet pill within, its hue lustrous and its surface flawless. At that instant, Fu Shi's voice echoed in his mind. This is a mid-grade Xian class pill, the Breaking Spirit pill, capable of elevating one's realm for a brief period, but at the cost of depleting one's spiritual energy for 3 days. This must be Elder Dai's most treasured pill, he mused. Upon hearing this, Shi Xuanshang promptly closed the box and returned it. Elder Dai, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You recognize the Breaking Spirit pill, do you? Elder Dai replied, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't even explained what it was, but he chose not to delve into it further. Waving his hand dismissively, I have stated that it is of no use to me. You may keep it. Seeing Shi Xuanshang pursing his lips in refusal, Elder Dai feigned anger. I have already reported this matter to the sword master and the sect leader. If you suffer misfortune during your trials outside the sect, I cannot bear the responsibility. After several rounds of polite refusals, Elder Dai truly began to grow irate. With a fierce expression, he thrust the box containing the Breaking Spirit pill into Shi Xuanshang's arms and stormed off, shaking his sleeves in irritation. How can a youth be so obstinate? More so than an old man like me? Shi Xuanshang helplessly observed Elder Dai's retreating figure, resembling a debtor pursued for millions of spirit stones. Fu Shi advised, accept it. When you encounter greater opportunities in the future, you may repay him in kind. Reluctantly, Shi Xuanshang committed Elder Dai's kindness to memory, quickly tidied his belongings, and departed from the sword-leaning sect. In Xiantian City, after spending 4 months atop the mountain, the city remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with sword cultivators. Without a specific destination in mind, Shi Xuanshang chose a random direction, intending to leave Xiantian City behind. However, just as he exited the city, he was intercepted by 2 unexpected visitors. One of them was Lu Rinjia, who had previously crossed paths with him during the recruitment selection, accompanied by a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to him, presumably Lu Rinjia's father. Shi Xuanshang tightened his grip on the Hung Tsang sword, maintaining a composed demeanor as he regarded them. If you cannot defeat me, will you return to your father for help? Lu Rinjia glared at him with resentment. You destroyed my magic artifact and caused me to be eliminated in the first round. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. On the day of the selection, he had awaited Shi Xianshang's failure to be expelled from the mountain, planning to take action then. Little did he expect Shi Xianshang to remain absent for months. Now that he had finally caught him, he would ensure he did not escape this time. Shi Xianshang's gaze swept over the taciturn Lu father, and he coldly asserted, I am now a disciple of the sword-leaning sect. Are you certain you wish to oppose the sect? Upon hearing this, Lu's father finally stirred, sneering dismissively. A mere outer disciple? Who would care if you perish outside? Shi Xianshang's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he vanished from his spot. In the next moment, the Lu father and son pursued after him. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy behind him, Shi Xuanshang finally understood why Lu Rinjia was so audacious. His father was, in fact, a golden core cultivator. A golden core cultivator possesses the ability to wield a sword. Within mere moments, he had brought Lu Rinjia to pursue Shi Xuanshang. The three stood facing each other in the woods. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Lu's father's expression was subtly complex, his gaze sweeping over Shi Xuanshang's youthful visage. How could such a young mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator merely be an outer disciple of the sword-leaning sect? What? This fellow is a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing Shi Xuanshang's cultivation level, Lu Rinjia's eyes widened in fear. No wonder his magical artifact was utterly ineffective before him. He was merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement. Yet, Shi Xuanshang could not be allowed to live. He hastily exclaimed, Father, he must die here. I understand. Lu's father replied, his expression darkening. Having already offended this young man, allowing him to escape could lead to future calamities. Abruptly, Lu's father thrust his life-bound sword into the ground, forcefully channeling his internal spiritual energy. Earth's breath go? The ground cracked open with narrow fissures, advancing menacingly toward Shi Xuanshang. Maintaining his composure, Shi Xuanshang swiftly retreated. As he had surmised, Lu's father's attack had its limits. Seeing Shi Xuanshang evade his range, he charged forward with his sword drawn. You shall not escape. With his lightning spiritual root, Shi Xuanshang moved with remarkable swiftness, continually maneuvering and avoiding direct confrontation with Lu's father. In that moment, Lu's father could not even graze the hem of his garment. Lu Rinjia's dissatisfied voice rang out from below. Father, what are you doing? Quickly, kill him. Lu's father was startled. He noticed the flickering lightning beneath Shi Xuanshang's feet. Was this young man a mutated lightning spiritual root? Bang! The spiritual sword suddenly expanded, transforming into a gigantic blade that plunged into the ground, unleashing a deafening roar that felled the surrounding trees. Without those trees as cover, where could this young man possibly hide? In the next instant, a thunderous clap. Lu's father, caught off guard, watched the sharp sword tip aimed at him. In a critical moment, he instinctively dodged. He believed he had deflected Shi Xuanshang's most formidable strike, only to find that the sword light unleashed several small arcs of lightning that detonated around him. Bang, 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 bang. Although these arcs of lightning inflicted minimal damage, they were deeply humiliating. The still flickering lightning illuminated Lu's father's face, which was twisted in unrestrained fury. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Very well, I underestimated you before. Upon awakening, Fushi immediately sensed Shi Xuanshang engaged in combat with someone else. She paused for a moment, reflecting, I recall he just descended the mountain. How is he already encountering enemies? With a TSK, she mused, is this the innate quality of a protagonist? Alas, wait, isn't this the previous passerby? Passerby? Who? Fushi was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall. Disking in indignation, she remarked, the passerby who competed with Shi Xuanshang for a room. He couldn't win, so he ran back to call for his parents. What a pathetic creature. Call for his parents? Fushi's expression darkened. Is he the only one who would do that? Chapter 28, The Thousand-Faced Mask. TSK, perceiving a hint of oddity in Fushi's tone, it cautiously inquired, what are you intending to do? Fushi responded through her actions. Her spirit seized control of the Hung Tsang sword, infusing it with a formidable spiritual power that surged dramatically. This newfound strength unleashed a fierce sword aura, targeting Lu Fu. With a resounding crack, the sword aura struck with relentless force, effortlessly cleaving Lu Fu's weapon in two, reminiscent of how Shi Xianshang had previously severed Lu Rinjia's sword. Fushi. Shi Xianshang sensed the familiar power and offered no resistance. Fu Shi cast a glance at Lu Fu, who stood in disbelief, clutching the two severed sword pieces. Recognizing his inability to counter, she retracted her spirit. It's not just this bystander who can shake things up. Shi Xianshang paused momentarily, quickly grasping her meaning, a smile gracing his lips. I understand now. Thank you, Fu Shi. What have you done? Lu Fu stammered, retreating a few steps in fear as Shi Xianshang approached. He remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend how Shi Xianshang, who had been at a disadvantage, could suddenly unleash such terrifying power to easily sever his sword. Father! Lu Rinjiao rushed forward, fearfully hiding behind him. Who is this person? Even your sword. His father was a genuine golden core cultivator. With the sword of a sword cultivator shattered, it was akin to losing 2/3 of their threat. The remaining third was hardly daunting. Lu Fu swallowed hard as he beheld Shi Xianshang advancing steadily. Little brother, let us speak calmly. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I beg you to spare us. This was Shi Xianshang's first encounter with such a situation, and Fu Shi was equally curious about his response. Would he feel compassion and let them go, or, after a moment of hesitation, choose to strike decisively to eliminate future threats? As Fu Shi pondered, Shi Xianshang adeptly raised the Hung Tsang sword. His gaze fell, and his icy eyes brimmed with murderous intent. An eye for an eye. No sooner had he spoken than, with a piercing sound, the bodies of the father and son were pierced by the Hung Tsang sword. They had already harbored murderous intent against him. Shi Xianshang could not afford to leave them alive. To kill them was the most fundamental solution to this problem. Fu Shi and Zai Zai fell into silence. After a moment, Fu Shi remarked, he truly is a natural-born cultivator. She had anticipated that even if Shi Xianshang chose to kill them, he would not act with such decisive swiftness. Yet, he concluded it without allowing even a moment for emotional contemplation. It seemed she need not worry about his psychological well-being. Of course, the divine sovereign is the only true deity of antiquity. Zai Zai immediately praised. Fu Shi shot at a disdainful glance. Enough of your nonsense. Zai Zai sulked, flitting about in front of her. This is not nonsense. Fu Shi retorted sharply. You can't recall anything significant. All you remember are these trivialities. Zai Zai fell silent, retreating into a corner of Fu Shi's consciousness. Since it revealed the truth about the divine sovereign to Fu Shi, its memories have been gradually stripped away, relegating it to the role of a mere talisman. Shi Xuanshang spent additional time attending to the aftermath. Upon contemplating his own nature, which attracts enmity, Fu Shi remarked, Didn't He Hanxing give you a transforming artifact before he departed? The 1,000-change mask, Shi Xuanshang replied. It was indeed a superior grade artifact, the finest among those bestowed upon him by He Hanxing. Unless a transcendent being were to arrive, no one could see through the guise it provided. Understanding Fu Shi's intent, he produced the mask and transformed into an ordinary, unremarkable cultivator. Fu Shi couldn't help but facepalm. The 1,000-change mask cannot alter your innate demeanor. What ordinary cultivator possesses such steadfast composure? It was as if he were broadcasting that he had undergone a transformation. Though Shi Xuanshang found nothing exceptional about his own demeanor, he acquiesced to Fu Shi's observation. Shall I adjust it further then? I'll take care of it, Fu Shi said eagerly. She adjusted his youthful appearance slightly younger and infused the plain visage with an added touch of handsomeness and sharpness. Done. Thank you, Fu Shi. Shi Xuanshang did not even glance at the altered face, gripping his sword and advancing forward. Fu Shi cheerfully asked, Aren't you afraid I might make you look unsightly? Not at all. Shi Xuanshang shook his head. Whatever transformation you conjure, I shall accept. Fu Shi then turned and initiated an encrypted conversation with Ziz. Is Shi Xuanshang so vital to the people of Luoyu village? I saved them. Yet those who previously spurned me now seem to heed my words without a hint of resistance. Ziz remained silently contemplative for a while. Could it be that you both share a binding contract now, rendering you an unbreakable alliance? Shi Xuanshang has no reason to be wary of you. Fu Shi pondered this notion. That makes sense. In that moment, she completely forgot that when forging the life-binding contract, she had surrendered her own soul to break through the barriers within Shi Xuanshang's consciousness. The merging of souls in the realm of cultivation signifies a profound and private connection, implying that both parties have imprinted their vulnerabilities within each other's consciousness. Fu Shi had never experienced such a merger before and paid it no mind, which was entirely understandable. However, Shi Xuanshang was different. His maturity and sharp intellect allowed him to recognize the significance of soul merging upon entering the realm of cultivation. He was reciprocating Fu Shi's trust. A month later, amidst the lush thicket, Shi Xuanshang pursued a beast that had ambushed him and, realizing it was outmatched, was now fleeing in panic. The illusory mouse, though at the late foundation establishment stage, excels in stealth and evasion rather than combat. Be mindful of the changes in the surroundings, Fu Shi advised. Understood, Shi Xuanshang replied, observing his environment. He scanned the surrounding woods, where only the rustling of the wind could be heard, wrapped in an eerie silence. This mountain was notorious for the presence of beasts, and since his arrival, he had ventured deeper, frequently encountering attacks from various creatures, thus cultivating a habit of heightened vigilance. Such a tranquil place could not possibly exist amidst these woods. The phantom mouse lay in ambush in the surroundings. Shi Xuanshang, wielding the horizontal tsang sword, felt the faint flicker of lightning coursing along the blade. With his eyes closed, he skillfully wove strands of spiritual energy into the environment, finally detecting an anomaly in a specific location. Thunder arise. The sword light cleaved through the shadowed area obscured by leaves. The lightning was fierce, swift, and relentless. Boom. The lightning obliterated the trees and grass in that region, leaving only scorched earth in its wake. The phantom mouse was suddenly exposed, its form trembling with fright. Shi Xuanshang offered it no chance for escape. He used his spiritual power to seal off its escape routes. And just as he was about to strike, he noticed a red cord hanging from the plump neck of the phantom mouse. Shi Xuanshang's hand, poised to raise the sword, hesitated. Was this phantom mouse domesticated by a human? Chapter 29. Bodhi Village. Although he had heard of certain magical beasts coexisting harmoniously with humans, Shi Xuanshang had not encountered any other people during his time in these deep mountains. Fu Shi also caught sight of the ordinary red cord delicately woven around the mouse's neck. Let it go for now. As the words fell, Shi Xuanshang gently lowered the horizontal tsang sword. The binding of spiritual energy suddenly dissipated, leaving the phantom mouse momentarily dazed, but its instincts compelled it to flee. Shi Xuanshang immediately pursued. He followed the phantom mouse's trail, realizing it was not fleeing aimlessly, but rather heading towards the foot of the mountain. Could there be a cultivator residing in this deep gorge? As Shi Xuanshang approached the valley's base, he was astonished to discover that nestled between the narrow crevices of the mountains were 2 to 3 dozen houses, with faint wisps of smoke rising, resembling a small village. A village existed here? As he drew closer to the settlement, he observed the phantom mouse, which had been frantically scurrying about, now halted at the village entrance. A delicate, finely carved little girl squatted at that entryway, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing it. "Mouse, why are you back so early today?" Squeak. The phantom mouse urgently squeaked, as if urging her to hide quickly. Witnessing this scene, Shi Xuanshang realized that this phantom mouse belonged to the little girl. However, upon a closer glance at her, he noted the absence of spiritual energy within her. She was evidently an ordinary human. The girl paused in surprise, and after a moment, it seemed she discerned the panic and tension in the mouse's tone. She slowly lifted her head to gaze at Shi Xuanshang, who had suddenly appeared before her. Squeak. The phantom mouse had not anticipated that Shi Xuanshang would catch up so swiftly. It bristled in fright, yet stood protectively in front of the girl, baring its teeth in warning. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together. In an effort to avoid frightening the mortal girl, he sheathed the horizontal tsang sword. "Forgive me, I was merely passing through. Is this Bodhi Village?" His gaze passed over the girl, landing on a stone tablet behind her, inscribed with the characters for Bodhi Village. Yes, the little girl nodded, both nervous and shy. Shi Xuanshang offered her a gentle smile. "Why are you here all alone? Aren't your parents worried about you?" The little girl hesitated, timidly nodding her head, only to shake it moments later, insisting, "No, they're not worried." Shi Xuanshang subtly furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the village ahead. Although wisps of smoke curled into the sky, the village remained eerily silent, devoid of any visible inhabitants. Yet, this little girl before him was undeniably real. He cautiously probed, "The day is growing late. May I find shelter in your village for the night?" "Huh." The little girl appeared momentarily stunned. Clutching her illusion mouse to her chest, she hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. As shadows crept across the horizon, she gazed at Shi Xuanshang's earnest face and, biting her lip, softly replied, "Then, Big Brother can stay for the night, but you must leave quickly." "Of course." Shi Xuanshang nodded kindly. The little girl turned and headed into the village, the illusion mouse chirping anxiously in her arms. She whispered reassuringly, "It's all right, Mousy. Big brother is a good person." Following closely behind her, Shi Xuanshang passed the stone tablet marking the entrance to Bodhi village. In an instant, he brushed against the edge of something, and without warning, he stepped across a threshold. As he lifted his gaze, the previously desolate village suddenly erupted into a cacophony of sounds. The chatter of villagers, the crowing of roosters, and the creaking of carts rolling over the muddy paths. Just moments ago, the area was silent, yet now the village seemed to have come to life. It is a domain. Fu Shi's voice resonated in his mind, her tone imbued with gravity. A domain is akin to a space governed by rules. This must be a postnatal domain. But why would it manifest in a mortal village? From her recent investigation, it was evident that the villagers were all ordinary mortals, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. With no other leads to pursue, Fu Shi could only caution Shi Xuanshang. Proceed with caution, do not act recklessly. Understood, Shi Xuanshang mentally affirmed. As he raised his head, he spotted a middle-aged man meandering down the village's sole path, pulling a cart. Huh, a stranger? The man, upon noticing Shi Xuanshang, was instantly filled with delight. As if he had encountered a long-lost prey, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Shi Xuanshang's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the man's aged, withered visage, resembling the bark of a dying tree, yet the man remained oblivious to this. He approached with a jovial demeanor. "Apologies, young man. It's rare for anyone to find their way here. You must be tired from your journey. Would you like to rest at my home for the night?" "Yes, that would be much appreciated," Shi Xuanshang replied with an inscrutable nod. "Not at all, not at all." The middle-aged man immediately shook his head, pulling the cart once more as he led Shi Xuanshang deeper into the village. Shi Xuanshang was about to mention the little girl who had guided him, but when he turned to look for her, he found she had vanished. He paused, meeting the middle-aged man's puzzled gaze, and pressed his lips together. "Never mind. Let us proceed." "All right." As the middle-aged man walked along, he called out to the houses on either side, urging everyone to pause their activities, for they had guests. A flurry of movement ensued, quickly accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The elderly and the robust middle-aged men alike bore skin resembling the bark of withered trees. Moreover, Shi Xuanshang glanced around and noticed the absence of women and children. The villagers chattered animatedly, exclaiming how their village had not welcomed guests in many years. After all, this place was indeed hard to find, and everyone was reminded to prepare food and drink to honor their visitors. "That is true. I shall return to make preparations," the middle-aged man said with a smile, addressing Shi Xuanshang. "Don't take offense, young brother. We simply revel in merriment." Shi Xuanshang shook his head. "You may call me Uncle Li. This is my home." Uncle Li placed his cart at the doorstep, opened the wooden gate, and stepped inside. The adjacent plot was cultivated with vegetables and housed chickens and ducks, resembling an ordinary, harmonious abode of mortals. After a while, Uncle Li emerged from the house. "Young brother, I have tidied up a bit for you. You may stay the night, and tomorrow I will consult the village chief, for his house is spacious." "That is perfectly fine, Uncle Li," Shi Xuanshang replied. "Ah, then you should rest for a while. I will prepare something to eat." With that, Uncle Li entered the small kitchen beside the house. Shi Xuanshang stood outside for a moment, observing, before stepping inside. The interior was simply furnished with tables, chairs, wooden cabinets, and oil lamps, ordinary utensils of common folk. At that moment, Fu Shi spoke. "Indeed, they are mere mortals. The peculiarity of their skin is likely related to the nature of this realm. Have you noticed that at every doorstep we passed, trees were planted? This realm," Shi Xuanshang paused, "is related to trees?" "Indeed," Fu Shi explained. "In the world of cultivation, wonders abound. Some plants, through fortuitous encounters, may give rise to spirits. Spirits, upon their initial awakening, are easily influenced by the emotions that evoke their existence." After elucidating the origins of spirits, Fu Shi's tone grew slightly hesitant. For spirits capable of forming a realm, the emotions and obsessions of the one who awakens them must be profoundly intense, enough to affect this entire area. Such spirits might possess little rationality. Fu Shi sighed. "If I am not mistaken, unless you unravel the realm, escape will be impossible." Chapter 30. The Realm After Fu Shi's Reminder. An image of the little girl who had led him into Bodhi village suddenly surfaced in Shi Xuanshang's mind. The girl appeared entirely normal. "Do you suspect she is a spirit?" Fu Shi pondered for a moment. Yet, she had not sensed any fluctuations of spiritual power from the girl. Or perhaps the girl concealed it. Fuxi quickly dismissed this conjecture. Her soul, having been refined through the divine power within the Hung Tsang sword, had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. This realm should not be so formidable. Let us observe further. Shi Xuanshang replied affirmatively. A village of humans nestled within the treacherous, beast-ridden depths of the forest was indeed peculiar, especially given the villagers' inexplicable enthusiasm. Shi Xuanshang did not overlook the moment when Uncle Li first laid eyes on him. A gaze that resembled that of a predator fixating on its prey. Such was not the reaction one would expect from a simple, kind-hearted villager. After a while, other villagers began to enter Uncle Li's home, carrying platters of wine and food, while Uncle Li arranged the tables and chairs outside. He gestured for Shi Xuanshang to take a seat. "Little brother, please excuse the humble fare," he said. "Not at all," replied Shi Xuanshang, settling beside him and casting a cursory glance at the men in the courtyard, most of whom were middle-aged or elderly. Tentatively, he inquired, "Uncle Li, aren't the aunties and children joining us?" "Nonsense." Uncle Li waved his hand dismissively. "This place is small. Women should stay home with the children. What need have they to join the commotion?" Shi Xuanshang nodded, maintaining his composure. He observed the villagers around him, who had begun their meal, chatting about the day's harvest. "Rest assured, the tree spirit will not poison you," Fuxi reassured him. Seeing this, Shi Xuanshang casually sampled a few bites of food. After exchanging a few words with those beside him, Uncle Li turned to find Shi Xuanshang had finished his meal, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. "Is your appetite so small, little brother? Never mind, let us drink. This is a fine wine brewed personally by your Uncle Li. Oh, what a taste." Uncle Li fetched a bowl and poured wine for Shi Xuanshang, drawing the attention of the other villagers, who eagerly crowded around. "Hey, Li Heir, you're not usually this generous. Let us share in the light of our little brother." Uncle Li laughed and chided, "What's the rush? There's plenty for everyone." Aside from their peculiar skin, which appeared especially unsettling, they truly resembled the villagers enjoying a rare leisure gathering after a long day's toil. Shi Xuanshang politely declined Uncle Li's insistence to drink until intoxicated, citing fatigue from his journey, and retreated to the house to rest. Through the window, he observed the villagers outside, their behavior seemingly unremarkable. As night deepened, they gradually dispersed. Shi Xuanshang extinguished the oil lamp within, quietly positioning himself by the window. One by one, the lights from the homes extinguished, plunging them into slumber. The night air was particularly frigid, the howling wind rustling through the leaves, resembling a mournful and eerie wail. Shi Xuanshang was unaware of when he drifted into sleep. Yet Fuxi remained awake, glancing at the slumbering Shi Xuanshang, acutely aware that he was influenced by the rules of the domain. One must sleep after nightfall. However, this did not seem to apply to the villagers of Bodhi village. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Fuxi focused her spirit on the situation outside the room. The villagers, who appeared normal by day, now glowed with a green luminescence, their faces resembling grotesque bark, shambling toward her like soulless husks from every direction. Among them was Uncle Li. Strangely, Fuxi still sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them. The villagers stood in the courtyard with an eerie demeanor, their voices producing strange sounds. The eldest among them mumbled, "Sacrifice, sacrifice." Finally, a new offering. Fuxi had just seen him in Uncle Li's courtyard. He was the village chief of Bodhi village, seemingly the only one among them retaining a semblance of awareness. An offering? As Fuxi pondered whether to intervene, the villagers abruptly halted, confined outside their homes. The little girl who had escorted Shi Xuanshang into the village during the day appeared. She stood outside the house, enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow that rendered the transformed villagers motionless. "Big brother is leaving tomorrow. He is not a sacrifice," the little girl admonished them loudly. The villagers exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant to advance, but equally unwilling to retreat. Observing this, the surrounding trees surged towards them wildly, their extending branches casting the villagers back under the increasingly fierce expression of the little girl. Fuxi sensed the spiritual energy emanating from this young maiden. Could she truly be a tree spirit? The following day, Shi Xuanshang abruptly awoke, noticing the sunlight streaming through the window and the world outside bathed in freshness and brightness. He realized in astonishment that he had actually slept through the previous day. "It is not your fault. This is the rule set by the domain," Fuxi interjected timely. "Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above could possibly touch the fringes of the domain. and since Shi Xuanshang had only just begun his foundation, it was entirely normal for him to be unable to resist. One might even say his fortune was indeed extraordinary, encountering a rare and gentle domain on his very first excursion. Fu Shi recounted the events of the previous night to Shi Xuanshang. The domain of Bushu village is inextricably linked to that little girl. Her allowing you to leave today signifies that you can indeed escape the confines of the domain. Whether you choose to do so is entirely up to you. Shi Xuanshang fell into silence. After a while, he heard Uncle Li's voice as he stepped outside. Little brother, you rest. I will go to work now. Uncle Li called from outside the door. After speaking, he departed with a hoe in hand. Seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous night, Shi Xuanshang stepped out of the door, and as he entered the courtyard, he saw the little girl who had vanished yesterday reappear. She still held the plump phantom mouse in her arms, looking at him anxiously. Big brother, I have come to send you off. Suddenly, Shi Xuanshang inquired, what is your name? The little girl paused for a moment, her arms instinctively tightening around the mouse until it squeaked in discomfort, prompting her to snap back to reality. Sorry, mouse, she murmured apologetically to the phantom creature, then looked up at Shi Xuanshang, her voice laced with tension. I am called an Een. An Een is a lovely name, Shi Xuanshang repeated, offering her a benign smile. An Een froze for a moment before mimicking his expression, albeit with an awkward demeanor. In the next instant, her smile faltered. For Shi Xuanshang stated, I'm sorry, but I cannot leave just yet. Why? An Yin's expression turned anxious, her repeated inquiry resonating with urgency as she pressed Shi Xuanshang for an answer, her tone sharpening with a hint of insistence. No, you must leave, you must depart. An Een implored, her voice tinged with a semblance of madness. However, Shi Xuanshang did not disregard her frenzied words. He replied earnestly, I cannot depart yet, for I have yet to unravel the mysteries of this village and understand your origins. An Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice gradually fading. After a moment, she slowly shook her head. We will be burned. Chapter 31. The offering that shall not happen. The wind rustled the surrounding leaves, and Shi Xuanshang reached out to grasp a drifting leaf, presenting it to an Een. I am a cultivator. It is not so easy for me to perish. An Een stood there, dazed, clutching the leaf stem as she gazed at Shi Xuanshang's retreating figure, her youthful, delicate face adorned with confusion and disarray. Shi Xuanshang found Uncle Li at his place of work, beneath a flourishing Bodhi tree at the edge of the village. The sight of such a robust and vibrant tree was astonishing, particularly as it was evident that the villagers held this Bodhi tree in high regard. He cast a sweeping glance around. The entire populace of Bodhi village was gathered there, forming a circle, tirelessly watering the tree while walking around it in an endless loop. A sense of incongruity struck Shi Xuanshang. Uncle Li spotted him standing at the periphery and exchanged a word with the village chief before stepping out of the circle. Young brother, you are awake. Uncle Li, what is happening here? Curiosity flickered across Shi Xuanshang's face. Haha, this is our village custom. Do you see that Bodhi tree? It has always sheltered Bodhi village, and we offer it our devotion in return for its blessings. Uncle Li expressed his reverence for the Bodhi tree, his face devoid of any complaint, instead displaying a hint of fervor. Blessings? Shi Xuanshang's brow furrowed. In what manner does the Bodhi tree repay you? Why? It grants us sons. Uncle Li declared matter-of-factly. You see, every child born in our village is a boy. All boys. Shi Xuanshang momentarily fell silent, pondering how an Een fit into this narrative. He probed further. It seems you have a son as well. Why do we not see him? Uncle Li waved his hand dismissively, his expression remaining flawless. He has been unwell lately and is resting at home. I see. Shi Xuanshang feigned enlightenment. And when Uncle Li extended an invitation to join the offering ritual for the Bodhi tree, he politely declined. Uncle Li did not press further and returned to the circle. Shi Xuanshang lingered for a while before departing. He returned to Uncle Li's home, thoroughly searching both the front and back of the house, even exploring the cellar. Yet he found no trace of Uncle Li's son or wife. Regardless of the villagers' fervent devotion, the Bodhi tree could not possibly facilitate male pregnancies. So from where did these women bearing male infants originate? Children and wives seemed to exist solely within the villagers' discourse. As the sun began to set, Uncle Li returned. Young brother, I spoke with the village chief. You shall stay at his home tonight. Very well. Shi Xuanshang originally intended to decline, yet suddenly, the voice of Fu Shi echoed in his mind. Agreed to him. Fu Shi recalled the peculiar villagers from the previous night, with only the village chief retaining his sanity. Perhaps he could unravel the mystery through the chief. Uncle Li promptly smiled and led Shi Xuanshang to the chief's residence. The house closest to the Bodhi tree belonged to the chief, who, despite his advanced age, walked steadily and exhibited a commendable spirit. When his murky, aged eyes met Shi Xuanshang's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance passed through them. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of the young brother," said Uncle Li. "Very well. Then I entrust him to you, chief." After delivering Shi Xuanshang, Uncle Li departed, leaving the chief with his hands clasped behind his back as he turned to enter his home. "Come in," he beckoned. Shi Xuanshang narrowed his eyes slightly, discreetly glancing at the nearby Bodhi tree, which stood solitary beneath the evening glow, exuding an air of desolation and intrigue. He stepped into the chief's abode. The chief had already seated himself at the table and gestured toward a wooden stool beside him, saying, "The old man is not particular about meals. Feel free." "Doesn't your family dine together?" Shi Xuanshang inquired, observing the firmly shut door behind the chief. "Are they unwell as well?" "No." The chief's murky gaze fixated on Shi Xuanshang, his skin resembling withered bark twisting into a strange smile. "I have only one son, who perished many years ago." "My condolences." Shi Xuanshang paused momentarily. The chief continued. "He was burned to death." His aged, gravelly voice resonated with a dullness akin to gravel rubbing together, as the muscles on his cheeks quivered slightly, the flickering light illuminating his eyes, which sparkled with intensity. "A madwoman sought to destroy our sacred tree. He went to extinguish the flames and perished in the inferno." "A madwoman?" Shi Xuanshang's expression remained composed, as if oblivious to the chief's peculiar reaction. "Indeed," the chief sighed, his visage resembling withered bark once more, twitching as if struggling to suppress intense emotions, causing the bark-like skin to appear animated. "After all, she is an outsider, giving birth to a cursed child, bringing shame upon Bodhi village while foolishly attempting to protect that abomination. Let it burn." The fire raged for a day and a night. As the chief spoke, his tones suddenly turned frenzied, his face contorted with agitation, hands reaching skyward, as if grasping at something elusive. "She aims to destroy Bodhi village." The chief emitted a strange hissing sound, oscillating between laughter and tears. "But it matters not, as long as we have a sacrifice. The Bodhi tree shall continue to bless us." He fixed his gaze intently upon the composed Shi Xuanshang, a sinister green light flickering in his murky eyes. "Sacrifice." Shi Xuanshang disregarded him, turning his attention to the outside world. The sky had inexplicably darkened, devoid of light, as the villagers transformed into something unnatural. One by one, their eyes glowed green, moving stiffly towards the chief's house, occasionally emitting indistinct hissing sounds. Upon retracting his gaze, Shi Xuanshang discovered the chief gazing at him with avarice. "She spared you yesterday, but why didn't you leave? Once you are sacrificed, Bodhi village will once again bear sons." With a dismissive chuckle, Fushi remarked, "It appears this domain has undergone a transformation. Wield your sword. It is the most effective means to combat their existence." The Hung Tsang sword, forged from the divine bones of a god, represents the purest and most radiant weapon in the world, a veritable nemesis to all filth and aberrations. "Very well." Shi Xuanshang acquiesced. The Hung Tsang sword materialized in his palm. As he plunged it into the earth, he calmly addressed the village chief, who looked on in disbelief. "Perhaps you could enlighten me with the truth?" Boom. The Hung Tsang sword erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, causing the village chief's home to collapse abruptly. The sword's light swept across, infecting the aberrant villagers with its essence, eliciting anguished screams. They fell to the ground, clutching their heads in torment. Emerging from the dust, Shi Xuanshang brandished the Hung Tsang sword. Behind him lay the village chief, sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of terror. Why are you unaffected?" Shi Xuanshang lowered his gaze, fixating on the sword that revealed its true nature in this place of aberration. The more distorted the surroundings, the more exhilarated it became. Chapter 32. The truth disregarding the chief's inquiries, he approached the Bodhi tree. As he reached out to touch it, seemingly contemplating how to address the situation, the chief hurried over, limping and visibly anxious. "Spare the Bodhi tree." Observing this, Shi Xuanshang positioned his sword against the trunk, narrowing his eyes. "Can you then divulge the truth, chief?" The chief hesitated, his gaze flickering. Upon witnessing Shi Xuanshang prepare to strike, his heart leapt into his throat, and he blurted out, "I'll tell you. Just put it down." Shi Xuanshang did not lower his sword, but maintained a cold stare. "Speak." That woman set the Bodhi tree ablaze. The flames spread to the village. We were all but doomed, but the Bodhi tree manifested its spirit. The chief's eyes sparkled with fervor as he recounted this miracle. The Bodhi tree saved us, and all we needed were some sacrifices to restore its former power. Sacrifices, Shi Xuanshang echoed. So, prior to this, you had already offered many? Indeed, the chief replied, his body trembling slightly as he cast a hopeful glance at the flourishing Bodhi tree behind Shi Xuanshang. Yet no miracle transpired. Thus, he continued, initially, we sacrificed the women of the village. After all, they were brought in from outside, and it was an honor for them to serve as offerings to the Bodhi tree. The chief emitted a strange chuckle, his withered skin twitching as he coldly continued. Yet, that proved insufficient. The Bodhi tree saved our entire village. So we began to use children. Children? Shi Xuanshang's pupils quivered, disbelief flashing across his eyes. If what they claimed was true, all the boys born in Bodhi village were longed for by them. Yet now, to revive a distorted tree, they opted to offer them as sacrifices. We did not wish for this. The chief suddenly erupted into a sharp, sorrowful wail. Those children are our village's future. But there was no option. As long as the Bodhi tree revived, new boys would be born. Madness. Shi Xuanshang's eyes were filled with a chilling indifference. The village chief was the principal offender, and the other villagers were mere accomplices. They had sacrificed innocent women, their own flesh and blood, transforming them into grotesque beings that defied humanity. It was an affront to reason. And what of an Een? What was the story behind that little girl? An Een? The village chief was momentarily taken aback. But soon his expression hardened, his words dripping with undisguised malice. She is the spawn of that woman. Butri village has never had a female infant. Her very existence is an omen of ill fate. It is only fitting that we burn her as a sacrifice to the Bodhi tree. Thus, an Een was the first to meet such a tragic end. After her demise, perhaps through some twist of fate, she had forged a connection with the spirit of the Bodhi tree, leading to her current existence. Yet, an Een appeared to be merely a 4 or 5-year-old girl. After the chief's declaration, he looked at Shi Xuanshang in terror. I have told you all I know. You can spare the Bodhi tree now, right? Humph. Shi Xuanshang sneered coldly, then plunged his sword into the Bodhi tree. With a resounding thud, the blade sliced through the bark, dark crimson blood oozing forth. Shi Xuanshang paused in astonishment, only to feel his sword rebuffed by an unseen force. He staggered back, suddenly aware that the Bodhi tree was stirring. The once placid and benign tree now emanated a palpable aura of menace and transformation, its verdant leaves morphing into razor-sharp blades that lunged at him. Thud, thud, thud. Shi Xuanshang deftly wielded his sword to parry the onslaught of leaf blades. The village chief, standing at a distance, let out a chilling, exhilarated laugh. Ha ha. The sacred tree has awakened. Our sacred tree has finally awakened. You are finished. Ignoring the frenzied chief, Shi Xuanshang continued to deflect the lethal blades while seeking an opportunity. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the incoming assault, aiming for a vulnerable point. The sword tip embedded itself into the trunk of the Bodhi tree. No! The village chief's heart-wrenching cry echoed behind him. Shi Xuanshang gazed at the dark red blood seeping from the tree trunk, breathing heavily but remaining vigilant. Just as he prepared to withdraw his sword, the Bodhi tree lunged once more, attempting to engulf him. Quickly retreat. This domain seeks to assimilate you. Fu Shi's voice tinged with urgency pierced through his thoughts, snapping him back to reality. He beheld a vortex forming around the Bodhi tree near his sword, pouring all its spiritual energy into it. In an instant, a tempest erupted. The Bodhi tree seemed to emit a wailing cry of anguish. A drop of blood splattering onto Shi Xuanshang's calm, indifferent face. It was time to end this. Just as he was poised to conclude the confrontation, the Bodhi tree suddenly emitted a sound akin to human weeping, causing him to falter. Do not. A tender, frail voice echoed in his ears. Shi Xuanshang's gaze fell upon an Een, who had abruptly positioned herself between him and the Bodhi tree, momentarily halting his advance. With tear-filled eyes, she anxiously and fearfully pleaded, Big brother, please do not harm it. Aren't you its spirit? Shi Xuanshang's movement momentarily faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Upon the appearance of an Een, he discerned a hint of protection emanating from the Bodhi tree's actions. A spirit of the tree? An Een paused, then timidly shook her head. No, I don't know. Just then, the Bodhi tree behind her suddenly revealed countless grotesque, tormented faces, seemingly wailing and cursing, yet each one was undeniably hideous. These faces were affixed to the tree's bark, nearly covering the entire Bodhi tree. Shi Xuanshang recognized several familiar figures among them. They were all from Bodhi village. An Yin was petrified by this sight, instinctively retreating behind Shi Xuanshang. The ominous transformation of the Bodhi tree abruptly halted, and a frail feminine voice gently emerged. "Do not be afraid, you." Shi Xuanshang's gaze sharpened. He seemed to grasp the truth, casting an incredulous glance at an Yin before turning back to the Bodhi tree, which was evidently shielding her. He could not help but softly inquire, "Are you and Yin's mother?" And Yin was taken aback. "Mother?" The Bodhi tree fell silent this time, but the whirlpool that had previously attempted to devour Shi Xuanshang reappeared. Fu Shi timely remarked, "Go ahead, she wishes to reveal the truth to you." Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together, glancing back at an Yin, who was confusedly clutching his clothing, and gently reassured her, "I will return shortly." He extended his hand into the whirlpool and subsequently received the memories of the Bodhi tree. Indeed, this Bodhi tree had developed a spirit. The spirit, devoid of discernment between good and evil, was remarkably generous. It willingly fulfilled the villagers' desire for male offspring, ensuring that all newborns in Bodhi village were boys, with the sole exception being an Yin. Chapter 33. Burned to ashes. Her mother, an Yin, had been abducted into Bodhi village by the village chief in collusion with external slave traders. She was carelessly betrothed to a family and forced to bear a child. Unbeknownst to her, the villagers harbored a terrifying obsession with boys, and so beneath the Bodhi tree, she wished for a daughter. The spirit of the Bodhi tree granted her wish, for it was quite fond of this gentle and resilient woman. However, upon Yin's birth, the villagers deemed her an ominous sign. Therefore, they seized an Ying's vulnerable moment to take an Yin and burned her alive beneath the Bodhi tree. From that day forth, an Yin descended into madness. Yet, even in her insanity, the villagers did not relent. She was reassigned by the village chief to others, becoming pregnant with a second and third child. Although an Yin terminated each pregnancy through self-destructive means, inciting the ire of the villagers, she remained indifferent. One fateful night, consumed by overwhelming hatred, she set the Bodhi tree ablaze. The flames spread throughout the village, and as she watched the villagers wail and flee, an Yin felt no satisfaction. She ensnared their souls, tormenting them day and night, while compelling their bodies to turn against each other. Thus, the villagers of Bodhi village persisted in another form. Yet to rejuvenate the Bodhi tree, they sacrificed their own flesh and blood. The village chief believed this was a manifestation of the Bodhi tree's spirit protecting them, utterly oblivious to the fact that it was in Ying's revenge all along. An Yin, unable to forget her daughter, vividly imagined an Yin as a child of 4 or 5 years, and endeavored to create a secluded, harmonious haven known as Bodhi village. The spirit of the Bodhi tree had long been tainted by an Ying's anguish, hatred, and obsession, gradually distorting into its current state. After years of this aberration, the Bodhi tree stood on the brink of collapse. Aware that she was no match for Shi Xuanshang, or perhaps influenced by an Yin's trust in him, she revealed the truth to Shi Xuanshang and implored him to grant her release. "Are you certain?" Shi Xuanshang paused, glancing at an Yin behind him, softly murmuring, "If so, an Yin will also vanish." The Bodhi tree spoke, "I am stained with blood. This place is tainted and cannot continue to confine her here." And Ying's obsession had ensnared an Yin's spirit within the tree. Had it not been for Shi Xuanshang's arrival, she might never have awakened. "I understand," Shi Xuanshang replied. The scene before him dissipated, and the whirlpool formed by the Bodhi tree faded away. Shi Xuanshang knelt gently before an Yin, tenderly stroking her hair as he said, "Big brother will play a game with you. Please do not open your eyes until I finish counting down, all right?" "A game?" An Yin nodded, somewhat dazed. "Okay, I will play with Big Brother." With that, she closed her eyes. Standing up, Shi Xuanshang, his gaze cold and piercing, held the Hung Tsang sword, channeling all remaining spiritual power into it. In the next moment, he felt Fu Shi's strength. His pupils quivered slightly. Fu Shi remained silent. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together and plunged the Hung Tsang sword into the whirlpool formed by the tree. Suddenly, the Bodhi tree erupted with a violent tremor, unsettling the ground beneath it. The once lush leaves cascaded down like rain, and the faces affixed to the trunk contorted in anguish. Shi Xuanshang sighed. 1. With the final leaf's descent, the Bodhi tree ceased its quaking, but in the next instant, it ignited spontaneously. The crimson-black flames seemed to symbolize the annihilation of sin, roaring fiercely, engulfing all in their path, intent on burying everything beneath this inferno. At that moment, Anine opened her eyes. As the flames spread to the village behind her, her figure began to grow translucent, yet her smile remained radiant. "Thank you, big brother." Yijian Sect gazed at her, faintly perceiving a gentle woman standing behind her, who had been protecting her all along. The conflagration raged throughout the night, and as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land, reducing all sins to ashes buried beneath the earth. The flames finally began to subside. Yijian Sect stood quietly, awaiting the last flicker of fire to extinguish. Just then, that flicker transformed into a beam of golden light, unexpectedly surging into his brow. "Fushi!" exclaimed. "Zhe!" Exclamation point. Yijian Sect raised his hand to his brow, feeling a peculiar sensation arise within him, akin to brushing against an unseen threshold. Moments later, Fushi's complex voice resonated. "This is their gratitude to you." A fragment of the rule power comprehended by the Bodhi tree spirit. "Rule power?" Yijian Sect inquired, perplexed. "The realm is inherently intertwined with the laws of heaven and earth. Only cultivators above the yuanying stage may touch the fringes of this domain." Fushi elucidated. "Now that you have received the gift of the tree spirit, many troubles have been alleviated. Once you achieve the jibbing stage, there is a significant likelihood that you will comprehend a domain unique to yourself. Of course, this perspective is based on Yijian Sect's innate talent. The yuanying stage merely serves as the threshold for accessing the realm. Many formidable Huashan cultivators have failed to grasp a domain that belongs to them. TSK, how gratifying. This is indeed the opportunity befitting a child of destiny." As a mere backdrop, Fushi refrained from commenting. However, perhaps her silence was unnecessary. After all, she had only recently attained the jibbing stage and had swiftly comprehended her own domain. In the vicinity of Bodhi village, Yijian Sect erected 2 stone tablets for an ing and an een, mother and daughter, on a picturesque hillside. Here, one could not witness the evils of Bodhi village. Instead, a mountain spring flowed serenely, shrouded in mist and clouds. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A phantom mouse cautiously peeked out from the grass, and upon sensing no reaction from Yijian Sect, hurriedly scurried to rest before the 2 stone tablets, anxiously calling out, "Hush, they are asleep." Yijian Sect gently shook his head. "Asleep?" The phantom mouse tilted its head, lacking the intelligence to comprehend the meaning of this, yet sensing a familiar aura emanating from the stone tablets. Thus, it quietly nestled at their feet, silently guarding them. After observing for a while, Yijian Sect prepared to depart, but at the moment he turned, he suddenly sensed the presence of a cultivator amidst the ruins of Bodhi village below. He swiftly departed from that place. What a fierce blaze! What transpired here? Still warm. When Yijian Sect recognized that the person appearing in this location was Yihanqing, a whirlwind of complex emotions flooded his eyes. After 6 months apart, Yihanqing appeared unchanged. Remembering the goodwill he had previously expressed, Yijian Sect stepped forth from behind the ruins. The glimmer in Yihanqing's eyes flickered momentarily as he approached with an innocent, yet fervent expression. "Fellow Taoist, do you know what has occurred here?" Yijian Sect paused, then recalled that he had used the transformative face artifact. He removed it to reveal his true visage. "It is I." "What?" Yihanqing abruptly halted, shock spilling from his lips. "Second brother, what are you doing here?" Just as Yijian Sect was about to explain, Yihanqing's face suddenly brightened with a radiant smile as he joyfully lunged forward. "I knew our brotherly bond was profound." Chapter 34. Running away from home, Yijian Sect skillfully evaded his advance. "How did you end up here?" "Training." Yihanqing puffed out his chest. "Doesn't my appearance suggest as much?" Yijian Sect's gaze hesitated as he swept over Yihanqing's luxurious purple and gold robe, adorned with metallic wrist guards. While it was indeed sharp in appearance, it hardly resembled that of a cultivator who ventured out alone for training. "Where are your companions?" "What companions?" Yihanqing was momentarily taken aback, sensing the unspoken thoughts reflected in Yijian Sect's eyes. Suddenly, he reacted, springing up in indignation. "I am truly alone. Who ventures out for training accompanied by a protector? I am not someone who cannot afford to go solo," Yihanqing exclaimed, justifying himself with a flurry of words. However, his tone shifted as he leaned closer. "But now that I have encountered you, my second brother, I am no longer alone." Yijian Sect, with an exasperated expression, pressed his lips together and turned to leave. "Hey, wait." He Hanqing hurried after him, glancing at the surrounding ruins. He nudged Shi Xuanshang's arm with his elbow and inquired, "Did you do this?" Shi Xuanshang responded with little emotion. As he donned the ever-changing mask, the moment his spiritual energy surged, He Hanqing's eyes widened in delight. "Not bad, second brother. It has only been half a year, and you've already reached the mid-foundation stage. I am not your second brother." Shi Xuanshang's lips twitched slightly, seemingly resigned to the situation. Unfortunately, he had underestimated He Hanqing's audacity. Contemplatively stroking his chin, He Hanqing gazed at him with a mixture of helplessness and indulgence. "So, do you wish to be the elder brother?" Very well, elder brother." In silence, Shi Xuanshang quickened his pace. "Elder brother, wait for me." He Hanqing's teasing voice trailed behind him, akin to a persistent spirit. Midway through his stride, Shi Xuanshang realized that this behavior seemed rather childish. So he slowed down to a normal walking pace. Observing him decelerate, He Hanqing immediately beamed and rushed to catch up. "Elder brother, shall we visit Yu City? I am called Shi Xuanshang." "So, you desire me to call you Xuanshang?" He Hanqing gazed at him meaningfully, then began to chant his name repetitively. Xuanshang, Xuanshang, Xuanshang. Shi Xuanshang, thoroughly annoyed, found himself at a loss against He Hanqing's antics, ultimately opting to ignore him. Yet, He Hanqing was a person who could entertain himself with great enthusiasm. Fu Shi couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, he is so composed. How could his son be such a lively spirit? Yet, this character surprisingly complements yours." Shi Xuanshang's gaze flickered, but he refrained from questioning why Fu Shi, a sword spirit, would know the master of Ling Shu Mountain Manor. Only someone like He Hanqing, who thrived under adversity and relentlessly clung on, could leave such a vivid impression on Shi Xuanshang. He Hanqing was evidently not merely a jester. Sensing that Shi Xuanshang was on the verge of losing his patience, he wisely altered his demeanor, his expression turning serious. "Ahem, I am being earnest. Let us go to Yu City together." "What of Yu City?" Shi Xuanshang paused momentarily but did not stop, continuing to walk ahead. He Hanqing replied, "Recently, there has been a depletion of spiritual energy near Yu City. It is said that a wild secret realm is about to emerge." "Secret realm?" Shi Xuanshang murmured. "A wild secret realm?" Fu Shi's brows furrowed slightly. For centuries, various sects have managed to maintain their standing in the cultivation world primarily due to their deep foundations, with secret realms being one of those foundations. However, the secret realm resources possessed by the sects constitute only a small fraction. Randomly appearing secret realms are referred to as wild secret realms. The opportunities contained within these realms vary in magnitude, but without exception, they are far more perilous than those controlled by sections. After all, the wild secret realm is the most significant avenue for loose cultivators to seize opportunities, where acts of murder and theft are commonplace. Furthermore, there may be malevolent cultivators lurking among them. Hearing Fu Shi's voice, Shi Xianshang accepted He Hanqing's invitation for an expedition. Although he furrowed his brow at the sight of his companion casually traversing the realm in his true form. "Are you not going to disguise yourself?" he inquired. "Disguise?" He Hanqing glanced at Shi Xianshang's current appearance and suddenly understood. "Ah, you are indeed cautious." He then produced a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Thousand Change Mask. A moment of eerie silence enveloped Shi Xianshang. Fu Shi exclaimed, "No wonder you are the foremost artifact cultivator. A high-grade spiritual artifact is wielded with such ease." He Hanqing, brimming with excitement, mused aloud, "What should I transform into? Even if it's a disguise, it shouldn't diminish my charm, right, Xianshang? Help me choose." Shi Xianshang ignored him, inquiring about the direction to Yu City before dismissing him behind as he wrestled with his thoughts. A flicker of confusion crossed Fu Shi's eyes. He Hanqing is a late-stage golden core cultivator, yet he behaves as if this is his first outing for training. This was unexpected, for the Ling Shu Mountain Manor was renowned for its artifact cultivators, each of whom must master their artifacts and apply them proficiently in combat. Thus, the artifact cultivators of Ling Shu Mountain Manor often rivaled the sword cultivators, known for their formidable combat prowess. As no one could truly gauge the extent of an artifact cultivator's mastery, He Hanqing, being the young lord of the manor and possessing considerable talent, should have undergone numerous training sessions by now. After a while, He Hanqing hurriedly caught up. "I'm ready." Upon seeing his transformed appearance, Shi Xianshang felt an inexplicable familiarity in that face. Fu Shi commented, "Of course you recognize him. This lad bears a striking resemblance to you." perhaps by 50 to 60%. He Hanxing gleefully chimed in, "Don't we look alike? To outsiders, we could easily be mistaken for brothers." Rarely did Shi Xianshang's face reveal such pronounced emotional fluctuations, clearly exasperated by He Hanxing's antics. However, he did not forget Fu Shi's earlier perplexing remarks. "Your first time out for training?" He Hanxing's proud expression faltered, and upon noticing Shi Xianshang's unwavering gaze upon him, he forced a sheepish smile. "Am I that obvious?" Shi Xianshang recalled the previous selection in Xiantian City, where He Hanxing, an artifact cultivator, participated in the sword cultivator trials, only conceding when Elder Dai mentioned his father. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. "Did you run away from home? How did you know?" He Hanxing's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unable to conceal his emotions. He sighed. "If I had known to use the 1,000 change mask during my last trip to Xiantian City, we could have been fellow disciples." A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Shi Xianshang's mouth. "Why would the esteemed young lord of Ling Shu Mountain Manor run away? Isn't it precisely because I am the young lord that I must?" He Hanxing casually remarked that his father was overly strict, never allowing him to venture out with the disciples of the mountain manor for training. Thus he had to resort to this desperate measure. Chapter 35. The brothers of the loose cultivators. In order to avoid missing the opening of the secret realm, they hurriedly traveled for the next few days. Finally arriving at Yu City, the number of cultivators in Yu City was greater than ever. Judging by their attire, most were loose cultivators, with a small portion being disciples from other sections. Shi Xuanshang had just found an inn to gather information when he caught a glimpse of He Hanxing entering, cradling a mound of local delicacies and placing them before him. "Brother, I've gathered most of the information," He Hanxing said. Given He Hanxing's resourceful nature, Shi Xuanshang realized he was indeed well suited for gathering intelligence, so he remained silent, waiting for He Hanxing to continue. To his surprise, He Hanxing began to sample the local snacks. This cake is a bit hard, not good. Oh, this cold cake is soft and delightful. I must buy another later." Shi Xuanshang's eyelids twitched as he urged, "Let us discuss the matter at hand." "Oh, right." He Hanxing stuffed the cold cake into his mouth and mumbled, "This secret realm is likely an ordinary wild one, but it is advantageous for us because the realm will limit cultivation levels." "Limit cultivation levels?" A flicker of confusion appeared in Shi Xuanshang's eyes. His time in the cultivation world was still brief, and he had yet to absorb knowledge regarding secret realms. He Hanxing instructed him, "Sense the spiritual energy around here." Upon hearing this, Shi Xuanshang focused his mind to perceive the spiritual energy near Yu City and discovered that it flowed in a singular direction, the entrance to the secret realm. He Hanxing inquired, "Do you find this spiritual energy abundant?" Shi Xuanshang hesitated and shook his head. Clearly, the spiritual energy in Yu City was inferior to that found in the outer sect area of Yijian Sect, where major sects established their bases in places rich with spiritual energy. Thus, to maintain the stability of the secret realm, it must impose restrictions on the cultivation levels of entrance. Otherwise, if a powerful being above the transformation stage enters, the realm could collapse at any moment. I suspect that only cultivators below the nascent soul stage can enter this secret realm. While He Hanxing educated him, he picked up another snack to taste. This roasted chicken leg is quite good. Little brother, have a bite." Lost in thought, Shi Xuanshang was unexpectedly fed a mouthful of the fragrant roasted chicken leg. He frowned slightly. "Eat up," He Hanxing urged with an encouraging gaze. Reluctantly, Shi Xuanshang accepted the chicken leg. Looking at the array of tempting food before He Hanxing, he sighed. "You are already a golden core cultivator and still have not begun fasting? Even if I were at the tribulation stage, I could never forsake food," He Hanxing declared, resolutely defending the dignity of culinary delights. Shi Xuanshang was left speechless. They stayed at the inn for another 3 days, and as more cultivators flocked to Yu City, the entrance to the secret realm finally appeared on the afternoon of the 3rd day. The cultivators of Yu City sprang into action. The two blended into the crowd of loose cultivators and made their way to the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of Yu City, where the entrance was located. The area was already teeming with people, all gathered near the entrance, sensing the situation of the secret realm. Shi Xuanshang observed for a while and noticed that, in addition to the automatically united disciples of various sects, even the loose cultivators had begun to form teams. Just as he and He Hanxing arrived, a loose cultivator approached them to gauge their intentions. "Are you two also loose cultivators? Would you like to form a team together? Teaming up?" He Hanxing felt a spark of curiosity. Just as he was about to agree to the suggestion, Shi Xuanshang timely restrained him. Shi Xuanshang politely declined the loose cultivator's invitation, saying, "Apologies, my brother and I prefer not to team up with others." The loose cultivator, sensing their reluctance, quickly departed without pressing the matter further. Turning back, Shi Xuanshang noticed He Hanqing gazing at him with excitement, though he lowered his voice to inquire, "Brother?" Shi Xuanshang helplessly rubbed his brow and reminded him, "Remember, we are currently loose cultivators. My name is Fu Xian." Fu Shi. TSK. How is his new alias the same surname as yours? Fu Shi. Good question. I am curious as well. I understand. When venturing out, one's identity is self-assigned. He Hanqing shot him a knowing glance, then clenched his fist and tapped it against his palm, declaring, "Then I shall be Hanqing." Thus, the identities of the two loose cultivator brothers, Fu Xian and Hanqing, were born. He Hanqing gazed ahead at the entrance to the secret realm. The Xianling Cave Heaven? Brother, we are quite fortunate. The Xianling Cave Heaven? Shi Xuanshang raised an eyebrow in surprise, soon realizing that most sect disciples had clearly already been informed about the secret realm's situation, while the loose cultivators remained in ignorance. Is this also a manifestation of sect heritage? You guessed correctly. He Hanqing glanced at his reaction, knowing what he was contemplating. Most sects would possess records concerning secret realms, passed down through the experiences of their predecessors. With such knowledge, sect disciples could gain an advantage in understanding the secret realm, formulating responses, and seizing opportunities ahead of others. Thus, loose cultivators often find themselves at a disadvantage in the cultivation world, unless they possess genuine talent. Otherwise, they risk becoming mere stepping stones for the sect's prodigies. The Xianling Cave Heaven is a rare secret realm that is not overly dangerous, and it seems the treasures within have yet to be claimed. He Hanqing made an effort to educate Shi Xuanshang. Every secret realm conceals a treasure. Once the treasure is taken, the secret realm ceases to exist. Shi Xuanshang nodded in understanding. Fu Shi remarked, "Though this lad may seem like a foolish son of a landlord, his knowledge is indeed profound. Nevertheless, one must not let their guard down. Sometimes, the human heart can be more perilous than the secret realm itself." Shi Xuanshang silently acknowledged this in his heart. At that moment, a powerful sword aura suddenly swept above, as someone descended on a sword with great arrogance, landing amidst the crowd. As everyone turned to see who had the audacity, their expressions shifted upon recognizing the sword. The Jihua sword. He is the third disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Could the figure behind him possibly be the Sword Sovereign's most favored disciple? The newcomers were unmistakably Zhua Sibai and Mu Xuanning. Shi Xuanshang furrowed his brow, discreetly concealing himself. The Sword Sovereign's reputation in the cultivation world was too resounding, so when his two disciples appeared, many present wore expressions tinged with wariness. However, Zhua Zibai seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of restraint, or perhaps his life had been too smooth sailing. After Jiang Wu's demise, his disregard for caution grew even more pronounced. He cast a glance at those around him, most of whom were Foundation establishment cultivators. With only a few Golden Core practitioners present, likely aware that this secret realm would impose limitations on their cultivation, he proclaimed loudly, "Little junior sister, do not worry. I shall certainly procure the treasures of this secret realm for you. It's all right, senior brother. Given Xuanning's circumstances, it is unnecessary for now." Mu Xuanning's gentle smile faltered slightly. Sensing the subtle gazes around her, she inwardly berated him for being a fool. What confidence did he possess? Was it based on his diminished realm? Yet, Zhua Zibai remained entirely unaware of the impropriety, frowning as he insisted, "You are my little junior sister. I must ensure you have the very best." Shi Xuanshang and He Hanqing stood at the periphery, emboldened by their current identities, with He Hanqing unabashedly mocking Zhua Zibai. All bluster and no substance, easily toppled. Chapter 36. Foolishness and Discontent. Shi Xuanshang recalled the murderous intent Zhua Zibai had previously displayed towards him, his gaze darkening. What realm was Zhua Zibai currently in? Previously at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, he must now be at the later phase of the Golden Core stage. At best, He Hanqing lowered his voice again, stating, "I heard he has attempted to break into the nascent soul stage several times in recent years, all in vain. The most disastrous attempt not only failed but also resulted in a significant drop in his realm. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Sword Master, he might have fallen to the early Golden Core stage." Early Golden Core stage? Fu Shi raised an eyebrow. Was this not Zhua Zibai's cultivation level from over a decade ago? TSK. despite the numerous resources provided by the mortal royal family behind him in recent years. This fool still failed to make a breakthrough. He Hanqing continued to mock him without hesitation. With Zhuo Zibai at the later Golden Course stage, Shi Xuanshang contemplated his own odds against him, shaking his head after a moment. Had Zhuo Zibai not been stopped on the day of selection, he would have had no chance whatsoever. He hoped this secret realm would yield some gains for him. The entrance to the secret realm has opened. A sudden uproar erupted among the crowd as the previously tranquil entrance twisted into a vortex, silently beckoning everyone to enter. The cultivators present did not hesitate. Rushing forward to step inside, He Hanqing turned to Shi Xuanshang, asking, "Second brother, shall we?" "Not in a hurry." Shi Xuanshang shook his head, his calm gaze fixed ahead. The first batch of cultivators who surged into the secret realm were promptly repelled by Zhuo Zibai's sword light. "Get lost, do not obstruct." He charged in with Mu Xuanning. The cultivators behind them dared not voice their ire. Shi Xuanshang withdrew his gaze and said coolly, "Let us go." With Zhuo Zibai's brash and reckless nature, had he not had a sword master as his teacher, he would likely have met his demise countless times by now. Inside the Xianling cave heaven, this secret realm was a veritable paradise, with lush scenery stretching as far as the eye could see, mountains rising and falling in majestic layers, and countless opportunities and treasures hidden within. Just as Shi Xuanshang pondered his next move, he caught a glimpse of He Hanqing producing a device resembling a compass, intricately adorned with precise components. The voice of Fu Shi suddenly resonated in his mind, another high-grade mystic artifact. How could He Hanqing possess such a treasure? This item, known as the spirit-seeking instrument, is the most suitable tool for secret realms, capable of locating hidden treasures nearby. He Hanqing chuckled softly. Despite the spirit-seeking instrument being merely of high-grade mystic quality, its materials were exceedingly rare, and it was a keepsake from my mother. When he mentioned his mother, his voice dwindled, and his lowered eyelashes concealed the sudden wave of melancholy that washed over him. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together. "What should we do now?" "Let me take a look." He Hanqing's emotions surged intensely but dissipated just as swiftly. He quickly regained his composure and infused spiritual energy into the spirit-seeking instrument. As the energy flowed in, the compass emitted a faint glow, and the longest needle, after swaying left and right, pointed in a specific direction. "Got it, follow me." He Hanqing held the compass with a swagger, ready to set off, but Shi Xuanshang helplessly halted him, reminding, "You're blatantly advertising that I possess a formidable artifact, inviting others to rob me." "Oh, I'll put it away then." He Hanqing glanced at the direction indicated by the spirit-seeking instrument and cautiously stored it in his storage pouch. Shi Xuanshang stepped forward. He Hanqing quickly caught up, chattering beside him, "Second brother, isn't this your first experience out in the world too? How do you know so much?" Shi Xuanshang inhaled deeply. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself from replying, "Be more vigilant." Realizing he had been dismissed, He Hanqing's lips curled downwards. But then a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. "I've thought of a name for our duo." "Duo?" Shi Xuanshang had gradually acclimated to He Hanqing's whimsical thoughts and calmly retorted, "Yes, from now on, we shall be called." He Hanqing placed his hands on his hips, brimming with pride, the dim-witted and the discontented. "Fu Shi." Puffed. Shi Xuanshang's expression darkened as he quickened his pace. "Look, your sour face is just a sign of discontent. Isn't it?" He Hanqing easily caught up. Shi Xuanshang ignored him all the way until the spirit-seeking instrument led them to a cave. Standing atop the peak, they gazed down at the cave entrance, where a multitude of gigantic ants, the devouring ants, were crawling. Shi Xuanshang's expression turned grave. Mid-foundation establishment devouring ants. Although their cultivation is not high, this is clearly their nest, and there are likely hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Fu Shi interjected, "Moreover, the trouble with devouring ants is that once bitten, spiritual energy will dissipate." After finishing, she offered a sharp critique. He Hanqing will find the right place. Shi Xuanshang looked at the spirit-seeking instrument in He Hanqing's hand. As it pointed downward, the instrument emitted an even more brilliant light than before. Thus, there must be a hidden opportunity or treasure within the devouring ant's lair. Since they were here, Shi Xuanshang summoned the Hung Tsang sword, its fierce radiance illuminating his cold and composed handsome visage. "Let us engage in battle." "Wait." He Hanqing hurriedly stopped him, eagerly speaking, "A mere few ants do not require your intervention. Let me handle it." Shi Xuanshang looked over in confusion. He Hanqing retrieved a magical artifact resembling a mirror from his storage pouch and infused it with spiritual energy. Frost mirror, go! The eight-sided mirror awakened with the power of his spirit, enlarging as it descended into the cavern entrance below. As soon as the frost mirror emerged, the massive devouring ants below took notice. The swarm of ants immediately sprang into action but was immobilized by the icy aura emanating from the frost mirror. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 mirrors formed a complete encirclement, and the devouring ants, relying on instinct, attempted to break through, only to be further afflicted by the biting cold. Do not rush. There's more, Yijian continued, producing another artifact, the fiery cauldron. Ignite. Flames blazed within the cauldron, suspended in midair, and as he poured his spiritual energy into it, the cauldron's opening widened, allowing the fiery magma to pour into the encirclement below. In an instant, it was a realm of icy fire. The anguished screams of the devouring ants echoed, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Yijian turned with a grin, exclaiming, "Done." Impressive, Shi Xuanshang raised an eyebrow, sincerely remarking. Although Yijian lacked practical combat experience, he demonstrated a remarkable proficiency with the magical artifacts. He merely needed more experience. With swift strokes of sword light, he severed the remaining devouring ants that were still desperately attempting to escape, completing the final task. It was the first time Shi Xuanshang had praised him, and Yijian felt a surge of joy. Let us see what treasures lie within that cavern. Chapter 37. Soaring to the skies, the two of them skirted around the carcasses of the devouring ants outside the cave and gazed at the entrance, which stood 5 to 6 meters tall, shrouded in deep darkness, clearly leading to profound depths. Shi Xuanshang grasped Yijian, who was eager to venture inside, and flung the Hung Song sword forward. The sword shot forth with incredible speed, vanishing in a streak of light. Moments later, it returned. Fu Shi, no traces of beasts detected, but the path within is intricate. With your spirit-seeking device, it should pose no problem. Understood, Shi Xuanshang mentally acknowledged, guiding the Hung Song sword back into his consciousness. Wait, is this truly your life sword? Yijian exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. A cultivator's spiritual sword typically resides only within its sheath. Only a life sword, bound by contract, can conceal itself within the cultivator's consciousness. Otherwise, Shi Xuanshang shot him a glance and stepped into the cave. Yijian's muttering resumed. You chose this life sword far too early. You could have waited until you entered the inner sect for your master to find you a more formidable one. As for Shi Xuanshang's current sword, while he vaguely sensed a weighty pressure from it, its appearance hardly conveyed high quality. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a warning glare from Shi Xuanshang fell upon him. You must not speak ill of it. After saying this, he seemed to be conversing with himself, as if informing Fu Shi, I will not choose another sword. Fu Shi, Yijian remained undeterred, dryly commenting, Second brother, although I have long heard that sword cultivators treat their spirit swords as wives, your choice of a wife seems rather arbitrary. Shi Xuanshang rarely displayed a hint of anger, casting a heavy glance in his direction before disregarding Yijian's earnest advice and striding directly into the cave. Realizing that Shi Xuanshang was genuinely upset, Yijian scratched the back of his head, suddenly realizing he resembled a henpecked husband scolding his wife. This was akin to him not only frolicking in a minefield, but doing so with flair. He inhaled sharply, hastily chasing after him to apologize. I'm sorry, brother. I misspoke. Your sword is the best, the most suited for you. By the way, does your sword have a name? Yes. Shi Xuanshang halted, summoning the Hung Song sword, gazing intently at it, as though observing the spirit residing within. Her name is Fu Shi, the Fu Shi sword. What a splendid name. Fu Yao Zhishang Jiu Xiao Shi. Yijian was momentarily taken aback. Shi Xuanshang returned the Hung Song sword, casting a sidelong glance at Yijian, calmly articulating. A powerful sword cultivator can indeed etch his sword's name into history. I shall ensure Fu Shi stands atop the pinnacle of swords. Fu Shi distinctly heard this proclamation. Oh, how touching. Truly, he is the revered deity. Just look at this imposing presence and grand vision. Being his sword spirit is such bliss. Fu Shi crossed her arms, observing the little white orb in her consciousness striving to dance before her, all in the name of earning favor with the esteemed deity. She fell silent. Why don't you realize he is deliberately speaking for my benefit? From her understanding, Shi Xuanshang was cautious and composed, although he valued loyalty. He resembled a merciless Taoist more than she did. Yet, everything shifted during the entrance selection of the Yijian Sect, when Shi Xuanshang glimpsed the images from her memories. A flicker of admiration flashed in Fu Shi's cool, piercing eyes. He has been testing me, urging me to lower my guard. Bound by an unbreakable oath, Shi Xuanshang could not allow the sword spirit to harbor too many secrets. Even if she were in his position, she would act similarly. Huh, are you overthinking this? Shi Xuanshang appears quite filial at present. Fu Shi shot at a glance. Rather than praising Shi Xuanshang here, we should consider the matter of the Hongtsong sword losing its name. At this rate, the Hongtsong sword would inevitably be stripped of its name by Shi Xuanshang. You think I don't want to? I have a feeling that even if I told him now, he would still insist on calling his sword Fu Shi rather than Hongtsong, it lamented. Fu Shi was momentarily rendered speechless, given Shi Xuanshang's seemingly obedient yet stubborn nature. It was indeed a possibility. He Hanxing stood frozen, struck by Shi Xuanshang's audacious declaration. Second brother, you can utter such arrogant words with that sour face of yours. Teach me, I wish to learn. Shi Xuanshang cast him a peculiar glance, the corners of his lips twitching. Maintaining your current demeanor is quite sufficient. To grow any more foolish would be truly hopeless. Oh, He Hanxing's eyes brightened, as though he had found a kindred spirit in life, joyfully dancing in place. Do you also think I am doing well now? Shi Xuanshang stood at the fork inside the cave, calling out to him without looking back. I'm coming. He Hanxing happily approached. They arrived at a dead end, surrounded by 5 or 6 cave entrances, yet there were only 2 of them. Let me check the spirit-seeking device, He Hanxing said as he took it out. As soon as the device was revealed, the compass needle began to tremble wildly, pointing first towards the left cave and then towards the right. He Hanxing frowned deeply. No, the situation inside the cave is too complicated for the device to discern. However, it can be concluded that there must be something valuable within. Then let us choose one at random, Shi Xuanshang said before stepping into the cave before him. He Hanxing hurriedly stowed away the device and followed. With so many paths, those giant devouring ants outside could not possibly uncover them. There might very well be a colony of them inside as well. After walking for a while, they encountered another fork, and Shi Xuanshang casually selected an entrance once more. Each time they reached a fork, without waiting for He Hanxing to speak, Shi Xuanshang would stride into the cave ahead, without a hint of hesitation. He Hanxing was unsure what he was testing, and could only grit his teeth and follow. Time passed, and He Hanxing grew weary, leaning against the stone wall to rest. I'm exhausted. Is this cave really so deep? Shi Xuanshang halted, turning back thoughtfully. It's not that this cave is deep. Rather, we have been going in circles. The exit was indeed chosen at random, but regardless of his selections, they would return to the original spot, endlessly circling the area. What? He Hanxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Shi, you have likely encountered the core of the secret realm. The secret realm is akin to a space, abundant with spiritual plants and demonic beasts, and it also sets various mechanisms to test those who enter. The core is the dwelling place of the secret treasure. However, given the current situation, it was evident that the secret realm did not wish for them to locate the treasure so soon. Chapter 38. Confrontation with loose practitioners. Upon hearing Fu Shi's words, Shi Xuanshang planned to leave, but suddenly sensed the approaching footsteps of 2 individuals. His gaze sharpened, and even the resting He Hanxing straightened up. Loose practitioners? A disdainful and dark voice emerged, as Zhuo Zibai looked at the 2 before him, who bore similar appearances but lacked any sect insignia, sneering in contempt. The thought of them having been wandering in the cave only soured his mood further. Get lost. This place is not for you to touch. Third senior brother, wait. Mu Shuling suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed intently on Shi Xuanshang, her tone imbued with surprise. Fellow Taoists, please do not take offense. My third senior brother has always been this way. It is a stroke of fate meeting here. Why don't we explore together? This loose practitioner bore an aura similar to Shi Xuanshang's, one that she could not quite fathom. Realizing Mu Shuling's greedy and subtle probing gaze, Shi Xuanshang discreetly furrowed his brows. Had she recognized him? Zhuo Zibai harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Mu Shuling's presumptuousness. Wasn't this akin to suggesting that she lacked faith in her ability to lead him to the treasures of the secret realm? Junior sister, they are merely 2 loose cultivators. Why bother with them? His tone darkened, laced with a menacing warning. The smile on Mu Shuling's face faltered. Zhuo Zibai had always been this way, autocratic, and anyone who defied him or questioned his authority would immediately incur his disdain. Previously, she had thought that such a disposition made him easily manipulable, to the extent that she could manage him without even employing secret arts. Yet now, without the contrasting presence of Jiang Wu. She found herself on the receiving end of backlash. Shi Xuanshang yanked He Hanqing up, not sparing a glance at the squabbling disciples behind them, and swiftly led him out of the cave. Meanwhile, Fuxi reflected on the gaze Mu Shuling had cast towards Shi Xuanshang moments earlier and turned to inquire. Could it be that Mu Shuling recognized Shi Xuanshang? Who? That little green tea? Fuxi was momentarily taken aback. How could she, a mere foundation stage cultivator, possibly see through the myriad disguises? However, they all recalled Mu Shuling's possession of an enigmatic secret art. Secret art, a glint of cold light flickered in Fuxi's eyes. Mu Shuling's audacity suggested that this secret art must strike at the weaknesses of cultivators, perhaps even rendering the powerful defenseless. Contemplating Mu Shuling's drastic change in temperament shortly after joining the sword-leaning sect, Fuxi softly inquired, "Can the Hung Tsang sword disguise itself?" The thoughtful cliff was destroyed back then, but one cannot guarantee that the sword-leaning sect members 1T encounter the contents on the stone wall. Furthermore, Shi Xuanshang currently held the status of an outer disciple of the sword-leaning sect. It can, Fuxi nodded. She felt reassured. Shi Xuanshang would not forsake his life-bound sword merely due to his identity as a loose cultivator. Half a month later, He Hanqing utilized the spirit-seeking instrument to locate formidable beasts for Shi Xuanshang to hone his skills against. After luring the beasts, he quickly fled, leaving Shi Xuanshang to handle the situation. He Hanqing leaned against a thick tree trunk, hands clasped behind his head, observing Shi Xuanshang battling the beasts below. The sharp figure and swift movements were seamlessly unified. In mere moments, a beast several times larger than him crumpled to the ground. Impressive, He Hanqing marveled. Shi Xuanshang's rate of improvement was nothing short of phenomenal. In just half a month, he had brazenly faced a beast of the early golden core stage with his mid-foundation stage cultivation. As he gazed at the flickering, deep purple lightning, a flicker of envy crossed He Hanqing's eyes. After all, the lightning spirit root was renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities, and Shi Xuanshang possessed an exceptional variant. He Hanqing leaped down from the tree and strode over to Shi Xuanshang, who was currently dealing with the beast's inner core. His tone brimmed with encouragement. "Brother, I still believe there is something in that cave. Shall we return? It has been half a month, and the secret realm has yet to release us, undoubtedly. Zhuo Sibai and the others have not acquired it yet." Crouching down, he squinted playfully. "Do you know what the treasure of the Xianling cave is? It is the Xianjun fruit. With this, your golden core formation will be utterly unimpeded, guaranteed success." Xiangua and Shi Xianshang murmured to each other, turning to meet He Hanqing's expectant gaze. "Let us proceed." "Hooray, I knew it," He Hanqing exclaimed joyfully as he rose to his feet. However, merely a short distance from the thicket, they encountered 3 hostile rogue cultivators who approached silently, swords drawn. "First, eliminate that mid-foundation cultivator." Upon hearing this command, Shi Xianshang's eyes narrowed. The 3 rogue cultivators were all sword practitioners, each possessing initial stage golden core cultivation. He promptly summoned the Hung Tsang sword, raising it to parry the oncoming blades. Amidst the flurry of blades, He Hanqing suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. What the hell? Attacking my second brother right before my eyes. He summoned the frost mirror to restrain the movements of the 3 sword cultivators. A chilling aura began to envelop the area, and the 3 rogue cultivators exchanged glances, cursing, "Damn. This weapon cultivator is actually at the late golden core stage." One of the sword cultivators decisively withdrew and charged at He Hanqing. "You all quickly deal with that mid-foundation cultivator. I will hold off the weapon cultivator." "Hey, do you look down on me?" He Hanqing protested, hands on his hips, and hurled a magical artifact, the splitting fire bomb. Boom. The bomb exploded, creating a crater that nearly sent the sword cultivator stumbling. "Damn it. Haha, I still have more." Splitting fire bomb, catch. Upon hearing He Hanqing's declaration, the sword cultivator looked up in disbelief, only to see He Hanqing casually tossing another 2 splitting fire bombs like toys. The sword cultivator was so enraged he nearly spat blood. "These are mid-grade yellow-tier artifacts. How many do you possess?" "I have a whole drawer full." He Hanqing winked, offering the sword cultivator a cheeky and audacious expression. Boom, boom, boom. The splitting fire bombs ignited in a frenzy, granting Shi Xianshang a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, he counterattacked. Thunder arise. Dozens of arcs of lightning erupted from the sky, descending rapidly to strike the 2 sword cultivators. Initially intending to withstand the onslaught with their cultivation, The sword cultivators were horrified to discover their spiritual energy shields could not withstand the lightning. Wait, this kid is merely at mid-foundation stage. How could he possibly control such a deluge of lightning? They recoiled in fear and fury. Shi Xianshang swiftly darted behind He Hanxing, asking urgently, "Do you have any water-type magical artifacts?" Water? Of course. He Hanxing's mind raced, instantly grasping Shi Xianshang's intention. He retrieved a bell-shaped magical artifact from his storage pouch and quickly infused it with spiritual energy. Weak water bell, go? Chapter 39. Our cooperation. You possess a high-grade, Xian-tier magical artifact. Are you truly rogue cultivators? The three rogue cultivators erupted with despair and jealousy. The weak water bell expanded, enveloping all three rogue cultivators within, gathering the weak water inside. With He Hanxing's cultivation surpassing theirs, their struggles were in vain. In an instant, the sounds of their wails for mercy echoed from within the weak water bell. Fellow cultivators, we were wrong. Please spare our lives, and we shall offer all the treasures we possess. Not only that, but the three of us are also willing to be at your beck and call. Shi Xuanshang's expression remained unperturbed. He had heard similar words from the Liu family before, yet his resolve had never wavered. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the visibly shaken He Hanxing and calmly inquired, "Will you let them go?" He Hanxing scratched the back of his head, his tone tinged with hesitation. "After all, they had not harmed us. It would be better to wait until they are capable of breaking free from the weak water bell. At that moment, you will no longer have the opportunity to utter those words." Shi Xuanshang articulated his thoughts with composure. Do you recall their first utterance? He Hanxing's eyes widened slightly. He certainly remembered. Those rogue cultivators had stated their intention to kill the one in the Foundation establishment midstage first. They had approached with murderous intent, believing Shi Xuanshang to be an easy target, hence prioritizing their assault on him. Shi Xuanshang continued, "If I surmise correctly, all three of them are rogue cultivators who rely on killing and plundering treasures within secret realms, preying on the unsuspecting. Thus, before us, have not others already fallen victim to their hands?" He Hanxing's eyes flared with indignation. The three rogue cultivators within the weak water bell dared not utter a word. They had collaborated for so long without failure, as they always observed their targets for a period before striking. Yet, they could never have anticipated that this seemingly ineffectual artifact cultivator, who had never made a move, was actually at the late golden core stage and possessed such formidable magical tools. One of the rogue cultivators attempted to plead once more. "Friend, you misunderstand. Our second brother. Let us kill them all. Such scum do not deserve to exist in the world of cultivation." However, before he could finish, He Hanxing interrupted him with disgust. Boom. The rushing lightning surged into the weak water bell, and in an instant, the sound of thunder roared as the voices of the three rogue cultivators were gradually drowned out. Shi Xuanshang acted with resolute swiftness, leaving He Hanxing no opportunity for hesitation. The weak water bell was retracted, and He Hanxing stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the charred corpses on the ground. Shi Xuanshang sheathed his Hung Tsang sword and shot him a glance. "If you wish to feel any sorrow, do so quickly." A lump lodged in his throat. He Hanxing hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. He retrieved a black medicinal vial from his storage pouch and dripped 3 drops onto the ground. The sizzling sound arose, and Shi Xuanshang turned back in confusion, watching as the 3 corpses swiftly transformed into white smoke, leaving behind only charred remnants. He paused, observing the scene. He saw He Hanxing nonchalantly retrieving the vial, innocently blinking his eyes. "I merely thought, since we've done it, we should see it through to the end. No lingering consequences." Fu Shi nodded in appreciation. "Indeed. Knowing to destroy the evidence is commendable." Shi Xuanshang's lips curled slightly. "Let us depart." They returned to the entrance of the cave where the giant ant resided. The thought of Zhuojibai and Mu Xuanning potentially still being inside prompted him to remind He Hanxing upon entering the cave, "Hide your magical tools if you can." He Hanxing, also recalling Zhuojibai, nodded, "I understand." This time, they had not been in the cave long before encountering Zhuojibai and Mu Xuanning. Observing the visibly agitated Zhuojibai, who seemed on the brink of violence, He Hanxing impulsively exclaimed, "You can't possibly be wandering aimlessly in here, can you?" Seeking death, Zhuojibai, already short on patience, was provoked by He Hanxing's taunting words, and in an instant, his sword, the swift fire blade, was drawn. "Third senior brother, hold your hand." Bang! Although Mu Xuanning was unable to stop Zhuojibai, Shi Xianshang managed to intercept his attack with his sword. producing a sharp and jarring sound from the horizontal Tsang sword. Shi Xianshang's gaze faltered as he beheld the sword, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Seemingly coming to a realization, Mu Xuanning also noticed the change in his sword, her brow furrowing in confusion. Could it be that her initial deduction was erroneous? Was this rogue not a disguise of Shi Xianshang? She took a deep breath and suggested, "Third senior brother, we have made little progress thus far. Perhaps we should allow them to join us. If the Zixiao sect can participate, they naturally can as well." Zhuozhi Bai's expression shifted for a time, ultimately darkening as he sheathed the swift fire blade. "Two rogue cultivators like you won't stir any significant trouble. Huh? Who says we must cooperate with you?" He Hanxing, sheltered behind Shi Xianshang, rolled his eyes in disdain. Had it not been for Shi Xianshang's insistence on restraint, he would have already extinguished Zhuozhi Bai's arrogance. As Zhuozhi Bai appeared ready to erupt once more, Mu Xuanning swiftly intervened, casting a pleading glance towards the taciturn Shi Xianshang. This esteemed friend. Shi Xianshang ignored her and turned to Zhuozhi Bai, speaking in a deep voice, "We shall cooperate." Huh? He Hanxing was taken aback. Why the sudden shift towards cooperation? Huh? Zhuozhi Bai cast a scornful look at He Hanxing, clearly more astute than him. "Come with us." Shi Xianshang pulled He Hanxing along. After a while, He Hanxing finally grasped Shi Xianshang's rationale for agreeing to cooperate. It was evident that Zhuozhi Bai and his companions had not returned empty-handed over the past half-month. At the very least, they had exited the previously stagnant cave and entered deeper tunnels filled with more pitfalls. Moreover, there were several disciples clad in sect attire. These individuals were disciples of the Zixiao sect, stationed in Yucheng. Seizing the opportunity, He Hanxing murmured to Shi Xianshang, "Mu Daoyu, you have returned." Upon their arrival, a prominent disciple from the Zixiao sect joyfully approached, eagerly making his way to Mu Xuanning. He hesitated, glancing at Shi Xianshang and He Hanxing, his lips moving slightly. "Mu Daoyu they are," Mu Xuanning gently clarified. "They are rogue cultivators who will be accompanying us henceforth." She cast a troubled glance at Shi Xianshang, as if suddenly realizing she had forgotten to inquire about their names. Ahem. He Hanxing cleared his throat. "I am Hanxing, a weapon cultivator. This is my younger brother, Fu Xian." Han Daoyu, Fu Daoyu, the Zixiao sect disciple acknowledged, suddenly enlightened as he discreetly assessed them. "I am Duan Tianqi, the foremost disciple of the Zixiao sect. The others behind me are my junior brothers and sisters. So, it is the esteemed disciples of the Zixiao sect." He Hanxing donned a professional smile and engaged with them. Mu Xuanning sought to probe Shi Xianshang further, but to her surprise, Shi Xianshang retreated directly behind He Hanxing, compounded by Duan Tianqi's incessant chatter. Mu Xuanning found herself deprived of any opportunity to engage with Shi Xianshang. Damn it! She clenched her teeth in frustration, her gaze fixated on Duan Tianqi's obsequious demeanor, a wave of revulsion rolling through her heart. A mere ordinary cultivator devoid of fortune. Had he not been of some use at present, she would have discarded him long ago. "Let us go?" Zhuozhi Bai broke the silence abruptly. The moment he spoke, Duan Tianqi fell silent, calling forth the disciples of the Zixiao sect behind him. He Hanxing glanced at Shi Xianshang, who shook his head in silence and fell in line. On the way, He Hanxing seized the chance to extract some information from Duan Tianqi. "Duan Daoyu, have you already found another exit?" "Exit? This cave is clearly intricate. We have lingered here for so long. Surely it is in pursuit of treasures." The sword cultivator maintained a relatively favorable attitude towards the tool cultivator, and Duan Tianqi, considering He Hanxing's identity, was willing to divulge a bit more. Treasures? Could it be that this cave conceals the treasures of a secret realm? He Hanxing feigned curiosity. Upon hearing the term secret realm treasures, Duan Tianqi's expression shifted subtly. He cautiously glanced at Zhuozhi Bai, noting his indifference to the situation behind him, and lowered his voice, saying, "Han Daoyu, these secret realm treasures undoubtedly belong to the two Daoyu of the Yijian Sect. If we can just reap a little from their bounty, it would suffice." "That is indeed the case. My brother and I shall rely on you all then." He Hanxing paused momentarily, subtly echoing Duan Tianqi's sentiments. Duan Tianqi, clearly pleased by this affirmation, responded cheerfully, "Agreed, agreed." He Hanxing smiled as he retreated to Shi Xianshang's side, fearing Zhuozhi Bai might notice. He refrained from using his spiritual sense to communicate with Shi Xianshang, instead relying on eye contact to seek guidance on their next course of action. Shi Xianshang merely shook his head in silence. From Zhuo Bai's unwavering pace, it was evident he had already discerned the surrounding paths. They merely needed to follow him for the time being. Arriving once more at a fork in the path, Zhuo Bai halted. Duan Tianqi promptly stepped forward, inspected the markings ahead, and quickly returned to inform Zhuo Bai, "Zhuo Daoyu, we have reached the place we previously explored." Excellent. A glint of determination flashed in Zhuo Bai's eyes as he immediately stepped into the cave ahead. He Hanxing murmured softly, "Is he so certain this direction is correct? All the other entrances bear markings. It seems they have already attempted several times." As Shi Xianshang led He Hanxing to catch up with the group, he cast a glance at the markings left at the cave's entrance. He Hanxing nodded in understanding. No wonder. Upon arriving at another fork, Duan Tianqi stepped forward with practiced ease, but his expression abruptly changed. "Wait. The markings we left have vanished." Zhuo Bai furrowed his brow immediately. "Are you certain this is where you explored previously?" "Certain? No, wait." Duan Tianqi instinctively began to nod, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse that this fork appeared different from the last time. "This fork has changed." "What do you mean?" Zhuo Bai asked impatiently, his brow furrowing deeper. Duan Tianqi found himself in a state of confusion and promptly summoned several disciples from the Yijian Sect for clarification. "Senior brother, I too perceive a change. I distinctly recall that when we last visited, this fork in the road had only 4 directions. Yet now, it evidently presents 5. An additional entrance had appeared." Shi Xuanshang immediately stepped forward toward the newly emerged path, picking up a bit of soil and furrowing his brow in contemplation. This added entrance must undoubtedly be the true gateway. Zhuo Bai's eyes brightened at the revelation, observing Shi Xuanshang's exploration. He scoffed and boldly led Mu Shuling into the newfound passage. Duan Tianqi pondered for a moment before deciding to follow along with the Yijian Sect disciples. He Hanxing, however, did not blindly pursue. Instead, he approached Shi Xuanshang and inquired, "Have you uncovered something?" Shi Xuanshang rose to his feet. "Do you recall what you said upon our initial entry into the cave?" "Aye." He Hanxing scratched the back of his head. "I've said so much." "Which statement do you refer to?" Shi Xuanshang's lips twitched slightly. "You mentioned that there exists a colony of giant devouring ants within." "Oh no." He Hanxing quickly grasped the implication, astonished. Could it be that this additional entrance was recently excavated by the giant devouring ants? Wouldn't Zhuo Bai and the others be rushing to their doom? The cave's interior was narrow and confined, making it exceedingly easy for the ants to launch a surprise attack. Even Zhuo Bai could hardly protect so many individuals. "Perhaps we should seek an alternate entrance?" He Hanxing suggested, feeling a shiver at the thought of the cave walls teeming with giant devouring ants. Yet Shi Xuanshang shook his head resolutely. "No, we shall proceed along this path." "What?" He Hanxing was taken aback, perplexed as to why one would willingly court danger. Shi Xuanshang explained, "Throughout our journey thus far, we have not encountered any ferocious beasts. The giant devouring ants may serve as our opportunity for advancement. A fundamental principle in the cultivation realm asserts that powerful beasts guard treasures." "Very well." Observing Shi Xuanshang's steadfast demeanor, He Hanxing gritted his teeth. "Then you should don the silver-threaded armor I previously provided. It will protect you from the bites of the giant devouring ants." "Understood." After Shi Xuanshang donned the protective gear, He Hanxing followed closely behind him into the entrance ahead. Not long after their entry, He Hanxing finally comprehended the reason behind Shi Xuanshang's unwavering confidence. The myriad paths within were far more numerous than those encountered previously. An overwhelming array of exits nearly blinded He Hanxing. Have these giant devouring ants nothing better to do than dig tunnels? As his words echoed, a cacophony of sounds reverberated through the cave, returning in waves through the various openings. "Damn it! Why are there suddenly so many giant devouring ants? The numbers are overwhelming. Zhuo Daoyu, we should retreat." "Ah, they're charging at us." He Hanxing was taken aback, unable to fathom their misfortune in encountering the giant devouring ants so swiftly. "Run!" Without waiting for a response, Shi Xuanshang swiftly grasped his arm and dashed toward a side passage. He Hanxing glanced back to see a multitude of giant devouring ants swarming the cave walls, relentlessly pursuing them. He Hanxing was nearly driven to the brink of developing a phobia of crowded spaces. In Chapter 41, Peak of the Golden Core, Misty Tiger, Shi Xuanshang led him on a frantic escape. Perhaps due to a stroke of luck, the ominous presence of the giant devouring ants gradually faded, along with the voices of Zhuo and his companions. Shi Xuanshang halted, his expression grave as he gazed into the shadowy depths of the passage ahead, sensing an imposing force lurking within the darkness, observing them intently. The instincts of a cultivator are seldom mistaken, prompting Shi Xuanshang to refrain from any reckless actions. Second brother, what are you staring at? He Hanxing inquired, rising in confusion after receiving no response from Shi Xuanshang. Following his gaze, He Hanxing peered into the distance, only to feel a sudden disorientation, as though he were hallucinating. Strange, why is there suddenly mist in the cave? Mist? Shi Xuanshang snapped back to attention, his countenance shifting as he noticed the fog swiftly enveloping the depths of the cave. Run! Grasping He Hanxing by the collar, he retreated the moment the words escaped his lips. However, the mist surged with alarming intensity, seemingly targeting them, and despite Shi Xuanshang's desperate pace, they were a step too late. They were engulfed by the white fog. Within the swirling mist, a damp chill began to permeate the air. He Hanxing sneezed and cautiously remarked, "Could it be that we've stumbled into something?" Shi Xuanshang remained vigilant, fixating on the dark figure emerging from the dense fog, a massive form that dominated the cavern. With a roar, the shadow became discernible, revealing itself to be a silver-gray giant tiger, its lithe body wreathed in a shroud of white mist. Upon realizing the full stature of the giant tiger, He Hanxing gasped in astonishment. Peak of the golden core. Misty tiger. It's swift and adept at control. A perfect counter to Shi Xuanshang in the mid-foundation stage. Shi Xuanshang's expression grew increasingly solemn as he summoned the Hung Tsang sword into his grasp. This was his first encounter with such a formidable beast. Can we escape? He Hanxing asked. We cannot. Shi Xuanshang prepared himself for battle against the misty tiger. The mist was evidently a creation of the tiger, designed to ensnare them. Unless they vanquished the beast, escape was futile. Damn it! He Hanxing cursed. Our control techniques as weapon cultivators far surpass those of beasts. You focus on attacking. I will distract it. Very well. Shi Xuanshang showed no hesitation as he charged forward, sword in hand. He Hanxing was taken aback, sensing a newfound trust in Shi Xuanshang's calm demeanor, a feeling both unfamiliar and exhilarating, igniting his determination. Frost mirror, go! Qi machine fan, rise. The Qi machine fan intercepted the misty tiger's onslaught, granting Shi Xuanshang the opportunity to strike. Boom! Thunder erupted, yet upon striking the formidable body of the misty tiger, it dissipated harmlessly, as if merely tickling its skin, leaving no trace behind. Shi Xuanshang continued his relentless assault on the mist tiger, igniting a flurry of sword lights within the confined space. The sound of clashing echoed, and Shi let out a sigh, remarking, with your mid-foundation cultivation, you clearly cannot inflict significant harm upon the mist tiger. Suddenly, Shi Xuanshang was flung away by the mist tiger's tail, the Hung Tsang sword scraping the ground with a piercing sound, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood from his lips, he gazed at the unscathed mist tiger ahead and tightened his grip on the Hung Tsang sword. Brother, give me the Lingyun Bao. He Hanxing's anxious voice came from behind. Shi Xuanshang swiftly tossed the Lingyun Bao. Upon receiving it, He Hanxing infused it with spiritual energy, drawing the bao and releasing an arrow in one fluid motion. As 3 Lingyun arrows sealed off the mist tiger's movements, a 4th arrow pierced through its protective armor. Roar! With its armor breached, the mist tiger let out a furious roar. Exhaling, He Hanxing noted that the spiritual energy within him had dwindled significantly. Its armor is shattered. Now is the time. All right. Shi Xuanshang responded solemnly. The disparity in their realms was considerable, yet the formidable thunder spirit root compensated for it. Shi suddenly interjected, irritated. Shi Xuanshang was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. The shattered armor had evidently provoked the mist tiger's wrath. He merely needed to stoke the flames further to exploit its weaknesses in its moment of rage. This was the sole method to conquer it. Thus, Shi Xuanshang channeled his spiritual energy into the Hung Tsang sword, summoning the thunder once more. Chaotic bolts of lightning descended, momentarily restraining the mist tiger's movements. It roared in defiance, bracing itself against the onslaught of lightning with sheer brute force. The complex network of caves provided Shi Xuanshang ample opportunities to conceal himself. Whenever the mist tiger pursued, he would vanish like a specter into another cavern, only to reappear silently, launching surprise attacks on the beast. Roar! The mist tiger's tone was laced with anxiety and fury, the swirling mist around it thickening, indicating its sanity was waning. Brother, He Hanxing suddenly realized. And while tossing the Julai Ding, he produced a bottle of recovery elixirs from his storage pouch, throwing one to Shi Xuanshang. I refuse to believe we cannot outlast it. Shi Xuanshang caught the recovery elixir and ingested it, feeling the spiritual energy within him swell anew. Observing the mist tiger in hot pursuit, he called out, "Return to the previous cave and lure the weak water." He Hanqing immediately grasped that Shi Xuanshang intended to replicate their earlier tactic used against those scattered cultivators, and his interest piqued. Agreed. The mist tiger, unable to catch the two elusive insects and having been continuously toyed with, had nearly lost its wits. Seeing them dare to retreat, it hastened its pace towards them. Boom. Upon re-entering the cave, a massive bell descended from above. Roar. Bang, 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 bang. Realizing it had fallen into a trap, the mist tiger furiously battered its formidable body against the interior of the weak water bell, causing it to tremble violently. Shi Xuanshang infused all remaining spiritual power into the Hungsang sword, with thunder crackling and swirling around the blade. The sword light swept across the realm, transforming into layers of thunder that encircled and melded into the weak water, causing a more intense vibration to resonate within the weak water bell. The anguished and enraged roars of the mist tiger echoed incessantly as it continued to batter against the weak water bell. He Hanjing hastily channeled spiritual energy to maintain the integrity of the bell, his heart racing as he gazed at the indentations formed by the relentless strikes. Could this creature truly shatter my weak water bell? Chapter 42. Guardian. No sooner had he thought this than a clear crack echoed from the weak water bell, freezing his expression in shock. My bell. Retrieve it. Shi Xuanshang's voice pierced through swiftly. Gritting his teeth, He Hanjing shook his head. Forget it. Sacrificing one weak water bell to slay the mist tiger is worth it. It's enhancing its fog control ability through the weak water to recover from its injuries. Retrieve it quickly. A hint of urgency colored Shi Xuanshang's tone. Had it not been for Fu Shi's timely reminder, he would not have discerned why the mist tiger, instead of growing weaker under the water and thunder, continued to assault the weak water bell. How peculiar. Upon hearing this, He Hanjing clumsily retracted the weak water bell. As expected, the mist tiger's ability to control the fog had indeed intensified, though its injuries persisted, and it had completely lost its sanity. Shi Xuanshang unsheathed his sword and charged forward. What are you doing? He Hanjing's panicked voice called from behind, but the situation left no room for hesitation. The mist tiger's claws lashed out, and Shi Xuanshang rolled across the ground, merging sword and body as he evaded the vicious strike with a deft angle. Yet in the next moment, the mist tiger's tail lashed out, striking him squarely in the back. With a splatter of blood, Shi Xuanshang could not afford to tend to his injuries. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged the tip of the Hungsang sword into the mist tiger's left eye. The eye was its most vulnerable spot. Upon being struck, the creature writhed in agony on the ground, attempting to dislodge the human clinging to it. Coughing, Shi Xuanshang endured numerous wounds, thick, viscous blood seeping from his back, his hands lacerated with countless cuts, his palms tingling from the impact. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his grip on the Hungsang sword. He recalled Fu Shi's admonition. Even if his arms were severed, he must never let go of his sword. Thus, he bore the pain and drove the sword deeper. With a final, mournful wail, the mist tiger succumbed, its struggles ceasing as it lay breathless on the ground. Coughing, Shi Xuanshang fell to the side, yet his gaze remained fervent and bright. He had just slain a pinnacle golden core beast. In the sea of consciousness, a soft voice inquired of Fu Shi. You could have helped him just now. Why did you not intervene? Fu Shi squinted at it, replying, If you wish for me to be his guardian, that is acceptable, but I will not serve as his wet nurse for an oversized infant. In the esteemed sects with profound heritage, whenever talented disciples embark on their journeys of experience, a protector is discreetly assigned to follow them, ensuring that these prodigies do not inadvertently meet their demise. Fu Shi is willing to assume the role of a guardian, but she will only intervene when Shi Xuanshang's life is in peril. How unjust, she exclaims. Ignoring her, Fu Shi continues, Coincidentally, I intend to enter seclusion during this period. You should keep an eye on him. The small light orb in her consciousness trembles, sensing the abundance of Fu Shi's spiritual energy, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you preparing to break through to the transformation stage so soon? Fu Shi calmly affirms. By the time Shi Xuanshang attains his golden core, I should also be able to advance to the initial phase of the transformation stage. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. A twinge of sympathy arises in the orb for Shi Xuanshang, who is still striving to match Fu Shi's accomplishments achieved at the tender age of 15. As the thick fog dissipates, He Hanqing nearly falters, almost collapsing in shock upon witnessing the scene before him. However, upon seeing Shi Xuanshang gravely injured on the ground, he acts without hesitation, rummaging through his storage pouch for healing elixirs. Quick, consume this. The items within He Hanqing's pouch are of exceptional quality, as the elixir is ingested. Shi Xuanshang feels the wounds inflicted by the mist tiger gradually mend. What is that? He squints towards a door that emerges behind the receding mist. Could it be that the mist tiger was the guardian of this entrance? Did our victory over it unveil the passageway? He Hanqing is equally perplexed. Lowering his gaze, he suddenly exclaims, "Wait, is that a key to the door in your hand?" He Hanqing's reminder prompts Shi Xuanshang to notice a silver key that has appeared in the palm of his other hand. Rising to his feet, he prepares to test the key when he is abruptly alerted by the sound of footsteps approaching from all directions. 3 individuals are coming forth. "Fellow Taoist Fu, fellow Taoist Han," exclaims Mu Xuanning in surprise. Turning to look, Shi Xuanshang sees Zhuo Zibai, Mu Xuanning, and Duan Tianqi make their entrance into the cave. They appear somewhat disheveled but uninjured. In contrast, while his wounds have healed, he cannot continuously rely on the recovery elixirs to replenish his depleting spiritual energy. He must meditate to restore it. Thus, he cannot afford a direct confrontation. "You killed the mist tiger?" Duan Tianqi stares incredulously at the lifeless body of the mist tiger on the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief. He instinctively glances at Shi Xuanshang, the swordsman. No. The spiritual energy he emanates suggests he is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly have vanquished the mist tiger? That leaves only He Hanqing. Duan Tianqi examines him, noting that the spiritual energy fluctuations around him have completely subsided, making it impossible to ascertain his cultivation level. However, to have slain the mist tiger, he must at least be at the late stage of golden core. Who would have imagined that a mere artifact cultivator could possess such formidable prowess? Duan Tianqi's gaze towards He Hanqing grows increasingly fervent. If he could recruit such a talented artifact cultivator into their sect, his future sword would surely be secured. He Hanqing felt a chill run down his spine as he caught the gaze of Duan Tianqi, reminiscent of one eyeing the flesh of Tang Sung. Instinctively, he sought refuge behind Shi Xuanshang. Zhuo Zibai and Duan Tianqi shared a mutual understanding. In his view, a mid-stage foundation establishment swordsman could never defeat the mist tiger. However, Mu Xuanning noticed the door behind them, as well as the key in Shi Xuanshang's hand. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tentatively inquired, "Fellow Taoist, could it be that the key you possess is the one to unlock the door?" Upon hearing this, the two, who had previously dismissed Shi Xuanshang, suddenly shifted their attention towards him. The moment they laid eyes on the silver key, a sharp glint ignited in their gazes. Zhuo Zibai crossed his arms, his expression darkening. "You managed to acquire the key before us." As he tapped his fingers against his arm, preparing to employ his usual tactics to coerce Shi Xuanshang into surrendering the key, Shi Xuanshang spoke first. "We have also stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. This mist tiger is merely a manifestation of the secret realm. Its power is not that of a true pinnacle golden core." He Hanqing was taken aback, nearly losing his composure over a mere weak water bell. This mist tiger was undeniably a bona fide pinnacle golden core. Yet, as he began to grasp Shi Xuanshang's intentions, he chose to remain silent. "My brothers and I are merely cooperating with you. Had it not been for your guidance, we would not have arrived here. Now that we have found the key, we certainly will not forget about you." "Oh." Zhuo Zibai's eyes narrowed slightly. Shi Xuanshang's words were neither servile nor arrogant, yet they brought him a sense of comfort. Ultimately, he felt no threat from Shi Xuanshang and was pleased with his perceptiveness. A wicked grin crept across Zhuo Zibai's lips. "In that case, you shall be the one to unlock this door. Who can guarantee that this door is indeed safe?" Chapter 43. I already have the best sword. Zhuo Zibai had never bothered to conceal his emotions. Thus, Shi Xuanshang could distinctly sense his malice. Nonetheless, he maintained a stoic expression and nodded in agreement. "Very well." This left Zhuo Zibai feeling as though he had struck a punch against cotton. Despite Shi Xuanshang acquiescing to his wishes, he was inexplicably dissatisfied. "Brother, I'm coming with you." He Hanqing clung tightly to him. Shi Xuanshang approached the door, placing his hand against the cold stone surface and gently pressing. A hum resonated as a pale blue array of light illuminated the space, revealing a formation pattern before them. Shi Xuanshang placed the key upon it. With a click, the stone door began to open. "It's actually real," Duan Tianqi remarked in astonishment. After being separated by the giant devouring ants, they had come across several doors but found no keys. They had forced them open only to discover nothing behind them. The thought that a mid-stage foundation establishment loose cultivator had fortuitously obtained the key sparked a twinge of jealousy in Duan Tianqi. Is there a secret chamber behind the door? He Hanqing peered inside. Shi Xuanshang glanced back at them before stepping directly into the chamber. "Let us go." Zhuo Sibai followed with a darkened expression. As they all entered, the chamber door slammed shut behind them. "What is happening?" Duan Tianqi turned in astonishment, attempting to push open the stone door and even striking it with his sword. Yet it remained steadfastly closed. Just then, a clear and melodious female voice pierced through the tension, exclaiming, "Enough noise. You're giving me a headache." The crowd turned to see an ancient, verdant tree emerging in the chamber, its sprawling branches cradling a delicate maiden. When had she and this tree appeared? None present could comprehend. Zhuo Zibai narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "Are you the spirit of the secret realm of Xianling Cave?" Indeed, the maiden leaped down from the tree, her face alight with a smile. "I am Linglong. Congratulations on passing the trial to arrive at this place. Now, please select your rewards." "Rewards?" Duan Tianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. No wonder the elders of the sect spoke highly of the secret realms as the most suitable for their training, low in danger, yet rich in rewards. Linglong extended her arms, and 3 swords materialized before her. Each sword emanated distinct spiritual pressures, their brilliance revealing their considerable rank. "The first," she declared, "is the high-grade true spirit sword of the Xian rank." High-grade Xian rank. Duan Tianqi's voice trembled with eagerness. If this was merely the first sword, what might the next 2 hold? "The second is the high-grade Qianye sword, most suitable for sword cultivators with spiritual roots." As she spoke, her gaze subtly flickered towards Duan Tianqi. Indeed, he felt a fiery surge within him. The last sword, with a playful curl of her lips, was directed towards Zhuo Zibai and Shi Xianshang. "This is the low-grade Fenian sword." At this revelation, Zhuo Zibai rarely lifted his head. The Fenian sword shared the same rank as his Jihua sword. Though he already possessed a sword of destiny, he could not simply relinquish it. Yet, if the Jihua sword could absorb the power of the Fenian sword, no. Zhuo Zibai suddenly snapped back to reality, coldly questioning. "The treasure of the Xianling Cave's secret realm is the Xuanmu fruit. When did it transform into spirit swords?" "Xuanmu fruit." Linglong's smile waned, her anger palpable as she struck the tree trunk behind her. "Do you see this tree bearing fruit?" She continued to pound the trunk in frustration. Zhuo Zibai fell into silence. So, they would not be obtaining the secret realm's treasure this time. "Humph." Linglong's laughter turned icy. "It seems you came solely for the Xuanmu fruit. Then let these spirit swords be destroyed." No. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianqi quickly regained his composure, halting Linglong's actions as he implored, "I came for the spirit swords." "Is that so?" Linglong's tone was ambiguous as she leisurely surveyed the group, her voice softening. "There are 4 sword cultivators, yet I possess only 3 spirit swords. How shall you divide them?" At this, Shi Xianshang suddenly grasped Linglong's intent. Noticing the gazes of the 3 upon him, he subtly raised his head. Though Zhuo Zibai already had a sword of destiny, it was unreasonable to simply yield a low-grade spirit sword. Duan Tianqi, weighing the pros and cons, swiftly approached Zhuo Zibai and Mu Xuanning. "Zhuomu, we shall divide these 3 spiritual swords among ourselves." His gaze fell upon He Hanqing, who stood beside Shi Xuanshang. Naturally, he dismissed the mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, the only troublesome factor being the enigmatic weapon cultivator by his side. Zhuo Sibai had no intention of sharing the spiritual swords with Duan Tianqi. Yet he was not foolish enough to make enemies at this juncture. Summoning the swift fire sword, he fixed his gaze on the 2 before him. "Will you wait for me to strike, or will you relinquish your claim willingly?" As a disciple of the sword's sovereign and a person of exceptional talent, Zhuo Sibai had encountered little resistance after joining the sword-leaning sect, apart from the formidable Jinggu. Even when faced with opponents of greater cultivation, they often chose to avoid conflict with him due to his esteemed status. In his world, the principle was straightforward. Those who aligned with him thrived, while those who opposed him perished. He Hanqing finally grasped that the 3 adversaries before him had united. A flicker of anger crossed his face as he indignantly remarked, "Do not forget that we brought you into this secret chamber." "And what of it?" Bolstered by his alliance with Zhuo Zibai, Duan Tianqi grew bolder, asserting that once they entered this chamber, it was every man for himself. Your abilities? By your sycophantic skills? He Hanqing scoffed, his usual carefree and lively demeanor now laced with sharp sarcasm. You, Duan Tianqi, exposed, was instantly consumed by embarrassment and rage. Do not assume I would hesitate to act against you simply because you are a weapon cultivator. Oh, how terrifying. He Hanqing retorted with a mocking face, scolding. You want it all while speaking of fairness? If we were to discuss abilities, you couldn't even defeat my younger brother. Duan Tianqi, a mere early-stage golden core practitioner, was no match for Shi Xuanshang, who had vanquished beasts at the pinnacle of golden core. Duan Tianqi's face flushed red, a mixture of anger and embarrassment painting his features. He is merely a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. At most he could contend with a peak foundation establishment. I am a golden core cultivator. Ling Long observed the unfolding drama with great interest, her mischievous nature growing increasingly bold, almost urging them to clash. However, Shi Xuanshang's mindset had never aligned with theirs. He had been quietly observing Ling Long and the three spiritual swords, and amid the escalating tension, he suddenly addressed Ling Long, saying, "Thank you, but I shall not choose any." The room fell silent, everyone momentarily stunned. Ling Long's smile faltered, perplexed by the young cultivator's intentions. The reward she offered was undoubtedly enticing. Why? She discreetly scrutinized Shi Xuanshang's reaction. Without a hint of hesitation, he declared, "Because I already possess the finest sword." Chapter 44. Casting flirtatious glances at the blind upon hearing his words, the consciousness within his sea of awareness hummed with satisfaction. Look, the reincarnated deity speaks so eloquently. His sword spirit is truly fortunate. Yet, it glanced back at Fu Shi, who was meditating and oblivious to these words, rolling its eyes in exasperation. Never mind. Casting flirtatious glances at the blind. Within the secret chamber, no one anticipated Shi Xuanshang would utter such a statement. He Hanqing's first reaction was to assume that Shi Xuanshang wished to avoid confrontation and was thus choosing to withdraw, for he already possessed his own destined sword. However, that is a low-grade spiritual sword. Although it does not align with his spiritual root attributes, possessing it could yield an equivalent treasure or artifact. In a moment of urgency, He Hanqing desperately signaled Shi Xuanshang with his eyes. Unfortunately, Shi Xuanshang remained oblivious, akin to a blockhead, not even glancing in his direction. Duan Tianqi's first reaction was to assume that Shi Xuanshang was intimidated. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. Indeed, you are mere loose cultivators. Naturally hesitant to confront the sword-leaning sect. What if he is sycophantic? The sword-leaning sect looms large for him. By flattering them, he could acquire a high-grade spiritual sword, a clear profit. A hint of skepticism flickered in Zhuo Zibai's gaze. He had an inkling that this loose cultivator, Fu Xian, would not easily relinquish his claim. Nevertheless, even if he harbored ulterior motives, Zhuo Zibai was confident he could subdue him. Thus, only Zhuo Zibai remained. Casting a glance at Duan Tianqi, who foolishly believed he might seize an opportunity, and exchanged a knowing look with Mu Shuling. A glimmer of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. All three spiritual swords must belong to the sword-leaning sect. Just as he prepared to act, Ling Long's astonished voice interrupted his movements. Curious, you truly think so? She had tested Shi Xuanshang somehow, and, upon receiving her answer, was utterly surprised. This piqued her interest in the sword cultivator, who was rather polite, even addressing her as senior. With keen interest, Ling Long inquired, "Fascinating. I am quite intrigued by your sword. May I have the privilege of witnessing it?" Here, Shi Xuanshang glanced at the three others. Ling Long understood his implication and smiled, raising her hand. Certainly not. With her gesture, a vortex suddenly twisted out from behind the tree, seemingly leading to another realm. Can we depart now? Ling Long turned to him. I wish to bring him along. Shi Xuanshang pointed at He Hanqing, who immediately declared, My brother and I have never been apart. Suit yourselves. Ling Long inclined her chin, permitting Shi Xuanshang and the others to enter the space behind her. Just as she was about to leave, Duan Tianqi abruptly realized, wait, what about our spiritual swords? Spiritual swords? Ling Long raised her hand and obliterated the three swords, turning back to the stunned trio with a scoff. Fools, those were illusions I conjured to deceive you. What? Zhuo Zibai realized he had been toyed with, his expression darkening as he swiftly unleashed the fire sword. Ling Long promptly stepped into the space. the fire sword striking nothing but the stone wall. Inside the tree's space, Linglong remarked, "This is the internal realm of the Xianling tree. They will never find us here. Now may I see your sword?" "Certainly," Shi Xuanshang replied, summoning the Hungsong sword. Linglong's gaze sharpened as she suddenly appeared before Shi Xuanshang. He observed her with composure. "Senior? This sword of yours." Linglong's palm tingled with the desire to touch it, yet for some inexplicable reason, she hesitated. She met his gaze. "This cannot be an ordinary spiritual sword, can it?" Shi Xuanshang's expression remained unchanged. "What do you mean, senior?" Indeed. He Hanqing chimed in. "This sword is merely a high-grade artifact, right? Is there perhaps another extraordinary aspect?" Linglong smiled enigmatically, dismissing the mere Xiantier artifact as unworthy of her. "This sword evokes a peculiar sensation within me, yet I cannot articulate it." Stepping back, Linglong beheld the emergence of the Xianling tree behind her, gently patting its trunk. The tree trembled twice before a long sword fell from its branches. Linglong grasped the sword and addressed Shi Xuanshang. "Human, shall we engage in a duel with our swords? If you prevail, I shall ensure your safe passage from this secret realm." "Agreed," Shi Xuanshang replied. He promptly sought a corner to observe the unfolding battle with utmost seriousness. The Hungsong sword resonated with its master's intent, as tiny violet lightning flickered around its blade. A thunderous spiritual root," Linglong exclaimed in astonishment, and in the next moment, she unleashed her sword. Her swordsmanship was both pure and magnificent, akin to the very essence of the secret realm, brimming with vitality, yet fraught with concealed perils. What appeared to be gentle and flourishing sword energy was, in truth, riddled with danger. This was unlike any sword cultivator Shi Xuanshang had previously encountered, compelling him to engage with utmost vigilance. Lightning, imbued with a destructive force capable of obliterating trees, surged forth, yet Shi Xuanshang remained undeterred. After exchanging over a dozen strikes, he maintained a cautious offensive approach, even as Linglong intentionally exposed weaknesses, refraining from hastily seizing the opportunity. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Linglong's eyes. "Young man, you possess commendable insight. Should you recklessly rely on your formidable spiritual root to confront me, I could dispatch you within mere exchanges utilizing my control over what attributes." Linglong's smile deepened as she lowered her gaze. "Remember, control is the singular aspect to be mindful of regarding thunderous spiritual roots." Shi Xuanshang recognized her subtle admonition. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Do you possess a sword technique? Allow me to witness your prowess," Linglong gently urged, tilting her chin slightly. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Xuanshang nodded. "Indeed, it is called Jingchunyu, though I have only mastered the first tier and cannot yet unleash its full potential." Jingchunyu is a beautifully evocative name. Linglong's interest intensified. "Show me, esteemed elder. Prepare yourself," Shi Xuanshang declared, gripping the Hungsong sword, his spiritual energy seamlessly merging with the blade, which shimmered with lightning, poised for action. Thunderous lightning. Arise. The sudden flash of lightning surged forth, enveloped in an overwhelming pressure, advancing with ferocity. Linglong's eyes widened in surprise. The chaotic lightning, seemingly disorderly, cunningly sealed her retreat. Instinctively, she raised her sword in defense. The clash between blade and lightning erupted in a dazzling display. Linglong distinctly felt herself pushed back a step by the force of the lightning. Not bad. Her voice grew increasingly animated as she charged forward with her sword. "Young man, I shall now fight earnestly." Shi Xuanshang, momentarily stunned, witnessed Linglong's ethereal form materialize before him, swiftly evading her onslaught. Is this truly the might of the spirit of the secret realm? Chapter 45. Who shall honor you when Shi Xuanshang is no more? The air crackled with the sound of swords colliding in a fierce symphony of clashes. The figures of the two individuals moved with such swiftness, resembling fleeting shadows skimming the ground, that He Hanqing found himself momentarily dazzled. He murmured, "Is this the essence of a duel among sword cultivators?" Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the combat finally subsided. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Linglong's increasingly animated voice echoed within the inner sanctum of the Xianling tree. "Young man, who imparted this sword technique to you? Its power is astonishing, even at the first layer. The one who grasped this sword art must be a most intriguing being." Ahem. Shi Xuanshang, having exhausted his spiritual energy, could only shake his head in resignation. "I apologize, senior, but I cannot divulge her identity." "No matter," Linglong replied. tossing the sword back to the Xianling tree, a smile gracing her lips. I hope that one day you can master this technique to its zenith. At that time, no form of control shall hold sway over you. A flicker of understanding passed through Shi Xuanshang's brow. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture. Have you attained enlightenment? Linglong noted the shift in Shi Xuanshang's aura and clicked her tongue. Not bad at all. Impressive, brother. He Hanxing rushed over but halted just before reaching Shi Xuanshang, wary of disrupting his focus. Linglong's gaze shifted to the radiant Xianling tree behind them, her eyes narrowing slightly. This young man is not merely impressive. He has compelled the Xianling tree to bear fruit. What? He Hanxing was taken aback, turning to see the Xianling tree gradually producing a Xianling fruit, his expression blank with astonishment. Did the Xianling tree bear fruit so suddenly? Linglong crossed her arms, arrogantly tapping her chin. Do you fools really believe the Xianling tree produces fruit naturally? He Hanxing chuckled awkwardly. Is it not? That is precisely why I deem you all foolish. Linglong rolled her eyes, her expression sardonic. The Xianling fruit is a treasure capable of allowing cultivators to form their cores overnight. Its emergence is only possible through the comprehension of a cultivator's profound intent. It appears the Xianling tree acknowledges the strength you just displayed. He Hanxing did not fully grasp the implication, yet he sensed that Shi Xuanshang was indeed formidable. Thus, he nodded vigorously. No wonder he is my brother. Linglong's lips twitched, her expression a blend of complexity as she observed them. You two brothers complement each other quite well. He Hanxing eagerly proclaimed, of course. We are the duo of the dim-witted and the discontent. I did not consent, Shi Xuanshang's deep voice interrupted. Unbeknownst to them, he had opened his eyes, and thanks to the abundant spiritual energy within the Xianling tree's realm, his own energy had been replenished. Gripping the Hungsang sword once more, he said, Thank you for your guidance, senior. Your ability to achieve enlightenment is a testament to your own skill. Linglong waved her hand dismissively, plucking the Xianling fruit from the tree and casually tossing it to Shi Xuanshang. Here, your spoils. Shi Xuanshang stared in astonishment at the Xianling fruit in his hand. Glancing at He Hanxing, bewildered, replied, What are you looking at me for? The Xianling tree bore fruit for your sake. Quickly accept it. Hearing this, Shi Xuanshang accepted it without further ado, expressing his gratitude once more. Linglong yawned languidly. The secret realm is collapsing. Allow me to escort you out. Very well. Shi Xuanshang placed the Xianling fruit into his storage pouch. The treasures of the secret realm, once taken by them, would automatically expel any cultivators still present within the Xianling cave. Linglong deliberately waited a moment before transporting them, so by the time they emerged, the scene was nearly deserted. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Shi Xuanshang yanked He Hanxing aside, narrowly evading a sword imbued with murderous intent, the swift fire sword. His eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized the weapon. Was Zhuo Sibai still here? Could it be that they had not obtained the spiritual sword and, in a fit of rage, were lying in wait for us? He Hanxing was startled by the sword's ferocity. Indeed, as he suspected, after Zhuo Sibai was transported out of the secret realm, he found it increasingly intolerable, especially with the collapse of the realm, as it was highly likely that those two rogue cultivators had acquired the Xianling fruit. How dare the spirit of the secret realm deceive him? Thus, upon spotting their appearance, Zhuo Sibai wasted no time in attacking. Mu Shuling, standing on the periphery, did not intervene. She wished to see if Zhuo Sibai would test whether Fu Xian was indeed Shi Xuanshang. Duan Tianqi, incensed that they had shattered his dream of acquiring a spiritual sword, joined the fray as well. This time, Shi Xuanshang did not hesitate. He pushed He Hanxing aside and swallowed a breaking spirit pill. The pill dissolved instantly, and Shi Xuanshang's cultivation swiftly ascended to the peak of foundation establishment. You handle Duan Tianqi, he instructed He Hanxing before confronting Zhuo Sibai, wielding the swift fire sword. He had long desired to gauge Zhuo Sibai's strength. Can you manage alone? He Hanxing was taken aback that Shi Xuanshang would face Zhuo Sibai by himself. Considering the disparity in their realms was akin to that of a misty tiger, he felt a surge of concern. He unleashed a barrage of dangerously powerful artifacts upon Duan Tianqi without holding back. Crackling firebomb, gathering flame cauldron. In an instant, the commotion He Hanxing created surpassed that of Shi Xuanshang. Duan Tianqi struggled to evade the crackling firebombs that He Hanxing hurled like stones, finally reaching his limit. Enough. Where does a rogue cultivator like you get so many crackling firebombs? You even have a gathering flame cauldron. He Hanxing chuckled. I haven't even used my more advanced artifacts yet. Meanwhile, Zhuosibai's every move radiated a wildfire-like pressure, while Shi Xuanshang remained cautiously untouched by the spreading flames. However, this only heightened Zhuosibai's impatience. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Is hiding all you can do?" "Certainly not." Shi Xuanshang's icy voice unexpectedly resonated from behind, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. Boom! A crater was instantly formed at the spot. Zhuosibai was caught by a stray bolt of lightning, tearing through the luxurious fabric of his sleeve, his expression darkening severely. He loathed those with lightning spiritual roots. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, and a lightning root at that. He had truly provoked me. As his words fell, the momentum of the swift fire sword surged exponentially. Shi Xuanshang's heart sank. Was this the true strength of Zhuosibai? He gripped the Hengsong sword tightly. Raging flames, ignite. Burn this arrogant wretch to ashes. The pervasive flames swiftly encircled Shi Xuanshang, confining him within their grasp. The temperature surrounding him gradually escalated, compressing the space in which he could breathe. This circle once again presented itself. During the previous selection, he had already breached his sword formation, and this time, he navigated it with ease. However, casting a glance at the spectators, particularly Mu Shuling, he refrained from dismantling the formation immediately. Simultaneously, within the confines of his consciousness, the entity known as Ziz anxiously flitted about. Shi Xuanshang found himself in a perilous situation. Yet Fu Shi remained indifferent, absorbed in her meditative retreat. Ziz consoled itself with the notion that should Shi Xuanshang truly face life-threatening danger, she would undoubtedly sense it. Yet, recalling Fu Shi's reckless past, uncertainty gnawed at its resolve. It longed to manifest hands, rush forth, and rouse her with the urgent words, "Awaken. If Shi Xuanshang perishes, who will honor you?" Chapter 46. The Thunder Root. Nothing more. Zhuosibai had already concluded that victory was assured. Observing Shi Xuanshang's attempts to break free, he scoffed derisively. "I advise you not to waste your effort. Even if you have elevated your realm with elixirs, we remain separated by a significant gap." Shi Xuanshang paid him no heed. The flames within the circle surged, constricting his breathing space. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his expression remained as calm and indifferent as ever. He recalled He Hanqing's revelation regarding Zhuosibai's regression in cultivation. Thus his vulnerabilities would only become increasingly apparent. The drifting embers were extinguished by the spiritual energy surrounding Shi Xuanshang as he summoned the Hengsong sword towards a locust engulfed in flames. Outside, Mu Shuling fixated intently on the sword in his grasp, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. This was not the same sword she had witnessed previously. Could this individual truly be Shi Xuanshang? He still possesses the strength to counterattack. Zhuosibai observed his actions with a mixture of rage and amusement. In the next instant, he sensed the weakening of the sword formation, his expression stiffening in disbelief. How is this possible? Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely. Even if Shi Xuanshang had not dismantled his formation, it was sufficient to ignite his murderous intent. Very well. He raised the swift fire sword, flames swirling around its blade. His gaze icy and malevolent. "I shall grant you a swift death." With his words hanging in the air, Zhuosibai vanished from sight, reappearing before Shi Xuanshang in an instant. Bang! Shi Xuanshang was startled. Was this the true speed of Zhuosibai? Instinctively, he raised the Hengsong sword for defense, narrowly evading the fiery glow of the swift fire sword as it grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow wound. "Oh, you managed to evade it." A cruel smile spread across Zhuosibai's lips. "Let us see how many more times you can escape." Bang! 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 Zhuosibai relentlessly unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks, each strike a lethal blow, showing no mercy. Although Shi Xuanshang relied on his extensive training to evade the cunning angles of each assault, it became increasingly evident to onlookers that he was gradually falling behind. Damn it! He Hanqing stole a glance at the unfolding battle, initially intent on quickly dispatching Duan Tianqi to assist Shi Xuanshang, only to be taken aback as disciples from the Yijian Sect suddenly emerged from the side. He immediately erupted in a stream of curses. Does the Yijian Sect have no shame? A dozen disciples surrounded a solitary weapon cultivator? Beware. I shall inform our sect leader. Our leader would never deign to meet an obscure weapon cultivator. Duan Tianqi snorted coldly, advising the other disciples. This weapon cultivator possesses an abundance of magical tools. Do not fall for his tricks. Once Zhuojibai deals with that sword cultivator, will not this weapon cultivator's tools be theirs for the taking? You have forced my hand. He Hanting's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura of his late golden core stage cultivation suddenly revealed itself. Duan Tianxi was momentarily taken aback upon sensing the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. What? You are actually at the late golden core stage. The sword cultivator is merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. How can his brother possess such a vastly superior cultivation? He Hanting coldly regarded their faces, which had turned to panic, and without hesitation commanded, Frost Mirror, go. A top-grade Xian class magical artifact. The disciples of Yijian Sect gasped in astonishment. Cough, cough. Shi Xuanshang rolled several times on the ground. Yet without the luxury of checking his injuries, he swiftly brandished his sword to block the relentless pursuit of Zhuojibai. You shall not escape. The fire sword was intercepted by the horizontal Tsang's sword, yet the flames upon its blades surged forth, breaching the horizontal Tsang's sword and charging directly at Shi Xuanshang. Uft. Shi Xuanshang's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he reacted by darting backward, but was still engulfed by the flames, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen. The gap in cultivation between the two was vast and could not be bridged in such a short time. Zhuojibai gazed down upon him, and as he observed Shi Xuanshang's dismal state, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. Thunderroot? Merely that. His tone dripped with arrogance and disdain. Jiang Wu had once possessed an exceptional thunder root, yet in the end, her spiritual root was extracted, leaving her as nothing more than a pile of bones. Shi Xuanshang consumed 2 recovery pills, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, though his eyes were steeped in coldness. The more one is ensnared in adversity, the more one must strive to remain composed. The effects of the spirit-breaking pill would not last long. He needed to find an opportunity to break free, ideally allowing them to escape this place. Shi Xuanshang spoke slowly. Such hatred for thunder roots. Could it be that you were once trampled by a thunder root cultivator? Why does Zhuojibai mention thunder roots so often? To his knowledge, Zhuojibai's senior sister, Jiang Wu, was a thunder root cultivator. You seek death. As expected. Shi Xuanshang's words struck a nerve, and Zhuojibai, who had been enjoying Shi Xuanshang's plight, was instantly consumed by rage. The fire swords might surged. The flames illuminated Zhuojibai's furious countenance, and Shi Xuanshang drew upon all his spiritual energy, evading like a bolt of lightning. While dodging, he did not forget to provoke Zhuojibai further. It seems I have hit a nerve? Shut your mouth. Zhuojibai, seeing that he still had the strength to run, was beside himself with fury. The fire sword gradually morphed into a massive sword silhouette, embodying 80% of Zhuojibai's strength, while the surrounding winds rustled, enhancing the spread of the flames. Just then, dark clouds gathered overhead, shrouding the land in sudden gloom. Boom. Within the thick, ink-like clouds, faint flashes of lightning were born, soon followed by a torrential downpour. What is happening? Why has it suddenly started to rain? Rain? Shi Xuanshang's gaze sharpened. As he observed the quivering shadow of the colossal sword in the making, he realized that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Damn it, it was raining. Zhuojibai also became aware of this fact. The rain fell with great ferocity, accompanied by howling winds that struck down suddenly. Yet, it mattered not. His move was nearing its conclusion. Do you truly believe this rain can aid you? Zhuojibai's gaze was cold as he fixated on Shi Xuanshang, declaring that with your foundation-building strength, to attempt to manipulate the forces of nature was nothing short of delusional. As his words echoed, the immense sword came crashing down. Boom. The formidable flames engulfed the surrounding trees, infused with the sheer power of a peak golden core cultivator. Shi Xuanshang was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a tree before barely coming to rest. Gasp. Cough, cough. He heard a distinct crack emanating from his body and froze momentarily, suddenly recalling that he was adorned in the silver thread armor left to him by He Hanxing. This armor had shielded him from a fatal blow. Not dead yet. Zhuojibai's disdainful voice rang out. The tip of the fire sword aimed at Shi Xuanshang, a mere inch away from claiming his life. You are just as fortunate as that person. You both deserve to die. That person? Shi Xuanshang's brow twitched slightly. He gazed at the cascading raindrops, momentarily lost in thought. Recalling the words of Fu Shi, spring rain brings forth life, and this sword technique is named Spring Thunder Rain. Clouds generate thunder, and rain summons it. He felt as though he had grasped the threshold of the second layer of Spring Thunder Rain. In any case, he had no retreat left. He could only gamble everything. Just then, He Hanxing's voice suddenly pierced through. Stop. Chapter 47. Is your little junior sister a treasure? Shi Xianshang and Zhuozhi Bai turned to look, and there stood He Hanxing, holding the Ling Yun arrow against Mu Xuanning's delicate neck. This was He Hanxing's first time taking a hostage, and sweat trickled from his palm due to the tension. Yet, for Shi Xianshang, he was willing to risk it all. Let him go, or I shall take action against your junior sister. Third brother Mu Xuanning's pupils trembled as she cast a pitiful glance at Zhuozhi Bai. Zhuozhi Bai's rationality barely returned. Little junior sister? He stared incredulously at the scattered disciples of the Yijian Sect, gritting his teeth in anger. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even deal with a mere artifact cultivator. Duan Tianqi was at a loss for words. This artifact cultivator was at the late golden core stage. Moreover, the magical tools in his possession were nearly impossible to counter. Zhuozhi Bai glared coldly at He Hanxing. You dare to threaten me with my little junior sister? If anything happens to her, the sword-leaning sect will never let you off. Is your little junior sister a treasure? He Hanxing was entirely unfazed by this line of reasoning. After all, Shi Xianshang was his only brother. Seeing this, He Hanxing boldly retaliated. If anything happens to my brother, I will ensure that your sword-leaning sect pays for it in blood. Hearing this, Zhuozhi Bai laughed in rage. What arrogance! A mere insignificant loose cultivator has no right to compare with my little junior sister. In any case, your little junior sister is in my grasp. As long as you do not cooperate, I can take her life at any moment. He Hanxing, undaunted, held the Ling Yun arrow firmly, its tip merely an inch away from Mu Xuanning's tender skin. Stop! Zhuozhi Bai was consumed by agitation. It was impossible for him to let Shi Xianshang go. He was filled with a burning desire to reduce him to ashes. Yet, Mu Xuling was in He Hanxing's grasp. He sheathed his sword, fixing a fierce gaze on He Hanxing, and reluctantly spoke. Release her, and I will permit you two brothers to leave. He Hanxing hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Shi Xianshang. Upon witnessing the latter's actions, his pupils quivered. In that fleeting instant, a thought crossed his mind. Has my younger brother lost his mind? He is attempting to harness the rain. Shi Xianshang's actions were indeed reckless, yet his heart remained remarkably composed. The interplay of nature and existence was evident. The rain was clearly here to assist him. He sensed his realm was plummeting. The breaking spirit pill was nearing its expiration, and thus he had to gamble everything. The spring rain's second layer summoned the thunder. The torrential downpour merged with Shi Xianshang's thunderous spiritual power, instantaneously sealing Zhuozhi Bai's movement. The rain fell incessantly, and the lightning crackled without respite. The seemingly isolated drops of rain were now interconnected by Shi Xianshang's spiritual threads, forming a dense web of thunder and rain. They were already soaked, the rain washing away the bloodstains on their bodies. Shi Xianshang's damp hair clung to his cheeks, yet his gaze was strikingly luminous. Now, there was no escape for you. What? Zhuozhi Bai's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively took a step forward, a jolt coursing through him like electricity, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. He has manipulated this rain. No, even so, you cannot possibly trap me. Zhuozhi Bai reflexively retorted. What kind of bizarre swordplay is this? I am at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Zhuozhi Bai, attempting to shatter the web that ensnared him, but he was met with an even more potent electric current. A muffled groan escaped his lips as his face contorted in disbelief. Impossible. How could he not break free from the control of a mere foundation establishment practitioner? Flames ignited around him, as if he were determined to burn against the current and incinerate the thunderous web. Retract. Shi Xianshang signaled to He Hanxing. As the thunderous rain web constricted around Zhuozhi Bai, He Hanxing immediately cast Mu Xuling aside and rushed forward. Let us go. He Hanxing, disregarding everything else, tore a teleportation talisman. Just then, Zhuozhi Bai broke free from the thunder web. Damn it! He fixed his gaze on the fleeing figures, his heart already marking this grudge. With a thud, Zhuozhi Bai planted his sword into the ground, the numbing electric intent surging through him, unexpectedly evoking memories of the dread Jiang Wu had inflicted upon him. It was equally as helpless. Third senior brother. Mu Xuling rushed forward, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry, it's my fault for dragging you down. Unfortunately, Zhuozhi Bai was far too preoccupied to concern himself with her feelings. A new layer of gloom enveloped his heart as he suddenly erupted in fury. He is just a thunder spirit root. I will kill him sooner or later. The facade of despair on Mu Shuling's face stiffened as she bit her lip. Has Zhuo Zibai completely lost his sanity? Zhang Wu is a thunder spirit root, and he is now obsessively fixated on other thunder spirit roots. The teleportation talisman randomly transported them hundreds of miles away, yet He Hanqing remained on high alert, as Shi Xuanshang's condition was evidently troubling. His spiritual energy was dissipating. After searching for quite some time, He Hanqing finally discovered a concealed cave and took refuge within. He arranged several magical artifacts at the entrance before glancing back at Shi Xuanshang, who lay unconscious with his eyes tightly shut, and let out a sigh. Approaching him, He Hanqing suddenly noticed the high temperature radiating from Shi Xuanshang's body, accompanied by layers of spiritual energy, waves emanating from him. By heavens, He Hanqing gasped in astonishment. Have you broken through? Unfortunately, Shi Xuanshang was unable to respond. The side effects of the breaking spirit pill manifested swiftly, and he had unexpectedly advanced, collapsing into unconsciousness. He Hanqing had no choice but to reinforce the cave's entrance with additional magical artifacts for safety. 3 days later, Shi Xuanshang awakened from his stupor. Acutely aware of the elevation in his realm, he had reached the latter stage of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Jing Chunyu had also progressed to the second layer. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, Shi Xuanshang exhaled in relief, grateful that his gamble had paid off. Just then, He Hanqing returned from his patrol outside. Upon seeing Shi Xuanshang awake, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over. You finally woke up. How do you feel? Quite well, Shi Xuanshang replied with a slight smirk. That is reassuring, He Hanqing sighed in relief. You truly frightened me back then. If your swordplay hadn't restrained Zhuo Zibai, I might have had to reveal my identity to save you. Shi Xuanshang pondered for a moment and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Had he not been accompanied by He Hanqing during his abrupt fainting, the outcome could have been dire, potentially allowing Zhuo Zibai to catch up with him. We are brothers. There's no need for thanks. He Hanqing waved his hand, his tone brimming with excitement. I can't believe you actually injured Zhuo Zibai. Huh. I should have lingered to see his reaction before fleeing. Shi Xuanshang considered, his realm indeed diminished. Though he remains at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, his true strength has regressed to the later stage of Golden Core. It was only due to his unexpected summoning of rain and thunder that I managed to subdue him. It was clear that he needed to attain the Golden Core stage as soon as possible. Once achieved, he would be able to fly with his sword, thus escaping a perpetual state of passivity. He Hanqing burst into laughter. I told you so? Ha ha ha, he had it coming. Mid-laughter, He Hanqing, sensing something amiss, was suddenly silenced by Shi Xuanshang, who swiftly covered his mouth. He Hanqing blinked slowly, inquiring, What's wrong? Shi Xuanshang lowered his voice. There's the sound of fighting outside. Mistakenly assuming it was Zhuo Zibai and his cohort pursuing them, He Hanqing's eyes widened in alarm. 3 days have passed. When has Zhuo Zibai become so relentless? Chapter 48. Minions of the Underworld Palace. Shi Xuanshang observed He Hanqing's reaction, discerning his thoughts. However, he shook his head. The fighting outside is clearly not instigated by Zhuo Zibai and his crew. The two presences were formidable, and in the interest of caution, he refrained from probing further, lest they be discovered and inadvertently alert their foes. Glancing at the various magical artifacts arranged at the cave's entrance, he softly asked, Can these artifacts withstand a nascent soul cultivator? Nascent soul? He Hanqing nodded in a daze, only to suddenly realize, are the ones fighting outside nascent soul cultivators? Shi Xuanshang remarked, It is highly probable. He Hanqing gazed at the shimmering artifact at the cave's entrance and slowly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, I invested heavily in this artifact's arrangement. They should not discover this place. Shi Xuanshang cast him a sidelong glance, hesitating to speak. They are approaching this way. He Hanqing exclaimed. Why are they coming here? This cave was situated halfway up the mountainside, shrouded by dark trees. And with He Hanqing having set up a concealment artifact, even a nascent soul cultivator would not detect it. However, the fear remained that a battle might disturb their sanctuary, leading to their inevitable discovery. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, Shi Xuanshang discerned 2 figures several miles away. One was a peaked Golden Core rogue cultivator, frantically fleeing, appearing disheveled and injured, evidently nearing his end. In pursuit was a nascent soul cultivator, obscured by a black robe and wearing a mask adorned with bluish-purple fangs. His sword trailed the rogue cultivator at a leisurely pace, as if granting him a chance, yet preventing any hope of escape. The nascent soul cultivator with the bluish-purple fangs belonged to the palace of the netherworld. He Hanqing's eyes widened in shock. The palace of the netherworld? This was the first time Shi Xuanshang had heard of such a power, turning to him in confusion. I have only heard whispers, He Hanqing replied. The palace of the netherworld is a force that has suddenly risen in the cultivation world over the past few years. Yet no one has seen their stronghold or their true forms, as if they exist in the shadows. Each of their strikes targets renowned rogue cultivators, who either submit to their control or meet a grim fate. Because of them, rogue cultivators in the cultivation world have either joined other sects or hidden away, too fearful to reveal themselves. Submission, the familiarity of the term reminded Shi Xuanshang of the obliterated Yijian Sect, pondering if their demise was linked to the palace of the netherworld. He Hanqing sighed. That rogue cultivator outside may be unwilling to be manipulated by the palace of the netherworld, which is why he is being hunted. If we could assist him, we cannot help him, Shi Xuanshang interjected, casting a glance at him. With their current strength, they would be no match for the nascent soul cultivator. True, He Hanqing replied, his spirits sinking as he lowered his gaze, murmuring to himself. We struggle even against Zhuosibai. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together. He had always refrained from meddling in others' affairs, understanding the interconnectedness of cause and effect. Once he intervened, it would lead to countless subsequent entanglements. Yet, when he first attempted to intervene, he had failed to save Yunziyu. As silence enveloped them, a sudden crash jolted them back to reality. The golden core rogue cultivator had collided with the ground mere meters from them. Seemingly aware he had reached the brink of despair, gripping his sword with a glint of desperation in his eyes. He Hanqing's eyes brightened. What if we bring him into the cave? Wouldn't that prevent the nascent soul cultivator from discovering him? Shi Xuanshang pondered the suggestion. He Hanqing earnestly stated, Xuanshang, I cannot bear to watch an innocent perish before my eyes. Very well, Shi Xuanshang replied abruptly. He Hanqing was momentarily taken aback. Due to Shi Xuanshang's inherently unintrusive nature, he never anticipated that he would acquiesce. Later, you shall use the Ruoshui bell to control that nascent soul cultivator while I seize the opportunity to bring him in. Shi Xuanshang's demeanor gradually calmed He Hanqing, who, upon hearing those words, turned his gaze towards him. As long as the Ruoshui bell can hold him for a few moments, we shall succeed. Can you manage that? Absolutely. He Hanqing replied immediately. Even if it seemed impossible, he was determined to make it happen. Shi Xuanshang nodded. Once that nascent soul cultivator appears, you shall act. After a brief wait, the nascent soul cultivator emerged. He gazed down from his elevated position at the scattered cultivators below, and beneath his mask, only a pair of murky, piercing eyes were visible. Coughing, the golden core cultivator sensed the impending threat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned to the sword cultivator in midair, cursing vehemently. You lackeys of the Nether Palace. I, Lin Ji, would rather die than become your puppet. The nascent soul sword cultivator remained silent, slowly drawing his sword. Now, as soon as Shi Xuanshang uttered the command, He Hanqing seized the moment to launch the Ruoshui bell. The nascent soul sword cultivator lifted his gaze slightly, observing the descending Ruoshui bell, and a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. His figure flickered as he evaded, but the water still managed to touch him. He Hanqing widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Is he not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator? Clenching his teeth, he retrieved the frost mirror and hurled it forward. Convinced that this nascent soul sword cultivator could not evade all of his magical artifacts. While He Hanqing occupied the nascent soul sword cultivator, Shi Xuanshang made his move. Utilizing the concealment of the trees in the forest, he swiftly approached Lin Ji. When their eyes met, filled with shock, he offered no explanation, only prepared to take him away. Just then, a heavy pressure descended abruptly, like a sharp sword poised above, ready to claim his life at any moment. Shi Xuanshang's movements faltered, his steps slowed. Had the nascent soul cultivator broken free from He Hanqing's control so swiftly? Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Ji's fleeting hope was extinguished. He shook his head and said, Young brother, I thank you for your willingness to save me, but do not concern yourselves with me. You must flee. It was the same as before. He had failed to rescue Yunziyu last time, and now he could not save Lin Ji either. The frustration within him nearly filled his entire consciousness. Calm yourself. You are on the brink of entering the nightmare miasma. Fu Shi's cold voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. The nightmare miasma was a precursor to the emergence of inner demons. A cultivator's inner demons could potentially ruin everything for them. making it the most dreaded existence for any cultivator. Shi Xuanshang's lips trembled. Fu Shi? He understood that Fu Shi was often in slumber, so he had not thought to disturb her, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Fu Shi sighed. It has barely been a moment. And you have already provoked a peak nascent soul. Peak nascent soul. Shi Xuanshang's pupils constricted. No wonder he could so easily escape He Hanqing's control. If this individual truly was at the peak, he could effortlessly slay everyone present. Why had he not made a move? Fu Shi did not inquire further about what had transpired. The moment she was forcibly awakened, Zhe had been chattering incessantly in her ear for quite some time. Leave. The Hung Tsang sword suddenly manifested, and sensing the surging power emanating from it, Shi Xuanshang did not hesitate, immediately retreating into the cave with the astonished Lin Ji. The Hung Tsang sword, unbound and autonomous, vanished in an instant, confronting the nascent soul swordsman directly. Chapter 49. Why do other swords fare so well? The nascent soul swordsman, also sensing a formidable aura, came to a halt. Upon seeing the Hung Tsang sword appear before him, his eyes narrowed beneath the black robe. The sword energy enveloped the area when had this sword materialized. Moreover, it was not under the control of any swordsman. Its ability to operate independently, even without a sword spirit, indicated that this sword had undoubtedly attained a form of sentience, far surpassing an ordinary spiritual sword. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes. In a hoarse voice, he spoke slowly. Esteemed sir, I bear no enmity towards you. I merely seek to pursue that golden core loose cultivator. The sword remained poised before him, and as he attempted to bypass it, he suddenly became aware of the overwhelming pressure radiating from it. A glimmer of wariness flashed in his eyes. The sword's momentum was indeed at the peak of the nascent soul. No, it was more than that. It had already reached the threshold of the transformation realm. It seems you intend to protect Lin Ji. His tone grew solemn. Are you aware that he has become a target of the Nether Palace? Nether Palace? Fu Shi furrowed her brow. She had never heard of this faction before, suggesting it had emerged after her downfall. But what of it? She had never feared any power. Buzzing, the Hung Tsang sword unleashed waves of oppressive force, and dark clouds began to gather ominously overhead, the atmosphere suddenly taut with tension. The nascent soul cultivator scrutinized the sword intently before ultimately retracting it. As the sword returned to its sheath, he left behind a parting remark. Tell Lin Ji that if he wishes to escape the Nether Palace, there is only one person who can assist him. Fu Shi observed his departing figure, noting that the sword had merely been sheathed, indicating that the weapon he wielded was not his life sword. Moreover, his cryptic statement seemed to suggest he was offering aid to Lin Ji. This swordsman was concealing his true identity, a thought that emerged in Fu Shi's mind. The Hung Tsang sword lingered in the air for a moment, confirming that the swordsman had indeed left before returning to the cave. Shi Xuanshang stood at the cave's entrance, and she promptly rejoined him. He had a considerable stock of healing elixirs in He Hanqing's storage pouch, and thanks to his generous offering, Lin Ji's injuries had largely healed. Upon the return of the Hung Tsang sword, He Hanqing's eyes brightened. You truly are impressive, managing to scare off that swordsman. Lin Ji, belatedly realizing he had indeed escaped death, quickly rose to express his gratitude. I am Lin Ji, and I sincerely thank both of you for your tremendous assistance. Shi Xuanshang entered the cave and sat down, producing the spiritual liquid he had obtained from He Hanqing previously, and generously dripped it onto the sword's body. The rich aura of spiritual energy gradually permeated the cave. The expression of gratitude on Lin Ji's face swiftly transformed into one of shock and heartache. He could hardly believe his eyes. Could this possibly be high-grade spiritual liquid? You actually fed it so much at once. The mere thought of how he had scrimped and saved for 3 years to purchase a small vial of high-grade spiritual liquid, using it with utmost caution and only daring to drop a single drop each time, filled Lin Ji with intense envy. Aren't all sword cultivators supposed to be dreadfully impoverished? Perhaps sensing Lin Ji's emotional turmoil, his innate sword emitted a protest, questioning why others could thrive so effortlessly. Coughing awkwardly, Lin Ji felt too guilty to respond to his sword. Shi Xuanshang remained composed, calmly allowing the Hung Tsang sword to absorb the spiritual energy from the liquid, and slowly spoke. She deserves it. He Hanqing had already grown fond of his innate sword. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it possessed remarkable abilities. Thus, he nodded with a kind expression, affirming, Indeed, with an elder brother around, your sword shall surely endure no hardship. The thought that He Hanqing was a weapon cultivator only deepened Lin Ji's discontent. He too yearned for a weapon cultivator brother. He has departed. Fu Shi informed Shi Xuanshang, while relaying the words Lin Ji had spoken before his departure. Shi Xuanshang's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that the cultivators from the Nether Palace were not genuinely intent on pursuing Lin Ji. He reiterated this to Lin Ji. Lin Ji, taken aback, furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling the relentless chase he had endured, and came to a realization. If that person truly was a peak nascent soul cultivator, he could have killed me in an instant, yet he pursued me for several days. A sudden flash of insight struck Lin Ji. Could it be that he was also a rogue cultivator coerced by the Nether Palace? Beyond that, Lin Ji could conceive of no other explanation. He Hanqing nodded in agreement. It is quite possible. Otherwise, he would have no reason to spare you, and even point you towards a clear path. But what did he mean by saying that only one person could assist you? Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's expression grew increasingly grave. Have you two fellow Taoists ever heard of the Weaving Pavilion? They do not belong to any sect. Yet they have always stood firm within the realm of cultivation. I have heard of it. He Hanqing nodded. But isn't the Weaving Pavilion merely a place for commerce? Yijian Building and Yi Wenjai both belong to the Weaving Pavilion. Noticing the confusion on Shi Xuanshang's face, He Hanqing began to enlighten him about the two enterprises under the Weaving Pavilion's banner. Yijian Building is the largest auction center for rare treasures in the cultivation world. Due to the Weaving Pavilion's neutrality, other cultivators are quite at ease allowing them to represent their interests. Furthermore, items certified by Yijian Building are guaranteed to be of impeccable quality. As for Yi Wenjai, it is the largest intelligence hub in the cultivation world, with its libraries spread across every city, releasing the strange tales of the cultivation world, which are eagerly sought after by major cultivators upon publication. Lin Ji continued. The Weaving Pavilion has persisted in the cultivation world without being suppressed. After the rise of the Nether Palace's influence, many rogue cultivators, desperate and hunted, would seek out the master of the Weaving Pavilion. Shi Xuanshang nodded thoughtfully. With two such significant enterprises under its control, the Weaving Pavilion's ability to maintain neutrality hints at an extraordinary mastermind behind the scenes. Perhaps, after Yin Lu's departure, she too chose to ally with the Weaving Pavilion. He Hanqing inquired. In that case, are you also planning to seek out the master of the Weaving Pavilion? It is as it must be, Lin Ji sighed. I have been targeted by the Underworld Palace. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have surely perished. He clasped his hands in gratitude once more, stating, Your life-saving grace shall not be forgotten, and in the future, should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige. He Hanqing promptly assisted him to his feet. No need for such formalities. We could not stand idly by while you faced death before our eyes. Thank you both. Lin Ji expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Fearing the prolonged night could bring further assassins from the Underworld Palace, he chose not to linger. Upon returning to the cave, He Hanqing found Shi Xuanshang still cradling his sword, recounting his experiences in the secret realm. Has Jing Chunyu reached the second level? Excellent. Fu Shi remarked with a hint of amusement. As for Zhuo Sibai, there is no need to pay him any mind. Zhuo Sibai indeed possessed talent and the arrogance that accompanied it. However, there are always those more gifted, and now that he struggles to advance, even regressing, it can only be deemed a consequence of his own actions. Shi Xuanshang replied gently, agreed. He Hanqing, with an odd expression, seated himself beside Shi Xuanshang and remarked, Do you truly converse with your spirit sword? Surely it has not developed sentience. The Yuan Ying sword cultivator's choice to depart, aside from his reluctance to harm Lin Ji, likely stemmed from another layer of reason. Generally, sword cultivators grant deference to swords that have attained sentience, as swords possess their own networks. Should one's sword be misappropriated, it would be a significant loss. As he spoke, curiosity bubbled within him. Who would have thought this unremarkable sword could acquire intelligence? Leaving me astounded. He Hanqing had intended to reach out, but in the next moment, Shi Xuanshang swiftly withdrew the Hung Song sword into his sea of consciousness, displaying a decisive demeanor akin to guarding his beloved. He Hanqing was left dumbfounded. Is this truly appropriate? Chapter 50. Will we still drink together? As night fell, a chill wind swept through the mountains. He Hanqing ascended to the summit, bearing 2 flasks of wine, and beckoned to Shi Xuanshang, who was practicing swordsmanship at the cliff's edge. Enough of the training, come and drink a bit to warm yourself. Have you been to Yuqing? Shi Xuanshang sheathed his sword with agility and approached. He Hanqing nodded in assurance. Do not worry, I have adopted a new guise. There has been no movement from the Yijian Sect, and Zhuo Sibai and his companions have departed. Shi Xuanshang settled beside He Hanqing and opened one of the flasks. Suddenly, He Hanqing's voice, filled with wistfulness, echoed in the air. Are you planning to return to the sword-leaning sect? Indeed, Shi Xuanshang affirmed with a nod. Having been away for over half a year, and having acquired treasures such as the Xianing fruit, he intended to return to the sword-leaning sect to seclude himself and strive for advancement to the golden core stage before the upcoming outer sect competition. Oh, then I too shall return home, He Hanqing murmured, his expression falling as he cast his gaze downward. Shi Xuanshang glanced at him, recalling their initial encounter when he had exposed He Hanqing's departure from home. They had faced life and death together, and He Hanqing had saved him on multiple occasions. Thus, it was only right that he express concern. With this thought in mind, Shi Xuanshang inquired, have you had a falling out with your family? It was the first time He Hanqing had witnessed Shi Xuanshang's concern for him, and in that moment, the shadows in his heart began to dissipate. He raised his head with great enthusiasm. Brother, do you care about me? Shi Xuanshang's lips curved slightly, unwilling to speak further. Of course I do. He Hanqing quickly added. Although I am the young master of Lingshu Mountain Manor, living in splendor, I have actually grown up within the manor and seldom ventured outside. He Hanqing's initial excitement, fueled by Shi Xuanshang's concern, gradually faded as he began to recount his own story, his tone becoming calm. The elders of the manor often said that after my mother passed away, my father could not afford to lose me again. So he forbade me from encountering the dangers of the outside world. To reassure him, I suppressed my yearning for the outside and focused solely on researching magical artifacts within the manor. In my memories, my father's silhouette was towering and majestic, gentle and loving, never uttering a harsh word to me. He Hanqing's voice trembled suddenly, as if recalling a moment that left him feeling deeply uncomfortable. A hint of choking sobs lingered in his restrained words. Yet, until recently, I realized that I did not truly understand my father. Unable to accept this truth, He Hanqing chose to leave home. Throughout his journey alongside Shi Xuanshang, he experienced unprecedented relaxation and became increasingly reluctant to face his father again. Shi Xuanshang listened intently until he finished, then raised a jug of wine to clink with He Hanqing. He Hanqing tilted his chin and gulped down the wine. As expected, he was soon choking. Cough, cough, cough. Why is it so spicy? Burp. This was He Hanqing's first experience with wine from the outside world, and he did not anticipate its fiery intensity. His face soon flushed bright red. However, this distraction allowed him to temporarily cast aside his earlier grim expression. Shi Xuanshang found himself at a loss for words. Who told you to drink so much at once? Following Shi Xuanshang's reminder, He Hanqing became wiser, beginning to sip cautiously, gradually savoring the rich aroma that lay beneath the spirit's force. This wine from Yu City is truly delightful. He placed his hands behind his head, leaning back to gaze at the night sky, adorned with a myriad of stars and a cold, hanging moon. Shi Xuanshang sat casually, one leg curled beneath him. Will we still be able to drink wine from other places together in the future? He Hanqing's unexpected question reached Shi Xuanshang's ears. Turning to look, he saw the anticipation in He Hanqing's eyes. After a brief pause, he replied with certainty, yes. Great. He Hanqing nodded vigorously. Then I will have the courage to return. I will speak with my father about reason, and if he casts me out, I shall come to seek refuge with you. Shi Xuanshang's expression shifted slightly. Being cast out from home, He Hanqing was the young master of Lingshu Mountain Manor. If he could be expelled, it seemed he had discovered something extraordinary. He couldn't help but remark, I wish you success. I hope the He Hanqing I meet in the future is still the same as today, and not merely the young master of Lingshu Mountain Manor. After that day, Shi Xuanshang returned to Yijian Sect. Upon his arrival, he went straight to the spiritual plant garden, where Elder Dai was thrilled to see him having broken through to the later stage of foundation establishment, encouraging him to devote himself to cultivation within the garden. Mu Shuling had visited once. However, Shi Xuanshang had long ceased to reside in the disciples' quarters, rendering her unable to enter the spirit herb garden. Elder Dai had not divulged Shi Xuanshang's whereabouts, merely stating that he was in seclusion, and thus she had not acquired any useful information. Could it truly be mere coincidence? With such doubts lingering, Mu Shuning refrained from returning. After all, during the outer sect competition in 3 months, Shi Xuanshang would undoubtedly enter the inner sect, and she could seek another opportunity to approach him then. A few days later, Elder Dai stepped into the spirit herb garden. Shi Xuanshang was cultivating in the wooden cabin within the garden. Sensing Elder Dai's presence, he slowly opened his eyes. "Elder Dai, you need not move," Elder Dai said, restraining his desire to rise. He produced a vial from his robes. "This is for you." Confused, Shi Xuanshang opened the vial. A rich essence of spiritual energy immediately emanated from the opening, causing him to pause before quickly sealing it again. "Is this spirit essence liquid?" Though the name was only a word apart from spirit liquid, their functions were entirely different. The spirit essence liquid was refined from the quintessence of spirit herbs, concentrating the most potent essence of spiritual energy, greatly enhancing a cultivator's prowess. Just a single drop was immensely precious, yet Elder Dai had given him an entire vial. Without further elaboration, Elder Dai simply remarked, "This spirit essence liquid should assist you in solidifying your realm. You need not feel pressured. Your entry into the inner sect is assured." After hesitating for a moment, Shi Xuanshang prepared to return the spirit essence liquid. "This is far too precious. A disciple cannot accept such a gift. Rest assured, this spirit essence liquid was extracted from the spirit herbs you brought me. It merely took some time," Elder Dai explained. Understanding his reluctance to accept it, he feigned anger, stating, "You are my favored disciple. Why ponder so much if you do not diligently cultivate?" As he spoke, he produced several high-grade spirit stones, placing them in the four corners of the room, and subsequently inscribed a formation on the ground. As the spiritual energy activated the spirit stones, the formation glowed faintly. "Before the competition, you shall cultivate here. I will ensure no one disturbs you," Elder Dai declared. Leaving the wooden cabin, Shi Xuanshang stared at the formation on the ground, astonished. Elder Dai, who is clearly a sword cultivator, possesses knowledge of alchemy and formations. It seems a shame for him to be relegated to the outer sect. Chapter 51. Endless path since he values you so highly. Fu Shi's gaze traversed the wooden cabin and fell upon the flourishing spirit fields outside, a glimmer of contemplation crossing her eyes. "Then let us gather those as well." Once Shi Xuanshang achieved the golden core stage, she too could shapeshift and accomplish more. Shi Xuanshang was startled by her words. "Fu Shi." The spirit herbs outside had been absorbed with great restraint, as he feared that if he were to inadvertently draw too much from these energy-rich herbs, Elder Dai might expel him. "Fear not, I shall handle it," Fu Shi assured, as the Hung Tsang sword stood before him, emanating a familiar power. Shi Xuanshang understood that Fu Shi was preparing to take action. With a smile, Fu Shi inquired, "Do you have confidence in advancing to the golden core in 3 months?" Shi Xuanshang ascended from the initial stage of foundation building to its pinnacle in less than a year, a speed that left many astonished. Should he continue to strive for the golden core within 3 months, it would appear to outsiders as an act of hastening the growth of seedlings. However, Fu Shi felt little concern about this. In her view, Xuanshang ought to progress swiftly, especially with her support by his side. Xuanshang himself felt no disquiet. Having obtained the mysterious fruit, he believed that delaying his advancement to the golden core would be a disservice to the trials he had endured. Thus, he accepted the challenge with composure. "Very well, begin by absorbing the spirit essence liquid," Fu Shi instructed. The essence contained within the liquid was sufficient for Xuanshang's absorption for a month or two. While he diligently practiced, Fu Shi wielded the Hung Tsang sword, standing guard outside the wooden cabin, simultaneously nurturing the surrounding spiritual plants, ensuring they were imbued with ample spiritual energy for Xuanshang to draw upon. Bathed in sunlight, her figure materialized faintly. Upon witnessing this, Zhe seized the opportunity to comment. "Is she already capable of briefly manifesting? It seems we only need to wait for him to form his core before you can access the inner sect's library." "Indeed," Fu Shi replied, raising her hand and allowing sunlight to permeate her translucent form, squinting slightly. For a decade, she had slumbered within the Hung Tsang sword, feeling little. Now, under the familiar rays on the land of Yijian Sect, she fully realized that she had truly returned. Gazing at the spiritual fields ahead, her spiritual energy transformed into countless strands, infusing the plants with life. She murmured, "Shi Xuanshang is my direct disciple. He must surpass anyone in Yijian Sect." Even when ensnared in despair, betrayed by those she loved, so what? She could still find a way out of the direst situations, perhaps even surpassing her previous self. This was the path Fu Shi had been cultivating, the path of the endless way. Her sword would cleave through any obstacles ahead. If she were without a sword, she would become a blade herself, traversing this realm without end. In a moment of thought, her spiritual energy wove into silken threads, and she deftly manipulated each strand, refining the fragile spiritual plants before her. In contrast to Xuanshang, who could currently control only 5 or 6 strands, Fu Shi commanded enough to form an impenetrable net. 3 months later, when Fu Shi roused Xuanshang from his meditative state, he realized that time had indeed passed. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him and catching a glimpse of the shadow of his golden core, he pressed his lips together and said, "Fu Shi, I am ready to proceed." "There's no rush," Fu Shi noted, sensing Elder Dai's approach outside the spiritual garden. "First, attend the tournament." "Understood," Xuanshang replied. At that moment, Elder Dai stepped into the garden. Habitually, he inspected the condition of the spiritual plants, only to be taken aback by a peculiar observation. The plants appeared to be thriving, as if nourished by a heavenly downpour. Despite his meticulous care in the past, there had always been discrepancies, some plants flourishing while others languished. Yet now, the situation seemed amiss. Could it be Xuanshang's doing? In the next instant, he dismissed the thought. While Xuanshang had indeed learned to manipulate spiritual energy, he could not possibly achieve such results. Elder Dai, with a discerning eye, stepped into the wooden cabin. He sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Xuanshang, nodding in satisfaction. The cultivation level has stabilized, quite commendable. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the now empty vial of spiritual essence, and his eyes twitched slightly as he murmured under his breath. "This lad shows no fear of spiritual energy backlash. He has used it all up." "My apologies, Elder Dai," Xuanshang replied innocently, blinking. "Never mind." Elder Dai waved his hand dismissively. "Come, I shall escort you to the outer sect competition." As they departed from the spiritual herb garden, Elder Dai led Xuanshang toward the inner sect area. Given that this was a selection for disciples entering the inner sect, the competition was to be held there. Presided over by the elders of the inner sect, many participants were expected, and it was likely that the sect master and the grand elder would only make their appearance on the final day. If one were to catch their eye, the path ahead would be smooth. Elder Dai genuinely considered Xuanshang as future. He believed that with Xuanshang's innate talent and comprehension, even without the support of the sect's resources, his achievements would be significant. However, it would be foolish not to utilize available resources. Calmly, Xuanshang acknowledged, "Yes. Disciple understands." He followed Elder Dai into the inner sect. In contrast to the outer sect, the inner sect was evidently more vast and magnificent, exuding a solemn grandeur. They stood at the foot of the inner sect's mountains, gazing up at the endless peaks, feeling their own insignificance. Atop these mountains, an imposing white jade palace loomed, with pavilions and terraces rising amidst the swirling clouds, appearing both ethereal and elusive. Under the sunlight, the white jade shimmered brilliantly, as if enveloped in a misty aura. Above them, inner sect disciples soared on their swords, clad in their distinctive robes, exuding confidence and composure that set them apart from their outer sect counterparts. "Let us proceed." Elder Dai allowed Xuanshang to gaze at the mountains for a considerable time before calling him away. Upon arriving at the competition venue, many eyes fell upon Xuanshang. His prominence under Elder Dai's guidance and his unrestricted access to the spiritual herb garden had long circulated among the outer sect since his departure from the disciples' quarters. Chao Ran glared at Xuanshang with envy. He could hardly believe that his earlier gleeful remarks had come to fruition. Now, Xuanshang was personally attended to by Elder Dai, enjoying resources far superior to their own. All of this was a grievous slap to his face. He could not afford to lose in the outer sect competition. On the first day of the competition, the presence of other elders from the inner sect was not deemed necessary, so only the presiding elder was present. Elder Dai introduced, "This is Elder Mo, who oversees matters concerning the inner sect disciples. You will inevitably interact with him." Elder Mo waved his hand, manipulating his spiritual energy to suspend wooden plaques inscribed with the names of the outer sect participants in midair. He shuffled the plaques and randomly cast them onto the arena behind him. The disciples sought their respective opponents, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Xuanshang glanced at Elder Dai, who nodded encouragingly. "Go forth. No one in the outer sect is a match for you." Chapter 52. The mirage of Fu Shi. Xuanshang turned to locate the plaque bearing his name. His first opponent was a fellow disciple who had also just begun their journey. Upon discovering that his adversary was Xuanshang, he felt no inclination to even struggle. He managed a bitter smile, saying, "Xuanshang, do take it easy." Shi Xuanshang stood across from him, remaining noncommittal. The outer disciples wielded only the ordinary spirit swords distributed uniformly by the sword-leaning sect. Not everyone was fortunate enough to possess their own life sword before even entering the sect, as Shi Xuanshang had. However, Shi Xuanshang had no intention of revealing the existence of his life sword so soon. Using a life sword in an outer disciple competition would not only draw protests from Fu Shi, but would also be something Shi Xuanshang himself would be reluctant to do. Thus, he opted for an ordinary spirit sword as well. By Elder Mo's side, two individuals had arrived unbeknownst to him. Third senior brother. You've been cooped up on Qixia Peak for days. It's time you took a stroll. Today, we happen to have an outer disciple competition, so let's watch together. Mu Shuling said gently. Zhuo Sibai displayed little interest in the outer disciple competition, but would not dismiss Mu Shuling's invitation over such a trivial matter. So he nodded with indifference. Mu Shuling's objective was achieved, a smile gracing her lips as her gaze fell upon Shi Xuanshang below. She suddenly remarked, Master is already aware of that junior brother Shi's situation. He is likely to appear on the final day. Junior brother Shi? Zhuo Sibai furrowed his brow in confusion. Following Mu Shuling's gaze downwards, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Their master would not easily accept disciples. Currently, his greatest disdain was directed at a rogue cultivator named Fu Xian, leaving him indifferent to the outer disciple Shi Xuanshang. Mu Shuling smiled silently. Just the fact that Shi Xuanshang possessed an exceptional lightning spirit root was enough for Shao Qi to take him as a disciple. Boom. The drums resounded atop the arena, and Elder Mo stood at the forefront, his voice amplified through spiritual energy, proclaiming, the outer disciple competition begins now. As his words concluded, fierce battles erupted across the various arenas, filled with flashes of blades and swords. Bang! Shi Xuanshang held the ordinary spirit sword, resting its blade on the shoulder of the new disciple, tilting his head slightly to ask, Do you concede? The new disciple stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he trembled under Shi Xuanshang's dark gaze, hesitantly raising his hand. I concede. How utterly absurd. He lost without even lifting his sword. Wow. Moments after the drums fell silent, the first victor emerged from the arena, instantly drawing the attention of those around. Elder Mo glanced over curiously. Is he the disciple with an exceptional lightning spirit root, just like Jiang Wu? Indeed, Elder Dai replied with a cheerful nod. He is still young and strikes with neither too much force nor too little. Elder Mo observed Shi Xuanshang's retreating figure from the arena and smiled, shaking his head. I find him both sharp and composed. A person like this has an immeasurable future ahead. Elder Dai was not genuinely belittling Shi Xuanshang. Hearing Elder Mo praise the disciple he valued filled him with delight. Mu Shuling intercepted Shi Xuanshang just as he was about to leave. Having yet to discern Shi Xuanshang's preferences, she decided to take a chance. Junior brother Shi, it's a pleasure to see you again. Congratulations on your entrance into the inner sect in advance. Zhuo Zibai let out a disdainful scoff. Utterly perplexed by Mu Xuanning's repeated interest in this outer sect disciple. Could it be due to his thunderous spiritual root? Shi Xianshang was equally baffled by Mu Xuanning's unwavering focus on him, for he possessed nothing of value apart from his life sword. The thought that Mu Xuanning might be drawn to him because of Fu Shi caused the emotions in his eyes to gradually darken. I have yet to enter the inner sect. It is premature to extend congratulations. I shall take my leave now. Preferring to avoid further discourse, he nodded calmly and departed. A flicker of frustration crossed Mu Xuanning's eyes. Ever since her arrival at the sword-leaning sect, everyone had adored her. Did Shi Xianshang truly lack any vulnerabilities? Otherwise, why remained he so indifferent? In the next moment, she rebutted this notion within her heart. Even the formidable sword sovereign had succumbed to her manipulation. Surely, this newcomer, Shi Xianshang, who had just embarked on his immortal journey, could not escape her grasp. Little junior sister, do not let yourself be vexed over inconsequential matters, Zhuo Zibai remarked, his gaze falling upon the figure behind Mu Xuanning, who glared at Shi Xianshang's retreating silhouette with envy. A smirk played at the corners of his lips. Allow your senior brother to take vengeance on your behalf. Mu Xuanning followed his gaze and beheld the former top outer sect disciple, Chao Ran. After a moment's contemplation, she refrained from stopping Zhuo Zibai. Since Shi Xianshang chose to ignore her, she would watch him be trampled and wallow in the mire before extending her hand to assist him. At that moment, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of gratitude toward her. In the ensuing 2 days, Shi Xianshang achieved consecutive victories, Each match concluded with remarkable finesse, drawing the attention of numerous inner sect disciples and elders. An exceptional, thunderous spiritual root indeed makes for a promising talent. With diligent guidance, he could very well become a second Jiangwu. Alas, do not harbor such thoughts, for this disciple will surely seek the tutelage of the Sword Sovereign. The elders shook their heads in anticipation and regret. After the competition, Shi Xianshang made his way toward the Spirit Herb Garden. Tomorrow marked the final day of the Outer Sect Disciples competition, where he would face Chao Ran. Fu Shi. Perfect timing. Today I shall assist you in forming your core. Shi Xianshang paused momentarily before continuing towards the wooden cottage, softly inquiring, so sudden? Not sudden, Fu Shi replied calmly. Only by enhancing your value will the sword-leaning sect place greater importance on you. She was eager to discover if, under the sect's nurturing care, Shi Xianshang would still tread the path of sect slaughter in the future. Very well. Having heard Fu Shi's explanation, Shi Xianshang ceased his resistance and summoned the Hung Tsang sword. Fu Shi's power enveloped the entire Spirit Herb Garden, and after 3 months of her nurturing, the spiritual energy within this grove was sufficient for Shi Xianshang to form his core. Consume the Xianjun fruit. Shi Xianshang complied, sitting upright on the bed in meditation. As the effects of the Xianjun fruit took hold, a faint golden light emanated from his dantian. Soon after, the spiritual energy from the garden surged into Shi Xianshang's body, swirling around him. Fu Shi observed calmly as the golden core gradually condensed within his dantian, masking the commotion that ensued. A night passed. The morning light cascaded through the window, illuminating a corner of the bed. Shi Xuanshang slowly opened his eyes, immediately sensing the solidified golden core within his dantian. With a joyful expression, he shared with Fu Shi, I have successfully formed my core. I can see that, Fu Shi replied, still immersed in the euphoria of his achievement. Shi Xuanshang failed to notice that Fu Shi was not communicating with him through spiritual awareness. Behind him, a tall ethereal figure gradually materialized, its upright form reminiscent of a sword poised to be drawn. The sharp features of its face, framed by a striking visage, bore a slight smile, gazing at him as if admiring a flawlessly sculpted masterpiece. You have manifested your spiritual body. Chapter 53. False core and true core. Fu Shi's apparition lingered only for a moment before retreating into the Xietsong sword. Her power surpassed that of Shi Xuanshang. Thus he remained unaware of his sword spirit's transformation until he departed the spirit plantation to partake in the final competition at the inner sect. Why didn't you inform him? Is it necessary? Fu Shi retorted. He has just formed his core, and I must now strive towards transcending. At this, the ethereal voice fell into silence. Still struggling to comprehend her words before Fu Shi closed herself off in meditation. At times, it wished to beseech her to refrain from becoming overly ambitious. Upon arriving near the arena, Shi Xuanshang noticed the crowd had swelled significantly, with most attendees clad in the robes of inner sect disciples. Elder Dai approached him, gesturing with his eyes towards the elevated platform, prompting Shi Xuanshang to realize the multitude gathered there. Numerous figures stood upon it, with 2 individuals at the forefront, exuding an extraordinary aura that hinted at their distinguished status. Elder Dai's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement as he said, Xuanshang, you must perform admirably. The Sword Sovereign has emerged. The Sword Sovereign. Shi Xuanshang's gaze fell upon the white-clad sword cultivator at the forefront. His face, sharp and chiseled like cold jade, was complemented by sword-like brows and starry eyes. The shadows of sunlight cascaded across his visage, enhancing his already aloof and formidable presence. An indistinct sword chi enveloped him, rendering a palpable aura of lethal intent. On the platform, Shaoqi suddenly perceived a bold and direct gaze upon him, causing him to lower his eyes slightly. His focus, akin to a sword's edge, landed on the youth below clad in outer sect robes. The young man promptly averted his gaze and departed alongside the elder beside him. Junior brother? Shaoqi stood shoulder to shoulder with Mu Yin, the sect leader of the sword-leaning sect, and his senior. Following Shaoqi's line of sight, he curiously inquired, is he the disciple with the exceptional thunder root? Upon uttering this, Mu Yin turned to the assembly of inner sect elders behind him, inquiring warmly, esteemed elders, do you have any knowledge of this disciple? Though several elders had attended, none possessed as much insight as Elder Mo, who was responsible for overseeing the outer sect competition. Aware of the attention surrounding him, Elder Mo nodded with a hint of nostalgia. Sect leader, His name is Shixuanshang. If we nurture him with utmost care, he is bound to become the second Jiangwu. Elder Mo abruptly ceased his words, cautiously observing Shao Qi's reaction, yet he dared not utter Jiangwu's name. In the sword cultivation sect, who is unaware that after Jiangwu's demise, this name transformed into a taboo before the sword master, never to be mentioned again? Mu Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Previously, the sword cultivation sect had not lacked promising talents with thunder roots. They had aspired to cultivate a second Jiangwu, but all had met with unexceptional failure. Yet this one possesses an extraordinary thunder root. Tentatively, Mu Yin spoke, "Junior brother, it would be most fitting for you to guide this disciple." Shao Qi's expression remained frigid. "Senior brother, I already have enough disciples. With only one direct disciple." Mu Yin cleared his throat, steering the conversation elsewhere. "There's no rush. Let us first observe this disciple's performance." On the arena below, Chao Ran had suffered too many defeats at the hands of Yijian, so when Yijian stepped onto the stage, he could not help but declare fiercely, "Yijian, you stole the limelight a few days ago, but today will be different. I will crush your arrogance before the sect master and the sword master. Who among them was truly more arrogant?" Yijian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, scrutinized Chao Ran, noting his self-assuredness and eagerness, as if he were certain of the latter's impending defeat. Had Chao Ran perhaps broken through? He remained silent, calmly revealing his sword. "Humph, pretentious," Chao Ran glared at him. "Let us see if you can still smile after this." As his words fell, the waves of spiritual energy emanating from Chao Ran surged forth, prompting Yijian to subtly furrow his brow, while the onlookers began to murmur in astonishment. Was this aura at the Golden Core stage? Yet, it seemed somewhat irregular. Are there Golden Core disciples in the outer sect? TCH, do you not know? Chao Ran has lost in previous matches, and the elders have looked down upon him, which is why he has managed to become the top in the outer sect. However, something was amiss. As Yijian sensed the oppressive spiritual energy radiating from Chao Ran, he faintly discerned that he had not truly achieved the Golden Core, but rather had forcibly elevated his realm, a phenomenon commonly referred to as the false core stage. Meanwhile, those observing from the high platform also detected something amiss with Chao Ran. Elder Mo appeared perplexed. Has this disciple named Chao Ran consumed a breaking spirit pill? What could be the reason? During the match, the use of pills was not prohibited. Thus Elder Mo did not intervene. But who would resort to using a pill in an outer sect competition, especially a precious one like the breaking spirit pill? Sect Master Mu Yin chuckled lightly. It seems there is some enmity between these two disciples. I wonder how Yijian will respond. Elder Dai observed Yijian with a worried expression. The breaking spirit pill was undoubtedly provided to Chao Ran by Zhuji Bai, who had but one request, to humiliate Yijian thoroughly on the arena. Yijian, today you are destined for defeat. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, at the moment the gong sounded, Chao Ran could no longer contain himself and charged forward with his sword drawn. A twisted smile spread across his face as he gathered all his spiritual energy into the blade, seemingly envisioning Yijian's incredulous expression when he was struck down. Bang! The smile on Chao Ran's face abruptly vanished. He gazed at Yijian, who effortlessly parried his assault with a sword held in reverse grip, and exclaimed, "How can this be? He is now at the Golden Core stage." In the next moment, upon sensing the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from Yijian, his voice faltered. You. No, it's impossible." Chao Ran retreated in terror. The fluctuations of spiritual power surrounding Yijian were far more stable and pure than his own. He was indeed a true Golden Core practitioner. Yijian regarded him calmly, stating, "Nothing is impossible." As his words fell, his figure melded with the sword like a streak of lightning, reaching Chao Ran in the blink of an eye. Bang! In the presence of a genuine Golden Core master, Chao Ran, a mere pretender at the core formation stage, appeared as a mere jester. The spiritual sword in his hand shattered into two under the formidable destructive force of Yijian's lightning affinity. "Stay back. I concede. Chao Ran, frightened, collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with regret and dread as he watched Yijian approach him step by step. Yijian did not halt. The sword, crackling with lightning, grazed past Chao Ran's eyes, and in that instant, every hair on Chao Ran's body stood on end as he let out a desperate scream. "No." With an icy demeanor, Yijian sheathed his sword behind him and turned to descend from the arena. The revelation of his Golden Core prowess left all present in stunned silence. Elder Dai, wide-eyed, wondered aloud when Shi Xuanshang had attained such a level. 3 months prior, he had only been at the late foundation establishment stage. How had he managed to break through 2 realms in such a short span? Golden Core stage? Mu Yin turned to look at Elder Dai, recalling that he had only just reached the early foundation establishment stage when he joined the sword-leaning sect. Elder Dai, unable to provide an explanation, could only concede, "Indeed, I did not expect his talent to be so formidable, achieving core formation in just a year. At this rate, Shi Xuanshang may very well become the second 15-year-old to reach the nascent soul stage." Chapter 54, My Life's Sword. Named Fu Shi, Elder Dai suppressed his excitement as he listened to the astonished murmurs of the inner sect elders, feeling an immense sense of pride. What? He has formed his core? Zhuo Sibai, standing at the back, instinctively clenched his fists upon hearing that Shi Xuanshang had formed his core. What did his act of providing Chao Ran with the breaking spirit pill amount to? Instead of insulting Shi Xuanshang, he had inadvertently aided him, allowing him to shine before everyone. Elder Mo, controlling his exhilaration, looked at the disciples below and announced with great flourish, "The outer sect competition has concluded, and the first place goes to Shi Xuanshang." Under the gaze of the crowd, Shi Xuanshang stepped forward, basking in their envious glances. Mu Yin regarded him kindly, nodding in satisfaction. "Good lad, the sword-leaning sect will surely nurture you with great dedication in the future." Shi Xuanshang bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, sect leader." Initially, the reward for winning the outer sect competition was a vial of high-grade spiritual liquid, but Mu Yin, pleased with Shi Xuanshang's display of golden core prowess, decided to bestow upon him additional medicinal pills. Subsequently, he cast a frantic glance toward the indifferent Shao Qi. Shao Qi, with a cool demeanor, fixed his gaze on Shi Xuanshang and inquired, "I have heard that you contracted your life sword even before joining the sword-leaning sect?" Elder Dai had already reported this matter to the sect. He had not anticipated that Shi Xuanshang, a mere foundation establishment practitioner, would hastily form a contract with a life sword, which appeared to be of rather low grade. Shi Xuanshang responded with neither arrogance nor servility. Shao Qi continued to inquire, "Do you not regret this decision?" Shi Xuanshang shook his head. "I do not regret it. Even if I could permit you entry to the sword tomb, allowing you to select a spirit sword of earth grade or above." Upon hearing this, those around them were taken aback. Mu Yin, upon realizing Shao Qi's intentions to take Shi Xuanshang as a disciple, breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuo Sibai glared at Shi Xuanshang with fiery eyes, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "He merely lucked into forming his core. Why should Master allow him into the sword tomb so soon?" It took immense resources from the royal family and considerable time for him to be permitted entry to select his life sword. Just when everyone assumed that Shi Xuanshang would refuse, albeit with some hesitation, he decisively declined. "Thank you, Sword Master, but I already possess a life sword." Before Shao Qi could speak, Mu Yan's interest was piqued, wondering what kind of life sword could compel such a refusal of an earth-grade spirit sword. "May we see your life sword?" "Of course." Shi Xuanshang's tone shifted momentarily before he summoned his life sword. Others curiously turned their gazes toward him. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes upon seeing the sword. In their view, it was unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features, and could at best be classified as a mysterious grade artifact. The only aspect shrouded in mystery was the sword's attribute. However, since Shi Xuanshang had formed a bond with it, it was likely of the lightning attribute. Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback. In the future, Shi Xuanshang would be a critical nurturing target for their sword sect. To be wielding such a sword would lead others to believe that they were too impoverished to provide their disciples with a good spirit sword. Mu Yin hesitated, clearly aware that forming and dissolving a life sword contract was no trivial matter, and thus casually asked, "Does your life sword have a name?" "Indeed." Shi Xuanshang's expression grew serious. "My life sword is named Fu Shi." Suddenly, Shao Qi's gaze shot up, an incredulous glint igniting in his eyes, as the oppressive aura of a transcendent being swept through the air. This abrupt action masked the momentary turbulence of his soul. "What did you say?" he questioned, enunciating each word while fixating his gaze on Shi Xuanshang. "Junior brother, what is the matter with you?" Mu Yin, startled, observed the pain etched on his disciple's face and hastily summoned his spiritual power to dispel Shao Qi's pressure. The oppressive aura of a transcendent being was far beyond what these foundation establishment and core formation disciples could endure. The elders behind them were also faring poorly. Fortunately, Xiaoqi did not lose his composure and quickly retracted his pressure. However, Shi Xuanshang, at the center of this oppressive force, turned pale, prompting Elder Dai to feel a pang of concern, yet he dared not speak out of turn before the sword master. I said. Shi Xuanshang managed to quell the turmoil within him, his voice clear and calm. Her name is Fushi. Fushi sword? The name is indeed commendable. Yet none of those present had ever heard of this sword in the spirit sword record. Its rank does not even appear in the list, suggesting that its quality may not be remarkable. Xiaoqi's gaze, profound and penetrating, fixated on the sword that had been overlooked by many. And he slowly spoke. Are you willing to become my disciple? Mu Yan's eyes brightened. Although there had been some unexpected complications, Xiaoqi's willingness to accept a disciple was a positive sign. He smiled broadly at Shi Xuanshang, seemingly already anticipating the affirmative response that would soon follow. However, Shi Xuanshang pondered over the changes in the sword master's demeanor upon hearing the name of his fated sword, as well as the myriad troubles brought about by the master's disciples, leading him to hesitate for a moment before meeting Mu Yan's gaze. I am deeply grateful for the sword master's favor, but I have heard that the sect leader currently has only one disciple, and I wish to become the sect leader's disciple. Mu Yan's smile froze on his face, and he felt as though he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. A sharp intake of breath echoed around them. While becoming the sect leader's disciple was indeed commendable, Shi Xuanshang had audaciously rejected the sword master? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiaoqi's otherwise stoic countenance. You dare to refuse my master? Zhuo Sibai's voice erupted in anger as he stepped forward, wielding the swift fire sword. Master, allow me to teach this audacious fool a lesson. Silence. A mere glance from Xiaoqi was like a sword's edge slicing through the air, the overwhelming pressure silencing Zhuo Sibai, who bit his lip in restraint. Mu Shuling rushed to stand beside Zhuo Sibai, attempting to offer an explanation. Master, please do not take offense. Third senior brother is merely, be quiet. Cold disdain seeped from Xiaoqi's gaze, as though even a glance at her was laced with contempt. Mu Shuling's expression paled, betraying her unease. Perceiving the astonished and scrutinizing gazes from those around her, she nearly faltered, recalling the events of Jiang Wu's demise. Ever since that day, Xiaoqi had lost control. Xiaoqi coldly fixed his stare upon Zhuo Sibai, failing to stabilize your realm and instead stirring trouble. Should this happen again, I shall confiscate your swift fire sword. Master. Zhuo Sibai looked up in disbelief. Had the master already deduced that he was covertly aiding Qiao Ran? Xiaoqi disregarded them further, turning to Mu Yan. Brother. He wishes to become your disciple. Very well. Mu Yan noticed the emotions in Xiaoqi's eyes dissipate and sighed silently before acquiescing. Xiaoqi turned and departed. Mu Yan then resumed his cheerful demeanor and addressed Shi Xuanshang. It appears we are destined to cross paths. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple. I shall present you with the formal ceremony upon your official acceptance. Yes, thank you, sect leader. Shi Xuanshang nodded in acknowledgement. The remaining disciples, should they catch the eye of inner sect elders, could still become registered disciples. In light of Qiao Ran's use of the spirit-breaking pill, all the elders unanimously chose to overlook him. The outer sect competition concluded. Chapter 55. Shi Xuanshang turned back. Elder Dai, radiating with joy, led Shi Xuanshang back. From today onward, you shall be the sect leader's direct disciple. Though I am unsure why you rejected the sword master, becoming the sect leader's disciple is still a commendable achievement. Shortly, inner sect disciples will come to escort you. You may return to prepare. Thank you, Elder Dai. As Shi Xuanshang entered the spirit plant garden alongside him, he remarked, I shall often return to visit you. Elder Dai was taken aback by Shi Xuanshang's words. In that fleeting moment, he felt the weight of his years, and gazing at such a youthful and accomplished junior, he couldn't help but be overcome with sentimentality. He couldn't resist offering another piece of advice. Now that you have entered the inner sect, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous practice. Do not neglect the cultivation of spirit control techniques. With your innate talent for lightning roots, mastering them will render you unmatched within the same realm. Shi Xuanshang solemnly replied. I will. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice resonated from outside. Is senior brother Shi here? I am Yu Qiyuan, a disciple under Elder Imo, here to escort you into the inner sect. Go on. I hope you will carve your own path in the future, Elder Dai acknowledged, sensing Shi Xuanshang's gaze upon him. Thus, Shi Xuanshang stepped out of the spirit plant garden. A young disciple, clad in a blue-black robe adorned with silver embroidery, stood at the entrance of the garden. As Shi Xuanshang emerged, he waved familiarly. Senior brother Shi. Junior brother Yu. Shi Xuanshang replied as he approached. In the sword-supporting sect, disciples are ranked not by the age of their entry, but by their innate talents. Given that Shi Xuanshang was now a disciple of the sect leader, he instantly ascended to the status of the eldest senior brother. He exchanged a glance with Elder Dai, who stood at the door of the wooden cabin. Before following Yu Qiyuan away, Senior brother Shi, the sect leader has arranged for you to reside atop Crane Residence Peak. Besides the teachings of your master, the inner sect disciples also receive unified instruction from the elders. As you have just entered the inner sect, it is crucial that you do not miss these classes. Yu Qiyuan provided a detailed account of the inner sect's circumstances. The sect leader is deeply engrossed in the management of the sect, which inevitably leaves him somewhat overwhelmed in teaching disciples. Nevertheless, I am certain that the other elders will be more than willing to guide you. I understand, thank you. Junior brother Yu. Shi Xuanshang silently committed the essential information to memory. You're welcome, Yu Qiyuan said with a smile, waving his hand. After escorting Shi Xuanshang to his residence atop Crane Residence Peak, he prepared to take his leave. The supplies you require have already been delivered by a disciple. By the way, this is a young attendant on Crane Residence Peak, responsible for caring for the celestial cranes. You may seek him out if you need assistance. I have met senior brother Shi, Ming, he replied. Each peak houses several young celestial attendants who handle daily chores, and they are not particularly old. The boy before Shi Xuanshang appeared to be of similar age. Unable to contain his curiosity, he discreetly scrutinized Shi Xuanshang. Unfazed by the boy's gaze, Shi Xuanshang nodded calmly. Then, senior brother Shi, I shall take my leave. Yu Qiyuan departed swiftly. Shi Xuanshang chose not to have Ming He accompany him, instead wandering the courtyard alone. As the sect leader's direct disciple, his treatment was naturally exceptional. The entire courtyard was situated in a location brimming with spiritual energy atop Crane Residence Peak. Up close, the courtyard appeared ethereal and tranquil, with pavilions intricately adorned, while from a distance, the scenery beyond the mountain resembled apricot rain and pear clouds. With vibrant hues of green and crimson, as celestial cranes soared gracefully, reminiscent of an immortal's abode. He called out softly in his heart, Fushi? Yet, there was no response from her. Remembering that she had been frequently in seclusion, he pondered if she was engrossed in her own cultivation. However, did a sword spirit also require cultivation? Days later, Mu Yan summoned Shi Xuanshang to the sword hall. He inquired earnestly, have you been adapting well at Crane Peak these past few days? If there is anything you do not understand, you may seek Elder Mo from the neighboring peak. Shi Xuanshang replied, yes, disciple understands. Mu Yan, observing Shi's composed demeanor, expressed his satisfaction. Come with me. He took a seat in the elevated position, his palm emanating spiritual energy, as a cup of apprenticeship tea materialized before Shi Xuanshang. Upon drinking this tea, you shall become my direct disciple, Mu Yan. As the elder brother of the sword-leaning sect, you must diligently cultivate and exemplify the virtues of a disciple, never transgressing the sect's regulations. Yes, disciple shall remember. Shi Xuanshang affirmed. After consuming the apprenticeship tea, he respectfully addressed Mu Yan. Disciple pays respects to master. Very good, Mu Yan responded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his kind eyes. He waved his sleeve, and a translucent white jade token appeared before Shi Xuanshang. Infuse a trace of your soul power into this token. It will be enshrined within the sword hall. In the event of a life-threatening situation, I shall be informed immediately. Shi Xuanshang complied. Subsequently, Mu Yan presented him with a token signifying his status as a direct disciple. With this token, you may enter and exit the sword-leaning sect at will. Additionally, I have prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, Mu Yan retrieved a golden glowing talisman from his storage pouch, its intricate patterns shimmering with a powerful spiritual energy. Shi Xuanshang looked up in astonishment. What is this? This is a talisman crafted only by those who have transcended to the God transformation realm, known as the void-breaking talisman. Mu Yan smiled with a hint of pride. No matter how far apart we may be, as long as you have not entered another realm, I can traverse the void to reach you. This effectively meant he possessed the assurance of a God transformation master. The gifts from the sect leader were predominantly for the sake of safeguarding one's life. How fearful they were of his untimely demise. Shi Xuanshang felt a surge of unspoken gratitude and bowed his head. Disciple is deeply grateful for Master's kindness. Between us, there is no need for such formality. I hope you mature swiftly and contribute your strength to the sword-leaning sect. Mu Yin supported his arm, adding, there is one more matter. Although you possess your destined sword, you still have the option to reconsider. Should you wish to change your mind, you may seek me at any time. He subtly hinted, the swords in the sword tomb are all ranked among the spiritual swords. The lower your cultivation, the lesser the backlash from severing the bond with your destined sword. In any case, with your talent, even if your realm diminishes, it should not take long to cultivate anew. Understood. Shi Xuanshang lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions. He departed the sword hall and returned to Crane Peak. As he opened the door and stepped inside, he was unexpectedly greeted by Fu Shi's teasing voice. I heard you wish to change your destined sword? Shi Xuanshang's expression visibly faltered, and he instinctively explained, no, it's not that. They have brought it up repeatedly, and if I continue to refuse, it may draw their attention even more. Observing the boy's nervousness, Fu Shi sighed. Shi Xuanshang, turn around. Confused, Shi Xuanshang turned back, only to be stunned by the clear apparition that manifested behind him. In that instant, his mind felt as though it had been struck by a flash of lightning. His mind was a blank slate, save for a singular thought. How could his sword spirit manifest as such a beautiful maiden? Chapter 56. The method of reconstructing the flesh cold as frost and pure as the moonlight. She embodied the essence of the deepest snow, unyielding and pristine amidst the myriad tempests. She resembled the solitary crescent moon that hung in the night sky, exuding an aura of chilling elegance. Fu Shi's gaze fell upon Shi Xuanshang, whose breath seemed to ignite with fervor. Memories of Yun Ziyu's words flashed through his mind. The sword of destiny is akin to your wife. The terms sword of destiny and wife danced in his thoughts as a blush crept onto the youthful, handsome visage, reminiscent of a clear April day. Fu Shi. His voice trembled with an uncontrollable tension, momentarily forgetting to inquire why his sword spirit had appeared so suddenly. Yet, Fu Shi intuitively grasped his thoughts. I can take form once you reach the core formation stage. She had been in seclusion, striving to achieve the divine transformation, yet suddenly, he had called for her in a frenzy, causing her to panic and rush through her consciousness. Wake up. If you don't, Shi Xuanshang will change his sword of destiny. Their bond, forged through the highest level of the heavenly oath, could not be undone unless the Tao of heaven intervened, or unless Shi Xuanshang chose to sever their connection through self-destruction. Nevertheless, Fu Shi paused her cultivation. Shi Xuanshang was momentarily taken aback. If I reach core formation, can I assist you? Of course. She floated towards him, slightly bending forward to gaze into his eyes. Did you think the oath we made was mere words? Caught off guard by their sudden eye contact, Shi Xuanshang blushed deeper, recalling the solemn vow. With my blood, I shall nurture your sword's soul, the sword and my life. Intertwined in life and death. At that moment, he had not fully comprehended the weight of those words. But now they surged in his mind like a vivid imprint on his soul, becoming ever clearer and more fervent. What troubles you? Fu Shi's curious gaze lingered on Shi Xuanshang's inexplicably flushed face, sensing the turbulence within him. Yet, his thoughts were too chaotic for her to discern. And nothing, Shi Xuanshang stammered, his tone wavering for an instant. Fu Shi, not overly concerned, shifted her focus to the disciple token hanging at his waist. You've received the disciple token. You should visit the top floor of the library. You might discover something of value. All right, Shi Xuanshang agreed, feeling somewhat dazed. It was only when Fu Shi returned to the Hung Tsang sword that he managed to steady his thoughts and regain his usual composure. Nevertheless, that faint shadow lingered in his mind. The library. Upon entering the library, Shi Xuanshang encountered a familiar face, Elder Mo's direct disciple, Yu Qiyuan. Senior brother Shi? Yu Qiyuan looked up, greeting him warmly. You've arrived at the library so soon. Truly impressive. Shi Xuanshang remained non-committal and replied calmly. I intend to go to the top floor. Very well, allow me to record this. Yu Qiyuan utilized his spiritual power to make a few swift strokes across the pages before him, and thus it was done. Your disciple token serves as a pass, enabling you to directly bypass the array at the top floor. Thank you. Shi Xuanshang nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded upwards. As he ascended, the number of disciples diminished. Upon entering the array of the top floor, Shi Xuanshang circled around, finding no traces of others, and only then did he summon his life sword. The figure of Fu Shi slowly materialized. Her serene and tranquil gaze settled upon Shi Xuanshang, and she spoke softly. Seek the fortunes that belong to you. Very well. Shi Xuanshang steadied his mind, refraining from inquiring why Fu Shi had appeared, and instead moved aside to peruse the titles on the shelves. The top floor of the library was the most bountiful and profound repository of the Yijian Sect's knowledge, gathering innumerable sword techniques, renowned sword treatises, and records of secret realms. Upon seeing a tome detailing secret realms, Shi Xuanshang's eyes sharpened. He recalled his last visit to the Xianxin cave, where He Hanqing had casually mentioned the conditions of a secret realm, realizing the necessity of augmenting his knowledge in this regard. Thus, he chose not to advance further, but instead sat down with the book in hand. Fu Shi cast a sidelong glance at him. TSK, why do you still hesitate to act? Fu Shi replied, it has been so long that I have forgotten where that book is located. TSK was momentarily taken aback by her response. The tranquility in Fu Shi's tone left it momentarily bewildered, as it had forgotten how to be so unabashedly forthright. However, Fu Shi did not linger in a daze for long, her instinctive gaze sweeping across the rows of tomes on the shelves. The top floor was accessible only to the elders and direct disciples, and the texts within were mostly profound and esoteric, often leading one to become lost. Hence few ventured here. Yet, apart from sword practice, this had been Fu Shi's south-favored place within the sect. Over the past decade, it seemed no one had trodden here. Many displays remained as they were years ago, with some areas even adorned with cobwebs. As her fingertips yearned to touch the books, the transparent phantom merely passed through, unable to make contact. Observing this, TSK awkwardly consoled her. It's all right, this is merely temporary. Fu Shi smiled calmly. Her peripheral vision suddenly sharpened, catching sight of a flicker of blue emerging from among the many piled ancient texts. There, she murmured softly, drifting towards it. Her spiritual power transformed into threads, hundreds upon thousands of them precisely shifting the heap of ancient books, revealing the submerged pale blue tome. The spiritual energy steadily levitated the book before Fu Shi. Journey to the Celestial Realm. This ancient text chronicled a realm that did not exist in the world of cultivation, with the author documenting his experiences while traversing the celestial realm, unknown to which predecessor of the Yijian Sect had acquired it and brought it back to the sect. It was from this text that Fu Shi discovered the method to reconstruct her corporeal form. Celestial realm? TSK paused, inexplicably dazed. I feel as though I have heard of it somewhere. Fu Shi was momentarily taken aback. What comes to your mind? Does the celestial realm truly exist? In the depths of Fu Shi's consciousness, Zai flitted about anxiously, the brilliance of the small white orb flickering intermittently as it strained to recollect. Ultimately, it awkwardly chuckled. I seem to have forgotten. Perhaps we should ponder what to have for dinner tonight. Fu Shi's lips curled in silent exasperation. Ineffectual. This time, Zai refrained from countering her. Fu Shi, undeterred, regarded Zai, who now resembled a mere mascot. She wielded her spiritual energy to unveil an ancient tome, locating the page that detailed the method of reincarnating the physical form. Found it! Zai exclaimed eagerly. Fu Shi's gaze descended to the text before her. Recreating the physical form, accommodating a spirit that ought to dissipate, contradicts the natural order. Those who dare to attempt this must understand. You are defying the heavens. Chapter 57. One's own life, sword must be nurtured by oneself. Defying the heavens? Fu Shi contemplated these words. When she had destroyed her own body and sacrificed her soul to birth the spirit of the Hung Tsang sword, she had already transgressed against the heavens. As she continued reading, her brow furrowed slightly, and Zai's tone lost its initial buoyancy. Your spirit is on the verge of reaching the divine transformation level. But to recreate a physical form that can perfectly accommodate your spiritual power requires materials that are as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the more potent the spirit, the greater the defiance of the natural order. If every powerful being contemplated recreating a body to continue existing upon their demise, chaos would reign in the world. Indeed, Fu Shi had anticipated that the process of reincarnating the physical form would be anything but simple. She was mentally prepared. The wood of the Fusang tree to form the meridians, the Luo Sheng flower to generate flesh and blood, the soul-settling pearl to house the spirit, and finally, the ultimate fire seed for refinement would suffice to recreate the body. Fusang wood, Luo Sheng flower, soul-settling pearl, and lastly, the fire seed. The first three are legendary treasures of the celestial realm, and the last fire seed is even more absurd. What could be deemed an ultimate fire seed? Zai grumbled within her consciousness. treasures of the celestial realm? Fu Shi recalled the tales from a millennium past. Back then, mortals could not cultivate. They venerated the ancient immortals, thriving under their protection. However, as the celestial realm waned, the ancient immortals fell, disappearing entirely. Yet since that time, mortals had developed spiritual roots, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thus ushering in the era of mortal cultivation. An idea struck Fu Shi. Could this celestial travel nation be the celestial realm? The author of this tome must possess an extraordinary identity, making this method largely feasible. Zhe, prompted by her insight, vaguely felt the truth in her assumption but remained uncertain. Having faced discouragement in the past, it dared not assert its thoughts aloud. Thus, it opted for silence. Just then, Fu Shi's piercing gaze swept toward the entrance of the array on the top floor, and she conveyed to Shi Xianshang through her consciousness, "Someone is approaching." Shi Xianshang immediately rose and made his way to the entrance. Moments later, a familiar voice echoed, "Mu Xuaning?" Zhe erupted in Fu Shi's consciousness. "It's that little green tea. She must be here for Shi Xianshang. I'll chop, chop, chop." Calm down a bit. Could not help but sigh in exasperation. The current situation was a quintessential illustration of the emperor's indifference contrasted with the eunuch's urgency. The Navi group was bouncing around in the sea of consciousness, utterly unable to remain calm. "Are you not afraid that the little green tea will truly succeed? Did you not previously persuade me to trust Shi Xuanshang?" Retorted. Furthermore, should Shi Xuanshang indeed be swayed by Mu Shuling and turn against her, the heavens would assuredly respond with swifter vengeance than he. The tension in the air suddenly diminished significantly. "I am merely concerned, which has led to my disarray." Remained silent, eavesdropping on the conversation from behind numerous towering bookshelves. "Senior brother Shi?" Mu Shuling's voice, sweet and demure, now carried a hint of delight. "I had a sudden whim to search for ancient texts on the top floor and did not expect to encounter you here." Mu Shuling visiting the top floor for ancient texts? A flicker of sarcasm crossed his eyes. This was the greatest jest she had ever heard. Aside from accompanying others, Mu Shuling would never set foot in the library, let alone ascend to the top floor. She cast her spirit sense around and found that, given Mu Shuling's cultivation level, she would be oblivious to her presence. Thus, swiftly discerned Mu Shuling's current condition. Her dantian now housed only the mottled remnants of her true spiritual root. While her cultivation had stagnated at the initial stage of foundation establishment, unable to progress further. Although that sword strike had not utterly destroyed her, it had effectively prevented her from thriving with her spiritual root intact. Presently, Mu Shuling was in such a weakened state that a mere sweep of sword energy could leave her in a state of near death. Yet, this was Not's desire. She yearned to uncover the means by which Mu Shuling had once bested her so utterly, manipulated her spiritual energy to return the tome tales of immortal travels to its place. Just as she prepared to return to the Hung Tsang sword, a familiar aura descended upon the library, startling her into retreating back into the sword. This presence's gaze darkened. Upon sensing the sudden return of his life sword, Shi Xuanshang was momentarily taken aback. However, chose to remain unresponsive. "Is this senior brother's life sword?" Mu Shuling pondered. Momentarily vexed, how could Shi Xuanshang release his life sword? A spirit sword that could not even secure a ranking on the spirit sword roster was cherished only by Shi Xuanshang. He had even declined the opportunity to enter the sword tomb. Nevertheless, a flicker of calculation crossed Mu Shuling's mind. Since Shi Xuanshang valued his life sword so dearly, perhaps she could leverage that to her advantage. "Senior brother, you truly care for your life sword. Might you share with me how you maintain and care for it?" She gazed at Shi Xuanshang with anticipation, her eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. Shi Xuanshang observed the woman before him, who was desperately attempting to engage him in conversation and draw closer. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. From their first meeting at Yijian Sect, her gaze had always been laden with veiled scrutiny and covetousness. Now, she was once again setting her sights on his life sword. He tightened his grip on the Hung Tsang sword and replied coldly, "One must care for their own life sword. Do you not possess even the slightest understanding of life sword maintenance?" Mu Shuling watched Shi Xuanshang depart, enveloped in an aura of coldness, her eyes widening in disbelief. In the next moment, due to a failed invocation of secret arts that resulted in a backlash, her complexion turned ashen. What was happening? This was not a weakness of Shi Xianshang, was it? TSK. There was something amiss with the luck of that little green tea just now. Meanwhile, at the residence of the swordmaster on Shishao Peak, in the dimly lit cave, Shaoqi abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The viscous crimson fluid tainted with a streak of sinister black energy, as if it could not be removed no matter what. He glanced at his innate sword, which suddenly trembled with excitement, as if it had sensed the presence of something, furrowing his brow. Huijin, what have you sensed? A woo, the blood-red blade, filled with a chilling aura of slaughter, quavered as it revealed 2 words. It had indeed felt a familiar presence, but it was fleeting and not of human origin, leaving Huijin uncertain. Shaoqi's gaze flickered. Moments later, a bitter smile graced his lips, the blood at the corners of his mouth becoming more pronounced. He summoned his innate sword with a sigh. You miss her too, don't you? Why, after all these years, has a Wu never entered my dreams? Chapter 58. The Sword Query Stone. Shi Xianshang returned to Crane Peak. Without waiting for Fu Shi to speak, he proactively informed her. Mu Xuanning comes with ill intentions. She has mentioned you several times, likely intending to take you away. After speaking, he awkwardly coughed. His fist instinctively pressed against his lips. You must not be swayed by her. Understood. Fu Shi responded with a peculiar expression. Mu Xuanning's demeanor hardly suggested that she sought to take her. Her true aim was evidently Shi Xianshang. However, she paid it no mind and turned to ask TSK. What did you mean by that remark just now? TSK appeared equally perplexed. Well, it's quite literal. The luck of that little green tea fluctuated just now. Luck? Fu Shi's gaze deepened. When TSK first appeared, it had also mentioned her luck running out. Could it be that Mu Xuanning's mastery of secret arts was related to luck? Yet luck is enigmatic, intertwined with the heavenly path and the laws of nature. If Mu Xuanning truly possessed such secret arts, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Nevertheless, it seemed that her current abilities were limited and perhaps contingent upon specific conditions. Fu Shi remained vigilant and said to Shi Xianshang, I need to enter seclusion. Huh. Shi Xianshang was taken aback for a moment, instinctively nodding when he met Fu Shi's cool and composed gaze. All right. Fu Shi's figure then vanished from sight. Before entering seclusion, Fu Shi instructed TSK, while I am in seclusion, should Mu Xuanning come seeking Shi Xianshang again, keep a close watch on her luck fluctuations. Although TSK was currently a mere talisman, it proved quite useful in detecting luck. TSK immediately replied with enthusiasm. Mission guaranteed. In the following period, Shi Xianshang began attending unified classes for inner disciples. The very first lesson was a foundational swordsmanship course taught by Elder Mo. Foundational swordsmanship? Standing at the forefront of the disciples, Shi Xianshang observed Elder Mo demonstrating the basic techniques, a flicker of mild confusion crossing his eyes. This set of foundational sword techniques seemed familiar. It was indeed what Fu Shi had previously taught him. So, Fu Shi had genuinely been a disciple of the sword-leaning sect? Elder Mo, having completed his demonstration, withdrew the spiritual sword and addressed the disciples below. All right. Disperse and practice. Yes. The disciples scattered, and Shi Xuanshang, wielding a standard spiritual sword distributed by the inner sect, found his instincts had already familiarized him with this sword technique. His movements were deft, the tip of his sword unwavering, cutting through the air with a sharpness that drew gasps of admiration from the surrounding inner disciples. Our senior brother truly lives up to his title as the sect master's disciple, to grasp the fundamental sword technique on his very first lesson. Incredible. I've been attending classes for a year and have only barely scratched the surface. Hearing the murmurs of his peers, Elder Mo approached with an austere expression, reprimanding them. What are you doing loitering here instead of practicing your swordplay? Perhaps due to Elder Mo's approachable demeanor, the disciples displayed little fear, responding eagerly. Elder Mo, we were watching senior brother practice. Oh, Elder Mo's curiosity was piqued. Upon observing Shi Xuanshang remain undistracted, wholly focused on his swordplay, executing the techniques flawlessly, a look of satisfaction and delight spread across his face. I did not expect that after just one demonstration, you would grasp it completely. Shi Xuanshang sheathed his sword and replied with a respectful gesture. It was merely luck, for I have had a teacher before. There is no need for such modesty. Elder Mo waved his hand. Although this is merely the foundational sword technique, diligent practice is essential each day. One must not become complacent. I understand, Elder. Elder Mo then turned his gaze toward the lazy disciples behind him, feigning anger as he admonished. Still watching? Quickly return to your sword practice. The disciples hurriedly dispersed. Not far away, beneath the shadows of the trees, a figure clad in white stood still. A blood-red sword, emanating a chilling aura, hovered beside him. Questioning its master, "Why focus on that disciple?" Shaoqi murmured, "He possesses a thunder spirit root. Unlike ordinary thunder spirit roots, his is of the exquisite kind, akin to Jiangwu's." The fire-burned sword, puzzled, responded, "Oh?" Shaoqi fell silent. He made no effort to conceal his presence, and thus Shi Xuanshang quickly sensed his gaze. He sheathed his sword and approached. "Sword master, where is your destined sword?" Shaoqi's eyes shifted downward, landing on the ordinary spiritual sword in Shi Xuanshang's palm. His expression inscrutable, lost in thought. Shi Xuanshang replied, "It is merely for practice. There is no need to trouble her." Shaoqi averted his gaze and uttered a single phrase, "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked away, the fire-burned sword hastily trailing beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Xuanshang followed suit. Shaoqi led him to the questioning sword pavilion. In front of the pavilion stood a towering questioning sword stone, over 10 meters high, marred by numerous sword marks left by various sword cultivators, varying in depth and size, yet the stone remained unshattered. Shaoqi spoke coldly. "The questioning sword pavilion is where sword cultivators test their sword intent. The deeper the marks left upon the stone, the greater the potential for sword intent. Only those who truly possess sword intent can shatter the questioning sword stone completely." He finished speaking and turned to look at the curious Shi Xuanshang, making way for him. "Now, let us see your sword intent." "Very well." Shi Xuanshang summoned his life-bound sword. Shaoqi's gaze sharpened slightly as he discreetly glanced at the fire-ash sword beside him. The fire-ash sword hesitated for a long moment before ultimately shaking its head in disappointment. There is no trace of Ah Wu's essence. The light in Shaoqi's eyes dimmed entirely. Holding the Hung Tsang sword, Shi Xuanshang concentrated, gathering his sword energy as purple lightning coalesced along the blade. His gaze was calm and piercing, momentarily causing Shaoqi to glimpse the figure of Fu Shi. With a resounding crash, the sword energy swept across, leaving a profound and vivid mark on the questioning sword stone, yet it fell short of manifesting true sword intent. Shaoqi observed for a moment and remarked, quite perceptive, "Thank you, sword master." Shi Xuanshang retracted the Hung Tsang sword, but his gaze drifted past the standing questioning sword stone to a pile of shattered stones behind it. Among them, several pieces stood out, particularly clustered together as if shaped by a person's hand, and from them, a faint residual sword intent could still be sensed. "Dare I ask, sword master, which senior left behind those questioning sword stones?" Following his gaze, Shaoqi looked over and suddenly seemed lost in thought. He walked forward in a daze, and Shi Xuanshang silently followed. Shaoqi halted before the pile of questioning sword stones, which still bore the remnants of a surging thunderous sword intent, and he fell into a brief silence. "This sword intent was left by my disciple. She once severed 9 questioning sword stones in succession, and to this day, none have matched her." Chapter 59. Fu Shi's sword intent. She severed 9 questioning sword stones. Astonishment was evident on Shi Xuanshang's face. His recent strike had merely left a mark on the stone, yet the sword master's disciple had accomplished the feat of severing 9. He furrowed his brows, observing Shaoqi's absent-minded silence, and tentatively asked, "Is she the senior sister with a supreme thunder spirit root, like myself?" "Indeed." Shaoqi took a deep breath, shifting his gaze from the questioning sword stone before him. "You share the thunder spirit root with her. Her sword intent will benefit you. Take the time to comprehend it well." "I understand. Thank you, sword master." With the sword master personally encouraging him, Shi Xuanshang felt no inclination to decline. He was eager to experience the sword intent of this lamented senior sister of the Yijian Sect. Thus, he seated himself on the ground and entered a meditative state. Shaoqi chose not to linger further and departed with the fire ash sword. Shi Xuanshang expanded his consciousness within the realm of his awareness. The remnants of sword intent clung to the shattered questioning sword stones, flashes of lightning appearing intermittently. In a moment of clarity, he envisioned a cold figure, wielding a sword as if parting the very fabric of thunder, causing the questioning sword stones before her to shatter mercilessly, none escaping her might. Powerful and resplendent, the thunder loomed overhead. Life and death lay within her every thought. In that instant, Shi Xuanshang seemed to grasp why this senior sister, despite having fallen over a decade ago, continued to evoke the sorrow of countless admirers. Such strength was beyond the reach of all, and they had long since unconsciously followed in her footsteps, never considering that she would forever remain suspended at a certain pinnacle. In the subsequent fortnight, after attending his foundational swordsmanship lessons, Shi Xuanshang would visit the sword pavilion to seek comprehension of the residual sword intent left by Jiang Wu. The marks he left on the questioning sword stone grew deeper with each passing day. However, he remained unable to transcend the bottleneck he faced. What was he lacking? With a sigh, Shi Xuanshang opened his eyes and gazed at the questioning sword stone, exhaling a breath of despair. "Ah, senior brother Shi?" A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Turning around, he found Yu Qiyuan standing there in astonishment. Yu Qiyuan scratched his head and inquired, "Are you trying to grasp senior sister's sword intent?" Shi Xuanshang responded softly, "Indeed." Yet, Yu Qiyuan did not hasten to depart. Noticing the gloom that lingered in Shi Xuanshang's brow, he smiled and said, "You've encountered a bottleneck, haven't you? Over the past decade, countless disciples have sought to comprehend senior sister's sword intent, yet none have succeeded." A flicker of concern crossed Shi Xuanshang's expression. "Is there a method to break through this bottleneck, junior brother Yu?" "No," Yu Qiyuan replied succinctly, shaking his head decisively. "If I knew, I would have rushed to comprehend senior sister's sword intent myself." However, a thought seemed to strike him, and his eyes brightened. "I know someone who might be of assistance, but given their current circumstances, perhaps it is best to refrain from pursuing that avenue." As he spoke, Yu Qiyuan let out a sudden sigh. "Never mind, senior brother Shi. Understanding sword intent is not an easy feat. You have only just begun, and there is ample time ahead." Yet, Shi Xuanshang found himself intrigued by the individual Yu Qiyuan had mentioned. "Who is this person you speak of?" "It is Elder Jian." Yu Qiyuan bit his lip before divulging. He leaned closer to Shi Xuanshang and lowered his voice. "Elder Jian is a true sword enthusiast. In the past, he was the only one in the sword clan who could rival senior sister in sword intent, aside from the sword sovereign. He is perhaps the one who understands her best." However, several years ago, during a journey, Elder Jian encountered some calamity. Upon his return, his sword heart was shattered, and he bore severe injuries, leading him to seclude himself on Solitary Sword Peak, refusing to see anyone. I must tell you, Solitary Sword Peak is a terrifying place. The mountain is surrounded by fierce sword chi and gales. Even a golden core cultivator would suffer injuries after a visit. After saying this, Yu Qiyuan noticed that Shi Xuanshang had fallen into contemplation, and he thought he had finally dissuaded him, nodding with satisfaction. "Having said all this, you should understand now, senior brother Shi." "I understand," Shi Xuanshang replied, nodding. "Thank you, junior brother Yu. I shall seek out Elder Jian at once." "Wait, that is not right." Yu Qiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively reached out to detain Shi Xuanshang, only to grasp at nothing but a gust of wind. He murmured, "Are all you prodigies so determined in your unconventional pursuits?" The location of Solitary Sword Peak was indeed remote, and, as Yu Qiyuan had described, the entire mountain was enveloped in sharp sword chi and gales, devoid of any birds or beasts. Disciples of the Sword Clan would never venture here, except for Shi Xuanshang. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he gazed at the sword chi, shaped by the winds ahead, tightened his grip on his sword, and ascended with composure. The wind howled around him, as if attempting to force him back. Shi Xuanshang summoned his spiritual energy to withstand a portion of the sword chi and pressed onward. The further he ventured, the more intense the oppressive force of the gales became. A sudden gust brushed against his arm, prompting him to grunt softly as he steadied his spiritual fluctuations and continued his advance. As he could no longer proceed, he plunged his sword into the ground to support himself. Ultimately, spurred by Shi Xuanshang's tenacity, a verdant and straight bamboo grove came into view. Disciple Shi Xuanshang, paying respects to Elder Sword. "Get lost." A deep, hoarse voice echoed, followed by a surge of sword energy sweeping out from the bamboo grove. Caught off guard, Shi Xuanshang was flung down to the foot of the mountain, rendering his previous efforts futile. He remained silent for a moment before resolutely beginning his ascent anew. "Get lost." Upon reaching the edge of the bamboo grove, he had yet to utter a word when another wave of sword energy struck, sending him back to his original position. This time, he did not hesitate and climbed for a third time. Boom. Upon reaching the bamboo grove once more, instead of speaking, he seized the opportunity to block the Elder Sword's sword energy. The two forces clashed in midair, causing Shi Xuanshang to stagger back a few steps, remnants of violet lightning lingering on his sword. The sword energy from the bamboo grove gradually ceased, and no further strikes emerged. Subsequently, a figure stepped out from the grove. Elder Sword, with a grim and formidable demeanor, cast a glance over Shang, whose once vibrant face now bore signs of fatigue and age. Thunder Spirit Root? Indeed. Shang nodded, succinctly summarizing his purpose. Disciple Shang, a newly joined disciple of the sword-leaning sect, seeks guidance from Elder Sword due to a blockage in comprehending senior sister's sword intent. Youth, her sword intent is not something one can simply grasp at will. The Elder Sword sneered dismissively, gathering wind within his palm, causing a green bamboo to be swiftly severed by the gust, transforming into a blade through the wind as shaping. Let me test your qualifications. Shang prepared himself with utmost focus. His current control over spiritual energy was still inadequate. Only ensuring that each bolt of lightning he could summon bore equal strength. Suddenly, the Elder Sword cast aside the bamboo sword in his hand. Advancing with incredulity. Who taught you your spirit control technique? Chapter 60. Are you injured? The lightning that had appeared in midair began to dissipate. Shang sheathed his sword, cautiously shaking his head. No one taught the disciple. It was self-realized during my time in the outer sect. Self-realized? The Elder Sword's expression was inscrutable, his gaze cold and opaque, uncertain of how much to believe. The commotion behind them in the bamboo grove gradually quieted. The Elder Sword delivered a brief command. Tomorrow at the hour of the hare, come here to find me. This signified a willingness to teach him. Shang exhaled in relief. Yes, thank you, Elder Sword. The following day, at the hour of the hare, Shang arrived at the bamboo grove. The sky still shrouded in dim twilight, the grove casting ominous shadows, resembling predatory claws. You've arrived. The figure of the Elder Sword emerged like a specter, still wielding a bamboo sword, his gaze cold and piercing. Shang averted his eyes, respectfully responding, yes. Watch closely my sword intent. The Elder Sword grasped the bamboo sword before him, his palm infused with vibrant azure spiritual energy. In an instant, the bamboo sword trembled, and the surrounding winds converged, unleashing a ferocious howl. With a swift shake of the bamboo sword, cutting winds sliced through the air, heading towards the bamboo grove behind him. The bamboo leaves rustled and fluttered down, while the bamboo stalks were severed cleanly in two. Although the wind was invisible and intangible, its power could be vividly manifested. What seemed like a harmless breeze could transform into a deadly weapon in the hands of a wind spirit root swordsman. This encapsulated the Elder Sword's sword intent, embodying the essence of formless sharpness. The Elder Sword tossed the bamboo sword towards Shang, who promptly caught it. The bamboo grove is enveloped in sword energy and fierce winds. You will practice there. If you cannot withstand it, you may retreat now, he stated coldly. Yet, his menacing gaze bore into Shang, as if to suggest that any sign of retreat would result in his swift demise by sword. I shall not retreat, Shang declared, gripping the bamboo sword firmly. The Elder Sword regarded him silently for a moment before turning away with a flick of his sleeve. As Shang watched his retreating figure, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. The Elder Sword did not appear to be the wounded and broken-hearted figure he had imagined. With lingering doubts in his heart, he ventured into the bamboo grove, where the winds roared anew. Lonely Sword Peak, a place of solitude and healing, was often besieged by the relentless winds of sword energy, howling like a caged beast. As the fierce winds surged, Shang summoned his spiritual energy to resist. However, the gales came in relentless waves, and he knew his energy would eventually deplete. Thus, he tightened his grip on the bamboo sword and began to counter the onslaught of winds. The clash of sword light against the fierce winds echoed violently through the bamboo grove. Without a command to halt, Shang continued his struggle. Gradually, he noticed the winds shifting direction. Suddenly, a fierce gust grazed his left shoulder unexpectedly, leaving a clear gash. Taking a deep breath, he consumed a healing pill. As the daylight brightened and warm sunlight streamed into the bamboo grove, casting dappled patterns through the leaves, Shang bore several wounds upon his body. Sweat beaded on his forehead, soaking his back, and his grip on the bamboo sword quivered slightly. Yet his gaze never faltered, a sharp glint igniting in his deep-set eyes. Enough, the Elder Sword's voice echoed from afar, silencing the commotion within the grove. Shang exhaled in relief, leaning against the bamboo sword, half kneeling on the ground. Every day at the hour of the rooster, Promptly, at Lonely Sword Peak, the Elder Sword continued. Xie Xuanshang responded with a firm yes. For the following month, Xie Xuanshang arrived at Lonely Sword Peak each day before dawn, enduring trials in the bamboo grove. He discovered that as his endurance grew, so too did the ferocity of the winds, making them increasingly difficult to withstand. Today was particularly grueling, and his injuries were more severe than ever before. After the session, the Elder Sword rarely made an appearance. His words were imbued with complexity and admiration. I have harnessed the power of the Yuan Ying sword qi. You still manage to endure. Quite commendable. Coughing slightly, Shi Xianshang steadied the chaotic spiritual energy within him, maintaining a demeanor of humble confidence. I am grateful for the guidance of Elder Sword. There is no need to return tomorrow. Go inquire about the swordstone instead. Elder Sword tossed him a vial, instructing, mix it in your bathwater today. Understood. Perplexed, Shi Xianshang uncorked the vial and was greeted by a familiar fragrance, spiritual essence. He raised his eyes in astonishment, only to find Elder Sword had vanished without a trace. He promptly sealed the vial again and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Sword. Returning to Crane Residence Peak, Shi Xianshang noted the sparse population there. The sect master was perpetually occupied with sect affairs and with few disciples under his tutelage. He learned from Ming He that he had a senior sister, Shan. However, she was a devoted practitioner of the sword, often away honing her skills, rarely returning to the sect. Even the disciples of the sword-leaning sect scarcely encountered her. Ming He explained, senior sister Shun joined later than Master Jiang Wu. So everyone has grown accustomed to calling her senior sister, and she follows suit, hence the continuity. It was said that the sect master had not intended to take on disciples. Yet Shen insisted on joining his ranks, much like Shi Xianshang. Ming He occasionally visited to share a few words, but most of the time, he refrained from disturbing Shi Xianshang. Entering his quarters, Shi Xianshang adeptly shed his garments and applied a hemostatic powder to his wounds. Once the scars on his skin faded, he stepped outside. Behind the courtyard lay a natural hot spring. Shi Xianshang opened the vial, allowing the spiritual essence to mingle with the pool's water before submerging himself in the warmth. The abundant spiritual energy infused the entire spring, and as he soaked, his body absorbed its essence. Just then, a cool, unexpected voice pierced through the tranquility. You're injured? With a startled blink, Shi Xianshang's eyes snapped open, fixating on the figure that had suddenly appeared before him. For a fleeting moment, his pupils trembled. The ethereal silhouette perched upon a peculiar stone. Fu Shi gazed down at him, having sensed the turmoil within his spiritual energy. Fu Shi. Under her scrutiny, warmth crept up the back of his neck, prompting him to instinctively sink deeper into the water. Have you emerged from seclusion? Yes. Fu Shi's gaze shifted downward, the water suffused with spiritual energy, wreathed in a delicate mist. Observing Shi Xianshang's actions, she tilted her head in bemusement. What are you hiding from? I've seen your body before. Although his physique had changed considerably since a few years prior, to Fu Shi, it made no difference. Upon hearing her words, Shi Xianshang felt as if he were a crab steamed to perfection, his entire being flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 61. Laughing at you, worthless yet. Fu Shi's gaze remained remarkably clear and calm, making his blushing response all the more pronounced in contrast to the shameful thoughts brewing within him. Shi Xianshang exerted considerable effort to quell the unrest in his heart. I have spent the past month comprehending sword intent under Elder Sword. The fierce winds he conjures are inevitable sources of injury, which is why he gifted me this vial of spiritual essence today. Elder Sword? Upon suddenly hearing that name, Fu Shi stood frozen for a moment, lost in thought. She recalled the once spirited elder, whose sword intent soared like an arrow through the sky. One wonders if, after more than a decade, his mastery has only grown stronger. I understand, Fu Shi murmured, as she observed the lingering embarrassment and discomfort etched upon Shi Xianshang's face. With a sigh, she vanished from his sight. Shi Xianshang exhaled quietly, casting his gaze downward upon his well-defined physique, muscles taut and contours sharply delineated, and he pondered, somewhat awkwardly, whether this form could be considered admirable. Ah, you've broken through to the transformation stage, came a jubilant voice in his consciousness. Indeed, Fu Shi replied. The voice continued to dance around in his mind, brimming with exuberance. Excluding the decade of your slumber, you are a mere 18-year-old prodigy at the transformation stage. A talent unparalleled. Fu Shi chuckled lightly. What kind of calculation is that? Does absorbing the power of the divine sovereign during my slumber not count? The voice huffed indignantly. But that was your own merit. The following day, after a period of recuperation, Shi Qianshang headed directly to the Sword Inquiry Pavilion. He was eager to ascertain how much his sword intent had developed after a month of rigorous training. However, upon his arrival, he was met with an unexpected guest, Zhuo Zibai. The last time, he had exploited Chao Ran to teach Shi Qianshang a lesson, only to inadvertently elevate Shi Qianshang's reputation. Moreover, the sword master had ordered him to enter seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, and he had only just emerged today. To his surprise, he sought out Shi Qianshang right away. Observing Zhuo Zibai's unsavory demeanor, Shi Qianshang met his gaze with calm composure. Zhuo Zibai sneered. You can't wait to test your sword intent now that you've entered the inner sect. Greed knows no bounds. This remark could just as easily be directed toward his own junior brother. Unfazed, Shi Qianshang responded evenly. And you? Zhuo Zibai's expression shifted, as if he had been struck with distaste. Who are you calling junior brother? Don't think that just because you've reached the core formation stage, you can surpass me. Noticing Shi Qianshang's eyes drifting toward the sword inquiry stone behind him, a sly idea flickered in Zhuo Zibai's mind, and a subtle smile crept across his face. Shi Qianshang, I won't take advantage of my higher cultivation to bully you. Do you dare to compete with me in sword intent? Why must I compete with you? Shi Qianshang replied, casting a curious glance at him before gracefully stepping past Zhuo Zibai toward the sword inquiry stone. Hey, Zhuo Zibai, incensed by being ignored, tightened his grip on his sword. Watching Shi Qianshang's retreating figure, malice bubbled within him as he swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a blinding arc of light. Bang! Shi Qianshang sidestepped the gleaming strike, only to witness it carve a deep gash into the sword inquiry stone, nearly cleaving a portion away, with remnants of flames still flickering upon the scar. Shi Qianshang's expression darkened slightly as he turned to face the self-satisfied Zhuo Zibai. This is my sword intent. Can you replicate it? Before Shi Qianshang could speak further, Fu Shi's voice resounded disdainfully in his mind. Useless. You have made no progress whatsoever. A smile unexpectedly broke across Shi Qianshang's lips. The smug expression on Zhuo Zi's face froze as he glared at him with a chilling gaze. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. Shi Qianshang's life sword struck suddenly, and in an instant, a portion of the questioning sword stone was cleaved away, lightning crackling around it. As the fragments fell, they still shimmered with the remnants of thunder. He retrieved his life sword, lifting his chin to observe Zhuo Zi's furious reaction, and coldly uttered two words, waste. How dare you? Zhuo Zi erupted in disbelief, his voice laced with fury. Impossible. This cannot be true. The fact that a part of the questioning sword stone was severed indicated that Shi Qianshang's sword intent was beginning to take form. But how could this be? He had only entered the inner sect for a little over a month. Zhuo Zi's outburst attracted the attention of many onlookers, who exchanged astonished glances at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Are senior brother Shi and senior brother Zhuo competing in sword intent? Look, the questioning sword stone has been chipped away, and there are traces of lightning energy. So, senior brother Shi has won? As they spoke, expressions of shock adorned their faces, and their voices lowered cautiously. However, Zhuo Zi heard their words in full, and his countenance darkened ominously. Preposterous. The tip of the swift fire sword pointed menacingly at Shi Qianshang as he seethed with rage. You must have employed some underhanded trick. Today, I shall cleanse the sect of you. Flames enveloped the sword, surging toward Shi Qianshang. Just as Shi Qianshang prepared to defend himself, a wave of spiritual pressure suddenly spread from behind him, bypassing him and heading straight for Zhuo Zi. Impudent. A voice, grave and authoritative, echoed. Recognizing it as the voice of the sect leader, Shi Qianshang lowered his sword. Zhuo Zi was caught in the wake of this spiritual might, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering back several steps. Yet, this was not enough to deter him. He was horrified to discover that the realm he had painstakingly stabilized began to falter uncontrollably. In a panic, he disregarded Shi Qianshang and attempted to harness his spiritual energy to regain his balance, but it was futile. From the peak of the golden core stage, he plummeted to the later stage. Zhuo Zi, consumed by rage, shouted in a voice tinged with unmistakable fear, "No, my realm was clearly stabilized." Mu Yan's figure appeared, his gaze icy and serious as it swept over Zhuo Zi. Your mind is unstable, and you fail to comprehend sword intent. After your senior sister's demise, no one has assisted you, and now you can't even maintain your realm. Moreover, You dare place blame on your senior brother. Zhuiji bore the brunt of his reprimands, humiliation etched on his face. Suddenly, the fire ash sword materialized, and a cold, disdainful voice echoed from it. Return. Master. Master. Zhuiji trembled, filled with trepidation, yet hoping that the sword master could restore his realm, hastily following the fire ash sword as it departed. Fushi let out a soft snort. This is self-inflicted. Indeed, she sighed. He used to rely on my indulgence. As the senior sister, she bore the inherent responsibility to care for her juniors and guide them forward. Yet she had inadvertently nurtured a ravenous wolf that could never be satisfied. After Mu Yin dealt with Zhuiji Bai, he gazed at a fragment of stone that had fallen from the sword-questioning stone, his eyes filled with profound satisfaction and admiration. Indeed, if this continued, Shi Xuanshang would soon comprehend the essence of the sword. Thus, the thought of allowing him to choose a new sword of destiny resurfaced in Mu Yin's mind. Xuanshang, would you like to visit the sword tomb? Shi Xuanshang furrowed his brows, contemplating a refusal when Fu Shi interjected, agree to him. His expression momentarily froze, and an uncontrollable thought surfaced in his mind. Did Fu Shi wish for him to change his sword of destiny? Did she no longer want him? Chapter 62. Her Sword of Destiny, Awakening. All right, Shi Xuanshang replied hoarsely. Mu Yin's face lit up with joy. Believing that Shi Xuanshang had finally recognized that he deserved a better sword of destiny, and promptly led him to the sword tomb. The sword tomb was located on the back mountain of Sword Peak, where the sword aura and fierce winds were even more tumultuous than those at solitary Sword Peak. As one approached, a palpable sword intent enveloped the entire mountain. Shi Xuanshang looked up to see two towering stone swords, seemingly hewn from the mountain itself. Standing at the entrance of the sword tomb, beneath the stone swords, a formation radiated a soft glow, simultaneously exuding a fierce warning of sword intent. Mu Yin activated the formation and turned to Shi Xuanshang. Let us go. Shi Xuanshang followed suit, still uncertain how to inquire about Fu Shi's intentions, and thus remained silent. The atmosphere within the sword tomb was even more desolate than outside, with countless swords embedded in the earth, their blades either mottled or dim. The swords that lay in slumber either belonged to masters who had perished and returned to the tomb or had never awaited a worthy master. The howling winds swept through the tomb, causing the spiritual swords to hum and resonate, as if searching for their next compatible wielder. Upon their entry into the sword tomb, the sound of sword resonance increased, rising and falling, seemingly assessing whether Shi Xuanshang was the sword cultivator they had awaited. Mu Yin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, it appears these swords are quite interested in you. Upon hearing this, however, Shi Xuanshang's expression held no trace of joy. Unbeknownst to Mu Yin, who was oblivious to his unusual demeanor, he enthusiastically continued. Many of these spiritual swords were left by the predecessors of our sect, renowned swords on the spiritual sword ranking. In fact, numerous spiritual swords have developed sentience, yet they have remained dormant for ages without a master. I'll see if I can find a lightning attribute spiritual sword. Shi Xuanshang's gaze swept over the restless spiritual swords, a warning aura emanating from his eyes. As long as no spiritual sword chose him, Fu Shi should not abandon him, right? The spiritual swords that had initially sought to present themselves were frightened into submission by his warning gaze. Upon sensing his sword of destiny's aura, the spiritual swords were momentarily stunned before erupting in indignation. What business does a sword cultivator with a sword of destiny have in the sword tomb? It's simply gluttonous, yet his aura feels so comforting. We swords possess dignity. We shall never choose a master who flirts with others. Fu Shi. It turns out that spiritual swords truly have their own networks. Fu Shi paid no heed as her consciousness cautiously swept over Mu Yin, searching the sword tomb for a familiar figure. What are you looking for? It inquired. My life sword, Fu Shi replied. Her life sword, named Jingzhe, was excessively rigid and easily shattered, perpetually engulfed by a tempest of violent, thunderous spiritual energy, deterring other spirits' swords from approaching, let alone its master. Since its inception, its masters had been few and far between, preventing it from entering the spirit sword rankings. Before Fu Shi acquired it, it had lain dormant in the sword tomb for a millennium. Yet it was the Jingzhe sword, after she chose the path of self-destruction, that unreservedly accepted her actions and stood resolutely by her side. Following her demise, Jingzhe should have returned to the sword tomb. However, despite Fu Shi's consciousness enveloping the entire tomb, she had yet to catch a glimpse of the Jingzhe sword. This was unexpected. The ferocious thunder surrounding Jingzhe would only grow more rampant and unruly without a master to restrain it, making it a conspicuous presence within the sword tomb. In her quest to obtain it, Fu Shi had suffered grievous injuries, nearly losing an arm to the relentless lightning. Failing to locate Jingzhe, she withdrew her consciousness and surveyed the clamorous spirit swords around her, a thought forming in her mind. She attempted to communicate with them. Have any of you seen Jingzhe? Her unfamiliar, chilling voice cut through the cacophony of chattering spirit swords, momentarily silencing them before they erupted into a clamor of metallic sounds. Ah, what a beautiful sound. Isn't that the sword of the roguish sword cultivator? Jingzhe? Didn't it leave with its master? I've heard nothing of its return. The spot for Jingzhe is still vacant. Not returned. At this response, Fu Shi momentarily froze, the emotions in her eyes gradually darkening. In that instant, a sword, its blade gleaming like silver and its hilt adorned in verdant jade, suddenly soared from among the spirit swords, heading straight for Shi Xuanshang. Shi Xuanshang's eyelids twitched violently. Oh, Mu Yin was still introducing the spirit swords, perplexed by Shi Xuanshang's lack of reaction, when he witnessed a sword unsheathing itself of its own accord. This was a sword he had been contemplating. Was this the Wind Chaser sword? A look of delight blossomed on Mu Yan's face. Xuanshang. This is the 7th-ranked spirit sword on the spirit sword roster. However, the Wind Chaser sword was clearly of the wind attribute. Why would it choose Shi Xuanshang? While no explicit rule dictated that the attributes of spirit swords must align with a sword cultivator's spiritual roots, compatibility did enhance the sword's power. Thus, during the mutual selection of sword cultivator and sword, they typically favored attributes that matched. The Wind Chaser sword, entirely disregarding Shi Xuanshang's warning gaze, stubbornly lingered by his side. Shi Xuanshang took a deep breath, feeling somewhat exasperated. Mu Yin paused, his expression turning peculiar. He had never witnessed a sword so eager to approach. Wasn't the Wind Chaser sword known for its aloofness, dismissing all others? Its previous master had perished hundreds of years ago. Yet, the unwavering determination of the Wind Chaser sword indicated a profound compatibility with Shi Xuanshang. After a long and arduous search, Mu Yin finally managed to acquire a sword, the 7th-ranked blade from the spirit sword list. Without hesitation, he sought to secure it for himself. Xianshang, why don't you take a moment to establish a bond? He suggested thoughtfully. The swords within the top 10 of the spirit sword list possessed sentience, and compatibility of attributes was not strictly necessary. Xianshang, however, wore an expression of discontent. Gazing at the swaying wind-chasing sword before him, he attempted to persuade it to withdraw with the words, I already have my own destined sword. Are you sure you want to choose me? Mu Yin felt a sudden jolt of concern. His disciple was far too earnest. How could his destined sword possibly compare to the wind-chasing sword? Just when Mu Yin expected the wind-chasing sword to abandon Xianshang, it unexpectedly grew more attentive. Almost yearning to cling to Xianshang, Mu Yin was taken aback. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Yet, disregarding the oddity of the situation, he hastened to make a decision since the wind-chasing sword was willing to give Xianshang a chance. Xianshang, since the wind-chasing sword is not deterred, you should not refuse any longer. Even Xianshang himself found it hard to believe. A troubling premonition arose within him. Could this sword be drawn to his destined blade? Fu Shi interjected, you should take it with you. Xianshang exclaimed, even you think so? The more he observed the wind-chasing sword, the less favorably he viewed it. However, given the circumstances, he could only acquiesce, saying, fine. I shall find a reason to return it later. Chapter 63, My Destined Sword. My sword spirit. Mine. Seeing Xianshang finally relent, Mu Yin let out a sigh of relief. He smiled warmly as he led Xianshang away from the sword tomb. For now, you should bond with the wind-chasing sword, while I procure a suitable sheath for you. Thank you, Master, Xianshang replied. The wind-chasing sword followed closely at his side, as if fearing he might escape. Its seemingly worthless demeanor caused Mu Yan's eyelids to twitch several times before he departed after escorting Xianshang back to Crane Peak. Once Mu Yan was gone, Xianshang dropped his facade. With a stern expression, he declared, I already possess a destined sword. I do not require another. The wind-chasing sword replied, it's all right. I do not necessarily need a master. Its previous master had passed away centuries ago, and it had long grown accustomed to being without a master. Clearly, the sentience of the wind-chasing sword was as free-spirited as the wind itself. Xianshang was perplexed. Then why do you wish to accompany me? As his words faded, Fu Shi appeared, her gaze fixed upon the wind-chasing sword, her eyes reflecting a similar confusion. However, upon seeing Fu Shi, the wind-chasing sword immediately shifted its orientation and approached her. With a voice that was once clear but now carried a hint of an affected, husky timbre, it introduced itself. "Greetings, esteemed sword spirit. I am wind-chasing." Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, replying, "I am Fu Shi." "Fu Shi," the wind-chasing sword exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm, its voice becoming airy. "What a lovely name, and your voice is enchanting too." Xianshang was taken aback. So, the wind-chasing sword truly was drawn to his destined blade. His expression darkened as he shot a glare at the wind-chasing sword, and then turned to Fu Shi with a hint of grievance. "Let us return it," he insisted, determined to make a return. The wind-chasing sword swiftly interjected, "Fu Shi, please don't send me back." The atmosphere in that place was stifling, surrounded by aged swordsmen. Quite unlike your ethereal presence. Shi Xuanshang grasped the hilt of Feng Zhujian and flung him off Heju Peak. "Do not meddle in the affairs of our spirit swords. You mere sword cultivator. Shi Xuanshang, your sword master truly lacks discernment." Feng Zhujian audaciously dared to slander him in front of his own life sword. "She is my life sword. My sword spirit. Mine." Shi Xuanshang gritted his teeth, infuriated to the point of losing his articulate speech, his face flushed, uncertain whether from anger or embarrassment. "So what?" Feng Zhujian retorted lightly. "All of our spirit swords have networks, while sword masters may change. The bonds of spirit swords remain unchanged. Show some resilience, sword cultivator." In a state of agitation, Shi Xuanshang turned to look at Fu Shi, whose previously calm demeanor had been replaced by an expression of distress due to their bickering. "Enough," she interjected, and the two loud mouths were instantly silenced. Fu Shi cast a glance at Shi Xuanshang. "If it wishes to remain as an ordinary spirit sword, then let it." Feng Zhujian immediately puffed up with pride. "Hooray! The spirit sword truly understands the spirit sword." Shi Xuanshang opened his mouth, about to speak, when he heard Fu Shi's next words. "Perfectly, while I am away. It can become your sword." "What?" Shi Xuanshang froze. What did she mean by leaving? Upon hearing this, he immediately disregarded the persistent Feng Zhujian. Pressing his lips together and staring intently at Fu Shi. "Are you leaving?" "Occasionally," Fu Shi replied, perplexed by the sudden surge of emotion from the youth, which even stirred his consciousness. TSK, she remarked, "This sword treasure boy is like this." Fu Shi questioned, "What strange things have you been looking at?" He chuckled softly. "I was just eavesdropping on the swords chatting. I've certainly gleaned quite a bit of new knowledge." Fu Shi fell silent. This new knowledge hardly sounded reputable. Upon realizing Fu Shi was not planning to leave for good, Shi Xuanshang sighed in relief. When he recognized that she was not merely a pure sword spirit, he anticipated the possibility of her departure, but had not wished for that day to arrive so swiftly. "Very well, I shall let it remain." Shi Xuanshang glanced at Feng Zhujian, urging it to prove its worth. Feng Zhujian responded playfully. Although puzzled by Shi Xuanshang's sudden competitive spirit, Fu Shi was nonetheless pleased to witness this scene. A few days later, Shi Xuanshang took Feng Zhujian to Gujian Peak to seek out the Sword Elder. Meanwhile, within Gujian Peak, Mu Yin observed the Sword Elder, who sat cross-legged with eyes tightly shut, narrowing his gaze. "Sword Elder, you have taught Shi Xuanshang well." The Sword Elder abruptly opened his eyes, glaring at him with a dark expression. Unfazed, Mu Yin smiled calmly. "Do not forget that I saved you back then. You are but a sword in my hands now." He produced a jade slip, declaring, "Now, it is time for your sword to be unsheathed." The Sword Elder grasped the jade slip, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, as if he were about to crush it. Yet ultimately, he grasped the sword beside him and departed in silence. When Shi Xuanshang arrived at the bamboo grove, he found no trace of the Sword Elder, and the surrounding sword aura and fierce winds had dissipated. Just as he was filled with uncertainty, Mu Yin appeared. "Xuanshang, are you here to seek the Sword Elder?" He shook his head, letting out a sigh. "The Sword Elder's old injuries have flared up. He is unable to instruct you for the time being. Do come back later." Shi Xuanshang recalled that Yu Qiyuan had mentioned the situation regarding the Sword Elder, and he did not harbor any doubts. "Yes, the disciple understands." Mu Yin approached and patted his shoulder. "How has your synergy with the wind-pursuing sword been?" "Just in time. Your junior brother Su has brought back the sword sheath. Let us go meet him." "Junior brother Su?" As Shi Xuanshang departed with him, he inquired. Mu Yin replied affirmatively and began to introduce. Su Wuyo is your Uncle Zhao's second disciple. Although he is not particularly skilled in swordsmanship, he excels in social interactions. His assistance has saved me considerable trouble. Shi Xuanshang quickly deduced that this Su Wuyo was the individual he had encountered at Yijian Sect. He saw Su Wuyo in the sword hall. The youth was clad in a dark green robe with flowing sleeves, the silver crane pattern subtly appearing as he moved. His ink-black hair was partially bound with a white jade hairpin, cascading over his shoulder. His countenance, smooth as jade, was perpetually adorned with a perfectly measured smile, leaving no room for error. This must be senior brother Shi, he mused, smiling as he acknowledged, I have met senior brother Su Wuyo. Shi Xuanshang nodded with an unchanging expression. Su Wuyo was unperturbed, retrieving the sheath of the wind-pursuing sword from his storage pouch, his gaze fleeting over the sword, which was not in Shi Xuanshang's grasp, but rather floated freely. I wonder if the wind-pursuing sword is satisfied with this sheath. The wind-pursuing sword drifted over. It's acceptable. As the wind-pursuing sword settled into the sheath and returned to Shi Xuanshang's hand, Su Wuyo let out a sigh of relief and said to Mu Yin, Sect Master, I have not failed in my duty. Mu Yin nodded in satisfaction. You have always performed admirably. No need for modesty. A smile graced Su Wuyo's lips. Thank you for the praise, Sect Master, but for the time being, I am unable to leave the sect. The remaining matters. Mu Yin seemed to recall something and sighed. Very well, I shall entrust the remaining tasks to others. The day of remembrance for Jiang Wu is approaching. You may accompany her in peace. Chapter 64. The Silent Guardian of the Tomb. The Awakening Sword Zhe. Whose day of remembrance? Fu Shi, mine. Zhe, incredulous, emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Fu Shi was nearly startled into dropping it. Zhe, how dare this group celebrate your day of remembrance? I will slash and slash and slash, dealing 999,999 damage. Fu Shi remained silent. She now only wished to know into whose hands the awakening sword had fallen after her demise. If Su Wuyo were to pay homage to her, she should be able to glean some information from it. The day of remembrance for Jiang Wu? Shi Xuanshang's brow twitched slightly, and he discreetly cast a glance at Su Wuyo, revealing no other emotions, while the sword elder recuperated. Aside from attending daily classes and practicing swordplay, Shi Xuanshang remained in the Inquiry Sword Pavilion, observing the sword traces left by Jiang Wu. Fu Shi asked him, why do you only comprehend her sword intent? The intent of the sword among cultivators can be divided into personal enlightenment and the understanding derived from others. Many practitioners, in their pursuit of comprehending the essence of the sword, often opt for the insights left by their predecessors. However, Shi Xuanshang shook his head, stating, I shall not choose her sword intent. I merely wish to glean the brilliance that this swordsmanship prodigy once possessed. The sword intent of a swordsman encapsulates their comprehension and artistic conception of the sword path, representing, in a sense, their entire life. Hence, he observed Jiang Wu, the elder of the sword, and the myriad of living beings. Fu Shi remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, she sighed in realization, this is splendid, Shi Xuanshang. You shall forge your own path. With a smirk, someone remarked, now you can rest easy. He will not tread the path you once walked, nor will he repeat your mistakes. Fu Shi remained noncommittal. Indeed, Feng Zhujian had validated her words. It did not require a master. Over the past few days, it had roamed freely within the Yijian Sect, challenging any sword that displeased it, and then vanishing in a flash of afterimages. Soon enough, the disciples of the Yijian Sect became aware that Shi Xuanshang had brought forth a formidable sword from the sword mound. It was the 7th-ranked spirit sword on the spirit sword ranking, and even Mu Yin turned a blind eye to it, as long as no trouble ensued. On this night, with the stars sparse and the wind whispering through the treetops, rustling the leaves softly, the occasional firefly flitted through the forest, leaving behind fleeting traces of light. Beneath the desolate moonlight, a cold mist enveloped the mountains, deepening the chill and silence. With a whoosh, Feng Zhujian returned from outside, passing through the entrance into the room, where it spotted Shi Xuanshang in a meditative state. In a hushed tone, it called out, Fu Shi, I am here. Fu Shi's figure gradually emerged. Feng Zhujian, suppressing its excitement, proudly announced, the individual you asked me to watch has just taken action. He has gone to the rear peak of the Yijian Sect. Hearing this, Fu Shi's gaze sharpened. She smiled and nodded. Well done. Thank you, Feng Zhu. Feng Zhujian chuckled. No need for thanks. We spirit swords are meant to help each other. Fu Shi glanced back at the still training Shi Xuanshang, concealed her form, and silently vanished from Huju Peak, heading towards the rear peak of the Yijian Sect. The rear peak of the Yijian Sect was seldom trodden, housing the sword mound and the reflection cliff. Fu Shi's consciousness searched the area and soon located Su Wuyo's presence, who was headed towards the already collapsed reflection cliff. Fu Shi observed him as he stopped at a particular spot, which held nothing but a solitary, dimly glowing sword. A sliver of cold moonlight fell, illuminating the sword's hilt, causing Fu Shi's pupils to tremble, and her hand instinctively clenched into a fist. The Jingzha sword was indeed here. It stood like a silent guardian of a tomb, safeguarding a grave devoid of remains, even as the surroundings lay in ruins. Su Wuyo knelt before the Jingzha's sword, murmuring to himself, "Sister, I have come to see you." He produced a bottle of exquisite spirit liquid from his storage pouch, seemingly unaware of its rarity, and poured its contents entirely onto the Jingzha sword. The rich spiritual energy filled the desolate ruins, yet the Jingzha sword remained unresponsive, the thunder that once coiled around its blade dissipating entirely. After Jiang Wu's fall, it steadfastly refused to return to the sword tomb, opting instead for a prolonged slumber amidst the ruins, ultimately sharing a violent fate with Jiang Wu. "Could this be your grave?" Fu Shi murmured, inching closer. As she beheld her destined sword, its brilliance dimmed and lifeless, her lips tightened into a straight line. Every year, Su Wuyo visited this spot at this time to infuse the Jingzha sword with spiritual essence, hoping for its awakening. Suddenly, he spoke, "Senior sister, I refuse to believe you are dead. Does it know something? You are not so easily perished. I shall bring you back." Su Wuyo seemed entranced, his words growing increasingly obsessive. "Once I thoroughly comprehend that tome and construct the complete Tian formation, you shall return. Until then, I will care for Jingzha." Fu Shi furrowed her brow. "What is the Tian formation?" The entity was equally perplexed. "I'm not certain. It sounds somewhat familiar. Allow me to ponder." Fu Shi held little hope for it now. After all, it always claimed familiarity, but there was never any follow-up. The very name of this formation struck her as ominous. Could Su Wuyo have strayed onto a dark path? Her gaze darkened. As her sight drifted over the Jingzha's sword, Fu Shi sighed inwardly, whispering, "Jingzha, wait for me." Buzz. The previously dormant and shadowy Jingzha sword suddenly emitted a flicker of weak lightning. It seemed to sense Fu Shi's return. Witnessing this, a smile graced Fu Shi's lips, as if she were conversing with her destined sword from afar. "Yes, I will not disappoint." She would carry her sword forth to tread the endless path. After a decade of slumber, the sudden reply from Jingzha ignited a fierce joy in Su Wuyo's eyes. He eagerly inquired, "Jingzha, you finally acknowledge me, don't you?" Jingzha's sword. How absurd. If not for the inopportune moment, I would have dashed to my master and vented my grievances. Without further exchange, Fu Shi could already sense its exasperation and fury. Thus, she cast a cool glance at Su Wuyo and calmly stated, "Jingzha, shatter his delusions." Whoosh. The Jingzha sword burst forth from the earth, its tip reflecting a sharp silver light under the moon, aimed directly at Su Wuyo. He stood frozen, watching as the tip grazed his cheek, leaving a long, fearsome gash that nearly tore through the flesh beneath. The blood flowed profusely, as if ripping away his masquerade, revealing the true, grotesque, and twisted self within. "Get lost, fool." The cold, disdainful voice of the Jingzha sword echoed through the desolate ruins. After accomplishing this deed, its light faded entirely, feebly returning to the earth. Having lost its master for far too long, it should have sunk into slumber until the next master arrived. Yet in order to guard this desolation, it had to rely on Su Wuyo's spiritual essence over the years. Seeing its vitality waning, Su Wuyo disregarded the increasing pool of blood on his face and hastily searched his storage pouch for the essence. The ethereal power of Fu Shi quietly infused into the Jingzha sword. "Thank you for your hard work, Jingzha." In Chapter 65, I did not come here to tear them apart. Fu Shi was deeply intrigued by Su Wui's mention of the celestial reversal formation, pondering its purpose. The sudden realization struck her. When did this Char Siu begin studying formations? Wasn't he focused solely on medicine before, merely to facilitate your poisoning? The latter part is unnecessary. Fu Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. However, there was indeed merit in this observation. While Su Wui was not adept in swordsmanship, he possessed knowledge in various esoteric arts. She recalled the eclectic array of ancient texts in the Yijian Sect's library, realizing she had scarcely paid attention to those related to formations. After all, the Yijian Sect was not comparable to the Grand Sect of Yushu Tiang in terms of its focus on magical practices, and likely had limited resources on formations. Nevertheless, it was worth a gamble. I shall visit the top floor of the library. Fu Shi suddenly announced, causing Shi Xuanshang to pause briefly before rising gracefully. Very well. Meanwhile, the Wenju sword returned from its playful escapades. Are we leaving? Fu Shi considered that during her time at the Yijian Sect, she had become a formidable presence, eliciting fear and respect. After a moment of thought, she added, "You may continue to comprehend the essence of the sword here, but let Wenju accompany me." To her surprise, Shi Xuanshang's expression shifted. No, he rejected without hesitation, casting a sidelong glance at the swaying Wenju sword, which had become increasingly irksome to him. He quickly concocted a plausible excuse. "It's too noisy and may distract you. When have I ever disturbed you? I would never hinder Fu Shi, little sword cultivator. Do not attempt to tarnish my reputation." Wenju exclaimed in indignation. Shi Xuanshang ignored it, awaiting Fu Shi's response. With a sigh, Fu Shi relented. "As you wish." Shi Xuanshang's eyes brightened, seizing the opportunity. "Then let Wenju return first." "I refuse." Wenju protested immediately. The sword twisted, its voice becoming increasingly high-pitched. "Fu Shi, I assure you, I will not intrude." Fu Shi fell silent at its exaggerated tone. "Speak normally." "All right," Wenju exclaimed joyfully, performing a somersault in midair. Shi Xuanshang muttered to himself, "What a duplicitous sword." In the library, upon entering, Shi Xuanshang found Yu Qiyuan lazily dawdling behind the front desk. He approached and calmly tapped the surface. "Wake up." Cough. Yu Qiyuan startled awake, visibly flustered. Upon recognizing Shi Xuanshang, he sighed in relief, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. "Haha, I'm not always slacking off." The denial was as transparent as daylight. Shi Xuanshang's lips curled slightly as he presented his disciple token. "I wish to ascend to the top floor." "Understood. Please hold on a moment." Yu Qiyuan, unable to afford further idleness, swiftly recorded the request in the ledger before returning Shi Xuanshang's token. "By the way, senior brother Shi," he called out to Shi Xuanshang, who was turning to leave, his face alight with curiosity. "Is there something else?" Shi Xuanshang, gripping the disciple token, turned his head to regard him with calm scrutiny. "Did you truly bring forth the Wind Chaser sword, ranked 7th in the Spirit Sword Compendium, from the Sword Tomb? Its attributes do not align with yours. How did you manage such a feat?" The serene expression of Shi Xuanshang turned slightly cold, his tone laced with barely concealed vexation. "It chose me." Yu Qiyuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What? He might believe that a common spirit sword would willingly attach itself to him, given Shi Xuanshang's innate talent. Yet, this was a sword that held the 7th rank in the Spirit Sword Compendium. Every sword within the top 10 possesses its own temperament. They have endured countless trials and tribulations, often selecting their rightful masters. The Wind Chaser sword, aside from its escapades, typically manifests as the azure adornment at Shi Xuanshang's waist. Upon witnessing Yu Qiyuan's incredulous expression, it revealed its true form and disdainfully remarked, "I left willingly." "What of it?" Yu Qiyuan, what? He did not anticipate that the Wind Chaser sword not only willingly attached itself, but also sought to clarify its intentions. Surely, it could not have lingered in the sword tomb for too long, affecting its sentience. Cautiously, Yu Qiyuan remarked, "But senior brother, she already possesses a fated sword. He would surely be reluctant to exchange it." "So what?" The Wind Chaser sword retorted with an air of superiority. "I am not here to disrupt their bond." Yu Qiyuan was utterly astounded by this revelation. He gazed at Shi Xuanshang with newfound respect. "Senior brother Shi, I am in awe." No wonder even senior brother Zhua faltered in his contest against your sword intent, leading to his decline in cultivation. "Zhuazibai?" Shi Xuanshang's brows furrowed slightly. Having been preoccupied with the Wind Chaser sword's antics, and thus oblivious to the happenings on that front. What happened to him? Alas, after being seized by the Sword Sovereign, he was cast into the fire pool for tempering. He is unlikely to emerge anytime soon. A decline in cultivation is no trifling matter, Yu Qiyuan lamented. Shi Xuanshang nodded coolly before leading the Wind Chaser sword upstairs. On the top floor, Fu Shi's ethereal figure floated in midair. She cast both the individual and the sword behind her and, perusing the ancient texts displayed on the shelves, discovered the soul tome pertaining to formations. She casually flipped through a few pages. TSK. Though the formations contained herein are rare, they are all quite ordinary. I fail to discern any sinister signs. She mused lightly. If the upper level of the Yijian Sect's library harbored demonic formations, that would be the true anomaly. TSK, but why examine these at all? The names of formations, to some extent, reflect their functions, and the name heaven-reversing formation suggests a defiance of the heavens. She replied matter-of-factly. TSK, is not your own rebirth also an act of defiance? Why would Char Shu be so benevolent? Thus, I do not trust him, Fushi sighed. As she lay grievously wounded and seemingly on the brink of despair, that impeccably disguised junior brother appeared to sense the glimmer of hope, eagerly revealing his true self. This so-called heaven-reversing formation is undoubtedly not merely intended to bring her back. Clang. The wind chaser sword suddenly produced a ruckus. Immediately followed by Shi Xuanshang's admonition, "You are disturbing Fushi. Little sword cultivator, do not obstruct the way." The wind-chasing sword approached with an ancient tome, seemingly eager to showcase its discovery. "Fushi, I believe I have found what you seek." Fushi lowered her gaze upon the book, which was unmistakably Tales of Celestial Journeys. She had perused it twice without unearthing any clues. Wind-chasing sword then flipped to a particular page, pointing to the content in the corner, exclaiming, "Look here. Ancient celestial restrictions?" She murmured in confusion. The wind-chasing sword nodded vigorously, "Yes. It seems my predecessor encountered this. The formations beginning with Tian are linked to the legendary ancient immortals." Suddenly, a voice erupted in her mind, filled with indignation. "Ah? I remember. Su Chashao perish." The thought struck her. This Tian reverse formation can forcibly reverse your soul. The reversed soul will become intricately entwined with the fate of the array's creator, leaving you under their control. Fushi offered a faint, chilling smile. Indeed, it was something Su Wuyo would concoct. She lifted her gaze to the wind-chasing sword. "Thank you. You have aided me once more." "Once more?" The wind-chasing sword replied with a grin. Nearby, Shi Xuanshang's expression darkened at her words, a veil of obscurity clouding his eyes. Was it due to his own shortcomings that Fushi resorted to the connections of the spiritual sword? In the ensuing days, Fushi noted Shi Xuanshang's increasing diligence in his training. He was either absorbed in practice or en route to it. He seemed to have grown more accepting of the wind-chasing sword, often carrying it along and even opting to practice foundational sword techniques with it, leaving no opportunity for the wind-chasing sword to wander or converse with Fushi. "Ah, how I loathe those who only train in swordsmanship," the wind-chasing sword lamented. Fushi remained silent. "It appears this sword may have cursed you as well," came the teasing voice. Had she not once been equally enraptured by the sword path? Overlooking the monstrous entities cloaked in human guise around her, Fushi stayed quiet, enveloped in contemplation. Hiku peaks seldom welcomed visitors, and with Xiao Qi retreating into seclusion, Fushi's current prowess rendered her undetectable to others. Thus, she often found herself leaning against the robust, twisting branches of a crepe myrtle tree outside her courtyard, watching Shi Xuanshang practice beneath its boughs. His graceful movements seemed to embody the essence of her teachings. Suddenly, a communication bird darted into her field of perception. Resembling an earthly pigeon, this bird could traverse vast distances to reach a cultivator. Once it landed in another's hand, the sender would be informed, and the bird would self-destruct, serving as a unique tool for communication among practitioners. Fushi effortlessly grasped the bird with her spiritual energy and called down, "It seems someone has a message for you." Hearing this, Shi Xuanshang sheathed the wind-chasing sword and looked up. The crepe myrtle tree bloomed with delicate petals, bending the branches under their weight, glistening in the warm sunlight as if spilling forth a hue of rouge, creating a hazy ink wash painting. The slender figure seamlessly melded with the vibrant hues of the ink wash painting, creating a harmonious balance. The pair of cool, delicate brows and eyes caused Su Xianshang's heart to quicken. Fushi casually tossed the sound transmission bird down. "Infuse it with your spiritual energy and give it a try." "All right." Su Xianshang, momentarily distracted, took hold of the sound transmission bird and channeled his spiritual energy into it. The bird immediately spoke in human language. "Xianshang, have you missed your brother?" The irritating voice made Su Xianshang furrow his brow. Why was he Han Xing suddenly sending him a message? "I heard you have become the personal disciple of the sect leader of the sword-leaning sect. I knew your talent would not be confined to the outer sect. If you find it dull at the sword-leaning sect, come to Ling Shu Mountain Manor to play." After relaying Han Xing's message, the sound transmission bird dimmed. Su Xianshang remained noncommittal. He noted that Han Xing's tone had become much livelier compared to before, suggesting he had resolved his conflicts with his father. Ling Shu Mountain Manor, renowned as the foremost sect for artifact refinement, must surely be intriguing, given the omnipresence of magical artifacts in the cultivation world. If intrigued, then he should go. Fu Shi leapt down from the Ziwei tree, approaching him, and remarked, "Traveling and gaining experience will certainly aid your comprehension of sword intent." Feng Zhujian, unwilling to continue accompanying Su Xianshang in sword practice, immediately chimed in excitedly. Yes, yes. Sword cultivators should venture out for experience. Go quickly. Su Xianshang chose to disregard it and nodded at Fu Shi. All right. He then sought out sect leader Mu Yan to discuss the matter. Oh. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Mu Yan's eyes, his tone laced with a hint of testing. You have become acquainted with the young master of Ling Shu Mountain Manor? Su Xianshang succinctly recounted his chance encounter with He Han Xing in Xiantian City to Mu Yan. Haha. Mu Yan laughed heartily. Indeed, you are fated. Go ahead. I have always maintained a good relationship with Manor Master He, so you need not be overly reserved. Su Xianshang replied. Yes, thank you, Master. After a brief preparation of his belongings, he descended the mountain. As he passed through Xiantian City, he seemed to overhear a group of cultivators at a nearby tea stall discussing something. The master of the Golden Wind sword has been killed? Is this true? This matter has been confirmed by the Oddities Pavilion. It cannot be false. Could it be the work of the Underworld Palace? Who else could it be? Su Xianshang noted their words, maintaining a composed demeanor as he continued his exit from the city. Once outside the city, he summoned Feng Zhujian, hastening his departure. Feng Zhujian grumbled. Who was it that complained about me before? Who was it? Answer me. Golden Wind Sword, ranked 78 on the spiritual sword list. Fu Shi's figure appeared beside Su Xianshang, her expression contemplative. Being pursued by the Underworld Palace suggests that its sword master is also a rogue cultivator. She cast a glance at Su Xianshang. You cannot attract the attention of the Underworld Palace just yet, so the identity of Fu Xian must be set aside for now. Understood. Su Xianshang acquiesced, lowering his gaze to the Feng Zhujian beneath him, softly stating, Feng Zhujian will effectively conceal your presence. Recently, Feng Zhujian had been roaming about the sword-leaning sect, leaving behind a trail of arrogance, much of which Su Xianshang had inadvertently permitted. As time passed, the members of the sword-leaning sect began to regard the wind-pursuing sword as its master's true sword, rendering Fu Shi nearly invisible. The wind-pursuing sword, however, was quite taken aback by this newfound status. With its blade held high, it eagerly sought acknowledgement from Fu Shi, proclaiming, Fu Shi, I am indeed quite useful. Am I not? Fu Shi replied with a smile, indeed. Although the spiritual swords, once endowed with intelligence, exhibited diverse personalities, most harbored benevolent intentions. Upon hearing the flattery from the wind-pursuing sword, Shi Xianshang could not help but let out a cold laugh. Fu Shi turned her gaze toward him, gradually realizing that Shi Xianshang's previous disdain for the wind-pursuing sword seemed to coincide with its conversations with her. Pondering this, she suddenly inquired, Do you have an issue with me, or with wind-pursuing? Despite having transformed into a sword spirit, Fu Shi lacked the innate tendencies of one, and thus could not fathom Shi Xianshang's peculiar behavior, prompting her to ask directly. Shi Xianshang stumbled, nearly losing his balance in the air. The wind-pursuing sword was equally startled. Little sword cultivator, what are you doing? You should take joy in having such a celestial sword spirit. I haven't encountered a sword spirit in over a millennium. The depleting spiritual energy in the cultivation world had led to many spiritual swords, which once birthed sword spirits from the essence of nature, to fade into mere sentience, unable to manifest forms. If this little sword cultivator dares to oppose you, we shall find another master. It added, by the way, my transformed appearance is quite dashing. Silence. Shi Xianshang warned darkly, his expression fierce. In the next moment, he lifted his gaze to the ethereal figure beside him, a hint of obscure frustration veiling his bashful demeanor. I have an issue with myself. Fu Shi's eyes widened in confusion. The wind-pursuing sword, reveling in the situation, consoled her. Do not mind him. He is simply having a moment. A few days later, as Shi Xianshang soared through the skies atop his sword, he soon reached the foot of Ling Shu Mountain Manor, nestled amidst surrounding peaks. The manor was shielded by natural ravines, making it a fortress difficult to breach. The architectural ensemble sat atop a prominent rise in the valley. Upon entering this mountainous realm, a youth clad in a dark gray disciple's robe, one arm adorned with armor, and the other with a patterned sleeve, emerged from the woods, flying towards him on a magical artifact. Who approaches? I am Yijian Sect of the sword-leaning sect, here at the invitation of the young manor master. He replied courteously, holding the wind-pursuing sword and performing a respectful gesture. Ah, it is Shi Daoyu from the sword-leaning sect. The disciple's wariness dissipated upon recognizing Yijian Sect's name, his gaze shifting to the wind-pursuing sword, a flicker of awe in his eyes. The wind-pursuing sword ranks 7th in the spiritual sword canon. Indeed, Shi Daoyu possesses remarkable talent. Do you know me? A hint of confusion flickered in Yijian Sect's eyes. The disciple smiled and explained, I am Zhaichun, a disciple of Ling Shu Mountain Manor, responsible for verifying those entering the mountain. Master Mu has already informed our manor master of your arrival. You may feel at ease during your stay. Yijian Sect remained non-committal, nodding calmly. Thank you, Zhai Daoyu. No need for gratitude. Follow me into the mountain, Zhaichun replied, turning to lead the way back into the forest on his magical artifact. Throughout the journey, he took the opportunity to introduce to Yijian Sect the details of the Ling Shu Mountain Manor, nestled within the heart of the 7 absolute peaks. The manor occupies an expansive valley area, and Shi Daoyu can truly admire the entirety of this stronghold, often referred to as the hub fortress. As his words fell, Yijian Sect caught a glimpse of a corner of the fortress peeking through the verdant trees ahead. Drawing closer, he was finally able to behold the grand architectural ensemble perched high above the valley, exuding a cold, solemn shade of dark gray that starkly contrasted with the lush scenery of the surrounding mountains, resembling a colossal dark beast lying in repose among the hills. Every spire and eave of these structures bore the imprint of magical artifacts, which had been employed to forge the entire manor into an impregnable bastion. Zhaichun halted before the towering black iron gate, retracting his magical tools. Shi Daoyu, there exists a formation within the manor that prohibits the flight of magical artifacts. Thus, we shall proceed on foot from here. Very well, Yijian Sect replied, nodding as the wind-driven sword transformed into an ornament at his waist. Zhaichun guided Yijian Sect into the interior of the manor. To his surprise, while the exterior appeared austere and forbidding, the interior was adorned with exquisite landscapes. Ancient-style pavilions and towers were harmoniously arranged. Glimmering pearls and glass hung from the eaves, while crimson beams were intricately carved, and jade railings embellished the structures. Yijian Sect marveled inwardly. Truly, this is the wealthiest sect under heaven. The grandeur of this manor is simply awe-inspiring. Zhaichun brought him to a halt at the entrance of a courtyard. This is the residence of the young master. I shall not accompany you further. Thank you. Yijian Sect nodded in farewell. Oh, Fu Shi's voice, tinged with surprise, echoed. That's rather peculiar. Yijian Sect's expression subtly shifted as he inquired softly. What is it? Fu Shi shared her recent observations with him. The courtyard was vast, featuring artificial hills and flowing water, with pavilions and terraces that radiated opulence, even housing a small, vibrant garden. This clearly illustrated the affection that the manor lord held for his only son. However, the courtyard was devoid of any attending or guarding disciples. In stark contrast, numerous individuals lurked in the shadows, seemingly on guard against something. Yijian Sect speculated. They must be concerned about him attempting to flee again. Fu Shi remained non-committal, sensing that the situation was far more intricate. The individuals in hiding possessed cultivation levels as high as the nascent soul stage. Without a guide, Yijian Sect could only meander aimlessly within the courtyard. Yet soon, a figure emerged from the shadows. Cloaked in dark attire, only a pair of sharp, lethal eyes were visible. Shi Daoyu, the young master is currently in the artifact refining room. Please follow me. Much obliged, Yijian Sect maintained a calm demeanor, accompanying him to the refining room. The cloaked figure led him to the entrance of the room before vanishing once more. Observing the departing figure's stride, Yijian Sect surmised that this person was at least a practitioner of the Golden Core stage. Gazing at the tightly shut door of the refining room, Yijian Sect chose not to intrude upon He Hanqing's work. Instead, he sat calmly on a marble bench outside the room, quietly contemplating the courtyard. Suddenly, he recalled Yunziyu. At this moment, one cannot ascertain his whereabouts, nor whether Yunlu has located him. Suddenly, the door to the refining chamber swung open with a resounding bang, and He Hanqing strode out with purpose, murmuring to himself, another failed fusion. Where did I go wrong? Qian Shang? Upon raising his gaze and encountering Shi Qianshang, he was taken aback. In the next instant, a look of immense joy blossomed on his face. When did you arrive? Why didn't you call for me? I just got here. Huh, I don't believe that. You must have been waiting for quite some time. He Hanqing's expression was one of camaraderie, dismissing any attempt at consolation. Shi Qianshang replied, he truly has only just arrived. He Hanqing called forth individuals lurking in the shadows, instructing them to present fine wine and exquisite dishes. Yes, young master, the cloaked figures acknowledged before vanishing. With eager anticipation, He Hanqing informed Shi Qianshang, our manor possesses excellent wine. You'll have to sample it later. Observing that He Hanqing seemed to already be aware of the hidden presence, Shi Qianshang concealed the emotions that flickered in his eyes. There was no need for him to probe. He Hanqing was more than willing to divulge the latest developments. I have been exceedingly busy of late, as I am undertaking a significant endeavor. What sort of endeavor? Shi Qianshang inquired, playing along. He Hanqing puffed out his chest with pride. I am crafting the He family's unique magical artifact, the Wanbao Feng. This artifact can only be forged by members of the He family. A look of confusion crossed Shi Qianshang's face. Wanbao Feng? Is that not a legendary celestial-grade artifact? He Hanqing immediately began to elaborate. It can contain all artifacts below the celestial grade and can be activated at the owner's will, essentially functioning as a mobile artifact repository. Not only are the materials required for its creation exceedingly rare, but the crafting process itself is incredibly challenging. As he continued speaking, He Hanqing's expression fell. I intended to experiment with fusing other materials before gathering all the necessary components, but I hit a snag right at the first step. However, with you by my side, I am sure I will succeed swiftly. I too have a request to make of you, Shi Qianshang said earnestly. Huh? He Hanqing paused, taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Shi Qianshang's demeanor so serious. What is it? I wish to learn the art of artifact forging. Have you lost your mind? Why would you want to do that? He Hanqing instinctively retorted. It wasn't that artifact forging was undesirable. Rather, it was perplexing why Shi Qianshang, who possessed such innate talent in swordsmanship, would suddenly wish to delve into forging. Even Fu Shi was astonished. Why would you want to learn artifact forging? Shi Qianshang clarified. It's not about forging artifacts. I simply wish for you to teach me how to extract spiritual liquid from spiritual, or, if I master this technique, I will be able to independently procure spiritual liquid, thereby augmenting my means of nurturing my life sword. He Hanqing was left speechless, admiration evident in his voice. I have never seen a sword cultivator so dedicated to nurturing their life sword. Chapter 68. I sense Shi Qianshang is on the verge of breaking Fu Shi. She too felt a sense of admiration. Even she had not considered personally extracting spiritual liquid for the Jingzhi sword. Only extracting spiritual liquid, He Hanqing exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. I will teach you. I guarantee your life sword will be so moved that it will accompany you through fires and mountains. In the secluded courtyard of He Hanqing, disturbances were rare. Those cloaked figures lurking in the shadows would periodically appear, delivering exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Even amidst his diligent studies, He Hanqing did not neglect his own palate. The extraction of spiritual essence was a fundamental course for those embarking on the path of artifact refinement. And He Hanqing generously presented Shi Qianshang with the plethora of spiritual ores accumulated in his storeroom for practice. The process of extraction is akin to your swordsmanship. It requires proficiency through repetition. He Hanqing placed a piece of ore into Shi Qianshang's palm. Envision the spiritual energy within this, or as threads of spiritual silk. Your task is to delicately unravel them from the impurities. Shi Qianshang lowered his gaze, contemplating the possibility of employing these spiritual ores to refine his control over spiritual energy. He nodded, I understand. Let us each focus on our tasks. Do not hesitate to ask me if you encounter any difficulties. He Hanqing patted his chest in reassurance. As the young master of Ling Shu Mountain Manor, He Hanqing's refining chamber was remarkably spacious, equipped with 3 forging furnaces and segmented into several work areas. Shi Qianshang acquiesced. Very well. He selected a piece of ore infused with thunderous spiritual energy and approached the workbench, where he carefully separated 5 strands of spiritual energy, transforming them into razor-like threads to meticulously slice the ore before him. You are progressing too slowly, a voice suddenly interjected, belonging to Fu Shi. Shi Qianshang's fingers faltered momentarily, and then a force abruptly acted upon the ore before him. With a resounding explosion, the ore shattered, scattering into countless fragments. Shi Xuanshang's pupils flickered in bewilderment as the pure spiritual energy contained within floated like soft threads, almost dissipating in an instant. Yet, before they could vanish, they were forcibly drawn together by the strands of spiritual energy, ultimately amalgamating into a droplet of spiritual essence. Fu Shi's voice resonated within his mind. This method proves to be quite efficient. She had mastered the technique and looked forward to extracting spiritual essence for the upcoming Jingxia. I sense that Shi Xuanshang is on the verge of breaking down. Shi Xuanshang, recalling Fu Shi's previous display of control over dozens of strands of spiritual energy, felt a surge of competitive spirit rise within him. He immersed himself in the practice of extracting spiritual essence, ultimately reaching a point where he could calmly manipulate the spiritual threads amidst He Hanqing's exclamations of failure from the blast furnace. Xuanshang, I have failed once again. He Hanqing approached, his attire covered in ash and the scent of embers clinging to him, with traces of charred residue on his face. Gazing at Shi Xuanshang's method of extraction, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly how I instructed you? You simply detonated the ore and kneaded the fragments together? Is this the brutish approach of your sword cultivators, even in artifact refinement? Shi Xuanshang placed the gathered spiritual essence into a vial, a smile illuminating his eyes as he replied, Yet it is undeniably efficient, is it not? He Hanqing instinctively nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, a spark of realization ignited within him. Of course, why did I not think of this sooner? I could detonate them all, and then extract the non-repellent substances to fuse together. Thank you, my friend. I shall proceed to detonate again. No, I mean, to fuse once more? That evening, He Hanqing merged two materials together, and in his jubilation, he drank 2 pots of wine, resulting in a state of inebriation. Yet, upon awakening the next day, he remained in high spirits until a figure cloaked in black approached to report that Miss Hiyuzhu was waiting outside the courtyard. The mere mention of her name extinguished his mirth, replaced by an unmistakable disdain. The name He? It was the first time Shi Xuanshang witnessed such raw aversion on He Hanqing's face, as if the very sound of that name evoked loathing. The figure in black remained impassive. She brought a message from the master of the estate. He Hanqing's expression shifted, revealing a struggle within, but ultimately, he waved his hand dismissively. Let her wait. Do not allow her into my courtyard. Understood. The figure departed swiftly. Shi Xuanshang's gaze lingered on He Hanqing, anticipating an explanation. However, He Hanqing merely offered a resigned smile. Perhaps my father wishes to meet you. It's nothing significant. We shall go and return promptly. He did not mention Hiyuzhu. Having spent half a month at Ling Shu Mountain Manor, Shi Xuanshang had yet to meet the master of the estate. Thus, he refrained from pressing further, nodding calmly. He Hanqing's expression softened, yet the joy of his successful fusion was overshadowed by a lingering coldness in his eyes. He and Shi Xuanshang approached the courtyard entrance, soon encountering a figure clad in a peach-colored gown standing at the threshold. The young woman possessed a beauty akin to a pearl, her vibrant attire starkly contrasting the somber garb of others within Ling Shu Mountain Manor. Young master, she called softly, her voice tinged with nervousness and grievance. He Hanqing did not spare her a glance, focusing instead on Shi Xuanshang. His words laced with irritation. What does my father want with you? Shi Xuanshang, bewildered by the sudden hostility directed at him, remained silent. Hiyuzhu's voice maintained its gentle quality. Father, the master of the estate has just returned and wishes to meet Taoist Shi from the Yijian Sect. Leave. He Hanqing's face darkened as he swept his sleeve aside, firmly pulling Shi Xuanshang past Hiyuzhu and out of the courtyard. Shi Xuanshang pondered thoughtfully. Was Hiyuzhu related to the master of the estate? He Hanqing cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to elucidate after a moment of silence. She was once a maid in the manor, serving in my courtyard, and later became my father's adopted daughter. Shi Xuanshang's eyes widened in surprise as he noted the tension in He Hanqing's face, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Disgusting. Without further elaboration from He Hanqing, Shi Xuanshang could surmise how this maid had become the adopted daughter of the master of the estate. No wonder He Hanqing's courtyard was devoid of company. Upon learning the truth, Fu Shi fell into a contemplative silence. In her recollection, the master of Ling Shu Mountain Manor had always been a devoted husband, cherishing his wife dearly. Following her tragic death during childbirth, he had cherished his only son as if he were his lifeblood, always keeping him close. Yet, such a man would engage with a maid from the manor and even adopt her, bestowing upon her the surname He. This was an affront to the late Madame He and rendered the affection He Huanqing had received over the years a mere veil of shame. It was no wonder that He Huanqing had attempted to leave home on several occasions. Such a revelation was undoubtedly unbearable for him. Why does it seem that He Huanqing has reconciled with Master He? Chapter 69. Brotherhood in the Peach Orchard, Never to Betray. The master of Ling Shu Mountain Villa, He Lingchuan, is a renowned master refiner, with countless talented disciples under his command. After years of living in comfort, he has developed an imposing presence that commands respect without uttering a word. As he sat in the hall, he observed He Huanqing and Shi Xuanshang entering from the courtyard. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within them. However, as Shi Xuanshang stepped closer, that brilliance dissipated, replaced by a benevolent smile. You must be Xuanshang. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master He. Shi Xuanshang clasped his hands and lowered his gaze. There is no need for such formality. He Lingchuan waved his hand, signaling a disciple to serve tea. I have known your master for many years, and you share a close bond with my son. In the future, you may simply call me Uncle He. Yes, Uncle He, Shi Xuanshang replied, taking a seat beside He Huanqing after the disciple respectfully retreated with the tea. He Lingchuan maintained his warm smile, inquiring kindly about Shi Xuanshang's experience in the villa, asking if he was adapting well. Shi Xuanshang answered all questions, but refrained from mentioning his work on extracting spiritual liquid. Fuxi remarked, He Lingchuan's aura makes me somewhat uncomfortable. Being a powerful figure at the transformation stage, Fuxi did not openly probe with her spiritual sense, but instead observed him through Shi Xuanshang's eyes. His impeccable demeanor reminded her of Su Wuyo. Both possessed an equally flawless disguise. After expressing concern for Shi Xuanshang, He Lingchuan's gaze fell upon He Huanqing, who had been sulking since entering the room, prompting a bemused smile. Huanqing, why the long face? The father was well aware of the reason. He Huanqing cast a disgruntled glance at him. Alas, He Lingchuan sighed. I may have forgotten, but let me apologize to you. To make amends, I bring you good news. What good news? He Huanqing feigned interest. He Lingchuan smiled. In 2 days, Yijian Tower will hold an auction in Luyu City. There will be a star condensation mine up for bid. You should go and acquire it, and take the opportunity to unwind, with Xuanshang accompanying you. I shall be at ease. Really? He Huanqing's eyes lit up. The star condensation mine is one of the primary materials for crafting the 10,000 treasures seal. Most importantly, he could go out openly this time. His gaze brightened, subtly hinting, Father, what about the budget? He Lingchuan chuckled affectionately. You are the heir of Ling Shu Mountain Villa. Naturally, the spirit stones of the villa are at your disposal. Thank you, Father. He Huanqing's previous gloom vanished, and he enthusiastically declared, I will surely fulfill my mother's last wish. Good child, I will fully support you. He Lingchuan nodded with satisfaction. To any observer, this scene would appear as a picture of paternal affection and filial piety, without a hint of discord. Yet, with the truth of He Yuzhu looming, Shi Xuanshang felt no stirrings in his heart. He Lingchuan did not keep them long, and soon He Huanqing joyfully departed the courtyard with Shi Xuanshang, preparing to return and gather his belongings for the descent. As Shi Xuanshang stepped out of the courtyard, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a group of individuals passing by along the road ahead. Clad in uniformed dark robes, they exuded an air of discipline and seriousness, their faces obscured by masks that concealed them entirely. Shi Xuanshang, taken aback by what he had witnessed, abruptly halted, fixating on the silhouette of one among them, an incredulous glint flickering in his eyes. Was that figure Yinziu? Unbeknownst to He Huanqing, who was oblivious to his sudden pause, he collided with him unexpectedly, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Xuanshang, what's the matter? Who were those people that just walked by? They are the elite disciples chosen by my father, rarely seen in public. Even I am unaware of their daily activities, He Huanqing replied, following his gaze but only able to discern the figures and their masks. Elite disciples? A shadow of concern crossed Shi Xuanshang's gaze. He refrained from further inquiries and accompanied He Huanqing as they departed. The distance from Luyu City to Lingshu Mountain Village was not far. Shi Xuanshang guided He Huanqing through the skies on his sword, and within half a day, they arrived in the city. Upon entering, He Huanqing resolutely headed towards a tavern. The auction is still 2 days away. Come on, let me treat you to the fine wines of Luyu City. Shi Xuanshang made no objections. Luyu City was enveloped by a vast peach orchard, and even though summer had arrived, the climate remained refreshingly pleasant, with the peach blossoms still in full bloom outside the city. The peach blossom wine produced here was renowned for its crisp sweetness, the rich aroma detectable from miles away. He Hanxing procured 2 jars of exquisite peach blossom wine and led Shi Xuanshang to the orchard beyond the city. The orchard was expansive, even with a smattering of visitors. They soon vanished into the depths of the trees. Upon reaching a pavilion, He Hanxing suddenly grew anxious. Actually, there's something I've wanted to discuss with you for a long time. Observing He Hanxing arriving with both wine and intentions, Shi Xuanshang had already surmised the purpose of this gathering, yet he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What is it?" "Well, although I have long considered you my brother by different parents," He Hanxing said, his eyes gleaming brightly, "aren't we still missing a formal brotherhood ceremony?" "A brotherhood ceremony, you say? Let us not make it sound overly sentimental." Shi Xuanshang calmly averted his gaze. "Where's the sentimentality in that?" He Hanxing muttered, and in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wait, are you acknowledging our brotherhood? Come on, let us uphold our oath right here in the peach orchard." Within the pavilion ahead, surrounded by flourishing peach trees, the gentle breeze caused petals to flutter down like snowflakes. They opened the jars, and the fragrant aroma of the wine wafted through the air. "Ahem, since I am the elder brother now, let me take the lead in swearing our oath," He Hanxing declared, secretly observing Shi Xuanshang's reaction. Noticing that Shi Xuanshang did not refute his words, he promptly took out a strand of his spirit and joyfully proclaimed, "I, He Hanxing, hereby vow in this place to bind myself as a brother to Shi Xuanshang, forever unwavering, with heaven and earth as witnesses." Under the gaze of He Hanxing's eager anticipation, Shi Xuanshang gradually spoke. "I, Shi Xuanshang, swear here to be sworn brothers with He Hanxing, never to betray this bond, with heaven and earth as witnesses." A wisp of his soul was drawn forth. The souls of the two radiated a gentle golden light, signifying that the heavenly principles had acknowledged their vow. "Brother, cheers!" He Hanxing exclaimed with exhilaration, lifting a jar of peach blossom wine and clinking it joyfully against Shi Xuanshang's jar. With a soft sound of impact, the 2 jars gradually emptied, and then they smashed the jars, letting the shards fall into the peach blossom mud before them, thus sealing their pact. Chapter 70. I am willing to call you sister. The quantity of the peach blossom wine was substantial, and given that He Hanxing was not particularly adept at drinking, he soon found himself inebriated after finishing a jar. Burp. He sat on the ground, hugging a wooden pillar that supported the pavilion, his gaze hazy, not forgetting to release a hearty drunken belch. "What bliss! Such pure joy! This is the most delightful day of my life." He chuckled foolishly. "It's truly wonderful to become brothers with you, Xuanshang." Shi Xuanshang, observing his comrade's utterly intoxicated state, found it difficult to look directly at him. Yet, upon hearing the latter's words, the corners of his lips slightly curved upwards as he whispered, "So do I." The wind-driven sword had remained silent for too long. Seeing the two inebriated, it bravely emerged from its sheath to catch some fresh air. It gazed at the two in the pavilion and sighed, "Ah, youth is indeed a marvel. Speaking of which, I've forgotten which sword master had a sworn brother whom he entrusted his life to, only for them to perish together." Shi Xuanshang. Fu Shi. Tisk Tsk. This wind-driven sword knows how to converse. Sensing the increasingly perilous gaze from Shi Xuanshang, Fu Shi couldn't help but interject. "Wind-driven, refrain from speaking nonsense. Wind-driven sword. Oh. It realized that Shi Xuanshang's glare suggested it might be cleaved in two and quietly transformed back into an ornament at his waist, no longer daring to utter a word. Yet, the wind-driven sword was not one to remain subdued for long. After a while, it could not resist stealthily contacting Fu Shi. "Fu Shi, our spiritual swords can also form brotherhoods." Fu Shi responded with a smile. "Do you wish to swear brotherhood with me?" Yes. The wind-driven sword eagerly replied. A hint of shyness in its tone. "Though I have lived for over 1,000 years, I would still like to call you sister." Before Fu Shi could respond, Shi Xuanshang suddenly regained his composure, his voice gritted with restraint. "I am still alive." The wind-driven sword was taken aback and then reacted indignantly, cursing. "How rude of that little sword cultivator, eavesdropping on our spiritual sword conversation." Shi Xuanshang yanked the wind-driven sword down from his waist, fixing it with a cool stare. "You wish to poach my sword spirit, yet you do not allow me to know? What do you mean poach?" The wind-driven sword retorted defensively. "It's not just humans who form brotherhoods. We spiritual swords do too." Shi Xuanshang scoffed, his expression unchanging. "Your sword is unseemly. Request denied." The little sword cultivator is ruining my reputation. The wind-driven sword seethed in impotent fury. Fu Shi remained silent, having grown accustomed to the scene. Upon successfully forming a brotherhood, He Hanqing appeared more vibrant than ever, as if before Shi Xuanshang, he could finally embody the persona he had always aspired to be. On the day of the auction, he accompanied Shi Xuanshang to Yijian Tower. The title of the young master of Ling Shu Mountain Manor proved advantageous, for Yijian Tower had specially arranged an upstairs private room for them, presenting them with the auction catalog. The cultivator of Yijian Tower remarked, "Esteemed guests, after participating in the auction, you may explore the lower level, where many fine materials have recently arrived. Very well, you may leave for now." He Hanqing waved his hand dismissively. The cultivator quickly withdrew. Turning his head, He Hanqing noticed Shi Xuanshang engrossed in the contents of the auction catalog, and he flipped through a couple of pages as well. He sighed. Initially, he had hoped to find some wind and lightning attribute spiritual ores to extract spiritual liquid for Shi Xuanshang, but alas, none were available at today's auction. They would have to explore downstairs instead. Feng Zhujian suddenly perked up. "I can be included?" it exclaimed, excitedly revealing its blade and praising He Hanqing with delight. "Shi Xuanshang, your elder brother is truly commendable. I am quite pleased with your brotherhood." Shi Xuanshang frowned. "Who prompted you to emerge?" Feng Zhujian, still harboring resentment over being denied the opportunity to form a bond with Fu Shi, ignored him and floated over to He Hanqing to lament. "Little cultivator, you cannot fathom the sorrow I endured in the sword tomb for centuries, without a single maintenance." He Hanqing was taken aback. The naive and easily deceived expression on his face was such that even Feng Zhujian felt a twinge of compassion, despite speaking the truth. Shi Xuanshang rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "That's just its nature. Pay it no mind." However, He Hanqing shook his head. Yet it did indeed spend centuries in the sword tomb. He rummaged through his storage pouch and produced a vial of spiritual liquid. "It's not purely wind attribute, but make do with it for maintenance. Alas, were you a sword cultivator, I would follow you." Feng Zhujian immediately nestled into his embrace. Shi Xuanshang, still displeased, remarked, "Didn't I already perform maintenance for you after you emerged?" Feng Zhujian huffed, disregarding him entirely. Clearly, it had yet to calm down. He Hanqing found himself mediating between the two, making light-hearted banter while ensuring he secured the Xingxing Oregon. The Xingxing ore held considerable value, yet few instrument refiners required it. Thus, He Hanqing acquired it for a modest sum of spiritual stones. After obtaining the Xingxing ore, he and Shi Xuanshang descended to the lower level. The wares in Yijian Tower were plentiful and varied, with increasingly precious items found as they ascended. He Hanqing, considering Shi Xuanshang's need to nurture two swords, directly led him to the spiritual ore section, summoning the manager. "Please select all wind and lightning attribute spiritual ores for me." Upon hearing this, the manager recognized a significant client and immediately summoned two subordinates with a beaming smile. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guests." Feng Zhujian began to cheer. He Hanqing is good. Shi Xuanshang is bad. It seemed determined to take every opportunity to belittle Shi Xuanshang. Even Fu Shi could not bear to witness such a petty display. With a slight smirk, she remarked, "You should know your limits." At the same time, within the private room on the top floor of Yijian Tower, behind the tranquil landscape screen sat a young and handsome man, draped in a luxurious lake blue robe that cascaded elegantly to the floor. His inky hair flowed like a waterfall down his shoulders and back. Most striking were his silver eyes, shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering them elusive and enigmatic. It seemed he sensed something, as he slightly lifted his gaze towards the floor below. "Are there esteemed guests today?" A woman clad in red, with a stern visage, leaned slightly forward and shook her head. Her demeanor exuded an air of coldness and ruthlessness, forming a stark contrast to the warm and refined nobleman she protected. "No," the young man replied with a gentle smile. "I can feel it." With a delicate wave of his hand, the landscape screen began to warp and twist, gradually morphing into a reflective water mirror. Within its depths, the figures of Shi Xuanshang and his companions materialized. The young man regarded Shi Xuanshang with keen interest, observing, "There exists an aura of another presence about him, quite extraordinary. It seems I share a connection with him. I eagerly anticipate our encounter." Chapter 71. The poverty of sword cultivators downstairs. Fu Shi suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. Yet, when she sought to investigate, that gaze vanished without a trace, as if it were but a fleeting illusion. Having reached the divine transformation stage, her perception was far from mistaken. Was there someone of remarkable ability concealed within Yijian Tower? Fu Shi immediately recalled the enigmatic master of the Loom Pavilion, the elusive young master of the loom. He Hanxing perused the selection of high-quality spirit ores, nodding in satisfaction as he retained a few choice pieces. This will suffice. At that moment, a figure descended from the upper floor, hastening to stand before Yijian Sect, inquiring, "Might you be the Taoist friend Shi of the sword-leaning sect?" "Indeed," Yijian Sect replied, locking eyes with the astonished He Hanxing, suppressing the impulse that nearly escaped his lips. The individual before them was none other than Lin Ji, the loose cultivator they had previously rescued. Lin Ji did not recognize that his saviors stood before him, and with utmost respect, he introduced himself. "I am Lin Ji. Our nobleman wishes to befriend Taoist Shi and has dispatched me to deliver this esteemed guest token. Those who possess it shall be honored guests of the Loom Pavilion." "Nobleman?" Yijian Sect paused, calmly responding, "With my capabilities, I fear I am unworthy of being your nobleman's esteemed guest." A smile danced on Lin Ji's lips as he explained, "Rest assured, Taoist Shi, our nobleman does not judge guests by their strength, but by their fortuitous encounters." Fortuitous encounters? Yijian Sect found this notion increasingly hard to believe. What kind of serendipity could he possibly share with this loom master he had never met? The emergence of this guest token confirmed Fu Shi's suspicion that the loom master had indeed sensed her presence. Yet, if even Shao Qi could not ascertain her existence, how had the loom master accomplished it? They had not even crossed paths. He Hanxing was taken aback that the loom master would extend a guest token to his sworn brother. "Yijian Sect, this is a valuable item. Even my father cannot obtain a guest token from the Loom Pavilion. Not to mention, with this token, the items we just purchased will be at a 20% discount." 20% discount? Yijian Sect's eyes glimmered. "Accepted." Fu Shi felt her resolve wavering. There is no helping it. The sword cultivators are notoriously frugal. Yijian Sect, maintaining his composure, accepted the esteemed guest token and addressed Lin Ji with gratitude, saying, "Please extend my thanks to your young master." "Certainly," Lin Ji replied, then departed. With the esteemed guest token in hand, the steward of Yijian Tower displayed even greater enthusiasm than before, offering discounts and even waiving additional charges, along with a complimentary piece of Thunder Spirit Oregon. Thus, despite Yijian Sect's spirit stone pouch being nearly empty, he spent his resources willingly. He Hanxing, observing the desolate state of Yijian Sect's spirit stone pouch, sighed. "I have already stated that I would cover the expenses. Am I not aware of how financially constrained sword cultivators are? Many have even signed contracts of servitude with our estate to repay their debts, preferring to sell themselves rather than their swords." Yijian Sect, tucking away his spirit stone pouch, gazed at the Wind Chaser's sword at his waist and remarked softly, "Selling the Wind Chaser's sword is permissible. After all, it will stubbornly return." The Wind Chaser's sword, incensed, retorted, "Wretched sword cultivator. I shall report you to the Spirit Sword Association for infringing upon my rights as a sword." "By all means, go ahead," Yijian Sect replied with an impassive expression. The notion of a Spirit Sword Association was merely a fabrication of the Wind Chaser's sword. As the dispute between man and sword threatened to escalate, He Hanxing hurriedly intervened. All right, let us consider where to go next. It is rare for us to be out. I do not wish to return so swiftly." Lin Ji, who had previously left, returned. "Esteemed guests, our young master has generously offered you a piece of information free of charge." He Hanxing, taken aback, inquired with a hint of suspicion, "Why this sudden benevolence from your young master? Is he engaging in charity?" The actions of the weaver's young master, offering esteemed guest tokens and information, indicated a keen interest in Yijian Sect. "No matter," Yijian Sect said, gently pushing He Hanxing aside, nodding slightly to Lin Ji. "Since it is your young master's goodwill, please proceed." The information provided by the weaver's young master was anything but ordinary. Lin Ji maintained his calm demeanor as he spoke. "Have you too heard of the Candle Dragon legend of Jiangwei Mountain? Recently, a malevolent flood dragon has been causing disturbances in the waters there. Should you be interested, it would be worth your while to investigate." Jiangwei Mountain. Yijian Sect narrowed his eyes, nodding subtly. "Understood. Thank you." Lin Ji smiled and shook his head. Watching Lin Ji's retreating figure, He Hanxing pulled Yijian Sect outside the entrance of Yijian Tower, speaking with unease. "Yijian Sect, the weaver's young master is indeed peculiar. Among the primary materials for crafting the 10,000 treasure seal is the bone of a flood dragon. Yet, the crafting process is known only to him and his father. No third party is aware. How then did this weaver's young master come by such knowledge? Could it be mere coincidence? Yijian Sect muttered, his expression odd. Although he verbally acknowledged coincidence, in his heart, he doubted such luck. So, shall we go to Jiangwei Mountain? Yijian Sect glanced at him. Regardless of the weaver's young master's intentions, as long as the information provided was beneficial, it sufficed. Yes, we shall certainly go. Yijian Sect replied eagerly. Let us not delay. We must set off at once to avoid drawing attention from my father's men, who might notice our prolonged absence. The distance from Jiangwei Mountain to Luiyue City is considerable, and by the time they reached the foot of Jiangwei Mountain, a full day had elapsed. Yijian Sect rose onto his toes, gazing curiously at the mountain's condition, murmuring to himself, "It's so tranquil. I see no signs of the vile creatures stirring the waters." "You'll find out at the seaside," Yijian Sect replied, summoning the wind-chasing sword, which he grasped firmly as he advanced. Yijian Sect hurriedly followed suit. Jiangwei Mountain faces the sea, and as they ascended, they encountered several obstructive demon beasts, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Yijian Sect. The mountain has long been steeped in legends of the Candle Dragon, attracting a constant stream of cultivators seeking its elusive presence. Consequently, the demon beasts were seldom found in the vicinity. The pair encountered only lower-tier demon beasts, and their journey was not hindered. Upon reaching the summit, they looked down upon the tumultuous sea below. The waves crashed against the rocks, sending up frothy sprays, and the ocean seemed to roar with an unceasing fury. What a vast expanse of sea, Yijian Sect marveled, observing the surface when suddenly a vessel entered his line of sight. "Xuanshang, look, is that not a mortal ship?" Following his gaze, Xuanshang indeed spotted a boat being tossed by the waves, precariously bobbing upon the water. On board were 3 individuals, devoid of any spiritual energy, seemingly a family. Yijian Sect, puzzled, murmured, "Strange, how could a mortal ship appear near Jiangwei Mountain?" A sudden wave surged forth, violently rocking the boat and eliciting terrified screams from the 3 mortals. "Oh, never mind," Yijian Sect exclaimed, retrieving a gourd-shaped artifact from his storage pouch. The gourd gradually expanded under the influence of his spiritual energy. "Xuanshang, wait here for me. I shall go save them." Yijian Sect observed him steering the artifact downward, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. He felt an unsettling sense that the appearance of this ship was too coincidental. How could it have come to their attention? After all, it was unheard of for mortals to dwell near Jiangwei Mountain. As Yijian Sect maneuvered the gourd to hover above the water, preparing to approach the ship, he suddenly realized that both the vessel and the family had vanished. Meanwhile, standing atop the mountain, Yijian Sect abruptly perceived a vast, ominous shadow surfacing from the depths of the sea beneath Yijian Sect. "Come back," Yijian Sect commanded, as the wind-chasing sword at his waist transformed into its original form and soared forth. Yijian Sect had yet to comprehend Yijian Sect's words when the sword appeared before him, and he instinctively grasped its hilt. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the wind-chasing sword turned and departed. In the next moment, roar! The sea erupted in ferocious waves, and a colossal creature began to awaken from the depths. Rising to the surface, hiss! Yijian Sect glanced back, startled to see a gigantic, malevolent serpent, its body cloaked in dark scales, looming where he had just stood. The creature appeared enraged, its enormous crimson eyes fixed menacingly upon Yijian Sect. Fortunately, the wind-chasing sword arrived just in time. Otherwise, the fearsome dragon would have opened its gaping maw, and Yijian Sect would likely have found it impossible to escape. Upon returning to the shore, Yijian Sect exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this monstrous creature had yet to leap over the dragon gate, and was thus unable to take flight. "Together, we should be able to subdue it." No sooner had he spoken than the dragon's roar echoed ominously. Its sinuous, robust form surged forth from the depths of the sea, floating atop the waves, fixating its predatory gaze upon the 2 figures on the shore. Under its command, the tumultuous waves grew ever more ferocious, the tide surging forward in relentless waves, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire Jiangwei Mountain. Yijian Sect gaped in disbelief. Yijian Sect cast him a complicated glance. "Congratulations. It has already crossed halfway over the Dragon Gate. How was I to know I would be so cursed?" Yijian Sect lamented, tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. The dragon's power had evidently reached the late stage of yuaning, The vast disparity in their realms filled Yijian with trepidation. Though he felt regret at the prospect of not obtaining the dragon's bones, preserving his life took precedence. He conferred with his companion. Xuanshang, should we retreat for now? How can we know without trying? Xuanshang summoned the Hung Tsang sword. His fingers glided along the blade's surface, as if imbued with spiritual energy, causing it to suddenly emanate violet lightning. As the dragon, manipulating the currents, launched a watery vortex towards them, Xuanshang gripped the Hung Tsang sword, its blade bursting forth with electric brilliance, cleaving the water vortex in twain. Water cascaded down from either side, drenching Xuanshang. He glanced back at Yijian. Wait for my return. With that, he leapt into the fray. Wait. Yijian fretted, stamping his feet in desperation. I am at least in the late stage of the golden core. Let me see if I possess any artifacts that can restrain this dragon. The wind-chasing sword floated lazily beside him, remarking, Isn't your gourd quite capacious? Lure it to the shore. With the dragon out of the water, its power would undoubtedly diminish. Yijian scrutinized the dragon's massive form, swallowing hard. Is my gourd large enough to contain such a behemoth? The wind-chasing sword chuckled lightly. Then you can merely watch as Xuanshang meets his demise. That won't do. Yijian retorted immediately, his gaze fixed on Xuanshang. Now trapped by the dragon's colossal body, he summoned his spiritual energy to enlarge his gourd. The enormous gourd hovered in midair, casting a vast shadow, nearly depleting Yijian's internal energy. He bellowed, Xuanshang, get out of the way. Xuanshang, sword in hand, intercepted the dragon's tail swipe. Upon hearing this command, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly darting backward. His movements resembled the rapidity of lightning, and in an instant, he had vacated the dragon's combat range. Roar! The dragon was unwilling to let him escape so easily. It leapt from the sea, its elongated body lunging forward in an attempt to drag Xuanshang down. But in the next moment, boom! The gigantic gourd descended, creating a tumultuous wave upon the sea's surface. Xuanshang returned to the shore. Yijian beheld the dragon ensnared within the massive gourd, and, before he could even catch his breath, he witnessed the creature violently thrashing against the confines of the gourd. Crack, crack, crack. The gourd's surface split open with numerous fissures, mirroring the expression of Yijian, whose face also bore cracks of dismay. This is indeed a mystical artifact. Yet I can only control it for a fleeting moment. Without hesitation, Xuanshang decisively commanded, guided into the mountains. All right. Yijian had no time to mourn the loss of a mystical artifact, exhausting his final reserves of spiritual energy to retrieve the gourd. Boom! The giant gourd landed on the shore, instantly shattering into countless fragments, carrying the residual ferocity of the evil serpent as it swept forth. The Zhenluanding. Xuanshang brandished the defensive artifact that Yijian had entrusted to him, shielding them from the onslaught. The Zhenluanding effectively absorbed the shards and the oppressive force of the evil serpent. You are low on spiritual energy. Do not step outside the Zhenluanding, Xuanshang advised, glancing back at Yijian, who was replenishing his spiritual energy with a restorative pill. Yijian nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, brother. I shall not be a hindrance. Xuanshang stepped forward. As he emerged, the upper body of the evil serpent reared up, roaring in fury as it lunged at him. Bang! Xuanshang raised his sword to block the serpent's vicious fangs, redirecting it elsewhere. The sudden flashes of lightning from his sword danced through the forest, constantly seeking an opportunity to inflict damage upon the serpent. However, the serpent had attained a late stage of the nascent soul realm. Its dark scales remained impervious before Xuanshang, who was merely a golden core cultivator. Look for its reverse scale, Fu Shi suddenly interjected. Xuanshang rolled on the ground. And in the instant the serpent lifted its head, he spotted a scale of a lighter hue amidst its dark armor. That must be the serpent's reverse scale. Spitting out the remnants of leaves and soil from his mouth, he summoned lightning once more upon his sword. The evil serpent, filled with rage after being toyed with by a golden core cultivator multiple times, opened its massive maw without hesitation as Xuanshang charged forward. Yet, just as he was about to reach it, his figure abruptly vanished. He crouched low, the shimmering silver tip of his sword piercing swiftly into the serpent's soft, pale reverse scale. Roar! The evil serpent emitted a painful shriek. Xuanshang observed, startled that his sword could only penetrate the reverse scale by an inch. Without a moment's hesitation, he calmly withdrew his blade. Bang! The serpent's tail whipped towards him with astonishing speed. Shi Xuanshang managed to evade in time, but being so close, his lower back was still caught in the impact, his clothing torn and leaving a distinct trail of blood upon his skin. To prevent his spiritual energy from becoming chaotic, he quickly consumed a restorative pill. Fu Shi sighed. It has been provoked. I can handle this, Shi Xuanshang stated, his gaze steady as he regarded the serpent, whose eyes were now filled with a blood-red fury due to its pain. He had yet to employ his sword techniques. As he prepared to unleash the lightning, a water-blue figure unexpectedly emerged from behind, brandishing a sword to counter the serpent's assault. The figure exuded the spiritual energy of a nascent soul cultivator. Shi Xuanshang froze, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. A disruption? Just as he prepared to act, Fu Shi's voice, laden with complexity, halted him. Wait. At this moment, Yijian Sect rushed over, panting, and exclaimed, Xianshang, wonderful news. We have encountered your senior sister. Xianshang furrowed his brow. His senior sister? Chapter 73. You can also wield spirit control? It was evident that Xianshang had forgotten about his senior sister. Upon meeting his bewildered gaze, Yijian Sect hesitated for a moment, stammering as he fixed his eyes on him. You surely do not fail to recognize your senior sister, Xinyan Xiao, do you? I do not. Xianshang replied decisively, shaking his head. Yijian Sect slapped his forehead, letting out a sigh. Oh dear, I forgot. Xinyan Xiao has been away from the Yijian Sect for so long. It is only natural you have not seen her since you joined the sect not long ago. She is now at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm and wields the Autumn Water Sword, ranked 9th in the Spirit Sword Codex. She can undoubtedly slay that vile flood dragon. She has indeed gained the recognition of the Autumn Water Sword, Fu Shi murmured. She could hardly believe that the young girl who once referred to her as Master Sister had now become a formidable practitioner in her own right. Xinyan Xiao and Zhuo Sibai had entered the Yijian Sect at the same time. However, compared to Zhuo Sibai, who bore the title of a genius, Xinyan Xiao's presence was considerably diminished, her talents not particularly outstanding. Apart from her insistence on taking the sect leader as her master, her presence was nearly imperceptible. Yet, she was exceptionally diligent in her cultivation. Xinyan Xiao would often hide in the shadows, observing Fu Shi as she competed in sword intent with Elder Jian, and would secretly follow and practice while she taught Zhuo Sibai. The sect leader did not take on disciples, but Fu Shi would occasionally bring her along. Gazing at the imposing figure ahead, enveloped in an icy aura that exuded a sense of lethal danger, Fu Shi felt a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Xinyan Xiao, possessing a water spirit root, had accumulated her power to the depths. Her autumn water sword was more than capable of severing the vile flood dragon before them. The azure brilliance of the sword erupted forth, and the surrounding mist coalesced, confining the flood dragon's movements. The autumn water sword emitted a resonant hum, its tip piercing through the dragon's vulnerable scales amidst the dense mist. With a roar, the flood dragon, already injured by Xianshang, succumbed to Xun Yunshao's full-force strike, collapsing in despair. Seeing the flood dragon finally fall, Yijian Sect let out a sigh of relief, admiring Xun Yunshao's back. Friend Xun, you are remarkable. Xun Yunshao sheathed her autumn water sword, resting it behind her, and turned to face them. She fixed her gaze on Xianshang. You are my junior brother? Under her scrutiny, Xianshang could only clasp his hands in greeting. Yes, I am called Xianshang. It is an honor to meet you, senior sister Xun. Xun Yunshao coldly averted her gaze. Yijian Sect, observing the fallen flood dragon, rubbed his hands together. Eager to propose, friend Xin, how about you give me a price for the dragon bones? I would like to take them. Xun Yunshao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. She cast a glance at Xianshang and added, we shall split the proceeds. Xianshang raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying. Yijian Sect had no objections whatsoever, cheerfully nodding. Perfect, perfect. Any division works for me. As a weapons cultivator, Yijian Sect was not short on spirit stones, and he was delighted by the prospect of helping Xianshang, who was financially constrained, to maintain 2 swords with this newfound justification. After successfully trading for the spirit stone, Xun Yunshao summoned the Qiushui sword once more. The scales of the dragon were remarkably tough. Xun Yunshao infused her spiritual energy into the Qiushui sword, employing its sword aura to separate the creature's flesh and blood vessels, dismantling the dragon's bones within. Yijian Sect remarked, I've heard that your senior sister has spent many years honing her skills in the outside world, and her proficiency is indeed impressive. Shi Xuanshang, however, observed her meticulous method of peeling away layers like a silkworm and softly commented, "Your sister's control over spiritual energy is quite adept. Ordinary cultivators seldom pay attention to such foundational techniques, let alone refine them to the extent of transforming spiritual energy into threads, precisely controlling each strand of power. This not only requires years of practice, but also unparalleled resilience and tenacity." With the final vein extracted, the flesh of the dragon and its bones were completely severed, revealing a massive, pristine white bone that stood like a small mountain. Shen Yunxiao retracted the Qiushui's sword and responded, "Someone taught me." Shi Xuanshang inquired further, and He Hanqing gleefully moved forward to stow the dragon bones into his storage pouch. He turned back, smiling, and said, "It's fortunate we encountered you, Shen Daoyu. Otherwise, capturing this ferocious dragon would have exacted a significant toll." Shen Yunxiao remained noncommittal, her gaze resting on the Hung Tsang sword in Shi Xuanshang's hand as she calmly stated, "I've heard you possess an exceptional lightning spirit root." "Yes," Shi Xuanshang replied, puzzled by her sudden inquiry. Yet, after he answered, Shen Yunxiao exhibited no further reaction, as if her earlier words had never escaped her lips. He Hanqing, sensing the atmosphere had grown inexplicably awkward, chuckled twice and casually asked, "Where do you plan to go next, Shen Daoyu?" Suddenly, a deep rumbling echoed, causing the entire Jiangwei mountain to tremble inexplicably. Birds scattered in fright, and the earth cracked open with numerous narrow, profound fissures, causing sections of the ground to collapse instantaneously. "What the?" He Hanqing exclaimed, aghast. "Have I jinxed us again?" "I merely asked where Shen Yunxiao was headed." "Stop staring. Let us go," Shi Xuanshang urged, grabbing He Hanqing by the collar and taking to the skies on their swords. But Shen Yunxiao suddenly called out, "Wait." As they soared halfway, Shi Xuanshang gazed down at the inch-by-inch collapsing and cracking Jiangwei mountain, vaguely sensing the surrounding spiritual energy wildly converging towards the mountain's center. Such a phenomenon could only indicate one possibility. His eyes narrowed in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is that the entrance to a secret realm?" He Hanqing responded with a gasp, "Is the legend of the candle dragon in Jiangwei mountain true?" Shi Xuanshang and Shen Yunxiao exchanged glances, both comprehending each other's thoughts. Instead of retreating, they flew towards the newly revealed entrance of the secret realm. He Hanqing lamented, "You sword cultivators are like starving wolves at the sight of a succulent prey when it comes to secret realms." As the three entered the secret realm, the tremors of Jiangwei mountain gradually ceased, the mountain itself regaining its former integrity, leaving only a scene of chaos. "Is this truly the candle dragon's secret realm?" He Hanqing gazed at the unfolding scenery, utterly bewildered. They were transported to a vast expanse of desolation, where the brown earth lay barren, shrouded in shadows that obscured the distant horizon, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, what was even more peculiar was the abrupt transition from daylight to nightfall in the blink of an eye. The winds that accompanied this change morphed into a violent whirlwind, with thunder rumbling ominously overhead, striking unexpectedly and without pattern. "Goodness, the whirlwind is coming again," He Hanqing exclaimed, urging Shi Xuanshang to produce the tranquilizing cauldron. The cauldron effectively shielded them from the tempest, leaving the three of them ensconced within it, gazing at the erratic shifts between day and night, punctuated by the intermittent bursts of fierce winds and thunder, enveloped in a profound silence. Shi Xuanshang inquired, "How much do you know about the legend of the candle dragon?" He Hanqing replied, bewildered, "All I know is that it is the guardian beast of Jiangwei mountain, with eyes that bring forth daylight and closed eyelids that usher in the night, exhaling winds and so forth. Are we perhaps inside it?" "No." Shen Yunxiao shook her head gravely, her gaze lifted to the tumultuous clouds dispersed by the gale, where she faintly discerned a heavy shadow lurking beyond the mist. "We must be ensnared within its territory." Chapter 74. The Divine Sovereign's Fortunate Destiny. According to legend, the candle dragon was a creature of crimson hue, stretching 1,000 miles in length, possessing the ability to alter the cycle of day and night. Upon hearing Shen Yunxiao's words, He Hanqing looked around in confusion. "Where? I can't see it." "Above us," Shi Xuanshang succinctly replied, raising his eyes to the sky where the dense shadow, akin to overlapping mountain ranges, flickered in and out of visibility amid the clouds. Although they could not sense any living presence around them, the howling winds confirmed its existence. He Hanqing gasped in shock. "Then how do we pass through this secret realm? This cannot be a complete secret realm." Shun Yunxiao tightened her grip on the Qiushui's sword, her calm gaze scanning the skies for the figure of the candle dragon. Years of training in the wilderness had allowed her to immediately deduce the peculiar nature of this realm. This should merely be an illusion conjured by a fragment of the candle dragon's lingering soul. To escape, we must slay the candle dragon. With that, Shun Yunxiao soared into the air on her sword, ascending to the tumultuous skies above. He Hanqing was taken aback by her decisiveness, left momentarily speechless. Huh? The candle dragon is an ancient beast. Even a mere remnant of its soul would not be easily vanquished, let alone the fact that we have yet to ascertain its location. The tranquilizing cauldron was beginning to falter. Shi Xuanshang watched as Shun Yunxiao's figure vanished into the clouds, then shifted his gaze back to the cauldron that enveloped them. The winds and thunder raged on outside. They could not remain there indefinitely. Let's retract it, he instructed, summoning his spiritual energy to withstand the oncoming gales while scrutinizing the direction from which the winds surged, narrowing his eyes and focus. He Hanqing, peeking out from behind him, asked hesitantly, "Brother, do you still have enough spiritual energy?" "Yes." Suddenly, Shi Xuanshang cast aside the decorative wind-slicing sword at his waist. The wind-slicing sword exclaimed, "What are you doing, little sword cultivator? Go and scout where these winds are originating from," Shi Xuanshang commanded. The breath of the candle dragon manifests as wind, and wherever this wind appears, there lies its head. By following the direction of the wind, they shall discover the essence of the candle dragon. Humph! The wind-chasing sword, brimming with pride, stiffened its blade, realizing its worth. "Now you see how invaluable I am. I tell you, unless you beg," before it could finish, it was seized by Shi Xianshang, who flung it away. The wind-chasing sword was soon engulfed by the tempest. However, being a sword of the wind element, it thrived in this environment. Cursing under its breath, it forged ahead. Stinking sword cultivator. Stinking sword cultivator. Stinking sword cultivator. He Hanqing cautiously inquired, "You haven't signed a contract, have you?" Aside from the master sword contract, sword cultivators can establish ordinary contracts with spiritual swords. Typically, only with a successful contract can a sword cultivator wield the full power of a spiritual sword. Yet, the wind-chasing sword had developed sentience, akin to possessing self-awareness. Thus, it could allow Shi Xianshang to use it without a formal contract if it so desired. Shi Xianshang shook his head. No. The wind-chasing sword had grown accustomed to being without a master. He did not require another sword. He Hanqing swallowed hard. "That's good. Otherwise I fear it might retaliate and perish alongside you," Shi Xianshang observed as the wind-chasing sword pressed onward. The howling winds grew increasingly clamorous, akin to invisible blades of wind that began to permeate Shi Xianshang's spiritual barrier. With a swift motion, a wind blade sliced through the fabric of his sleeve, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. The candle dragon, as expected of an ancient beast, conjured winds far more potent than those in Elder Jin South Bamboo Grove. He gazed ahead at the deepening shadows, gradually sensing the colossal creature writhing. "We are nearly there." "Huh, we've arrived so soon?" He Hanqing was taken aback. Having been shielded by Shi Xianshang throughout the journey, he had no distinct awareness of the raging winds ahead. Just as he prepared to step out from behind Shi Xianshang, a dragon's roar resonated from above, accompanied by dozens of purple lightning strikes descending. He Hanqing looked up to see a figure. "What on earth is that, Shun Yunxiao?" A dense shadow broke through the clouds, a crimson tail striking fiercely. The Qiushui's sword intercepted the attack, yet Shun Yunxiao was still caught in the aftermath, violently spitting blood as she plummeted from the clouds. He Hanqing was momentarily dumbfounded. This remnant soul of the candle dragon is so formidable that even Shun Yunxiao has been incapacitated. The wind-chasing sword, which had been leading the way, abruptly changed course, racing towards Shun Yunxiao, its hilt pressing against her back, the wind easing her descent. You are the wind-chasing sword?" A flicker of confusion crossed Shun Yunxiao's pale, composed face. Why was the wind-chasing sword here? Had others entered the illusion? As she pondered, the wind-chasing sword deftly maneuvered back to Shi Xianshang's side, grinning as it sought praise from Fu Shi. "Fu Shi, I executed my task splendidly. Did I not?" "Indeed, quite commendably," Fu Shi responded with a smile. The sudden change in direction of the wind sword to rescue Shun Yunxiao was undoubtedly her command. It is likely that the power of the candle dragon's remnant soul has surpassed the nascent soul stage. Shun Yunxiao, seeing the wind sword return to Shi Xuanshang's side, appeared increasingly perplexed. Wasn't Shi Xuanshang a thunder root? Shi Xuanshang met her gaze and succinctly explained, "It is not my life sword." Understanding dawned on Shun Yunxiao as she nodded in acknowledgement. She then conveyed to them the situation she had just discovered above the clouds. The candle dragon indeed concealed itself within the clouds, its form even more colossal than imagined, seemingly clutching a massive flame in its mouth. Yet, even as a remnant soul, the candle dragon's power was formidable beyond measure. Shun Yunxiao gripped her autumn water sword, her expression grave as she remarked, "My autumn water can only inflict superficial wounds. It cannot pierce its dragon scales." Fortunately, the candle dragon appeared to be hindered by its immense weight, unable to move with ease. Otherwise, at the moment it had just thrown Shun Yunxiao off, it would have emerged and devoured them all. He Huanqing scratched the back of his head and sighed. "What shall we do? If we do not resolve this remnant soul, we might remain trapped in this illusion indefinitely." Shun Yunxiao did not respond definitively, merely stating, "I will continue to try." A flame in its mouth. Fu Shi murmured, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Fu Shi sighed and explained, "Have you forgotten? The material needed to reconstruct a physical body requires a spark of fire. The candle dragon is an ancient beast, and the flame in its mouth could very well be that spark." Suddenly enlightened, "Oh, indeed." Fu Shi had not anticipated finding a material so swiftly. Recalling what Zhe had said earlier, a smile tugged at her lips. "You were right. The divine sovereign's fortune is indeed quite useful." It seemed she had an inkling of how to utilize Shi Xuanshang. Did I ever mention that? I don't think so. Never mind. I shall play the fool for now. Chapter 75. Fu Shi, is that Jiangwu? Shi Xuanshang, I want that candle dragon. Fu Shi's cool voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind, momentarily startling Shi Xuanshang. Very well. Although unsure of Fu Shi's intentions, he acquiesced. Glancing at Shun Yunxiao, who was meditating to regain her energy, he summoned his life sword and stated, "I shall confront this candle dragon." He retrieved the tranquilizing cauldron to shield the two of them and then soared into the air, his figure vanishing in an instant before them. "What?" He Huanqing's eyes widened in shock. Shun Yunxiao, a mid-nascent soul, struggled against the candle dragon. How could Shi Xuanshang, a nascent golden core, possibly survive? Shun Yunxiao was equally taken aback by Shi Xuanshang's sudden action. She frowned slightly, but refrained from stopping him. Casting a glance at He Huanqing, who was pacing nervously within the tranquilizing cauldron, she calmly remarked, "Why fret? If he has chosen to battle, then it is the consequence of his choice." "You are right." He Huanqing nodded. The more formidable the opponent, the less Xuanshang would retreat. "I was merely contemplating whether I should take some bone-setting lessons." Shun Yunxiao, what bone-setting? He Huanqing blinked and explained, "In case he loses an arm or a leg, I could promptly reattach it, could I not?" Shun Yunxiao, her lips twitched. Shi Xuanshang soared above the clouds with his sword. A small black that rapidly approached him from afar, startling him. The dragon was right ahead. He had just poked it a few times, and it fiercely protected the flame in its mouth, unleashing thunder and lightning at the slightest touch. He understood. Fu Shi, wielding the horizontal Tsang sword, gradually materialized beside him. She cast a sidelong glance at Shi Xuanshang and calmly advised, "Stay back." As her words faded, her figure vanished like a flash of lightning before the pair, and immediately, a cacophony of thunder rumbled from the bright and clear zenith above. Boom, boom, hundreds, if not thousands, of purple lightning bolts, infused with immense force, shattered the tranquility above the clouds, mingling with the furious roars of the candle dragon. Roar! The candle dragon was evidently enraged, yet the tempest it conjured was swiftly suppressed by an even mightier thunder. In that instant, a palpable power enveloped the realm, instilling a sense of overwhelming inevitability. This was the first time Shi Xuanshang felt Fu Shi's strength so vividly. The wind-pursuing sword fell silent as well. After a moment, it timidly inquired, "Is your sword spirit legitimate? What kind of sword spirit is more formidable than a sword cultivator?" Shi Xuanshang shot at a glare. "You're the one who's not legitimate." The wind-pursuing sword dared not retort. Meanwhile, Fu Shi tightened her grip on the horizontal Tsang sword, gazing at the colossal beast before her, feeling a long-lost surge of battle intent. Lightning coursed along the blade of the horizontal Tsang sword, amplifying the oppressive aura ignited by its wielder's fervor. "Ah, finally, I can witness you in action again." Fu Shi's lips curled slightly. The challenges Shi Xuanshang had faced thus far had not warranted her true intervention, making this her first battle since her ascension to the divine transformation stage. The candle dragon. with its enormous bell-like eyes, lay sprawled upon the clouds, its mouth's flame growing increasingly bright and intense alongside its resonant roars. Sensing Fu Shi's gaze fixated on the flame, the candle dragon's agitation escalated, summoning a series of tornadoes that churned the mist, encircling her and steadily closing in. Fu Shi, maintaining a calm demeanor, positioned the horizontal tsang sword before her. "I have severed countless tempests and lightning strikes," she declared. The thunder on the sword's body surged 100-fold. Boom! The thunderous pressure erupted from the sword, sweeping outward, extinguishing the surrounding gales. Roar! The candle dragon could no longer contain itself. Its immense form ascended from the clouds, its elongated, robust crimson body thrashing, leaving behind countless fleeting tails. Bang! 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 Fu Shi, wielding the horizontal tsang sword, pierced one of the sweeping tails. Roar! The candle dragon cried out in shock. The other tails vanished, leaving only the true dragon tail beneath Fu Shi's blade. It was then that the candle dragon realized Fu Shi was unlike any adversary it had encountered before. The storm brewed, and the thunder loomed overhead. A torrential downpour approached with fervor, accompanied by blinding flashes and howling winds. As she gazed at the incessant downpour of raindrops, Fu Shi's ethereal barrier of spiritual energy kept the rain at bay, yet she extended the tip of her sword to catch a solitary droplet. That droplet merged into the thunderous essence of her blade. "Ha! This foolish dragon is practically courting death," a voice of malicious glee echoed in Fu Shi's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. "No, it has long since perished. What remains is but a wisp of its residual soul." The tail attack of the candle dragon struck again. Yet this time, Fu Shi did not evade. With her sword held aloft, her fingers glided over the thunder that adorned its surface, and she softly intoned, "Rain, summon thunder." In that instant, the previously cascading raindrops were suspended mid-air by the sudden emergence of myriad bolts of lightning, which subsequently intertwined with the rain, forming an impenetrable network of thunder. Compared to the net that had previously ensnared Zhuojibai, this one was colossal enough to envelop the candle dragon's formidable, mountain-like form. As the thunder net descended, the intricate web crackled and seared the dragon's body, releasing wafts of charred essence. A feeble roar emanated from the candle dragon, and seizing the opportunity, Fu Shi swiftly darted before it. With her sword poised against its claws, she bent down to extract the flickering ember of flame from its maw. The candle dragon appeared to struggle, yet Fu Shi casted a glance and remarked, "You have been dead for millennia. Do not linger here any longer. Rest in peace." It seemed the candle dragon understood her words, as the blood-red fury in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a mournful dragon's lament. With a thunderous crash, its massive form plummeted from the clouds, disintegrating into scattered fragments of starlight, ultimately vanishing from this realm. Fu Shi returned to Xishuanshang's side, holding the ember tightly. "Guard this flame well." "Understood," Xishuanshang replied in a husky whisper. Sensing the approaching auras of Shun Yunxiao and He Hanxing, Fu Shi said nothing further. After handing the ember to him, she returned to the confines of her sword. Thus, she missed the fleeting moment when Xishuanshang cast a gaze towards her, filled with profound obscurity. The battle they had just witnessed was seen in its entirety by him and Feng Zhujian. She was once a sword cultivator, wasn't she? Strange. What could she have experienced for a sword cultivator to transform into a sword spirit? Feng Zhujian pondered aloud. Xishuanshang offered no reply. Yet an answer had already begun to form in his heart. Fu Shi was none other than Jiangwu. Chapter 76. What kind of tassel should Fu Shi adorn her sword with? Shen Yunxiao and He Hanxing soon arrived before him. They beheld the dire scene behind Xishuanshang. Where the clouds were tumultuously stirred, the winds and thunder momentarily subsided, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. He Hanxing, in shock, inquired, "Xishuan, did you slay the candle dragon? How did you accomplish that?" The sight of the candle dragon's massive body falling from the clouds, only to dissipate into starlight across the heavens, left both of them in astonishment. They had just sensed the formidable waves of spiritual energy and pressure emanating from the clouds, believing it to be the result of the candle dragon's presence. However, it appeared that the reality was far different. Xishuanshang replied calmly, "It was my sword that struck it down." Faced with Shun Yunxiao's suspicious gaze, he neither flinched nor avoided. Continuing his narrative, the candle dragon is but a wisp of its former soul, trapped in Jiangwei Mountain for countless ages. It acknowledged my sword and thus dissipated. Shen Yunxiao's eyes deepened with contemplation, withholding her judgment. The formidable pressure of thunder she had just experienced evoked thoughts of a certain individual, yet it seemed impossible. After all, that person had long since perished. Their remains were but dust, leaving only a silent sword behind. "Ah, I see," he panting exclaimed, a light of realization dawning upon him. He proceeded to elucidate for Shi Xuanshang. "The candle dragon possesses the might to unleash thunder, and you, being of the thunder spirit root, may align perfectly with it." "Indeed," Shi Xuanshang acknowledged, casting an appreciative glance at He Hanting. As the candle dragon dissipated, this illusion would not endure much longer. Shi Xuanshang, having uttered this thought, sensed the collapse of the illusion. The hum of the disintegrating illusion, woven from the power of the candle dragon's residual soul, infused the spiritual energy contained within into the three of them. The sudden influx of spiritual energy overwhelmed Shi Xuanshang, bringing him tantalizingly close to the threshold of the mid-golden core stage. He raised his hand, observing the energy coalescing within his palm, his expression inscrutable. Perhaps due to his direct slaying of the candle dragon, he received the most spiritual energy, now just a step away from advancement. He Hanting also felt the surge of spiritual energy entering his body. I seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy as he excitedly embraced Shi Xuanshang's shoulder, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Thank you, Xuanshang. I never expected to win so effortlessly, haha." Shen Yunxiao glanced at the fragments of the shattered sky above and the ground beneath them that began to tremble violently, declaring, "We should leave at once." "Agreed," replied Shi Xuanshang. They exited the illusion, returning to Jiangwei Mountain. Everything seemed as it should be on the mountain. Although the sea had regained its tranquility and the spiritual energy in the air had thinned considerably. "Cough, my friends, could you assist me in guarding?" He Hanting, having lingered at the late golden core stage for quite some time, found himself unexpectedly on the brink of a breakthrough, struggling to contain his excitement. Shi Xuanshang nodded. "Go ahead with your advancement." He Hanting immediately seated himself cross-legged. "All right, I'll make it swift." He summoned his spiritual energy and soon fell into a meditative state. Shi Xuanshang and Shen Yunxiao positioned themselves on either side, providing protection. Shen Yunxiao's gaze fell upon the sword cradled in his arms, an odd feeling lingering in her heart. She was not one to hesitate. Her confusion prompted her to inquire directly, "Is this truly your destined sword? What is its name?" "Fu Shi," Shi Xuanshang replied. Fu Shi had seemingly expended considerable energy during the battle with the candle dragon and now lay in slumber within the Hung Tsang sword. "Fu Shi," Shen Yunxiao mused for a moment before continuing, "since you already possess a destined sword, it is unnecessary to retain the Wind Chaser sword." The Wind Chaser sword, unable to contain itself, transformed into its sword form, preparing to voice its protest with, "I did not come here to break them apart." However, it was swiftly grasped by Shi Xuanshang, who resolutely stated, "You speak the truth." In the next moment, he forcefully hurled the Wind Chaser sword from the mountain peak. "Rascal swordsman, I will not let this rest." The sound of the wind-driven sword's frantic voice drifted through the air. Shen Yunxiao raised her brows in surprise, instinctively questioning the abruptness of Shi Xuanshang's actions. Was there something concealed from her knowledge? Soon, the answer became apparent as the wind-driven sword returned, cursing and muttering. It leaned close to Shi Xuanshang's ear, whispering a warning. "Once Fu Shi awakens, I shall certainly report your misdeeds." A cold laugh escaped Shi Xuanshang's lips as he swatted it away. Nevertheless, the wind-driven sword had no intention of departing. It poked Shi Xuanshang's face with its hilt, and when he reached out to grasp it, it swiftly transformed into an ornament at his waist. Shi Xuanshang let out a soft huff. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yunxiao, who typically bore an expression of indifference, revealed a rare crack in her demeanor. She remained silent for the duration that followed. He Huanqing had spent the night in cultivation, successfully refining the spiritual energy absorbed within the illusion and advancing to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The next day, He Huanqing stood up, invigorated, recalling the treasures acquired, the star condensation mine and the dragon bone, as well as his successful breakthrough. It was indeed worthwhile. He skillfully produced spirit stones, distributing them among the two companions beside him. "I am grateful for your protection. This is but a token of my appreciation. May your swords accompany you in prosperous times." The latter sentiment was particularly melodious, causing the two impoverished sword cultivators to relax their brows. Shen Yunxiao accepted the spirit stones and handed He Huanqing a communication bird, stating, "Should you require further assistance, as long as the spirit stones are sufficient, I assure you satisfaction in all matters, save for entangling with others' fates." This marked the longest sentence Shen Yunxiao had uttered since her arrival. He Huanqing nodded in a daze, understood. Even Shi Xuanshang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shen Yunxiao, who had delivered such words with utmost seriousness. Could it be that even a disciple of the esteemed sword-leaning sect could not escape the fate of poverty that befell sword cultivators? Under the peculiar gazes of the two, a rare hint of helplessness flickered across Shen Yunxiao's face. In order to procure a piece of exquisite sea blue jade for Qiushui, I have incurred considerable debts at Qizhen Tower. She recalled the emptiness of the hilt of Shi Xuanshang's destined sword and felt compelled to advise. Now that you possess your destined sword, it is imperative not to neglect the care of the sword tassel, as it holds great significance. Sword tassels are generally composed of materials capable of nurturing one's destined sword, and many sword cultivators have even sacrificed their fortunes to secure a worthy tassel. Sword tassel? Shi Xuanshang was taken aback, as he had never contemplated this matter. What sort of tassel would befit Fu Shi? He fell into deep thought. I shall be returning to the sword-leaning sect. What are your plans? Shen Yunxiao swiftly regained her noble and aloof demeanor, her gaze resting upon Shi Xuanshang. He Huanqing scratched his head, uncertain of his next course of action, and turned to look at Shi Xuanshang. Shi Xuanshang replied, "Jiangwei Mountain is not far from the mortal realm. I plan to take Fu Shi home for a visit." It had been nearly 3 years since he departed from Luoyu village. "All right," He Huanqing exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "I forgot you came from the mortal realm. Otherwise, I would accompany you." Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Yunxiao suddenly became alert, and the Qiushui sword was drawn from its sheath with a swift motion. Suddenly, several figures clad in black emerged around them, with the leader possessing formidable strength, having reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The individual called out to He Huanqing, addressing him as young master. "How did you catch up so quickly?" Upon seeing them, He Huanqing's earlier elation gradually diminished, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. The leader replied, "The master, concerned about your prolonged absence with Taoist Shi, dispatched us to seek you." "Do you know them?" asked Shen Yunxiao, gripping the Qiushui sword. He Huanqing nodded. "They are from Lingshu Mountain Manor, sent by my father to find me." Acknowledging this, Shen Yunxiao sheathed his sword. He Huanqing, with a hint of resignation, addressed Shi Xuanshang. "I'm sorry, Xuanshang, but I cannot accompany you back. It is of no consequence." Shi Xuanshang replied, shaking his head. He cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent black-clad figures, resembling mere puppets executing orders, and continued, "I wish to speak with you privately for a moment." Of course, He Huanqing readily agreed. Glaring at the black-clad individuals, "You all wait here." He and Shi Xuanshang moved aside, while Shen Yunxiao positioned himself defensively before the black figures, his intent unmistakable. The black-clad individuals exchanged glances, but made no further moves. Shi Xuanshang spoke slowly. "Do you recall my mentioning that I encountered a familiar figure at Lingshu Mountain Manor?" He Huanqing nodded yes. "You suspected someone from our manor might be acquainted with you?" "Indeed." Shi Xuanshang raised a finger, transmitting the image of Yun Ziyu to He Huanqing's mind. "His name is Yun Ziyu, my first friend in the cultivation world, but he vanished after an incident befell his sect." "Oh." He Huanqing's mouth fell open in surprise. Realizing what Shi Xuanshang was hinting at, he immediately responded with a solemn promise. "Rest assured, I will keep an eye out for him. You should also ensure your safety." Shi Xuanshang hesitated, wishing to warn He Huanqing that his father was not as simple as he appeared, but the words caught in his throat. Yet, He Huanqing seemed to grasp the unspoken warning in his gaze. "Do not worry, I am not that foolish," he said with a cheerful smile, his face radiating optimism. "Very well," Shi Xuanshang replied. After He Huanqing departed with the Lingshu Mountain Manor members, Shi Xuanshang bid farewell to Shen Yunxiao and soared towards the mortal realm. Since entering the golden core stage, his speed on the sword had significantly increased, allowing him to reach the boundary of the mortal realm within 2 days. Crossing the expanse of mountains and forests before him, he knew that after half a day's journey, he would arrive at Luoyu village. His gaze fell upon a specific spot in the forest below. Faintly recalling that it was in that clearing where Fu Shi had imparted the teachings of Jingchun Yu to him. Having witnessed her vast lightning net woven in the candle dragon illusion, Shi Xuanshang realized he still had a long way to go. The smoke from Luoyu village gradually appeared within his sight. The village remained unchanged since his departure. The villagers traversed the solitary path, returning home as the sun set. Shi Xuanshang concealed his presence, silently appearing at the village chief's residence. Today, the village chief appears to have visitors, as the sound of conversation wafts from within the house. Peering through the gap in the window, he catches sight of the donkey's parents. They arrive bearing an assortment of vegetables and meats. Smiling as they address the village chief. Chief, we entrust the matter of the donkey and Chunying's marriage to you. The mention of the donkey and Chunying's marriage momentarily stuns Shi Xuanshang. After a brief reflection, he recalls that Chunying came of age a year ago, and it stands to reason that the two families must have made their betrothal arrangements shortly thereafter. Though Chunying typically calls him Brother Xuanshang, he is, in fact, the youngest among the trio of childhood companions, merely exhibiting a maturity that surpasses theirs. The village chief chuckles and nods. Rest assured, we are all neighbors here. Even without your prompting, I shall oversee the arrangements. The donkey's mother continues. If only Xuanshang were still here. The three of them grew up together, and just recently, the donkey was still thinking of him. Xuanshang has ascended to become an immortal. Surely his days are far better now, so do not fret, the donkey's father interjects. Noticing the village chief's smile fading, and hastily pulls his wife back to silence her further remarks. Realizing her faux pas, the donkey's mother quickly adds, Chief, please don't misunderstand. It's nothing. The village chief gestures dismissively. I have heard that it takes many years of cultivation to become an immortal. Xuanshang's path is his own to navigate, and we should simply focus on living our own lives well. Indeed, you speak true, the donkey's father concurs. At that moment, Shi Xuanshang steps outside, greeting each of them in turn. Grandfather Chief, Uncle Donkey, Aunt Donkey. Xuanshang. The three inside gasp in astonishment. They scarcely recognize the present Shi Xuanshang. His ink-black hair is pulled back neatly, cascading down his back, while his dark attire fits his form closely. Adorned with silver threads that shimmer, and his belt accentuates his slender waist, exuding a serene elegance that does not lack in nobility. The news of Xuanshang's return spreads swiftly throughout Luoyu village, and before long, the courtyard of the village chief is filled with villagers. Xuanshang has truly returned. I wonder what he has become now. Surely, he must resemble an immortal. The village chief proudly parades Xuanshang before the villagers of Luoyu, who shower him with compliments. And only after their satisfaction do they disperse. The village chief, his face aglow with uncontainable joy, pats Xuanshang's shoulder and remarks, It seems you have indeed fared well these past years. Now, I can rest easy. Xuanshang. A sudden call from behind interrupts the words he had been about to speak. Turning his head, he sees the donkey hastily approaching with a donkey cart, in which Chunying is seated. She exclaims with delight, Brother Xuanshang, you really have returned. Xuanshang nods, hesitating for a moment to glance back at the village chief. Go on, grandfather. I shall fetch a hen for you to nourish yourself, the chief replies. Though aged, he retains a vibrant spirit, particularly uplifted by Xuanshang's safe return, which seems to lighten his very being. All right, Xuanshang agrees, making his way towards the donkey and Chunying. With a smile gracing his features, he inquires, I hear your marriage is approaching? As his words linger in the air, both their faces visibly flush with color. The donkey, blushing, inquired, Xuanshang, could you stay until after our wedding? Chunying had previously expressed her regret that you could not witness our union. Chunying nodded eagerly. Casting a hopeful glance his way, the wedding is in just half a month. Xiangu, you're not in a rush to leave, are you? Not at all. Xuanshang replied affirmatively. Chapter 78. Do you have a favorite fairy? Luoyu village is modest in size and population. The entire village rallied to assist with the wedding of the donkey and Chunying. After spending a few days at home, Xuanshang was urged by the donkey to accompany him to the nearest county, Anping. Seated on the donkey cart with one leg bent, his arm casually resting on his knee, he listened as the donkey recounted his life after Xuanshang's departure. I've mastered all the skills you taught me. Now, I'm not afraid to venture into the mountains. When Chunying came of age, I even hunted a wild deer. My mother used to say I should learn from you, but after you left, she only wished for my safety. Xuanshang, what is life like for an immortal? Nothing special. If I must say, it is certainly not as tranquil as Luoyu village, Xuanshang replied, momentarily silent before speaking candidly. Life in the realm of cultivation is far from peaceful. It is fraught with peril. Upon leaving the sect, while the vast world offers freedom, it is also filled with unpredictable dangers. I see, the donkey sighed. Then the mortal life is indeed more carefree. At least there are no threats to life. You must take care of yourself. They chatted amiably throughout their journey and soon arrived at Anping County. The donkey skillfully navigated the cart into the town, exchanging the herbs and game he had gathered from the mountains for silver. The apothecary's owner nearly failed to recognize Xianshang upon seeing him. Xianshang? Is that really you? Manager Li. Xianshang nodded in acknowledgement. He frequently traded herbs for silver at this apothecary, and his distinguished appearance and mature demeanor had left a lasting impression on Manager Li. It has been years since we last met, Manager Li remarked, observing the significant transformation in Xianshang and realizing he must have encountered other fortunes. Xianshang smiled faintly. Manager Li generously added extra silver to the donkey's earnings. The donkey, about to return the excess, heard Manager Li say, "I heard you were getting married. Consider this my gift." "Very well," the donkey beamed, cheerfully replying, "Manager Li, you must come to celebrate." Of course, Manager Li assured him. After completing the exchange, the donkey proceeded to other shops in Anping County to purchase items needed for the wedding feast. Xianshang, recalling Manager Li's generous gift, fell into contemplation. He carried no silver himself, only some spirit stones. However, presenting spirit stones might attract unwanted attention and potentially create trouble for Luoyu village. As the donkey handed over the list to the shopkeeper, he turned and noticed Xianshang deep in thought. After a moment's reflection, he strode confidently towards him. "Xianshang, what are you pondering? You are my kin. There is no need for gifts." His temperament has matured significantly compared to the past, and the naivety on his face has gradually faded, replaced by a bright and cheerful smile. "Your return at this moment is the greatest gift for both me and Chunying." With a shift in tone, the donkey lowered his voice and said, "I've heard that immortals can also have wives. What do they call it?" "Ah, Dao partner." Xuanshang instinctively completed his sentence. Yes. The donkey's eyes brightened as he curiously looked at Xuanshang. "You are not far from your coming of age. Do you have a favored fairy?" "A favored fairy?" Xuanshang maintained an appearance of calm and composure, yet inside, his thoughts began to spiral. "What are you thinking?" Fu Shi's languid, cold voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by a hint of confusion. "Your emotions are so tangled, I can feel it." Xuanshang's breath caught, and his expression visibly faltered. The donkey was taken aback. "Oh, Xuanshang, why don't you?" Xuanshang averted his gaze from the donkey, looking into the distance instead. "Oh," the donkey hesitated. Xuanshang, neglecting him, took a moment to quell his emotions before turning to Fu Shi. "Did I wake you?" "Not at all. I just happened to wake up," Fu Shi replied. She sensed the surrounding spiritual energy was thin, with no trace of any cultivators. Realizing that Xuanshang had returned to the mortal realm, glancing at the donkey beside her, a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. She could not help but ask, "What made you want to return all of a sudden?" Xuanshang explained to her, "Jiangwei Mountain is not far from the mortal realm, and I happened to encounter the wedding of the donkey in Chunying, so I thought to resolve the mortal entanglements. The lifespan of a cultivator is considerably longer than that of a mortal. To journey further, one must timely settle the karmic ties trailing behind." "Is that so?" Fu Shi replied noncommittally, her consciousness observing the mortals of Anping County. The expressions and emotions on the faces of each passerby differed, reflecting the varied lives and fates they experienced. Suddenly, she inquired, "Xuanshang, what would you have done if I hadn't appeared?" Xuanshang was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to sense something, his gaze falling on the straight street ahead. He watched children gathering in small groups to play, saw women carrying baskets passing by, and observed elderly individuals trembling as they emerged from the medical hall, along with the distant sight of morning paper floating in the air, accompanied by the sounds of sorrowful weeping. The street unfolded a panorama of the mortal cycle of life, death, and aging. Amidst the ebb and flow of humanity, a multitude of lives intertwined. After a moment, Xuanshang replied, "I would have pursued a degree. Had Fu Shi not appeared, he might have joined the imperial examinations, becoming one among the myriad of lives, living a life utterly different from the present." Fu Shi remained silent, for she understood that Xuanshang's imagined pursuit of a degree could never come to fruition. Even without that malevolent cultivator, other adverse fates would have emerged, compelling Xuanshang to embark on the path of cultivation. All she could do was to ensure that the journey was not so harsh. Having meticulously organized the items on the list, the donkey driver paid the silver after confirming with the donkey that nothing was amiss. They loaded the goods onto the donkey cart, and returned to Luoyu village with Shi Xuanshang. As they approached the village, Shi Xuanshang, who had been lazily leaning against the cart, suddenly stood up, sensing three distinct fluctuations of spiritual energy within Luoyu village. Xuanshang, what is the matter? The donkey driver was startled by his abrupt movement. Strangers have entered the village, Shi Xuanshang succinctly explained, and among them are cultivators. Could they be sinister cultivators again? The donkey driver's expression shifted, recalling the previous unsettling events, fearful that another malevolent force had set its sights on Luoyu village. Not so, Shi Xuanshang replied firmly. Let us enter the village and investigate. Very well, the donkey driver responded, hastening the pace of the donkey cart as they entered the village. Upon reaching the entrance of Luoyu village, they observed the village chief engaged in conversation with a group of people. Though these individuals had disguised themselves, their imposing presence was unmistakable. Apart from the three foundational cultivators, the rest were martial practitioners. They took notice of the commotion behind them. Chapter 79. The missing prince. The leader of the group scrutinized Shi Xuanshang with a furrowed brow as Shi Xuanshang, maintaining his composure, passed by them with the anxious donkey driver in tow, joining the village assembly. The village chief called Shi Xuanshang over, explaining, Xuanshang, these individuals are passing through our village and wish to stay for a few days. Upon hearing this, Shi Xuanshang raised his gaze towards the leader. Although the foremost figure was merely a mortal, he possessed considerable martial prowess, with a curved dagger hanging at his waist, exuding a more formidable aura than the others. Luoyu village is small. It may not accommodate all of you, Shi Xuanshang remarked. It matters not. We can disperse for lodging, the man replied, locking eyes with Shi Xuanshang and speaking slowly. I am Ling Su, hailing from the capital of the Qian kingdom. My young master has gone missing near Luoyu village, and we seek a place to rest. The capital of the Qian kingdom? Shi Xuanshang subtly furrowed his brow. The villagers exchanged astonished glances upon learning that these individuals had traveled from the capital, realizing the arduous journey they must have undertaken. Their identities are not trivial. A voice chimed in. That curved dagger at his waist is a yellow-grade artifact, yet he is merely immortal. They are from the royal family of the Qian kingdom. The voice asserted confidently. In the realm of mortals, only a royal lineage could summon cultivators for protection and bestow an artifact upon a commoner. The thought of Zhuji Bai, a member of the mortal royal family, crossed Shi Xuanshang's mind, as the royal family of the Qian kingdom also bore the surname Zhua. His expression darkened. The royal family of the Qian kingdom has lost a prince? At that moment, the village chief grasped his arm, gently shaking his head. Since you have traveled from afar, if you do not mind our humble village, please rest here. Ling Su clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, village chief. Ling Su and the three foundational cultivators took up residence in the village chief's home, while the remaining individuals found lodging with other villagers. They settled in a courtyard at the back, and the village chief seemed to sense something amiss, preventing Shi Xuanshang from interacting with them. As twilight descended, Shi Xuanshang returned home after assisting the donkey driver with his cargo, following the dimming light of the day. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld Ling Su seated on a stone bench, diligently polishing a curved blade nestled in his arms. The blade glimmered with a chilling light under the desolate dusk. Sensing the sound of footsteps, Ling Su lifted his gaze to meet Shi Xuanshang's eyes. I heard from your grandfather that you have only just returned home? He inquired. Indeed. Shi Xuanshang replied calmly with a nod. As one ages, it is imperative to venture into the world. Ling Su raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying his words. He scrutinized Shi Xuanshang, yet found no hint of vulnerability on his composed and steady face. Thus he chose to suppress any further thoughts for the time being. I appreciate your assistance during this time. Once we locate the young master, we shall reward you handsomely. You ought to convey that to my grandfather, Shi Xuanshang remarked. Before striding into his chamber, Ling Su observed his departing figure, lingering for a considerable time before withdrawing his gaze. 3 foundation establishment cultivators had appeared beside him, taking a seat on the stone bench before him. Captain Ling, why concern yourself so much with that youth? We have sensed not a trace of spiritual energy from him. Absence of spiritual energy indicates he is either an ordinary person or possesses a higher cultivation level than us. Yet, how could such a young lad possibly be a golden core cultivator? They dismissed this possibility without a second thought. His demeanor gives me an odd impression. He does not seem like a native of this village. Ling Su slightly raised his eyes to regard the 3 before him. The inexplicable sense of pressure he felt was even more pronounced than that of the 3 cultivators. The one in the middle, a peak foundation establishment cultivator named Zhuqi, was one of the cultivators in service to the Qian kingdom. He scoffed derisively. I have inquired, and indeed, this youth grew up in Luoyu village. Yet he is not of its people. The village chief found him in the mountains. Rather than concern yourself with an inconsequential mortal, Captain Ling, it would be wiser to ponder how to find the seventh prince. His trail led here, but then dispersed. I am well aware of that, Ling Su replied, detecting the undertone of rudeness in Zhuqi's words. His gaze remained cold and composed as he stated, this village relies on the mountains for sustenance. Tomorrow, we shall seek someone to guide us into the mountains for investigation. We should receive some feedback regarding the trail. The other two foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances and could not help but smile wryly. The seventh prince is a newly emerged talent in the royal family, second only to the second prince, yet he is rather impulsive, stirred to seek the Yijian Sect due to some hearsay. Why do we not seek assistance from the Yijian Sect? Shouldn't they be informed if the seventh prince approaches them? This matter is not so simple. Ling Su furrowed his brow. Though these three cultivators served the royal family, they typically devoted themselves to secluded cultivation, remaining oblivious to worldly affairs. He sighed. The royal family has not been in contact with the second prince for several years. The link between the Qian kingdom royal family and the Yijian sect is Zhuasibai. Yet for the past few years, any news from the royal family has vanished without a trace. Such a situation exists. Zhuqi exclaimed, incredulous. Could it be that the second prince has encountered misfortune? Impossible. The foundation establishment cultivator beside him shook his head in denial. The second prince is a disciple of the sword master and possesses the fire sword for protection. How could he come to harm? Inside the house, the conversation of the four outside reached Shi Xuanshang's ears verbatim. As he listened to their discourse, a flicker of light passed through his eyes. It appeared that Zhuasibai had not contacted the imperial family for several years. However, his own stagnation in progress over these years, now even regressing, likely left him little time to concern himself with matters of the mortal realm. Yet another genius had emerged from the Qian kingdom's royal family. Fu Shi's figure gradually materialized beside Shi Xuanshang, having also overheard the conversation outside, her tone somewhat peculiar. She recalled that Zhuasibai had been accepted as a disciple by Shaoqi due to the latter's past benevolence towards the founding emperor of the Qian kingdom. Coupled with Zhuasibai's undeniable talent, were they now attempting to fabricate another Zhuasibai? The mortal prince, surrounded by treasures and living in a cocoon of praise and indulgence, could easily crumble into madness at the slightest setback, descending into paranoia and extremism. Judging by the royal family's evident regard for this seventh prince, it was likely they merely sought to produce a second Zhuasibai. Shi Xuanshang remarked with candor, if their notion of genius is limited to the likes of Zhuasibai, then such talents are indeed quite commonplace. A sudden laugh escaped Fu Shi's lips. She hadn't expected Shi Xuanshang to possess such a knack for sardonic wit. Upon hearing her laughter, Shi Xuanshang's cool, languid tone seemed to linger in the air, prompting him to glance sideways at her. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to confirm, are you truly Jiangwu? Yet he restrained himself, for what intrigued him more than proving Fu Shi's identity was the mystery of her transformation into a sword spirit. Chapter 80. You are a cultivator? The following day, Ling Su sought out a robust young man from the village to guide them into the mountains. The individual they found was Donkey. Upon seeing him, both the donkey and Chun Ying's family grew tense, especially Chun Ying, who bit her lip anxiously as she gazed at Donkey. Witnessing this, Shi Xuanshang stepped forward. I will take his place. I am more familiar with the situation in the mountains. You? Ling Su was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting between Shi Xuanshang and Donkey. Still unable to believe that Shi Xuanshang was merely an ordinary mortal, an idea flashed through his mind. He said, then we'll have you both guide us. Regardless of the outcome of this venture, we shall pay double the silver. Ling Su had promised Donkey a reward of 100 taels of silver. Given that the remote Luoyu village could earn only a few taels in a year, this compensation was undoubtedly a fortune for them. Shi Xuanshang pondered briefly before nodding. That is agreeable. The silver would be a means he could leave for Donkey. With Shi Xuanshang also joining their expedition, Chun Ying felt a wave of relief. Yet her worries lingered as she continued to admonish Donkey just before their departure. Don't stray, listen to Shi Gu. Fear not. I will stay close to Xuanshang. Donkey chuckled. As Ling Su and the others readied themselves, Chun Ying had no choice but to swallow her concerns, watching them leave the village, venturing into the forest. Donkey and Shi Xuanshang led the way, while Ling Su and his companions followed closely behind. Donkey glanced back at the serious-faced group, who were searching the area with a device resembling a compass, before quickly returning his gaze ahead. He murmured softly, "Xianshang, ever since your departure, the beasts haunting this mountain have multiplied, and now the villagers dare not venture too deep. Have you encountered any demonic beasts?" Xianshang paused for a moment. The donkey pondered and shook his head. "Not at all. This mountain is closer to the mortal realm, where the spiritual energy is sparse. Even if demonic beasts dwell here, they gain no benefit for cultivation." They crossed the broken bridge and waded through the shallows, occasionally, wild beasts leaped out from the thickets. But they were swiftly and decisively dealt with by Ling Su and his companions. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the forest grew increasingly dense, the lush trees veiling the warm sun above, casting down mottled and sparse shadows. A thin veil of cold mist gradually enveloped the woodland. Ling Su remained silent, not calling for a halt. The donkey reluctantly informed them, "We are nearing the farthest point I have ever been. The mountain ahead is rumored to harbor demonic beasts, a place we have never set foot in." "That is of no concern," Ling Su replied, gazing at the unwavering light of the tracking spell. "You may continue to lead the way." The donkey protested, "But I've never been down that path. How can I guide?" Xianshang gently tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head slightly and taking a step forward, gradually becoming the one to lead. Upon crossing a stream, the donkey suddenly called out to Xianshang, "Look, Xianshang, those are spring cherry blossoms. If we bring this bouquet back, Spring Cherry will surely be delighted." His voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. Following the direction he pointed, Xianshang beheld a cluster of spring cherry blossoms with petals of soft pink and deep pink intermingling, standing proudly on the branches, radiating a delicate glow. While these blossoms were merely ordinary in the realm of cultivation, they were exceedingly rare and precious in the mortal world. Spring Cherry had grown amidst the tranquil depths of the forest. Her father had encountered these blossoms once before her birth, coincidentally on the day she was born, which inspired her name. However, she had never seen spring cherry blossoms as she grew. Under Xianshang's approving gaze, the donkey eagerly moved to pluck a bouquet of spring cherry blossoms, but as he took a step forward, he was impatiently halted by Zhuoqi. His sword was drawn, blocking the donkey's path. "Mortal, are you even leading us earnestly? How dare you think of picking some worthless flowers? No picking. You." The donkey was startled by the glimmering blade before him, instinctively retreating, but Xianshang pressed against his back, preventing him from backing away. A glint of sharpness flickered in Xianshang's eyes as Zhuoqi's sword was suddenly repelled, causing him to stagger backward in disarray. "Who is it?" His expression shifted to one of confusion and suspicion as he scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his doubtful gaze upon Xianshang. "Is it you, Zhuoqi? What is happening?" Ling Su furrowed his brow, yet before he could speak, the other two Foundation establishment cultivators impatiently advanced. Swish! The wind-chasing sword transformed into its true form, standing between the two Foundation establishment cultivators. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the sword rendered them incapable of advancing a single step further. "You are a cultivator." Zhuoqi's voice trembled with astonishment and fear. Xianshang squinted at Zhuoqi and remarked, "So what? A golden core cultivator?" The two Foundation establishment cultivators, sensing the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, gasped in astonishment. This youth, who appeared barely past his teenage years, had actually formed his core. Zhuoqi gradually realized that he had inadvertently provoked a formidable presence. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He hastily sheathed his sword and politely said, "Friend, you have misunderstood. We are merely eager to find our master. I hope you can forgive us." The two Foundation establishment cultivators quickly chimed in. Indeed. We did not expect that at such a young age. You have already become a golden core cultivator. Truly remarkable." Xianshang did not retract his sword. They dared not speak further and could only wait anxiously in place. The donkey stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe that Xianshang's mere display of the sword had subdued these cultivators, admiration glowing in his eyes. At Xianshang's gesture, the donkey cheerfully stepped forward to pluck the spring cherry blossoms. No one dared to object. This was the unyielding law of the cultivation world. The weak are prey to the strong. Ling Su furrowed his brow, noticing that Xianshang had yet to make a move, and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask what your other identity is?" "Disciple of the sword-leaning sect, Yijian Sect," he replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. The sword-leaning sect. Zhuqi exclaimed in shock. The others were momentarily rendered speechless. They could scarcely fathom that from a remote mortal realm had emerged a disciple of the foremost sword sect in the cultivation world, no less, a direct disciple of its leader. Hope ignited in the eyes of the three Foundation establishment cultivators, and even Ling Su's expression softened slightly. They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding that Ling Su should speak. However, before he could utter a word, Shi Xuanshang interjected, "I am already aware of your inquiry regarding the seventh prince." Ling Su was momentarily taken aback. Shi Xuanshang regarded them with curiosity. "You did not seem to avoid anyone during your conversation in the courtyard yesterday." That was because they were entirely unaware that Shi Xuanshang was a golden core cultivator. Chapter 81. He truly is suited to be a male fox. Spirit mortals could not hear the content of their discussion, but for cultivators whose senses had been heightened, such a distance was inconsequential. After a brief silence, Ling Su could only continue. "The seventh prince's elder brother is also a disciple of the sword-leaning sect. I hope, on behalf of our shared sect, that you will lend your assistance." Shi Xuanshang gave him a sly glance, half smiling. If Ling Su were aware of the enmity between him and Zhuo Zibai, he likely would not have spoken so readily. However, the royal family of the Qian kingdom had severed ties with Zhuo Zibai. Ling Su, oblivious to the meaning behind that glance, found it peculiar and was about to ponder further when he heard Shi Xuanshang say, "Tell me about the situation regarding the seventh prince." "Certainly." Ling Su breathed a sigh of relief. The seventh prince of the Qian kingdom, Zhuo Ziyun, is merely 10 years old. Yet he displayed a remarkable aptitude for cultivation from a young age. However, when the royal family of the Qian kingdom sought to inform Zhuo Zibai of this joyous news, they found themselves unable to reach him. Thus, in their helplessness, the royal family could only begin nurturing Zhuo Ziyun. A month prior, Zhuo Ziyun stealthily slipped out of the palace and chanced upon a wandering cultivator passing through the capital of the Qian kingdom. After hearing certain revelations from him, she penned a letter that very night and quietly departed from the capital. "What was it about?" Shi Xuanshang inquired. Ling Su appeared somewhat awkward, casting a glance at Zhuo Qi and the others. However, Zhuo Qi and his companions dared not utter a word. Shi Xuanshang furrowed his brow. "What? Can't you speak?" "It's not that." Ling Su shook his head, his expression suggesting he wished to speak yet hesitated. "It would merely offend the seventh prince, who has long admired the senior sister of the Yijian Sect, dreaming of one day becoming her disciple. Yet that wandering cultivator claimed she had long since fallen, leading to a fierce argument between the seventh prince and him. Naturally, the encounter ended on an unhappy note. After returning, Zhuo Ziyun continued to ponder over the matter, growing increasingly furious, thus leaving a letter declaring her intention to personally seek verification from the Yijian Sect. Shi Xuanshang was taken aback. Fu Shi, upon hearing this, her emotions were somewhat complex. Zhuo Bai had belittled her cultivation, wishing to see her mired in the mundane world, yet her brother idolized her. He even aspired to be her disciple. TSK, she consoled herself, that little Char Siu is blind, but he isn't worthy. Ling Su deliberately brought this matter to light, hoping to elicit the truth from Shi Xuanshang. Under his gaze, Shi Xuanshang nodded indifferently. The wandering cultivator was not mistaken. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Even Ling Su, a mere mortal, knew that the senior sister of the Yijian Sect was a prodigious talent. Yet such brilliance had met its quiet demise. No wonder the seventh prince could not bear the truth. Zhuo Qi let out a resigned chuckle, sighing. He does not love cultivation, but he delights in tales of the senior sister of Yijian Sect. As long as her name is mentioned, he will certainly comply with his training. Shi Xuanshang lowered his gaze. Ever since realizing that Fu Shi was Jiang Wu, he had suddenly come to the realization that her presence lingered in every corner since he entered the cultivation realm. "Lead me to the clue," he abruptly stated. Meeting the astonished gazes of Ling Su and the others, "I shall seek out Zhuo Ziyun. You all return with the donkey." The donkey, having just brought back spring cherry blossoms, hurried over upon hearing this. "Xuanshang, you are going alone?" "Indeed." Shi Xuanshang turned to him, raising his hand to nurture the spring cherry blossoms in his embrace with spiritual energy. "The beasts behind cannot harm me, but your presence would be a hindrance." His straightforwardness left Ling Su with no room for refusal. Zhuo Qi pondered before saying, "Do you require our company, Taoist Shi?" "No need." Shi Xuanshang swiftly declined. He summoned the Wind Chaser's sword back and calmly stated, "I have said it would be a hindrance." Zhuo Qi immediately fell silent. Which genius does not possess a peculiar temperament? Although this individual may not have reached the golden core stage at the tender age of 15, like Jiang Wu, achieving it at 15 is still quite impressive. Ling Su handed over the tracking talisman to Shi Xuanshang. The seventh prince entrusts this to you. All right. Shi Xuanshang's gaze flickered toward the donkey, and Ling Su understood, promptly stating, "Rest assured, we will ensure his safety." Only then did Shi Xuanshang leave with the tracking talisman. Satisfied. The radiance of the seeking beacon has not diminished, indicating that Zhuoziun is indeed among these mountains, though his precise location remains elusive. Shi Xianshang ventured into the forest behind him, encountering several demonic beasts along the way. However, his task today was to locate a person. Since the beasts posed no challenge, he chose to disregard them. Suddenly, he sensed a dense aura of demon energy. Gripping the wind, sword tightly in his palm, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Could such a potent demon energy indicate the presence of a formidable demon nearby? Do not be alarmed, Fu Shi interjected. It is not a great demon. You have stumbled upon a demon market. A demon market? Shi Xianshang was taken aback. Fu Shi elaborated. A demon market is akin to a human market, but it is organized by demons who have transformed into human forms or gained sentience, typically located in deep, energy-rich forests. Close your eyes and extend your consciousness to search for the gathering place of spiritual energy that will lead you to the entrance of the demon market. Following her guidance, Shi Xianshang released his consciousness. Moments later, he discovered a rather concealed entrance nestled within a crevice of the mountain, which he presumed to be the gate to the demon market. Upon detecting that entrance, the seeking beacon in his hand gleamed brightly. A hint of tension crossed his visage. Could Zhuoziun have entered the demon market? Demons capable of transformation or possessing intelligence surely possessed considerable cultivation. For Zhuoziun, who had yet to formally embark on his path of cultivation, entering such a place would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. The seeking beacon continues to shine, indicating that he is still alive. Fu Shi refuted his speculation with a shake of her head. Take out the 1,000-change mask for disguise. I shall assist you in infiltrating the demon market. While retrieving the 1,000-change mask from his storage pouch, Shi Xianshang asked, perplexed, can the 1,000-change mask emulate the aura of the demon race? Not precisely, Fu Shi decisively countered. But I can mask your presence so that the demons remain unaware of your aura. Given the proximity to the mortal realm, even the mightiest of demons could not reach the level of divine transformation. Surprised by the simplicity and directness of her method, Shi Xianshang felt a lump in his throat. Holding the 1,000-change mask, he suddenly recalled something and obediently said, Fu Shi, I have never encountered a demon before. Allow me to take the lead. Fu Shi's form appeared before him, contemplating how to alter his appearance to resemble a demon. A fox demon, she exclaimed, with this face. You would be perfectly suited to play the role of a charming male fox spirit. Even if you were to encounter a genuine fox demon, they would only perceive you as a powerful entity. Fu Shi fell silent for a moment. Fox demons are indeed a unique breed, symbolizing beauty as a mark of their cultivation. With spiritual energy shimmering in her palm, she skillfully transformed Shi Xianshang into the likeness of a fox demon. Even when a demon takes on a human form, they retain a distinctive feature, believing it to be their most beautiful attribute and taking pride in it. Fu Shi chose to preserve the fox ears for Shi Xianshang, with snow-white ears tinged with a hint of pink. One's gaze would then fall upon Shi Xianshang's striking visage, characterized by rosy lips, gleaming teeth, and deep-set, captivating eyes. Fu Shi found herself in agreement with her earlier assessment. Shi Xianshang was indeed well-suited to embody a charming male fox spirit. Chapter 82. The Demon Market disguised as a fox demon. Shi Xianshang entered the demon market. The entrance, concealed in a corner of the mountainside, served as a grand hidden formation, revealing a world of wonder within. The interior of the mountain had been hollowed out, where demon clans carved lofts and pavilions into the stone walls, flickering candlelight embedded on either side, with stone steps spiraling upwards. As Shi Xianshang passed through the formation, he was immediately greeted by the bustling crowd of demons and the cacophony of their shouts. Rare ice lotus from the polar regions. Exchange it for just one gathering essence pill. South Sea pearl powder, esteemed fox clansman. Don't miss out as you pass by. Human cultivators' magical artifacts. Is anyone interested? After observing the trading scene for a while, Shi Xianshang noted that the demons in the market engaged in bartering, with no common currency in sight. Furthermore, aside from a few demons capable of transforming into human forms, Most retained their diminutive original shapes, articulating human speech. Numerous demons brushed past him, yet none seemed to sense anything amiss. They even cast fleeting glances at Shi Xianshang's visage, their eyes glimmering with a hint of reverence. Shi Xianshang, puzzled, continued his search for Zhuoziyun among the throng. However, just as he took a few steps, he was halted by a coy demon, who ardently promoted the pearl powder in her possession. Esteemed fox elder, your countenance is radiant, and your demeanor is refined. Your cultivation must be considerable. Would you be interested in this South Sea specialty pearl powder? I assure you it will keep you glowing with vitality. Shi Xianshang paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. Fu Shi could not suppress a chuckle. Realizing that Fu Shi's illusion of a fox demon might represent a clan that valued beauty as a form of cultivation, he coldly declined, continuing on his way. The coy demon sighed. Fox demons who rely on their looks are truly fortunate, with such a face. What connections could they not forge? Upon hearing this, Shi Xianshang quickened his pace. The entire mountain had been excavated by the demons, creating a vast interior space that not only housed a bustling marketplace, but also entertainment stages for demon revelry. He observed numerous reflections of human entertainment practices within. Fu Shi elucidated, demons who can assume human forms blend in among humans, referred to as demon cultivators. Over time, their lifestyles have been influenced by humans. Earlier at the marketplace, Shi Xianshang had also seen many human magical artifacts and elixirs, which were highly sought after in the demon market. Passing a melodious entertainment venue, the light from the probe in his hand suddenly dimmed, ceasing to respond. He paused, hesitantly shifting his direction towards the entertainment venue. The establishment occupied a large area, with demons gracefully dancing on stage, while the surrounding seats were nearly filled with various demon clans. At a glance, Shi Xianshang spotted a human youth leaning against the railing on the second floor, accompanied by a fox demon maiden, her 3 orange tails visible behind her. Zhuoziyun. He subtly furrowed his brow. The human aura surrounding Zhuoziyun was unmasked, yet the demons present seemed indifferent to his existence. Fu Shi was somewhat taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, she hesitantly remarked, perhaps it is his pure nature that has allowed him to be accepted by the demon market. While most demon clans had awakened their intelligence, their inherent nature remained untainted, making it conceivable for them to accept a similarly pure-hearted human. Shi Xianshang frowned and ascended to the second floor. Zhuoziyun remained captivated by the performance below, entirely oblivious to the commotion behind him. However, the fox girl beside him was the first to notice Shi Xianshang. A flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes as she excitedly exclaimed, "This esteemed elder looks familiar. Have you passed through here? Your beauty is truly extraordinary, undoubtedly a great demon of our clan from centuries past. I am searching for him." Shi Xianshang paid no heed to the fox demon and directed his gaze towards Zhuoziyun. "A yun?" The fox demon paused, nervously tugging at Zhuoziyun's sleeve, and whispered, "When did you attract the attention of our clan's great demon?" I didn't tee," Zhuoziyun replied, his clear eyes wide with confusion as he turned back. He stared at Shi Xianshang for quite some time, unable to recall any familiar visage, and shook his head in increasing bewilderment. "Esteemed elder fox, do we know each other?" "Ling Su." Shi Xianshang casually tossed a tracking charm to him. Zhuoziyun fumbled to catch the charm, his eyes widening in astonishment at the mention of Ling Su. "Captain Ling, when did you transform into a fox demon?" Shi Xianshang fell into a peculiar silence for a moment, taking a deep breath before patiently reiterating, "It was Ling Su who sent me to find you." "Oh, I see." The tension visibly dissipated from Zhuoziyun's face. At merely 10 years of age, he lacked the capacity to conceal his emotions, every nuance of his feelings vividly displayed. Yet in the next moment, he stubbornly shook his head. "Esteemed elder fox, please return and inform Captain Ling that I refuse to go back. I must reach the sword-leaning sect. Without the protection of this fox maiden, you wouldn't even be able to leave this mountain. What gives you such confidence?" Shi Xianshang cast a curious glance at him. "Do you believe you possess the ability to manage this with your qi refinement stage prowess?" Zhuoziyun's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered, I brought the magical artifacts bestowed upon me by my father. They should be useful." Shi Xianshang coldly shattered his fantasy with a scoff. "With your meager spiritual power, how many artifacts can you truly wield?" Zhuoziyun, taken aback, lowered his head, disappointment etched across his face. The fox maiden couldn't help but comfort him. "It's all right. Ayun, I can escort you to the nearest immortal city, But you must journey to the sword-leaning sect on your own. Even fox demons, capable of taking human form, remained cautious in the presence of humans to avoid exposing their identities and incurring disaster, thus rarely venturing into large cultivation cities. Thank you, Rueyer. But this is ultimately my own matter. Zhuoziun managed to muster a semblance of spirit, though a reluctant smile betrayed his weariness. Seeing his lingering sadness, Rueyer blinked her perplexed fox eyes, glancing helplessly at Shi Xuanshang. Shi Xuanshang sighed. What that wandering cultivator said is indeed true. I refuse to believe it. Zhuoziun's eyes instantly turned red. His cheeks puffed in indignation as he struggled to contain his emotions. It is true. Shi Xuanshang coldly fixed his gaze upon him. The existence of Jiang Wu was long gone from the Yijian Sect. Even if you could reach that place, it would be futile. I do not believe you. Zhuoziun stubbornly retorted, as unyielding as an ox. He bit his lip tightly and questioned, on what grounds should I trust your words? Because I am a disciple of the Yijian Sect. Shi Xuanshang had no desire to prolong this conversation. He flung the sect's disciple token towards Zhuoziun. Does this not suffice as proof? Chapter 83. I admire her. Only acknowledge her. Yijian gazed at the two characters Yijian inscribed on the token, sensing the spiritual energy emanating from it. His eyelashes trembled violently. Hururu curiously leaned in closer, her brow furrowed with concern as she looked at Zhuoziun. Yun, this seems to be genuine, but why would a senior from the Fox clan become a disciple of the Yijian Sect? This specialty does not align at all. She murmured, perplexed. Our Fox clan excels in illusion techniques. If one were to infiltrate the human sects, surely a practitioner of law would be a more suitable choice? Even if one were to choose, it would be illogical to select the most impoverished sword cultivator. Zhuoziun looked up in shock. You truly are a disciple of the Yijian Sect? Shi Xuanshang summoned the Feng Zhujian. He inquired, do you still harbor doubts? The sword stood between him and Zhuoziun. Upon seeing the Feng Zhujian materialize, the light in Zhuoziun's eyes dimmed. He murmured to himself, She truly is no longer here. But I had intended to grow up and seek her as my master at the Yijian Sect. Shi Xuanshang remained silent, unable to utter the words of her death with composure. His silence only deepened Zhuoziun's distress. He lay despondently against the railing, his entire being shrouded in sorrow, as if he had instantaneously lost his youthful exuberance. Yun, Hururu felt even more anxious. Moreover, she sensed that the mood of this elder from the Fox clan was also rather dismal, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. As the music below came to a halt, various demon clans descended from the draped curtains of the pavilion, and her eyes brightened. Yun, elder, do not be saddened. The Demon Market's 100 Paintings performance is about to begin. Demon Market's 100 Paintings? Zhuoziun still could not muster any enthusiasm, while Shi Xuanshang cast her a contemplative glance. Hururu immediately explained, this is a hallmark of the Demon Market, a ukiyo-e performance presented by myriad demons, showcasing their prowess in celebration of the market's festivities. As her words fell, a long and wide crimson curtain unfurled elegantly, buoyed by spiritual energy, stretching into the distance and enveloping the entire demon market. Whoa. The rhinoceros demon was the first to sound the horn, followed closely by a throng of smaller demons beating gongs and drums to lead the way. Beautiful flower demons and tree demons followed suit, singing melodious and lingering tunes. A flock of crane demons spiraled down from the rocky walls, transforming into human forms as they landed gracefully upon the curtain, their wings flowing like skirts. The fox demons, masters of illusion, conjured delicate lavender mists, within which alluring fox tails flickered in and out of sight. Fire demons arrived with flames, igniting the air and unleashing dazzling fireworks in sync with the rise and fall of the music. They traversed the curtain, their procession akin to a constellation of stars, while the stone walls on either side were filled with spectators from other demon clans. Just moments ago, the sorrowful Yijian was entranced by the extraordinary and resplendent scene before him. The flames illuminated his visage, and in Shi Xuanshang's eyes, the enchanting scroll depicting the myriad of demons unfolded, resembling a flowing galaxy, as he observed the demons performing the narratives of their lives. Noticing his silent contemplation, Fushi understood that he had gleaned enlightenment from the vibrant tapestry of the demon market, and she patiently awaited his response. Demons and humans are not so different, he eventually confided, his gaze fixed upon the demon clan below, clarity emerging within his heart. His aspirations, once nebulous upon his serendipitous entry into the path of cultivation, were now crystallizing. He earnestly declared to Fu Shi, "I wish to encounter the heavens and the myriad beings." Just as he had contemplated the sword intent of Elder Jian Chong and observed the life cycle of mortals, he now turned his attention to the ephemeral art of the demon race. With a smile in her voice, Fu Shi replied, "Congratulations, you have discovered your own path." No longer would he tread the well-worn paths of predecessors, but forge his own journey. As the last avatar of the divine sovereign, Shi Xuanshang was destined to be the closest embodiment of the sovereign's essence. A millennium ago, the divine sovereign had cleaved the abyss with the Hung Tsang sword, resulting in the fall of myriad immortals, yet giving rise to humanity. The path he tread, intertwined with the tribulations of existence, was inherently linked to the plight of all beings. In the bustling throng, all were for the sake of life. To behold the heavens was to witness the multitude of existence, the essence of the path for all beings. Fu Shi could not help but muse. With such profound love guiding his path, surely he will not seek to prove his worth through bloodshed. Wherein lies the divine sovereign's great love? It is merely a semblance of relative justice under the guise of order, Shi Xuanshang spontaneously retorted, only to become flustered and attempt to cover his tracks. "Oh, I have said nothing." Fu Shi had grown accustomed to his rebellious nature in one moment and his subsequent contrition in the next. The revelry of the demon market continued unabated until dawn. As the final candle flickered out, the demons within the cavern quietly dispersed, leaving no trace behind. Hu Rui'er escorted Zhuo Ziyun and Shi Xuanshang outside, reluctantly bidding farewell to Zhuo Ziyun. "The demon market has concluded. I must return to my abode." Zhuo Ziyun was taken aback. Hu Rui'er was his first friend after his emergence, and he felt a pang of reluctance. "Where is your dwelling? Will I see you again?" Hu Rui'er hesitated, contemplating whether to respond. Hearing Fu Shi's explanation in his mind, Shi Xuanshang conveyed the unspoken words on her behalf. The demon clan's abode is their sanctuary, not easily disclosed to outsiders. If you wish to see her again, once you make a name for yourself, she will seek you out. "Yes, exactly." Hu Rui'er expressed her gratitude with a glance at Shi Xuanshang. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she turned to Zhuo Ziyun. Zhuo Ziyun did not disappoint her. With a resolute pat on his chest, he promised, "Rest assured, I shall join the Yijian Sect and become a formidable sword cultivator. We shall meet again then." "Wonderful," Hu Rui'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. With a serious expression, Zhuo Ziyun declared, "Then we shall meet again in the future, in the days to come." After Hu Rui'er agreed, she transformed into an orange and white three-tailed fox, standing upright to bid them farewell before swiftly turning away and vanishing into the depths of the forest. "Let us return," Shi Xuanshang said, tearing away the disguise of the ever-changing mask, restoring his true form. This sudden transformation startled Zhuo Ziyun, who widened his eyes in astonishment. "Senior, your disguise was so convincing that you appeared to be a genuine member of the human race. I cannot believe that Commander Ling would recognize such an impressive demon as you." "I am of the human race," Shi Xuanshang replied after a brief silence. "The prior disguise was merely a means to enter the demon market. Did you truly believe that the sword-leaning sect would accept a direct disciple of a demon clan?" Zhuo Ziyun, momentarily taken aback, followed his lead, feeling that Shi Xuanshang's words carried a hint of sarcasm. After the events of the previous night, he had adjusted his mindset. "Senior, even though the eldest senior sister has fallen, I will not give up." His expression was grave, as though he had finally made a resolute decision after a night of contemplation. "I still wish to take her as my master." "Why?" Shi Xuanshang glanced over with a placid gaze. "For no reason," Zhuo Ziyun declared earnestly. "I admire her. I revere her. I acknowledge only her," he asserted. "I refuse to believe that the sword-leaning sect holds no traces of her legacy. With those, I can comprehend her teachings on my own. Everyone says my talent surpasses that of the crown prince." A mocking voice interjected. "Congratulations, you have gained a rather pushy disciple." Fu Shi displayed a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why Zhuo Ziyun was so adamant. She shook her head with a sigh. "Ah, the whims of youth." Zhuo Ziyun, still young and inexperienced in the vast world of cultivation, remained resolute in his choice of someone who existed only in the tales of others. "Whether this is a jest, I cannot say," came the mocking laughter, but I sense Shi Xuanshang is about to lose his patience. Chapter 84. Do not disgrace her. Shi Xuanshang could no longer tolerate Zhuo Ziyun's incessant chatter, particularly as he openly referred to Jiang Wu as his master. With a cold chuckle, he grasped the collar at the back of Zhuo Ziyun's neck and tossed him onto the wind-chasing sword, soaring back to Luoyu village. You can ride the sword? Zhuo Ziyun exclaimed in astonishment. Just as Shi Xuanshang thought the boy would finally quiet down, Zhuo Ziyun inexplicably ignited with determination. Clenching his fists as he declared, "It seems I must not slacken, lest I bring disgrace to my master." Shi Xuanshang nearly lost his grip, almost throwing him from the sword. With a sardonic smile, he said, "She does not favor students who are so brazenly eager, so you might as well give up." Zhuo Ziyun, indignant, retorted, "You have never even met my master. How can you claim to know her preferences?" Shi Xuanshang scoffed lightly. "She simply does not like that." Zhuo Ziyun turned his head in defiance. "I shall not argue with you. Grandpa Zhuoqi has told me that my master always disdainfully avoids verbal disputes in competitions." Shi Xuanshang chose to endure. After a moment, he could no longer restrain himself. "Do not speak as if you know her well. I have comprehended her sword intent." "Can you?" His tone was laced with a subtle pride he could not disguise. Zhuo Ziyun's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a deep sense of envy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he excitedly proposed, "Why not take me to the Yijian Sect right now?" "Not a chance." Shi Xuanshang coldly rejected his suggestion and descended upon Luoyu village. Sensing the commotion outside, Ling Su and Zhuoqi hurriedly gathered others and rushed out. Upon seeing Shi Xuanshang and Zhuo Ziyun return safely, they greeted them with palpable excitement. "Your Highness, Commander Ling, I apologize for causing you concern," Zhuo Ziyun responded, turning to acknowledge the voices behind him. As he noticed the crowd gathered in search of him, a wave of guilt washed over his face. Ling Su shook his head. "It's good that your Highness is unharmed." Zhuoqi expressed his gratitude to Shi Xuanshang. "Thank you, Taoist Shi, for your assistance." Shi Xuanshang replied with a curt acknowledgement. After confirming their safety, Zhuo Ziyun, still reluctant to let go of his earlier proposition, asked once more, "Are you really not going to take me to the Yijian Sect?" Ling Su looked at him in surprise. "Not planning to," Shi Xuanshang reiterated coldly. "Very well," Zhuo Ziyun said, his head drooping in disappointment, a sorrowful expression clouding his features. Having watched him grow, Zhuoqi, who had been his mentor in cultivating inner energy, could not bear to see him disheartened and offered comfort. "Do not worry, Your Highness. When you are older, the Emperor will certainly send you to the Yijian Sect." "But haven't you been unable to reach Second Prince for quite some time?" Zhuo Ziyun asked bluntly. Zhuoqi was momentarily at a loss for words. Hearing this, Ling Su could not help but turn to Shi Xuanshang for confirmation. "Lord Shi, may I ask about our Second Prince?" Shi Xuanshang's gaze darkened as he stared at Ling Su, and for a fleeting moment, Ling Su felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. However, Shi Xuanshang quickly averted his eyes and replied coldly, "He has regressed in his cultivation and has been imprisoned in the fiery pit." "What?" Ling Su exclaimed in shock. Even Zhuoqi found it hard to believe. A regression in a cultivator's realm indicated a severe mishap in their practice. If unresolved, it could lead to a gradual decline, ultimately rendering them powerless. No wonder Zhuo Zibai had been neglecting them all these years. His inherent stubbornness, coupled with unchecked indulgence, meant he had no time to concern himself with them in light of such events. Nevertheless, Zhuoqi discreetly glanced at the innocent Zhuo Ziyun, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Without Zhuo Zibai, they still had Zhuo Ziyun. Moreover, with Zhuo Ziyun's rare and pure-hearted nature, he would undoubtedly achieve greater heights than Zhuo Zibai. Having been away from home for over a month, the royal family was on edge, so after locating him, Ling Su and the others had no intention of lingering. They swiftly packed their belongings and prepared to depart. "Thank you, Lord Shi. I have already delivered the agreed-upon reward to the donkey in advance." Shi Xuanshang acknowledged nonchalantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhuo Ziyun's forlorn and reluctant demeanor. His gaze momentarily faltered, and with a silent sigh in his heart, he stepped forward. "What's wrong?" Zhuo Ziyun asked, blinking in confusion as he watched Shi Xuanshang approach him. As Shi Xuanshang's fingertips coalesced with spiritual energy, he gently touched the center of his brow, transmitting the foundational sword techniques of the Leaning Sword Sect into his mind. "This is the fundamental sword art of the Leaning Sword Sect. Henceforth, do not disgrace her name by employing half-baked skills." An expression of profound joy erupted on Zhuo Ziyun's face. "Thank you," he exclaimed, jumping up with delight. "You not only disguised yourself as a vixen to find me, but also imparted sword techniques. You are truly a good person." Shi Xuanshang's expression stiffened. Why did he have to mention the vixen disguise? The moment those words escaped his lips, Ling Su and the others cast sidelong glances, their eyes sparkling with a curious yet hesitant inquiry. Shi Xuanshang, with a cold demeanor, dismissed them. Once Ling Su and the others departed, he turned back to reassure the village chief. The chief nodded in agreement and added, with the wedding date approaching, make sure to assist the donkey's family more. It's a good opportunity to send over 2 old hens as well. Understood, Shi Xuanshang replied. He went to the yard, caught 2 old hens, and made his way to the donkey's home. Xuanshang, have those people left? Aunt Donkey exclaimed with surprise and gratitude. After all, had it not been for his intervention, Donkey would not have returned so swiftly. Shi Xuanshang nodded, they've gone. Aunt, Grandpa asked me to bring these hens. The village chief remained as courteous as ever. Please leave them in the yard. Donkey is in the back chopping firewood. You can go find him. Aunt Donkey sighed. Shi Xuanshang nodded and walked toward the backyard. Donkey was diligently chopping firewood needed for the wedding day, stacking it into neat piles. Xuanshang. Donkey wiped the sweat from his brow and approached, saying, Captain Ling has given me the silver. I'm going to get your share now. No need, Shi Xuanshang replied, shaking his head in refusal. My share was meant for you. I am now a cultivator, and silver holds no value for me. Seeing Donkey's astonished expression, he smiled gently. Consider it a gift from me. Donkey's eyes glistened with emotion. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the corner of the wall. The 2 men turned alertly to see Chun Ing nimbly climbing over the wall and leaping down onto the haystack. Chun Ing, Donkey exclaimed in surprise. Shoo! Chun Ing shot him a fierce glare. I sneaked out. Don't let my parents hear. Donkey immediately covered his mouth in nervousness. Chapter 85. What would you like me to call you? A Xian? Chun Ing was holding a bouquet of cherry blossoms. This bouquet still thrived under Shi Xuanshang's spiritual nourishment, remaining in full bloom. Sitting atop the haystack, she lowered her gaze to the blossoms in her arms and suddenly said, Brother Shang, you should disperse your spiritual energy. Shi Xuanshang, puzzled, asked why? Because we cannot always rely on you, Chun Ing replied candidly. Neither Donkey nor I wish to wither and fade like this bouquet of cherry blossoms after you depart. Donkey pursed his lips and nodded. Xuanshang, I truly cherish the days we 3 spend together. You, the youngest, have always taken care of us. After your departure, it took us a year to emerge from the shadow of your absence. Yet now, we are all thriving. Spring Cherry continued her words, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Brother Shang, do not worry about us. Go forth and pursue your path with peace of mind. Shi Xianshang was momentarily taken aback. He had never broached the subject of worldly entanglements since his return, yet they had discerned it and reassured him. After a brief pause, a light smile graced his lips. I understand. On the day of the wedding, the village of Luoyu was abuzz with excitement, with every household adorned with festive red lanterns. The only road in the village was draped in red cloth, extending from the entrance to the end. As villagers stood at their doorsteps, cheerfully setting off firecrackers, the crackling of firecrackers resonated, and a spontaneously formed band of villagers played gongs and drums, accompanying the donkey cart that arrived at Spring Cherry's home. Spring Cherry, an only child, was adorned with a red scarf and dressed in a ceremonial outfit she had embroidered herself, gracefully escorted by her parents. The donkey bowed before Spring Cherry's parents, received her hand from them, and then led her onto the cart. The couple was joyfully welcomed through the threshold of the donkey's home. The celebratory music intertwined with the sound of firecrackers as the donkey guided Spring Cherry over a fire basin, and together they exchanged vows in the hall. Shi Xianshang stood beside the village chief, observing the couple below as they exchanged their vows, witnessing their transition from youthful innocence to the bond of marriage. In the grand tapestry of life, they had already traversed 1/5 of their journey. After the vows, Spring Cherry was ushered into the bridal chamber, while the donkey remained behind, reveling in the festivities with the villagers at the banquet. Xianshang, a toast to you. The donkey stumbled over, raising his cup before Shi Xianshang, clinking glasses, and then downing the drink in one swift motion. The donkey beamed at Shi Xianshang, who mirrored the action. Today, I am exceedingly happy. As am I. Shi Xianshang replied with a gentle smile. Perhaps this journey had not only resolved worldly matters, but also illuminated the path he was meant to follow. Leaving him in a state of relaxation, the donkey leaned in and whispered, Once you find your soulmate, we may not meet again, so let me congratulate you in advance. Wishing you, Xianshang, a lifelong union with your beloved. After uttering this, the donkey was beckoned by other villagers and soon swayed away. Shi Qianshang held his empty cup, momentarily frozen in the air. Your thoughts are once again in disarray, pondering soulmates at such a young age? Fu Shi's perplexed voice echoed in his mind. In a flurry of anxiety, Shi Qianshang hastily poured himself another drink and consumed it in a single gulp. No, not at all. He quickly denied. I only wish to cultivate and attain enlightenment. I have no desire for a soulmate. Excellent. Fu Shi expressed satisfaction with Shi Qianshang's dedication to his cultivation. Perhaps I will witness the day you achieve the great Tao. Indeed, I shall, Shi Qianshang replied, his breath momentarily hitching, feeling the warmth of the alcohol gradually enveloping his face. It seemed to echo a solemn vow, more melodious than any words could convey. Fu Shi continued, Shi Xuanshang, after you depart from Luoyu village, seek a cave to prepare for your breakthrough. Shi Xuanshang's spiritual power had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Yet he had been suppressing his advancement due to the absence of an opportune moment. He acknowledged inwardly. Realizing that Fu Shi had always referred to him by his full name. A faint sense of melancholy surfaced within him, prompting him to inquire. Why do you address me so formally, Fu Shi? Formally? Fu Shi paused, taken aback. She shook her head with a soft sigh. Everyone else calls you Xuanshang, senior. While you are referred to by your full name by me, naturally feeling distant. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she asked, do you wish for me to call you Xuanshang like the others? Shi Xuanshang's gaze flickered momentarily, although the breeze blew gently. The warmth on his face intensified rather than dissipated. He spoke softly. They may call you that, but Fu Shi can choose to address me differently. Differently? Fu Shi pondered for a moment. After a brief pause, she tentatively suggested, Xian? In that instant, Shi Xuanshang's face seemed to ignite. The warmth instigated by the wine coursing through him, igniting his heart and causing it to race wildly. At such a tender age, he was oblivious to the complexities of love and desire. He simply recognized that at this nascent stage of his life, he had encountered the most beautiful and extraordinary presence in the world. Since then, all other existences had paled in comparison. The bond they shared was not an ephemeral notion, but rather a connection as tightly woven as threads of spiritual energy, unyielding and resilient. The day following the conclusion of the marriage between the donkey and the spring cherry, Shi Xuanshang knelt before the village chief after witnessing him consume the longevity elixir he had prepared, bowing deeply 3 times. Grandfather, please take care. The village chief responded with a sigh, helping him to his feet while gently advising, well, I am of considerable age myself. Your future is long. Remember to always move forward and never look back. Shi Xuanshang committed this to memory, replying affirmatively. The village chief waved him away, urging him to depart. He remained seated inside the house, watching him leave, like a statue frozen in time. As Shi Xuanshang departed, he did so quietly, leaving no disturbance among the villagers of Luoyu. With this farewell, the ties between him and Luoyu village were irrevocably severed. The wind chaser sword swiftly traversed the air, halting only when Shi Xuanshang spoke. He returned to the cave where he had first drawn energy into his body. Fu Shi, is it permissible to break through here? Yes. Fu Shi's figure appeared, having recognized the place as well. Upon seeing her, the wind chaser's sword immediately abandoned Shi Xuanshang and rushed towards her. Fu Shi, you have finally appeared. I have been suffocating in silence during this time. To aid Shi Xuanshang in diverting attention from the Hung Song sword, and thereby allowing Fu Shi's presence to fade from memory. The wind chaser's sword had diligently acted as his lifebound sword. You have worked hard, Fu Shi remarked, smiling as she lightly touched its azure hilt. The tone of Feng Zhujian immediately became lively. Hee, it's nothing. Shi Xuanshang sat cross-legged, preparing to enter a meditative state, only to see Feng Zhujian once again attempting to attach himself to his innate sword. With a dark expression, he called it back, warning, do not disturb Fu Shi. Feng Zhujian flared up instantly. You arrogant sword cultivator, I must inform you. Our spirit swords possess their own temperaments as well. If you persist, I shall. Shi Xuanshang calmly met its gaze. Infuriated, Feng Zhujian flew to Fu Shi's side, attempting to complain. Fu Shi, behold his smug demeanor. With a scowl, Shi Xuanshang retorted. Who exactly is being smug here? Enough, Fu Shi said, soothing Feng Zhujian. She glanced at Shi Xuanshang and encouraged him, break through. I shall accompany you outside to practice swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhujian's grievances dissipated instantly, adopting a sycophantic tone. All right. I would be delighted to be your sword. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips tightly together, watching helplessly as she took Feng Zhu Jian out of the cave, leaving him to simmer in frustration as he focused on his breakthrough. Chapter 86. The destitute sword cultivator cannot decline an unexpected windfall. A month later, at Hantan Ridge, Shi Xuanshang pursued a golden elixir stage Hanyu snake deep into the ridge, observing as it took advantage of the rugged terrain and dense vegetation, darting east and west in frantic escape. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into another area. Shi Xuanshang halted. In that case, I shall utilize you to test the third layer of Jing Chunyu. Concentrating the sword light in his hand, flickering lightning gradually coalesced at the tip of his sword. Thunder-seeking go? Shi Xuanshang's consciousness locked onto the Hanyu snake. The lightning at the sword's tip transformed into a rapid bolt, chasing after the fleeing serpent. This bolt of thunder seemed to possess a tracking ability, maintaining an astonishing speed as it pursued the Hanyu snake. Hiss! The terrified sound of the Hanyu snake echoed around the corner. Simultaneously, Shi Xuanshang sensed two cultivators approaching swiftly toward the serpent. To avoid being thwarted, he immediately gave chase. The Hanyu snake lay gasping on the grass, with a residual spark of electricity lingering at its vital point, leaving a charred mark on its dark green scales. At that moment, the two cultivators arrived. A young man and woman, both cultivators. One at the initial stage of golden elixir and the other at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, donned apricot-colored disciple robes with pouches resembling medicine bags hanging at their waists. As they drew closer, Shi Xuanshang could faintly detect the herbal scent emanating from them. The leading female cultivator politely inquired, "May I ask if this Hanyu snake was slain by you, fellow cultivator?" "Indeed," Shi Xuanshang replied, lifting his gaze. Fuxi informed him, "Hantan Ridge is not far from Xingyi Mountain. They must be disciples of Xingyi Mountain." Xingyi Mountain, the foremost sect for medical cultivators in the cultivation world, boasts disciples dedicated to healing and often resides amidst herbal mountains and forests. Seeing Shi Xuanshang's indifferent demeanor, the female cultivator introduced herself. "This esteemed fellow cultivator, I am named Yu Ruodong, and this is my junior brother Qi Yi. We are both direct disciples under the elder of Xingyi Mountain. My junior brother is currently concocting an antidote for the cold jade snake's venom, and we require the venom as a medicinal catalyst. Would you be willing to sell us this cold jade snake?" "Sell?" A flicker of interest appeared in Shi Xuanshang's eyes. Yu Ruodong replied earnestly, "Indeed, the market price for the cold jade snake is 3,000 spirit stones. Are you inclined to agree?" "Certainly." After a moment's contemplation, Shi Xuanshang acquiesced. The cold jade snake held no utility for him. Exchanging it for 3,000 spirit stones would enable him to procure a piece of thunder spirit ore, thus yielding a profit. Upon witnessing his agreement, Yu Ruodong decisively extended a pouch of spirit stones from her storage bag. "Here are 3,000 spirit stones in total. I thank you for your generosity." As Shi Xuanshang accepted the pouch, Yu Ruodong turned to call out to Qi Yi, "Junior brother, please secure the cold jade snake, and we shall attend to it upon our return to the medical clinic." "Understood," Qi Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. The cold jade snake was venomous, but he donned specially crafted gloves to place the creature into a box exuding a chilling aura. Observing Shi Xuanshang slay the cold jade snake without a scratch, a bold idea began to take shape in Yu Ruodong's mind. Such a young sword cultivator, who appeared to be in need of spirit stones. She could not help but inquire, "Are you an independent cultivator or a disciple of a particular sect?" "I belong to the sword-leaning sect," Shi Xuanshang replied. The disciples of Xingyi Mountain were taken aback by this revelation. When had the sword-leaning sect acquired such a youthful golden core disciple? However, a glimmer of delight flickered in Yu Ruodong's eyes. To her surprise, he was a comrade from the sword-leaning sect, a group that maintained a close relationship with her own sect. "Might you be interested in collaborating with me?" she proposed. Sword cultivators often find themselves embroiled in battles and injuries, necessitating the preparation of medicinal pills for emergencies. At times, medical practitioners seek to venture into perilous areas in search of medicinal materials, opting to hire a sword cultivator for protection. No impoverished sword cultivator would decline such unexpected financial gain. Thus, a close collaboration between sword cultivators and medical practitioners flourished. What kind of collaboration? Shi Xuanshang refrained from hastily declining, for he was indeed a struggling sword cultivator. Yu Ruodong elaborated, "At the depths of the Cold Pool Ridge, near the Cold Pool, there grows a spiritual plant known as the Jade Zay Lotus. It appears that this cold pool serves as the lair of a formidable demon. I wish for you to collaborate with me to acquire the Jade Zay Lotus. I am unaware of your cultivation level, but all that is required of you is to divert the demon, granting us the opportunity to secure the lotus. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself, she resolutely stated, should we succeed in obtaining the Jade Zay Lotus, I am willing to offer you a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones? Shi Xianshang's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a generous offer from Yu Ruodong indicated the great value of the Jade Zay Lotus, and indirectly suggested the formidable nature of the demon guarding the cold pool. However, Shi Xianshang was equally in need of those 10,000 spirit stones. Agreed, he replied. I am known as Shi Xianshang. Very well, Shi Dao friend. Yu Ruodong breathed a sigh of relief. This was not her first time hiring a sword cultivator, and she skillfully produced a pouch of spirit stones. This contains 5,000 spirit stones as a deposit. Upon our successful acquisition of the Jade Zay Lotus, I shall pay you the remaining 5,000. Shi Xianshang placed the pouch into his storage bag and said, lead the way. As Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi exchanged a glance, they proceeded ahead. The cold pool was not far from their previous location, and Shi Xuanshang followed closely behind. Soon arriving at the top of a waterfall, Yu Ruodong remarked, there is a concealed cave entrance within the waterfall, where the Uzelian blooms in the cold pool inside. Previously, my junior brother and I refrained from entering due to the intense demonic aura we sensed. Indeed, Shi Xuanshang, wielding the Wind Chaser's sword, leaped into the waterfall, with Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi hastily following suit. They crossed the curtain of water and entered the cave. The interior was damp and dim, branching into several paths, while droplets of water fell steadily from the stone walls, gradually forming a small puddle on the ground. Shi Xuanshang led the way, extending his spiritual awareness to explore the cave's depths. As he advanced, he gradually discerned a massive, intricate web enveloping the innermost recesses of the cavern, connecting both sides of the stone walls. Resting upon the tight web was a creature of dual nature, with the upper body resembling that of a human and the lower half manifesting as that of a spider. It seemed to sense the probing gaze and abruptly opened its eyes. Shi Xuanshang withdrew his spiritual awareness, his expression tightening slightly. The creature within the cave was at least at the late golden core stage. Noticing something amiss, Qi Yi immediately inquired, what is wrong? It has spotted us. It is a spider demon, Shi Xuanshang replied. A spider demon? Yu Ruodong's expression turned grave. Could you elaborate on its characteristics, fellow Taoist Shi? Shi Xuanshang nodded. The upper half is a woman, while the lower half is a blood-red spider, with long hair entwined in the web behind her. A blood-red spider. It has already taken on a human form. Yu Ruodong's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. She is likely the peak-level Hongzhuan. Chapter 87. Do you have 2 swords? Is it still possible for us to flee? Qi Yi's face paled. Shi Xuanshang tightened his grip on the Wind Chaser's sword, shaking his head. It's too late. She is approaching. Fellow Taoist Shi here. After a brief moment of shock, Yu Ruodong swiftly retrieved a detoxification pill from her storage pouch and handed it to Shi Xuanshang and Qi Yi. The silk of this Hongzhu end is extremely poisonous. I don't know how long this antidote will hold. I will draw her away while you take the opportunity to collect the Uzelian. Without hesitation, Shi Xuanshang consumed the detoxification pill, interrupting her. He then hurled the Wind Chaser sword to lure the Hongzhu in toward him. Yu Ruodong was momentarily stunned. Shi Henti anticipated Shi Xuanshang would choose to confront the Hongzhu in alone. He was merely at the mid-golden core stage, 2 realms below her. Was he truly so confident? Ultimately, however, Yu Ruodong acquiesced. Understood, please be cautious. With that, she immediately took Qi Yi down another path. A sharp clash echoed throughout the cave as Shi Xuanshang realized the Wind Chaser's sword had encountered the Hongzhuan. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace toward the source of the sound, only to be met with strands of spider silk imbued with a faint red mist. Shi Xuanshang barely evaded it, his heart racing with trepidation. What a handsome little cultivator. The Hongzhuan, clinging to the web that adhered to the stone walls, crawled across it, her sharp claws tugging at the strands beneath her, her gaze fixated on Shi Xuanshang with an insidious allure. Xu Nsh Eng's gaze turned frigid. Without uttering a word, he brandished the Wind Chaser's sword and advanced. The agile glint of the blade flickered within the cavern, and due to the terrain, he could only sever the incessantly advancing spider silk before him. The silk still bore the venom of the red spider woman, and the Wind Chaser's sword cried out in dismay. This silk is sticky. I can't bounce away. Don't come any closer. To prevent the sword from continuing its frantic protests, Xu moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him as he sliced through the silk while seeking an opportunity to approach the red spider woman. This was untenable. The oppressive aura of her golden core peak erupted forth, causing Xu steps to falter. She smiled, watching him struggle against the weight of her pressure, his movements gradually slowing, as if observing an audacious ant. Retreat. Xu eyelids twitched violently before he could fully comprehend the situation. A crackling sound surged above him, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh wafting into his nostrils. He looked up, only to find the dark stone wall overhead ensnared by the red spider woman's web. Had it not been for FX's intervention, he would surely have fallen into her trap. He exhaled in relief and remarked, "Thanks to your timely assistance." From that moment on, Xu movements became increasingly cautious. "You," the red spider woman stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "You concealed your strength?" She could not help but furrow her brow. This sword cultivator, merely in the mid-stage of the golden core, how could he so effortlessly dismantle her meticulously laid web? Suddenly, the red spider woman sensed something amiss, and her gaze darted backward. Gritting her teeth, she inquired, "Do you have reinforcements?" Xu remained noncommittal. Yet in the next instant, a malicious smile spread across her face. She licked her lips, scoffing, "Perfect. My child has also gone hungry for several days." A flicker of astonishment crossed Xu eyes. This red spider woman had a child? How had he remained oblivious to this fact? FX gently knitted her brows. "She must have concealed her child's presence with her own aura, which is why you failed to detect it at first." Observing Xu hesitation, the seeing sword made its presence known. "I will go. You deal with her." Xu paused for a moment, then nodded at the floating seeing sword. "Very well, I shall handle her." In an instant, the seeing sword vanished from sight, bypassing the red spider woman's web and inflicting injury upon her in the process. Ugh! The red spider woman clutched her bloodied arm, her oppressive aura dissipating, causing the web to tremble perilously. "You possess two swords." Her eyes widened in shock, and she could clearly sense that the sword emerging behind her was even more formidable than the sword cultivator himself. Meanwhile, at the cold pool, Ru Tiying and Qy had been searching for traces of the chilly waters and finally discovered a budding jade lotus by the pool's edge, emanating an aura of coldness. Just as they were about to seize the precious flower, a juvenile red spider woman suddenly leaped from the dark recesses of the cave behind them. "Thieves! I shall devour you," she screeched, lunging towards the two with outstretched claws. Upon noticing a change in Yu Ruodong's expression, she promptly pushed Qi towards the Uzilian. "Junior brother, quickly gather the Uzilian. I will hold her off." "Sister, be careful." Qi's countenance turned tense, fearing to lag behind at such a critical moment. He hastily retrieved the container meant for storing the Uzilian from his storage pouch. As he prepared to pluck the Uzilian, he was astonished to discover a protective barrier of spiritual energy enveloping it, necessitating a passage through this ethereal shield to obtain it. Typically, the combat techniques of medical practitioners rely on toxins. However, this crimson spider woman exuded potent venom, and Yu Ruodong's poison could only delay it momentarily, failing to eliminate it. With no other choice, she wielded her spiritual energy to manipulate the silver needles. "Junior brother, is it not ready yet?" Yu Ruodong rolled on the ground, desperately evading the incessant strands of silk launched by the red spider. Qi, appearing quite distressed, shook his head laboriously. "I cannot penetrate the spiritual barrier of the Uzilian. Sister, be cautious." Upon witnessing the crimson spider woman preparing to launch a surprise attack on Yu Ruodong from behind, Qi's face turned ashen, and he cried out in alarm. Just in time, Fushi arrived, though she remained unmanifested in human form. The power exerted upon the Hung Tsang sword was sufficient to deal with the still maturing crimson spider. A heavy pressure descended, causing the spider to cower in terror, shrieking for mercy. "It hurts, it hurts. I shall not fight anymore. Do not kill me. Mother, save me." The voice of the crimson spider woman abruptly ceased, and she incredulously murmured, "Mother, is she gone? Ah, I will kill you all." Recognizing her mother's demise, an explosive rage surged within her, and the web behind her rapidly spread throughout the cavern. Instinctively, Yu Ruodong shielded Qi behind her. With a resounding crash, The Crimson Spider Woman was crushed mid-leap by a precise and formidable force, her body exploding into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. Moments later, a cool, unfamiliar female voice echoed through the cave. "It is done. You may open your eyes." Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi blinked in astonishment as they beheld the sword that had suddenly appeared to protect them, now poised before them. "Spirit, esteemed sword," Yu Ruodong gasped, realizing it was a blade that had achieved sentience, no longer requiring a master. "Indeed," Fu Shi replied, casting a sidelong glance at the Uzilian, still safeguarded within its spiritual barrier, before gently prodding it with the sword's tip. With a crack, the barrier shattered. "Take it," Fu Shi softly instructed. Both Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi stood in awe. Is it truly this simple? In that fleeting moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of safety emanating from the sword. Chapter 88. Shi Xuanshang poisoned Yu Ruodong was the first to regain her composure, nudging Qi Yi. "Junior brother, hurry. We must return to find Taoist Shi." Among them, only Shi Xuanshang was a sword practitioner, and this sword must be related to him, though initially, the sword in Shi Xuanshang's possession was not this one. "Oh right." Qi Yi snapped back to reality and swiftly gathered the Uzilian, placing it into the designated container. Fu Shi led them back to the location where the Crimson Spider Woman had been. As she approached, she sensed a faint presence emanating from Shi Xuanshang. The cave lay in disarray, with the remnants of the Red Spider Woman's silk scattered across the ground and stone walls, her lifeless body sprawled upon the floor. Shi Xuanshang leaned against a relatively clean section of the wall, a faint red mist emanating from his form, his complexion flushed, and beads of perspiration dampening the strands of hair at his forehead. Fu Shi approached with a furrowed brow. "Are you poisoned?" she inquired. "Yes," Shi Xuanshang gasped, discomfort evident in his breath. "The Red Spider Woman attempted to take me down with her, and I inadvertently became ensnared in her silk." At that moment, Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi arrived, their expressions shifting to concern upon hearing Shi Xuanshang's words. "The toxin from the Red Spider Woman is the most potent. I shall attempt to seal the poison coursing through your body," she stated, retrieving a set of silver needles from her medicinal pouch. Enveloping the needles with her spiritual energy, she inserted them into Shi Xuanshang's acupoints, striving to stem the flow of poison within him. One by one, the needles were pushed in and out. Yu Ruodong's complexion grew increasingly pale. After a brief moment, she exhaled heavily. "I cannot seal it for long, Taoist Shi. We will take you back to Xingyi Mountain. Rest assured, I will implore my master to save you." "Step aside," came Fu Shi's cool voice. Recognizing the voice of the esteemed sword elder, Yu Ruodong obediently made way. A formidable force of spiritual essence exerted itself within Shi Xuanshang, constraining the toxins to a corner of his being. The poison within him gradually settled. Fu Shi cast a glance at the astonished Yu Ruodong, instructing, "Quickly concoct an antidote for him." "Yes, yes," Yu Ruodong replied eagerly. She hurriedly urged Qi Yi to gather the toxins from the Red Spider Woman's body as a catalyst for the remedy. After regaining some strength, Shi Xuanshang propped himself against the stone wall and summoned the Hung Tsang sword back into his consciousness. "Taoist Shi, was that your life sword just now?" Yu Ruodong's tone carried an unmistakable hint of envy. Shi Xuanshang raised his eyebrows coolly, a subtle warning flickering in his gaze. "Do not misunderstand." Startled, Yu Ruodong quickly clarified. "I meant no offense. I merely admire you." She sighed. "The sword elder is truly formidable. I also wish to possess such a powerful sword. I wonder if the elder has an affinity for spirit stones?" "Enough. Let us depart," Shi Xuanshang interjected, his eyelids fluttering at her last remark, hastily shifting the subject. While spirit swords held no interest in spirit stones, his life sword was indeed a sword cultivator. The medical clinic established by Xingyi Mountain at the foot of the mountain was not far from Hantan Ridge, and they reached the clinic within half a day. The clinic served as a training ground for the disciples of Xingyi Mountain, where nearby villagers and cultivators would seek medical assistance. Yu Ruodong arranged a private room for Shi Xuanshang, and just as she prepared to consult her master for the antidote, Qi Yi suddenly stopped her. "Sister, doesn't that person resemble Sister Sang?" Yu Ruodong looked over in confusion, and upon recognizing the veiled maiden in a purple dress busily assisting in the clinic, her eyes widened in astonishment. "It truly is Sister Sang. Has she secretly descended the mountain? If the master were to learn of this, Sister Yu, perhaps Sister Sang has inherited the master's talent and could concoct an antidote for the Red Spider Maiden's poison. In that case, we would not need to ascend the mountain to seek our master." Qi Yi interjected excitedly. Yu Ruodong hesitated slightly, asking, "Is that truly possible? Who are we saving?" Suddenly, Sang Jingyue's voice echoed behind them, causing both Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi to startle. "Sister Sang, you nearly frightened me to death," Qi Yi exclaimed, patting his chest in a lingering state of alarm, and quickly spoke before Yu Ruodong could. "Sister Sang, we wish to trouble you to create the antidote for the Red Spider Maiden." "The Red Spider Maiden?" Sang Jingyue was taken aback. Yu Ruodong then brought her to see Shi Xuanshan's condition. Although Fu Shi had halted the spread of the poison, remnants still lingered within Shi Xuanshan's body, leaving him in a precarious state. Qi Yi presented the medicinal catalyst he had extracted from the Red Spider Maiden to Sang Jingyue. After examining it, she nodded calmly. "I can save him." Instantly, the tension that had gripped Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi dissipated. Just as they prepared to lead Sang Jingyue to the adjacent alchemy chamber, a formidable figure appeared before them. "Jingyue," the voice called out to Sang Jingyue. The trio turned in unison, their faces reflecting a shared anxiety. Before them stood none other than Lung Suhua, the current master of Xingyi Mountain, known for her frigid demeanor and medical prowess, and also Sang Jingyue's mother. Sang Jingyue, feeling guilty, murmured, "Mother." Lung Suhua's expression was cold and serious as she scrutinized her. "When did I permit you to descend the mountain? And you too. What kind of elixir do you wish for her to concoct?" Trembling, Yu Ruodong recounted the events at Hantonling to Lung Suhua. "Disciples of Yijian Sect?" Lung Suhua raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Sang Jingyue spoke up. "Mother, I can save him." "Absolutely not." Lung Suhua's gaze was sharp and her tone brooked no dissent. Sang Jingyue fell silent, biting her lip in frustration. However, Lung Suhua showed no signs of softening, instructing her two disciples to step forward. "Take her back to the mountain." "Sister Sang." The two disciples exchanged glances, their expressions troubled as they looked at Sang Jingyue. She turned back to Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi, her demeanor gradually calming. Choosing not to voice her thoughts, she departed in silence with the two disciples. Yu Ruodong opened her mouth, intending to say something, but was met with a chilling glare from Lung Suhua. "Lead me to see that disciple of Yijian Sect." "Yes." Yu Ruodong swallowed her words. Lung Suhua looked at Shi Xuanshang, lying on the couch, and after a moment, raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You are merely at the mid-stage of Golden Core. Yet you managed to halt the spread of the Red Spider Maiden's poison." Shi Xuanshang appeared weak, yet maintained an air of composure. He replied, "I merely took a gamble on a stroke of luck." Upon hearing this, Yu Ruodong and Qi Yi fell silent. Lung Suhua, non-committal, accepted the medicinal catalyst from Qi Yi's hand and inquired evenly, "Whose disciple are you?" "I am a direct disciple under the sect master," Shi Xuanshang responded. "Indeed?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lung Suhua's eyes as she realized that he was a disciple of Mu Yan. After contemplating for a moment, she declared, "I shall concoct an antidote for you, but you must leave Xingyi Mountain immediately upon your recovery and not linger." "Yes, thank you, esteemed senior," Shi Xuanshang replied, lowering his gaze, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why was Lung Suhua so apprehensive about his presence on Xingyi Mountain? Once she received her answer, Lung Suhua turned and departed with the medicinal ingredients in hand. Qi Yi let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward to explain, "Please do not take offense. Our sect leader has always been averse to having other cultivators remain in the medical hall. It is not a personal matter." "I understand," Shi Xuanshang nodded. He had no desire to linger on Xingyi Mountain either. With the antidote that Lung Suhua prepared, he was freed from the poison of the Red Spider Woman. And Yu Ruodong had also handed him the remaining 5,000 spirit stones. The following day, after regaining his spiritual power, Shi Xuanshang prepared to depart from the medical hall. "Thank you sincerely, Taoist Shi." Yu Ruodong expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future." Had it not been for Shi Xuanshang and his sword, it was likely that they, her fellow disciples, would have become prey for the Red Spider Woman and her offspring, let alone being able to pluck the Yuzelian. Upon hearing this, Shi Xuanshang was reminded of the message bird that Shen Yunxiao had given to He Hanqing. However, lacking a message bird of his own, he merely replied, "If the opportunity arises." Without further ado, Shi Xuanshang turned and left the medical hall. Not intending to return to his sect just yet, he resolved to venture to Xinglin City, the nearest town to Xingyi Mountain, to investigate if any significant events had transpired there. As he approached Xinglin City, Fu Shi suddenly prompted him, "The young girl has been following you all the way. You should let her show herself." Chapter 89. Spirit Stones Arrive, Awakening the Sword Cultivator. What? Shi Xuanshang was taken aback. abandoning his intention to enter the city and leaping down from his sword. He furrowed his brow, staring at Sang Jingyue, who was concealed behind a tree, startled that he had not noticed her presence all along. Fushi remarked, "She must have used a high-grade artifact to conceal her aura." A flicker of understanding crossed Shi Xuanshang's eyes. Given Lung Suhua's strict oversight, it was indeed improbable for Sang Jingyue to escape from Xingyi Mountain without some special means. Once she realized she had been discovered, Sang Jingyue silently stepped out from behind the tree. Shi Xuanshang, his voice cold, inquired, "Why have you been following me? I heard Ruodong say that you are formidable and rather impoverished. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, I can hire you for assistance," Sang Jingyue stated earnestly. Shi Xuanshang fell into an unusual silence for a moment. Although it was a stereotype regarding sword cultivators, he truly required spirit stones to maintain 2 swords at this juncture. However, given the strained relationship between Sang Jingyue and her mother, helping her would undoubtedly offend Lung Suhua. After weighing his options, Shi Xuanshang decided against offering his assistance. As he began to utter a word of refusal, Sang Jingyue, seemingly anticipating his response, presented her storage pouch. "If you assist me, all of this can be yours." Shi Xuanshang's eyelids twitched as he glanced into the storage pouch. The bottles filled with elixirs lay haphazardly in the storage space, and upon a cursory examination, he noted that most were of at least the profound grade, all of commendable quality. As Shi Xuanshang hesitated, Sang Jingyue presented another spirit stone pouch. "Here are 100,000 spirit stones. This is all I possess. Can I afford your assistance?" With a swift motion, the Hong Tsang sword materialized suddenly, standing before Sang Jingyue. Fushi's cool voice echoed, "What do you wish him to assist you with?" Shi Xuanshang remarked, 100,000 spirit stones can summon his sword spirit? Currently, spirit stones held no value for Fushi. Her appearance was not summoned by the mere presence of these stones. Instead, the moment Sang Jingyue emerged, a voice whispered to her, "This young lady's fortune wavers oddly. Could it be that she is fated to connect with you?" This voice, now a harbinger of good fortune, was remarkably reliable when it came to sensing destiny. Contemplating Shi Xuanshang's fortuitous encounters, Fushi chose to reveal herself. Sang Jingyue paused, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the sword. She hesitantly glanced at Shi Xuanshang, noticing that he no longer voiced his refusal since the sword's emergence, seemingly deferring to it. Thus, she hurriedly declared, "I seek your help to find my father." "Your father?" Fushi pondered, recalling the past regarding Lung Suhua, and inquired, "Sang Zhe, the master of the Purple Mist Valley?" It was known that Sang Zhe and Lung Suhua, both disciples of the former head of Xingyi Mountain, were once deeply in love before becoming partners in the path. However, this affectionate couple chose to part ways a few years after the birth of their child, becoming estranged. Sang Zhe abandoned the healing arts, delving into the realm of poisons within the Purple Mist Valley. His expertise in this dark path swiftly earned him a fearsome reputation as the valley's master. "Yes," Sang Jingyue sighed in relief. "Though my father and mother separated due to differing ideologies, he visits me every year. Yet, the last time he came was 3 years ago. I have always wished to find him, but my mother remains tight-lipped about it, even strictly monitoring me to prevent any contact with outside cultivators." A flicker of surprise crossed Shi Xuanshang's eyes. No wonder Lung Suhua was so wary of outside cultivators. She feared her daughter might follow them away. Yet, despite her meticulous planning, she underestimated Sang Jingyue's determination. Fushi inquired, "Do you wish to return to the Purple Mist Valley to find your father?" Sang Jingyue bit her lip, both nodding and shaking her head. "If my father were still in the valley, he would have come to see me. I suspect he has left the Purple Mist Valley." Shifting her gaze, Sang Jingyue hesitated, contemplating the sword before her and Shi Xuanshang behind it. She pondered whether this man and his sword were worthy of her trust. After a moment's reflection, she resolutely stated, "Within me lies a blood-guiding worm, planted by my father. I can faintly sense that he is trapped in another realm." "A blood-guiding worm?" Fushi gasped slightly. This type of poison, which relies on bloodline connections, though rare, can trace the whereabouts of kin. Lung Suhua likely remained unaware of this, as she would not have allowed a worm to remain within Sang Jingyue. "A trapped realm," Fushi murmured. It sounded akin to a hidden sanctuary. The voice interjected, "If we find traces of this sanctuary, we should investigate. Who knows what treasures might await? After all, Shi Xuanshang will pave the way for you." Fushi paused momentarily. In her heart, she mused, "The fortune of the Divine Lord, you wield it more naturally than I do." Humph. I only wish for you to restore your corporeal form sooner. Zhezhe had already resigned to a state of apathy. Its ability to retain memories was dwindling, and it could only occasionally experience fleeting moments of clarity, recalling certain significant matters. It had even forgotten the most crucial aspect of its own existence. Upon hearing these words, Fu Shi's eyes softened slightly. She understood that had it not been for Zhezhe revealing the existence of the Heng Tsang sword, granting her a second chance, she would not have become the auspicious figure she was now. Fu Shi turned to Shi Xianshang and said, "We shall assist her." A glimmer of hope illuminated Sang Jingyue's face as she gazed expectantly at Shi Xianshang. "Very well," he responded after a brief silence. He turned to Sang Jingyue and stated solemnly, "I can protect you, but I cannot guarantee that I will find your father." "That is acceptable," Sang Jingyue replied without much hesitation. She added, "Rest assured, I am also a golden core cultivator and will not hold you back." Previously, she had encountered numerous cultivators visiting the Xingyi Mountain Medical Hall for consultations, but they all shunned her before she could even propose any conditions. Eventually, Sang Jingyue learned that these individuals had been forewarned by her mother. Now, having finally found a cultivator willing to assist her, she could not afford to give up, regardless of the outcome. If Tong's words held any truth, with sufficient spirit stones, they could certainly attract sword cultivators. She couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Shi Xianshang smirked in silence. After some contemplation, Fu Shi spoke up, "Let us first visit the Oddities Pavilion in Xinglin City. They are likely to possess information about Sang Zhe." Sang Jingyue obediently affirmed, "All right, we shall heed the elder's guidance." Fu Shi could not suppress a smile, informing her, "I am called Fu Shi, Elder Fu Shi." Sang Jingyue smoothly corrected herself. "Let us enter the city." Shi Xianshang, observing the harmonious atmosphere between them, could not help but interject their conversation. Chapter 90, The Weaver's Son, Wen Guanlan in Xinglin City, at the Oddities Pavilion. After Shi Xianshang expressed his intention to purchase intelligence, the steward welcomed him to a private room on the second floor. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guests," the steward said, summoning a maid to serve tea before stepping out. This was Sang Jingyue's first visit to the Oddities Pavilion, and she nervously sipped her tea while whispering, "Elder Fu Shi, are you there?" Shi Xianshang raised an eyebrow. As her voice faded, the Heng Tsang sword materialized. "What is it?" Fu Shi inquired. "Can the Oddities Pavilion truly possess information about my father?" Upon hearing Sang Jingyue's question, Fu Shi pondered for a moment before nodding. "Even if we cannot pinpoint your father's exact location, we should be able to ascertain a general direction, which would be far more efficient than our aimless searching." "Good," Sang Jingyue readily agreed. Suddenly, she sensed a complex gaze upon her and turned to find Shi Xianshang watching her intently, leaving her puzzled. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Oddities Pavilion, having sensed that peculiar aura once more, the Weaver's son paused momentarily in his game. He raised his gaze towards the cold, taciturn assassin made across from him and smiled gently. "Shu Ji, my esteemed guest has arrived. Please assist in welcoming them." A barely perceptible ease increased Shu Ji's expressionless face. "As you wish, young master." Shi Xuanshang and Sang Jingyue, instead of meeting the negotiators they anticipated, were greeted by the maidservant beside the young master of the loom. "Our young master invites you both upstairs for a discussion." "The young master of the loom?" Sang Jingyue expressed mild surprise. Even though she seldom ventured out, she had heard of the loom's proprietor. Was there matter of such significance that it warranted his attention? Shi Xuanshang, recalling the situation at the Yijian building in Liyue City, furrowed his brow. Noticing his silence, Sang Jingyue hesitated, suspecting a trap. "Shall we not go?" she inquired. Shi Xuanshang shook his head. "Let us proceed." The two followed Shu Ji upstairs. In the elegantly adorned chamber, the tranquil scent of calming incense wafted from the burner, and behind a heavy, exquisite landscape screen, the young master of the loom sat before a chessboard. "Esteemed guests, please take a seat." He lifted his gaze with a smile, nodding at the two before him. His silver eyes were clear and transparent, yet shrouded in countless mists, obscuring the shadows behind them. Shi Xuanshang settled across from him, casting a casual glance at the chessboard. "Your taste is refined, young master," he remarked calmly. "It is merely a pastime," the young master of the loom replied, glancing at Sang Jingyue with a glimmer of understanding. He continued slowly, "I can provide you with leads on the master of Zimu Valley, but whether you can locate it depends on your efforts." A look of surprise crossed Sang Jingyue's face. Shi Xuanshang paused, not hastily agreeing, and instead asked, "What are your conditions?" The young master of the loom replied candidly, I wish to see your sword. Without hesitation, Shi Xuanshang presented the Fengzhu sword. Fengzhu, it exclaimed, bewildered at being awakened. Typically, it preferred to slumber during idle moments. However, the young master of the loom did not even glance at the Fengzhu sword, shaking his head in denial. What I seek is your life sword. Shi Xuanshang's expression darkened instantly. He stood to leave, but his movement froze the next moment, as Fu Shi halted him. Allow me to converse with him. Shi Xuanshang pressed his lips together, reluctant. The young master of the loom's origins were unclear, and now he was aware of Fu Shi's presence. Until he discerned the man's true intentions, he was unwilling to relinquish her. I sense no malice from him, Fu Shi urged. After a moment, she softly called, Xian? Shi Xuanshang, begrudgingly compliant, summoned the Hung Tsang's sword to his side. He coldly glared at the young master of the loom. I grant you but an instant's time. Turning to leave, Shi Xuanshang was followed by a perplexed Sang Jinghua. The young master of the loom inclined his head slightly. Shu Ji, take care of our esteemed guests. Yes, Shu Ji replied, retreating as well. A faint smile lingered at the corners of the young master of the loom's lips. This does not resemble the sword's original form. Does it? Fu Shi momentarily fell silent before restoring the Hung Tsang's sword to its true appearance. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the young master of the loom. The Hung Tsang sword? He lowered his gaze, murmuring to himself. It is indeed astonishing that the Hung Tsang sword has fallen to such a remote land. No wonder it has drawn me here. The young master possessed considerable knowledge. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow and calmly remarked, You do not strike me as a person from this place. I am called Wen Guanlan. Wen Guanlan lowered her eyes and let out a soft laugh. Is the esteemed sword spirit still unwilling to reveal herself? Wen Guanlan. Fu Shi silently repeated the name, subsequently manifesting her presence. A faint, ethereal figure sat across from him, the Hung Tsang sword floating beside her, as she lifted her piercing gaze to regard the person opposite her. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Wen Guanlan's eyes. So, it is you, Lord Jiangwu. I now go by Fu Shi. Fu Shi, with a calm demeanor, lowered her gaze to the seemingly concluded chessboard before her and softly stated, Surely, your purpose in seeking me extends beyond mere pleasantries, young Master One. Wen Guanlan nodded, casually remarking, Of course, you must be in search of materials to reconstruct your physical form. A flicker of fierce light passed through Fu Shi's eyes as she abruptly raised her head. Wen Guanlan appeared oblivious to the murderous intent emanating from her. Smiling as he spoke, There is no need for surprise, for I am indeed the author of tales of immortal journeys. Fu Shi's murderous intent faltered, her disbelief directed at Wen Guanlan. If he truly was the writer of that tome, what manner of being was he, and how many years had he lived? After the fall of the ancient immortals, the celestial realm vanished in an instant, and even if mortals reached the peak of cultivation, they could never ascend to immortality. There would inevitably come a day when their lifespan would reach its end. After a moment, she regained her composure. On what grounds should I trust you? There is no need for you to test me. I harbor no malice, or else I would not converse with you so openly here. Wen Guanlan chuckled softly. On the contrary, I would assist you. Oh, a hint of surprise flickered in Fu Shi's eyes. Wen Guanlan spoke gently. You should surmise that I possess some understanding of starry observations. When I first sensed your existence, I knew there was a causal connection between us. Moreover, he shifted his tone, the smile in his voice deepening. I am quite curious whether anyone in this world can truly reconstruct their physical form through such methods. I can provide you with the answer right now. Fu Shi lowered her gaze and picked up a white chess piece, placing it on an inconspicuous spot on the board. Yet, with this single move, the seemingly concluded game was instantly transformed, revealing new possibilities. She lifted her eyes to meet the astonished gaze of Wen Guanlan. Her voice steady and cool. I shall not fail. Chapter 91. I still am not diligent enough. Fu Shi agreed to collaborate with Wen Guanlan. True to his word, Wen Guanlan provided them with a lead. He addressed Sang Jinghua, saying, Your father left a gift for you in the Purple Mist Valley. You might consider returning to investigate. The Purple Mist Valley? Sang Jinghua was momentarily taken aback, her expression serious as she replied, All right, thank you, young master. Fu Shi returned to the side of Shi Xuanshang. Observing his cold demeanor and the aura of aloofness surrounding him, she shook her head helplessly. Rest assured, he can be trusted. Shi Xuanshang cast a fleeting glance at the gentle and smiling Wen Guanlan, yet remained silent. Wen Guanlan appeared oblivious to his gaze, cheerfully waving to them. The cold master is already aware of your departure from Xingyi Mountain. You may leave now. Sang Jingyue was taken aback, her expression visibly tense. Then, let us hurry. Let us go. Shi Xuanshang nodded and departed immediately. Wen Guanlan leaned against the door, arms crossed and a smile gracing her features, remarking, Shu Ji, our journey of wandering should soon come to an end. Shu Ji, perplexed, inquired, my lord? Wen Guanlan merely smiled in silence. As soon as Shi Xuanshang and Sang Jingyue exited Xinglin City, Lung Suhua and her companions from Xingyi Mountain arrived. However, to save time, Shi Xuanshang had already soared away on his sword. The Purple Mist Valley lies deep within the remote western forests of the cultivation realm, surrounded by mountains and seldom trodden by human feet, with pools and secluded gorges interspersed throughout. It took Shi Xuanshang 3 days of sword flight to reach the outskirts of the Purple Mist Valley. Fortunately, with Sang Jingyue's medicinal pills as provisions along the way, they had not depleted much spiritual energy. The Purple Mist Valley, shrouded in a pale purple mist year-round, concealed the true state of affairs within. The perimeter was enveloped by a dense forest rife with miasma. Here, take this detoxification pill, Sang Jingyue said, producing a pill from her small pouch and handing it to Shi Xuanshang. Noticing that she had a spatial pouch, Shi Xuanshang's eyelids twitched in surprise, and he couldn't help but ask, did you not claim to have brought all your possessions? Indeed, Sang Jingyue blinked in confusion, the rest are gifts from my parents. Shi Xuanshang mused. So it turns out that medical practitioners can also be affluent. He swallowed the detoxification pill and followed Sang Jingyue into the forest. In such an environment, Sang Jingyue, with her medical background, proved more persuasive, skillfully guiding Shi Xuanshang while avoiding numerous dangers. However, the forest harbored not only toxic miasma and plants, but also lurking beasts with predatory intent. With a swift motion, Feng Yijian intercepted a poisonous snake that had lunged from the underbrush to attack Sang Jingyue, piercing its vital point and swiftly ending its life. Purple blood snake? Sang Jingyue paused momentarily. Then a spark of interest lit her face as she eagerly asked, Taoist Shi, may I handle this beast? Certainly, Shi Xuanshang replied, discarding the snake. Sang Jingyue promptly retrieved a porcelain vial and a dagger from her spatial pouch and stepped forward. Shi Xuanshang glanced at the Tsang sword hanging at Sang Jingyue's side and said, I shall clear the path ahead. She agreed. The quality of the detoxification pills provided by Sang Jingyue was excellent. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the miasma thickened, obscuring the path ahead. Yet they showed no signs of miasma poisoning. With Fu Shi by her side, Sang Jingyue eagerly searched for beast materials. Her spirits lifted as she conversed with Fu Shi. This is my first time traveling far. My father truly chose a natural medicinal field. Many herbs here I have only encountered in books. All the herbs here are toxic, Fu Shi remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly. If Lung Suhua were to discover that her daughter not only fled, but now harbors such fascination for this natural poison forest, she would likely be driven to madness. This dense forest, long afflicted by miasma, has transformed its flora, rendering nearly all of its plants toxic. Sang Jingyue shook her head, recalling her father's words. Poison can also be medicine. It solely depends on the healer's heart, unrelated to the herbs themselves. Every medicine carries a measure of poison. An excessive dose can become a lethal toxin. Fu Shi smiled softly, acknowledging her insight. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Sang Jingyue blushed and lowered her head, continuing to tend to the beast that Shi Xuanshang had tossed to her. After a while, Shi Xuanshang returned. Ahead lies the entrance to the Purple Mist Valley. Upon hearing this, Sang Jingyue hastily replied, forgetting her search for herbs. The two of them smoothly exited the dense forest, arriving at the serene entrance of the valley, where a pale purple mist billowed forth. This mist seemed capable of devouring the presence of cultivators, emanating a dangerously chilling aura. Sang Jingyue swallowed hard, recalling her father's warning. There is a poison array he set within the valley. A misstep could unleash a torrent of toxins, all highly potent. Shi Xuanshang paused, his gaze fixated on Sang Jingyue. He must have informed you of the method to dispel the array, correct? Yes, Sang Jingyue nodded, then sheepishly added, but it has been so long since I last heard it, and I have never been here before. Shi Xuanshang fell silent. It matters not. The Xiongtsang sword emitted a faint glow, and Fu Shi's voice followed. Sang Zhe is not a cultivator. This poison array should not be overly difficult to break, though the toxins may pose a challenge. Furthermore, should an unforeseen event arise, I can buy us some time. Indeed, Sang Jingyue agreed, retrieving a detoxification pill from her storage pouch and handing it to Shi Xuanshang. This pill can neutralize most toxins. Let us take it in advance. You must stay close to me for the journey ahead. Understood. Shi Xuanshang responded promptly. They stepped into the valley, their figures gradually consumed by the pale purple mist. The fog enveloped the valley, obscuring their view of the surroundings, yet Fushi's powerful spirit could vaguely sense that beneath the veil of mist, the valley's plants were constantly shifting positions. She murmured, a hallucinatory array? Throughout the journey, Sang Jingyue remained tense, focusing on her footing to avoid a misstep that could thwart their efforts. Until Fushi cautioned her, be careful. The Xiongtsang sword hovered just an inch before her, its silvery light illuminating her anxious face and shielding her from a venomous scorpion that fell from a tree. Senior, Sang Jingyue gasped, exhaling in relief as the scorpion lay lifeless on the ground. Thank you. There is no need for such alarm, Fushi reassured her. This hallucinatory array is not difficult. If you wish, I could destroy it with a single strike. No, 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 Sang Jingyue quickly waved her hands to dissuade her. Let this array continue to guard the purple mist valley. Rest assured, Senior, I will lead you all out safely. Very well. Fushi did not press the matter further. Fushi, Shi Xuanshang called her name. The Xiongtsang sword returned to his side, and he gazed at the hilt, inquiring, do you have feelings for her? Fushi paused for a moment, then burst into silent laughter. She is an exceptionally perceptive child. Shi Xuanshang articulated each word with precision. I will surpass her in insight. Your innate understanding is already commendable. Fushi cast him a curious glance. His talent was beyond doubt, so why question it? No. Shi Xuanshang shook his head, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. I still lack diligence. Chapter 92. Are you ill? Very well then. Fushi refrained from pressing further. She sensed the inexplicable fervor reigniting within Shi Xuanshang. His willingness to diligently cultivate and his self-awareness were indeed positive traits. Concerned that Fushi might inadvertently obliterate the poisonous formation of the purple mist valley with a single strike, Sang Jingyue hurriedly led the way, her anxiety palpable. Gradually, the enveloping purple mist began to dissipate, revealing the faint outlines of a wooden cabin and a medicinal field ahead, causing Sang Jingyue's spirits to soar. We have emerged, she exclaimed with excitement, but in the next moment, the horizontal blade of the Hongtsang sword obstructed her path, pushing her back a few steps. Shi Xuanshang drew the wind-chasing sword to